He lived completely alone in a world where no living creature cared about him. As soon as he was born, his family abandoned him. He had no friends or relatives, and strangers treated him like an animal. He had no reason to love this world. He hated it. Everything around him seemed evil, scary, and aggressive. His life consisted only of fights and scandals, and he was constantly defending his place under the sun. There was only aggression, hatred, and loneliness around him. He could only count on himself. Always alone on his own, he owed nothing to anyone and expected nothing from anyone. And suddenly the world turned into a game. Thousands of monsters of all kinds emerged from portals that opened in the streets of the city. Goblins, monsters, beasts, the dead, and other evil creatures. They destroyed cities and killed people, nature, everything that could bring joy. Along with the monsters, divine beings called the Shining Ones appeared on Earth. They passed on their special powers to a small group of people capable of destroying dungeons, annihilating monsters, and transforming into players. People believed that the players, possessing special powers, would save the world. But the players took advantage of the chaos and pursued their own selfish goals. Everything pointed to the imminent end of the world. However, for the main character, the world remained a place where he trusted no one. He did not trust the world until he met him. Lee Sejong. He was one of the first 7 players, a warrior, heir to the sacred light, and the strongest fighter in the world. He helped the weak and defenseless, destroyed monsters, and was even willing to sacrifice his own life to save the world. Like a hero from the legend of King Arthur, he pulled the sword from the stone and struck down countless enemies with it. Lee Sejong was going to destroy the final boss in the game and put an end to it all. In this way, he wanted to save the world. At that time, the Messiah Guild was formed. Brave souls who wanted to save the world gathered around Lee Sejong one by one and became his comrades. Together, they cleansed the land of monsters. For the first time in his life, the young man met people he trusted and followed. Together, they fought goblins and other monsters, dreaming of a future of happiness for all people. They stood shoulder to shoulder, not only on the battlefield, but also knew how to laugh, rejoice, and relax during rare moments of respite. Together, they planned future expeditions and warmed themselves by the fire on cold winter evenings. It seemed that with these people, it was truly possible to change the world for the better. Soon they reached the final chapter of the game. The gates were about to open before them, and the final battle was to end in their victory. But before that happened, Lee Sejong, a man he valued and was proud of, with whom he had won many victories, treacherously stabbed him in the stomach with a knife. Kim Woo-jin couldn't believe what was happening. He held the hilt of the sword sticking out of his stomach and barely managed to keep himself from screaming. Park Shin-hae, who approached at that moment, said that when the game ended, everything would disappear. Their power, items, dungeons, and monsters. The reason to worship them would also disappear. In addition, she admitted that they would not be able to take over this world. It turned out that all this time he had been helping the villains. Woo-jin's disappointment was immense, because it was thanks to his efforts and fighting skills that these villains had come to power. The knife with which Se-young stabbed the young man was poisoned with Balman's curse. Shin-hae admitted that they had already eliminated everyone else. The guy was horrified by what he heard. After all, he really dreamed of saving the world. But it turned out that all his colleagues with whom he had risked his life were just pawns in a game, who were eventually discarded. The villains declared that they had the right to rule this world as they pleased and got rid of all their competitors. After that, they left Woo-jin, bleeding and poisoned, and left. Once again, the guy couldn't trust anyone in the world. But it didn't matter anymore, because death had come for him. Light, some kind of light. And suddenly a truck burst out of the tunnel onto the road. All around were trees, summer. Life was beautiful. He was sitting in the truck next to the men. Voices, people. What was this? Where was he? What was happening? His stomach. A knife in his stomach. But his stomach is intact. After all, he was stabbed with Balman's sword. So was it all a dream? Where is he now? Suddenly, the truck braked so sharply that it skidded onto the sidewalk. Ahead, another horror of modern life was unfolding. Huge monsters, goblins, were destroying everything around them. Houses were burning, cars were exploding. Guys with machine guns jumped out of the truck onto the sidewalk, preparing to face the monsters head-on. The goblins also noticed their new rivals and rushed towards them. Their huge mouths were open, revealing nasty, sharp teeth, and their eyes glowed with a demonic light. One of the men warned that ammunition was low, so they should only shoot when they were sure of the outcome. But suddenly everyone was drawn to the sound of automatic gunfire and the screams of dying goblins. Kim Woo-jin stood with an automatic rifle in his hands, ready to repel any attack by the monsters. The goblins rushed at the man, smashing the asphalt with huge sticks and fists, destroying everything in their path. The guy jumped away from the monsters and shot them at point-blank range. Within a few minutes, there were no living monsters left. Their bodies were scattered across the road amid clouds of smoke from burning cars. The men were astonished. They couldn't understand how one person could have dealt with so many goblins alone. The young man had not had time to recover from his recent awakening and immediately plunged into battle with the monsters. But instead of gratitude, he heard only more insults. They called him a reckless idiot for killing them all. He realized that he had not returned in a dream, but had truly returned to the past. And now he had no one to trust in this world again. The realization was painful. The people he trusted had destroyed him. Now Lee Se-jung and Park Shin-hae were his enemies for life. At that moment, he received a message that he had become a player. He was given options that were supposed to help him in the game. Back then, in the past, he had also been a player. But this time, he had a choice. He could use a representative of the dark world. The representative of the dark world gave him the ability to control different types of curses, or using dead monsters as material, create a dark army. Unlike other roles, this one gave cheat abilities, as one player could take possession of all the skills. Johann Georg, the King of the Immortals, was the most powerful player who received the favor of the representative of the dark world and all his abilities. If Se-young was the hero in that game, then John George was the monster. Jin wanted to find this monster, analyze and study his aura, and now he himself had to become a monster. Players united in guilds where they could obtain money and power by any means necessary. One such guild, Phoenix, became the second most important in Korea. The Phoenix Guild's headquarters were located in one of the city's surviving modern office centers. To join the guild, you had to sign a contract. Each dungeon clear came with additional costs. The young man understood that this was not enough to buy the necessary items, but he had no choice. He wanted to join Phoenix, become its player, and level up in the game. After signing the contract, the office manager placed unique skill pages representing the dark world in front of the young man. He suggested choosing one of them and tearing up the paper. If the player matched the level, the manager could see it immediately. The young man chose a card called Hemotoxin, Blood Poisoning. He didn't expect to be able to get it here. This skill turned blood into a powerful poison that was extremely difficult to resist. The skill itself was simple, but with a blood golem, the effect was amplified. All you had to do was drip blood on it, and it became a very useful ability. After the young man tore out the page with the skill, something unusual happened. Everything around him was illuminated with a lilac light, and the boy himself glowed. The manager was able to read his skills. Here he was again in the forest with the other players, standing aside, lost in thought. The blonde girl didn't understand what was going on and why the young man was avoiding them. He turned out to have a very difficult personality. The bald fat man explained that she would soon understand for herself how bad his character was. She just didn't know him well enough yet. Suddenly, Woo-jin warned everyone to get ready for battle and said, "They're coming." It was just a dream. Once the young man had already died and been revived in the game. But now he was having dreams about his past life again. Now he was back in the past again and thought his colleagues were still alive. How soon would he meet them this time? Gwangmun Sports Park was guarded by well-armed soldiers and equipped with the latest technology. The players had already gathered in the park's parking lot before their first hunt. They were nervous and arrived earlier than scheduled. Ju Sopop was going on his fourth hunt and suggested that the others trust him and follow him. All that remained was to wait for the last participant. Soon there was a rumble, and an old, worn-out, unremarkable beetle pulled into the parking lot. An unfamiliar man got out of it. It was clear that he was not a beginner, but he was clearly not very disciplined. All the participants headed to the starting point, continuing to discuss the late player. The ball player boasted that he had just acquired a new weapon and declared that they would do just fine without the fifth participant if he was going to lag behind. This was followed by a brief briefing on the dungeon. They had to go through the Goblin Cave and destroy all the monsters. The main goals and conditions were announced. The manager gave those who had doubts one last chance to back out and check their inventory before setting off. All the team members were strangers to Jin, which was actually a good thing because he didn't want to worry about the others. After that, the portal opened and the players could enter the dungeon. The game began. Passing through the portal, The players immediately found themselves equipped with the gear and inventory they had purchased before the start. They all looked unusual. In their hands were crossbows, arrows, and knives. It was an exciting game. The next moment, the world around them changed. They found themselves in a forest among giant trees. It was a sunny, clear day. Ujin immediately set out to explore the area. He noticed claw marks on the trees and realized that there were many goblins here. Sopop instructed Jin to scout the area. He himself preferred to set up camp with the other players. The young man went into the forest without objection to conduct reconnaissance, which surprised the others. The team members thought he was too naive and didn't understand how dangerous it was to go alone. They decided he was a fool and began to prepare for the hunt to collect as many items as possible. Jin immediately realized that his companions had decided to use him as bait. Well, so much the better. He would meet the goblins sooner and obtain new weapons. No one slept at the guild's headquarters that night. A secret meeting was taking place. The guild members sat in the dark, their faces hidden around a huge table. They were to be introduced to a new member for the upcoming mission. One of the guild members, Yang Jihu, thought that someone too arrogant had arrived. Suzuki Eiichi emerged from the darkness and introduced himself to those present. Many of those gathered already knew him personally. Lee Sejong welcomed the new guild member. Archer Noda Hadero wondered why this rude person had been invited here at all. The huge bruiser jumped up and immediately tried to attack the newcomer. The rest continued to argue and bicker, attacking each other. At one point, a stern shout rang out. "Stop the quarrels." It worked. The participants of the meeting finally sat down in their seats. Pak Shinhai suggested ending the greetings and moving on to business. She was interested in how much longer they would have to wait for the previously specified work to be completed. If it was only a matter of finding the necessary materials, it would take another 3 days. This time frame was quite acceptable to those present. The search for goblins continued in the game. The forest was quiet, but it was only a deceptive calm. Jin climbed trees studying claw marks and realized that the rumors about the dungeon were true. The marks were huge. Each mark contained information that could help them survive in the dungeon. No matter how strong you are, you will always have weaknesses, Suzuki Eiichi taught him. In the previous game, the young man considered these words a simple lesson, but it turned out that Eiichi not only killed on the orders of the Messiah, but also became their faithful dog. Now this knowledge could be useful to Jin. The next moment, a huge rock crashed into the nearest tree, narrowly missing the player. Turning around, he saw 3 goblins who had tracked him down and were preparing to attack. The guy entered the game interface and selected a suitable weapon. Not long ago, he had been hiding from goblins in 7-story dungeons, but now he decided to make them targets for his hemotoxin. The young man slashed his palm with a knife, letting the blood flow, blood that was poison, and froze in anticipation of the approaching creatures. As soon as he plunged the knife into the goblin's body, the monster fell dead. The poison worked instantly. He quickly dealt with the next monster as well, but noticed that even though the goblins were poisoned, they continued to move. So the poison wasn't that strong after all. At that moment, one of the goblins knocked Ujin aside with a club. The guy realized that a knife wasn't the most effective weapon in this case, so in the next fight, he threw it straight at the goblin's head. The goblins were stupid and easily predictable, so it was easy to deal with them. He realized that if he stalled for time, the goblins would start to gather, which meant he could destroy them in groups. He took a whip out of his inventory and prepared to face the monsters. The mere sight of the Goblin King's whip struck fear into the monsters, and they scattered in panic. The remaining group of players continued to advance through the game. Everything was calm, with no goblins in sight. Suddenly, there was a commotion. A crowd of goblins, scared to death by something invisible, ran out from behind the trees and rushed forward without looking where they were going. Sopop struck down one of the goblins with his sword and looked like a true hero in the eyes of the rest of the group. He was able to protect the others, and the players did not spare words in praising his courage. Gromila was glad that he had prepared a long sword in advance. After all, goblins, in his words, were just bags of meat. Everything was fine until his sword got stuck in the body of one of the goblins. While the player was trying to pull out his weapon, he was struck and fell at the hands of another monster. The team retreated in horror, seeing the most experienced and strongest player defeated, while the terrible creatures continued to advance. Sopop quickly lost his courage and began calling his comrades for help. The 3 newbies froze in terror, watching the goblins kill their colleague, when suddenly a blinding bolt of lightning pierced the monster's body. A focused and calm Yu Jin appeared before everyone. Using his whip, he struck the goblins without coming within dangerous range of them. Gradually, he cleared the entire area of creatures, increasing his level and earning an achievement that attracted attention. The goblins turned out to be weaker than he had expected. Such a number of deaths could not go unnoticed. Only fools swing heavy swords when the Goblin King's whip is enough, he thought. The young man realized that there was nothing left to do in this location. He would not earn any points, and his companions were recovering from the nightmare they had experienced. They hadn't seen the fifth member of the team and decided that he must have died, since there was no news from him. Suddenly, a noise came from behind the trees. The players froze, stopping their quarrels and accusations, preparing for a new encounter. A message appeared. One of the players had acquired the Skeleton Warrior skill. Jin immediately opened the description and couldn't believe that this skill now belonged to him. He knew that John George, the immortal king who could command an army of the dead, had this very skill. However, he also remembered that the ability was not perfect. Its main drawback turned out to be fatal. It was this that allowed Jin to kill Georg once. Only monsters killed by the spellcaster himself could be sacrificed. There were many other limitations as well. But all these shortcomings did not matter if one knew about them in advance and planned one's actions correctly. At least Wu Jin had already saved time by acquiring this skill. Now it would be easier for him to distract enemies and hunt. Activating the ability, the young man approached one of the dead goblins and held out his hand to it. Gradually, energy began to flow into his palm. The goblin's body lost its essence along with the energy until only a bare skeleton remained. Soon, the skeleton came to life and stood before its master, ready to serve him. His face was lit up by the obsequious, insane gaze of empty eye sockets. Jin began to train the skeleton. At first, its movements were very uncertain. It was not strong enough and could not control its arms and legs properly. It became clear that using the skeleton as a primary weapon would not be easy. Thinking about this, the young man continued to move through the forest, when suddenly he saw a cliff, under which lay dozens, if not hundreds, of bodies of dead warriors. It became clear that monsters lived somewhere nearby, destroying anyone who dared to walk this path. Jin realized that he had no reason to be merciful to such creatures. The surviving members of the team gathered around the campfire, discussing the events of the past day. They clearly did not expect the goblins to be such dangerous opponents and did not know how to survive. It was obvious that they had underestimated this dungeon, but no one wanted to die here. Sopop tried to cheer up the team, saying that they could still make it if they gathered their strength. But suddenly a rumbling shook the ground again. The frightened team members stared in one direction, not believing their eyes. Unexpectedly, a message about a level increase lit up above them, which was strange because they were just sitting by the fire in fear. Everyone knew that the level only increased when someone from the team was fighting. That meant the newbie they had sent out on reconnaissance was still alive. Based on experience, Jin knew that the most effective way to kill a crowd of goblins was to launch a massive attack. He blocked the entrance to the dungeon with brushwood, then brought a torch to it and set it on fire. The huge bonfire flared up instantly and lit up everything around it. Jin and his skeleton watched the spectacle with cold satisfaction. The goblins inside the cave smelled the smoke, which gradually filled the entire space. The monsters began to suffocate from lack of oxygen and fainted. They did not understand that the only way to salvation was to pass through the fire. Some of the dim-witted monsters burned alive as they fought their way through the flames. Suddenly, the ground shook, and a giant goblin appeared from the center of the cave. This boss was far superior to ordinary monsters. His eyes burned with fire, his body was pure muscle, and long fangs protruded from his mouth. Before the Messiah Guild intervened, millions of newbies had died in this dungeon because of this monster. However, Wu Jin decided that he would not allow the monster to continue taking the lives of novice players. The skeleton seemed to want to fight the goblin himself, and the young man did not interfere, realizing that he would most likely die. The skeleton grabbed a sword and rushed to attack the boss. At first, it looked comical, until the cunning skeleton slipped between the monster's legs and cut its tendons at tremendous speed. Blood spurted in all directions. The young man immediately recalled a battle from another game. Against the lizard, which no one could defeat. It was gigantic and breathed fire. Then Wu Jin suggested knocking it off its feet to increase the chances of victory. He approached the creature and cut its tendons. Now the skeleton repeated the same technique. The goblin roared and fell to its knees. After that, Wu Jin grabbed his sword and plunged it into the monster's body. The skeleton did the same, plunging its blade into the goblin. The young man realized that it was copying his fighting style. He knew that he used to be able to wield almost any weapon, and now he saw that at this rate, the skeleton would soon become a reliable ally. In addition, an observer noticed the young man's game and sent him a message with a new skill page, which was very pleasing. Jin looked through the legendary abilities he had received with satisfaction. It was unexpected and pleasant. The dungeon was completely cleared and the mission came to an end. Soon the portal opened and the participants began to exit. It was surprising. Only one day had passed and the dungeon had already been cleared. The organizer joyfully greeted the players, but suddenly noticed that Kim Woo-jin was not among them. The team said that the young man had gone out on a reconnaissance mission and had not returned. Everyone was upset by this turn of events. Suddenly, everyone's attention was drawn to the portal. It had opened again, and someone came out of it. It was Kim Woo-jin, alive and unharmed. The manager rushed to him, while the other players decided that the guy had used some dirty tricks to clear the dungeon on his own. While the manager bombarded Woo-jin with questions, everyone became increasingly skeptical of his abilities. Woo-jin had no answer. He was just doing what he did best. Newspaper headlines were full of reports about the need to tighten control over players and impose taxes on their income. All over the world, the greed of players was growing every day. According to analysis, dungeons can only be cleared by players, so they often abuse their authority. But at the same time, the Messiah Guild cleared a 5-story dungeon without much effort. Lee Se-jun saved the world again. After the successful clearing, the guild's sponsor recorded an increase in its stock price. The news only mentioned the Messiah Guild, which made the other players look like weaklings. Everyone wanted to know what had happened in the Goblin Dungeon. It was all because of the newbie Woo-jin. It was his fault that everyone almost died. He wanted to get new items so badly that he ran into a crowd of goblins. Sopop rushed in to save him. He behaved terribly. He didn't think about the team. Even if he needed money, he shouldn't have behaved that way towards other players. Kim Woo-jin himself was acting according to his own plan. He had to become stronger to attract the attention of important people, and he couldn't meet with Lee Se-jun like before. Woo-jin developed a strategy. To destroy his enemy, he had to dig up everything about his life, starting with the most forgotten corners of the past. Woo-jin was summoned to the office and severely reprimanded for dealing with the Goblin Dungeon on his own. The young man denied everything, saying that he just needed money and was ready to take on new assignments, and that the rumors about him were just jealousy. The managers admitted that the rumors might be false, but they didn't want to give Woo-jin too much freedom. The next quest took him to a new Goblin Dungeon where Zhongyang's group had previously died. Since then, no one had applied to go there. Zhongyang himself was a rising star in the guild, but he didn't have the strength to get through that dungeon. The young man caused concern among the managers because he wanted to go to a place where even a specialist had failed. It seemed that this player would not survive long, but the managers decided to support him just in case. Woo-jin understood that in order to kill the hero, he had to befriend the villain. Late in the evening, the young man arrived alone at the base to join the game. The manager believed that the young man couldn't find teammates because of his greed for money. He accompanied him to the portal, still hoping that he would change his mind at the last moment. The portal opened and the guy entered the game. First of all, Woo-jin read his stats and realized that it was impossible to clear the dungeon at his level if he went alone. But if he could use the orc as a skeleton warrior, everything would change. Thinking this way, the young man waited until he became the target of one of the goblins. A fight broke out between them. The guy slipped between the monster's legs. He slashed the goblin's ankles with his sword, hoping that it would fall and he could finish it off. But this time the monster's skin was thicker, and Woo-jin's attack left only a small scratch. The goblin was huge and strong. Woo-jin couldn't handle such power. However, he understood that in order to get the skeleton warrior, he had to kill the monster. The brute didn't stop for a moment, throwing huge rocks at the guy. Woo-jin jumped behind the enemy again and struck him repeatedly with incredible speed. The goblin couldn't cope with such injuries. When blood gushed from the wounds, Woo-jin realized that his plan would work. The legless predator was no longer a threat. The player's sword smoothly entered the giant's body. The next day, there were many meetings in the city. One of the main topics of discussion was the unknown player. Se-jun met with one of the fighters. The latter did not take his eyes off the report, which greatly annoyed his interlocutor. Curiosity got the better of Se-jun, and he demanded to see the papers. It turned out to be a dossier on an unknown newcomer who had recently awakened and single-handedly cleared the dungeon. Rumor had it that he had already entered the second cave. Again alone. He seemed too arrogant for a newcomer. Sejun couldn't believe what he was hearing. Even he had struggled at first. Most likely the report was complete nonsense. At that moment, Secretary Lee entered the office. She was the one who had prepared the report on the unknown player. Sejun did not believe the accuracy of this information. But he couldn't doubt Secretary Lee's work. She always did everything flawlessly. After that, the question of purchasing a new dungeon arose. Secretary Lee noted that the prices for good dungeons were too high, so she was continuing to search. Henim replied that there weren't enough dungeons if Sajin started going there. Sejun was indignant, saying that he deserved a rest, since he had only returned from the dungeon yesterday. But Henim was sure that if you rest too often, you'll soon get lazy. That's why you need to keep clearing dungeons and making money. Meanwhile, one of the orcs continued his fight for his life in the dungeon. This time, he was facing a skeleton warrior, whom he had almost defeated with his club. Jin understood that the power of the low-level skill Fortitude was rather weak, but his experience from past battles told him otherwise. He had to absorb energy and summon the skeleton warrior. The boy put his hand on the body of another slain goblin. The monsters watched the glow emanating from the young man with horror, already imagining the consequences. Jin activated a new skeleton warrior from the body of a goblin monster. This skeleton warrior was huge, and his burning gaze left his enemies no chance. As long as Wu Jin's magical power did not run out, he would have as many skeleton warriors as there were victims on the battlefield. And every new goblin killed became another helper for the player named Kim Wu Jin. After destroying all the goblins, the guy leveled up, increased his skill points, and improved his blood poisoning skill. But he realized that it was difficult to level up in this dungeon. It was time to stop fighting ordinary orcs and find the orc hunter. At first, Wu Jin thought that the orc hunter led a pack, but it turned out that he acted alone and did not communicate with the goblins. There was only one place left in the dungeon where the orc hunter could be hiding. The young man noticed the skeleton's genuine interest in his drawings. It seemed strange, but he didn't pay any attention to it. The main thing was that he had a plan. If he finds an orc hunter, there won't be any simple goblins nearby that can be turned into allies. Then he will only have one skeleton warrior left. He needs to come up with something better. Soon, the orcs appeared to collect the bodies of their tribesmen. It was unclear what they were going to do with them, but they clearly showed the way, leaving a bloody trail behind them. Jin followed one of the goblins and saw it devouring its kin. The young man knew that the lord of the dungeon was stronger than the others, and it would be foolish to engage him in battle without preparation. So he prepared an arrow, dipping it in poisoned blood. After that, the skeleton warrior was sent alone to fight the goblin. The monster dropped its lunch, grabbed a club, and with a burning gaze rushed at the uninvited guest. A fight broke out between the skeleton warrior and the orc hunter. It immediately became clear that the skeleton was weaker than its opponent. The young man understood that he had only one chance to kill the orc hunter. Jin wanted to avoid the goblin's thick skin and hit the only weak spot on the monster's body. He took his time aiming, knowing that he had only one shot, but he also knew that he couldn't wait too long. The arrow hit its target precisely, the goblin's eye. The more vulnerable the point of impact, the faster the poison spread. Gradually, the poison spread through the monster's body and it weakened. That was enough for the skeleton warrior to pierce the enemy with his sword. The mission was complete. The young man had destroyed the orc hunter, cleared the dungeon, and leveled up. Now nothing threatened him. Jin began to examine the dwelling of the dead monster. It seemed that it had eaten everything in its path. Among the pile of skeletons left behind by previous players, one caught the young man's attention. It seemed that the injury had not been inflicted by an orc. From its appearance, it was clear that the person had been attacked from behind, and that it had been done by someone accustomed to killing in dungeons. It was unclear whether it was intentional murder or an accident, but if the deceased was a member of Pak Yun-wan's group from the Phoenix Guild, he could have been killed by one of his own. The young man decided to look for clues to track down the killer. Suddenly, he noticed a small cave. It was a little off to the side and very narrow. Only a human could fit inside, and only one at that. A goblin would not have been able to squeeze in. The young man cautiously made his way inside. Deep inside the cave sat a perfectly preserved skeleton in full armor, sword in hand. His weapon was clean, and his body was intact. So he had fled while his comrades were fighting and had simply sat there, counting the days until he died. A Phoenix Guild medallion hung from the skeleton's chest. Soon the young man discovered the name of the deceased, John Yu-ji, a rising star of the group Park Yan-wan. Near the skeleton's feet lay an object that caught Wu Jin's attention. It turned out to be a notebook, a diary, or a notepad. Wu Jin picked it up, not expecting to find anything useful. But pleasant surprises do happen. It was not just a notebook, but Park Yun-wan's blacklist. The young man was lucky. He grabbed the notebook, realizing that he would find a great use for it. Soon, a notification of a new promotion arrived. The young man received the Eye of Anubis. This artifact allowed him to see into the past of a dead person. No matter what misfortunes had haunted Wu Jin before, now everything had changed. His successes were growing steadily. They say the dead cannot speak. That's true, but only until you have the Eye of Anubis. The boy approached the skeleton, placed his hands on its eyes, and froze. Now it didn't matter. The young man activated the Eye of Anubis while looking at the dead man. Suddenly, their gazes seemed to connect, and images that the deceased had seen shortly before his death flashed before Wu Jin's eyes. He saw his dying comrades begging for help. He also saw a man cutting down his comrade with a sword. It was the man who would one day become the owner of the Phoenix Guild. It was Park Yun-wang himself. The young man let go of the skull and interrupted the action of the Eye of Anubis. He saw everything, or at least enough to understand what had happened here. The guy had used up a lot of magic power, but now he felt that his preparation was complete. If he used the information he had obtained and the list he had found, he would be able to get close to the enemy, no matter how cautious they were. Meanwhile, office squabbles accompanied by physical violence continued in the city. Another player could not be allowed to capture the dungeons. The one that the manager had failed to deal with had been cleared by some newcomer. Secretary Kim also fell victim to the boss's wrath. The manager who had failed was escorted out of the office by security guards. The boss read a newspaper article about the newcomer who had managed to capture the dungeon single-handedly. Everyone knew that this newcomer had a bad reputation in the guild. The day before, in the first dungeon, he had abandoned his teammates. There were also rumors that he had taken all the rewards for himself. It was unknown whether this was true or not, but with a bad reputation in the guild, you couldn't get very far. Suddenly, the secretary reported that a certain Kim Woo-jin had requested a meeting with the boss. He came to the Lion's Den himself, which surprised everyone. Things were also hectic in another office. The results of the dungeon applications were being reviewed, and 20 spots were allocated to the Phoenix Guild. 3 other guilds competed for the remaining 20 spots. Even if everything was distributed equally, 2 dungeons would still remain vacant. The problem was that the guilds could not agree and find a compromise. Since these were A+ ranked dungeons, the chances of rare items dropping there were higher, and the efficiency was much better. Therefore, no one was willing to give in. Each guild was overflowing with self-confidence. It was difficult to decide who would get these dungeons. If only someone would apply for these 2 places, they thought in the office. It was logical. After all, you never know what might happen inside a dungeon. At that moment, a call came in from Mr. Park Yun-wan. It became known that Kim Woo-jin, a lone wolf, wanted to take the remaining 2 spots, without the knowledge of the other factions. If the rumors were true, this young man always acted alone, so the other groups were unlikely to be concerned. It remained unclear whether Woo-jin had become part of Park Yun-wan's faction or was simply being used to clear the dungeon and then discarded. Park Yun-wan intended to cede one of the remaining dungeons to the other factions, acting as a mediator between the players. It was difficult to say who would deceive whom in the end, but sometimes it was better to retreat in order to gain more benefits later. However, it was not clear until the end what kind of relationship Park Yun-wan and Woo-jin had. Secretary Kim wanted to know why her boss had accepted Woo-jin's application. It turned out that the young man had brought the guild's amulet in a diary with a blacklist. There were almost no good people left in those days. The boss was going to use Woo-jin and then get rid of him as soon as he was no longer useful. The day before, during a meeting, Woo-jin handed the boss the diary, which annoyed him. Park Yun-wan decided that the guy intended to blackmail him, but he was wrong. The young man said he had a proposal. He wanted to get into a single-story dungeon of rank A. This request made the boss laugh, but the guy stood his ground. He knew that this dungeon was being fought over by the Phoenix and Messiah guilds because the number of places there was limited. He seemed crazy. He knew what awaited him, but he still wanted to go there. Park Yun-wan accepted his offer but set some conditions. That day, there was a lecture for students at Kyungbo University. The hall was packed, and Woo-jin was sitting in one of the upper rows. The lecturer was talking about a report on a dungeon where there were at least 1,000 orcs. There was a colony of 8+ rank orc warriors there. According to statistics, about 70 people had survived previous attacks. Almost half of the participants had died. Only the elite players from each guild gathered in the hall. There were rumors that not all deaths were caused by battles with monsters, but no evidence was found. The likelihood that the killings took place among the players themselves was high. It gave them the opportunity to get rid of their rivals and take their trophies. In this dungeon, the reward for killing an orc warrior was an orc fang. In the end, the prize went to the Messiah Guild for their enormous contribution. Of course, there was no reliable data, but now everything looked suspicious. Even if Sejun was behind this incident, there was still a chance that the Messiah Guild had nothing to do with it. Perhaps it had simply planted spies in other guilds. If one tried to predict their next move based on past events, that was most likely what would happen. A portal opened, with groups of players standing in front of it. They all entered the dungeon. They were representatives of all the active guilds: the Messiah Guild and the Phoenix Guild, the Lion Guild and the Skull Guild, and Kim Woo-jin was the first to go in alone. He planned to tear out the orc's fang right now. The large number of players led to complete confusion. Representatives of different guilds could not quickly orient themselves and find their own people. Soon, the formation of the Messiah Guild was announced. They were the first to head deep into the territory to find orcs and earn points and items. These guys were very organized, quickly lined up, and it immediately became clear why the guild was so highly praised. However, the fact that they were the first to form and move forward did not mean anything yet. Thousands of orcs awaited them ahead. Suddenly, one of the monsters appeared in front of the players. A huge beast with a burning gaze, long, sharp fangs, and powerful muscles. One of the players, clad in full armor, with protection and a shield in his hands, was about to defeat the orc and earn his first points. The battle began. The goblin was taller and stronger than his opponent. His huge fist struck the shield directly, but the player withstood the blow. At that moment, the girl activated an ability, probably of a hypnotic nature, directing it at the monster. A restraint skill was used. While everything was still under the player's control, the participant continued to maintain the hypnotic effect, helping the fighter with the shield to deal with the orc. Suddenly, the ground shook and hummed, as if foreshadowing an earthquake or other natural disaster. The players turned around to see the source of the sound. They understood that something was happening behind the forest. The warriors' attention shifted to the source of the rumbling, which was still hidden in the darkness. In the next moment, crazed monsters appeared before them, rushing to destroy their rivals and seize their trophies. A real battle began, where it no longer mattered which guild a player belonged to. The fight was to the death. The speeds were tremendous, the monsters were bloodthirsty, and the outcome of the battle was unpredictable. At one point, the players of the Messiah Guild activated their magical abilities, and lining up in a row, were able to stop the goblins' onslaught. The fighters with weapons took advantage of this and rushed to attack the monsters. In this meat grinder, no one could tell friend from foe anymore. Therefore, no one noticed Ujin's absence. Meanwhile, the guy sat in a tall tree and watched the battle. He waited for the right moment, as he had planned in advance. While everyone was busy fighting, the young man decided to take advantage of the situation and locate the orc warrior. The task stated that the orc warrior and 1,000 of his orcs had to be destroyed. First, the guilds had to reduce the number of ordinary goblins. Only then could they begin searching for the orc warrior. Jin had to get the fang of the orc warrior, who was sitting in another part of the dungeon at that moment, listening to the report of his tribesmen. This Hulk, as expected, wore the fang as a necklace. The battle between the orcs ended, and the leader greeted the victor. However, it soon became clear that players had entered the dungeon. The leader then sent troops to meet them. The young man watched everything from his hiding place and thought that the idea of following the goblin who had fled the battlefield was an excellent one. Soon, the orc leader was left alone, but he still looked extremely dangerous. The young man waited until all his servants had left to fight and decided that the time had come to enter the scene. He thought he could get closer to the orc warrior and strike first. Meanwhile, everything was going according to plan on the battlefield for the Messiah Guild. Not all of the monsters' forces were participating in the battle, and the players understood that other monsters were hiding somewhere nearby. Soon, one of the fighters came running with a report. A huge number of goblins were heading towards them. The leader suggested stopping, as more equipment was needed to face the main enemy forces. But the representatives of the Lion Guild had no intention of living under the orders of cowardly commanders. The orcs were approaching, and the Messiah Guild suggested joining forces for a joint defense. Otherwise, they would all perish in this dungeon. However, the call was misunderstood, and representatives of other guilds went to meet the goblins on their own. Two skeleton warriors with burning eyes full of hatred appeared before the orc warrior. They were huge, because Wu Jin had previously defeated the leaders of large goblin tribes. These unexpected guests intrigued the monster. He rose to his full height, ready to destroy any opponent. Wu Jin and his assistants prepared for battle. The young man took out an arrow dipped in poisoned blood. The skeleton warriors rushed into the attack, and Wu Jin prepared to shoot, waiting for the right moment. The goblin ruler activated the orc warrior's fang and began the battle. In a matter of moments, one of the skeleton warriors was finished off. The orc cut him down with his axe. It seemed that the enemies were not causing the goblin much trouble. The young man realized that he had very little chance, or rather, only one. He needed a well-aimed and accurate shot so that the poisoned arrow would hit the goblin's weak spot and start the process of poisoning his body. The skeleton warrior did not look to be in the best shape, and it was clear that he would not last long. Wu Jin pulled back the bowstring, concentrated, and released the arrow. But the goblin managed to dodge it, and the arrow whizzed past the monster. It was unbelievable, and the young man realized that his opponent was stronger than he had thought. The lone skeleton warrior continued to fight, but his life cycle was coming to an end. The goblin broke his sword in half. The player had no helpers left, and the monster had no significant damage. It was clear that a change of plan was necessary. It was probably useless to fight while the fang was on him. Wu Jin decided to flee the battlefield and was surprised that the goblin did not rush to pursue him. Apparently, chasing a retreating enemy was not a royal task, but this fact turned out to be very convenient for the guy. He continued to run away at tremendous speed, planning to return with a new plan and make the orc regret letting the player go. At that moment, there were already other players in the forest who heard the noise, but did not have time to figure out who exactly was running away from the battlefield. Until the end, it was unclear whether the unknown player had found the orc warrior or simply fled in fear. While they were discussing who the unknown player might be, their companion was killed. In the next moment, the player realized that he was practically alone and did not understand whose doing it was. The game did not mention that monsters other than goblins could appear here, and most likely it couldn't have been a monster. But who was this killer? The man looked around in horror and fear, not understanding what was happening. Wu Jin reached the camp of the players who had decided to spend the night in the shelter. No one paid any attention to him because everyone was in a terrible mood. Soon, Wu Jin understood the reason for this mood. There were a huge number of fresh graves nearby. Who would have thought that so many people would die on the first day? Something was clearly wrong. Even though the soldiers gathered here were well trained for battle, it was obvious that the battle between the guilds had already begun. Players from different guilds taunted each other, calling each other weaklings. They said that the Lion Guild had suffered the most losses. One of the squads went into the forest to look for items, but disappeared. It was unclear what had happened to the people until the end, because their bodies were mutilated. Orcs, after all, eat people. The mood among the players was extremely pessimistic. They no longer believed that they would clear the dungeon and were not even sure that they would survive. Everyone was disturbed by the strangeness of what was happening. Of course, in such games, there are casualties and fatal injuries. Human life is worthless here. It's clear that the dungeon is dangerous, but the chances of so many groups being destroyed in one day are extremely slim. This meant that something else was going on, and Wu Jin's plan could fail if the soldiers weakened and abandoned the mission. The next morning arrived, and it began not with coffee, but with the rumbling of the earth caused by the stomping of hundreds of goblin feet. Huge hordes of monsters poured onto the battlefield in front of the players, who watched the approaching enemies in horror. The orc leader shouted the call to attack, and the battle began. By this time, Wu Jin had already left the camp and guessed from the sounds that the players had begun the second day of battle with the orcs. He checked his inventory and devised a plan for a new attack on the orc warrior, intending to deliver a fatal blow while the skeleton warrior served as bait. The orc ruler, completely calm and confident, sat on his throne, not expecting an attack and feeling his own strength. His confidence amused Wu Jin a little. He understood that the monster was not expecting anything new in their upcoming battle. The goblin activated the orc warrior's fang and prepared for battle. The monster leaped upward, hoping to crush the player. At that moment, he felt arrows pierce his back. They were fired by skeleton warriors, whose task today was to distract the goblin. The monster immediately rushed at them, leaving Wu Jin alone. This was exactly what the guy wanted. He jumped up, hoping to fall unexpectedly on the orc warrior. So far, everything was going according to plan. The skeletons were shooting arrows at the goblin, and all his attention was focused on them. Wujin flipped in the air and began to fall on the goblin from behind to take advantage of the element of surprise. As planned, the guy fell from a height and cut the rope on which the orc's fang hung with his sword. The fang itself broke off the monster's neck and was caught by the hand of the brave and cunning player. The young man immediately strengthened his characteristics, for he had received the fang of the Lord of the Orcs. The orc warrior's attack power began to decrease, and his defensive abilities weakened. Therefore, the arrows that the skeletons continued to shoot no longer pierced the goblin's tough skin. Soon, the monster's blood was poisoned with a toxin, and it began to weaken. The Orc Lord's fang carried the power of the orc and added stamina to the player, as well as increasing attack power and physical defense. After that, Eugen planned to cut off the orc warrior's head, but for that he needed a new weapon. The goblin leader was so weakened by the toxins that he could no longer stand, and the skeleton warriors calmly finished him off. Summoning its last ounce of strength, the monster rose in hopes of killing its opponent, but then Wu Jin approached it. The young man jumped at the monster and cut off its arm along with its axe with his saber. In the next moment, the huge weapon was in the player's hands. The skeleton warrior picked up the axe and rushed at the goblin, as it was the perfect weapon to chop off its head. The battle with the orcs continued in the forest when suddenly something caught the attention of the scout player. It was not the usual cry that orcs make. The scout rushed to assess the situation, to see who was fighting the goblin and to report it to the guild as quickly as possible. He ran to the source of the noise and froze on a rock, stunned by what he saw. An unprecedented scene unfolded before his eyes. 2 skeleton warriors and 1 player were finishing off the orc ruler. There was no sign of other players around, which meant that the unfamiliar guy was fighting the orc champion alone. This had to be reported to the guild immediately, and the scout rushed off, abandoning all caution. He was running fast, not noticing anything around him, when suddenly an arrow pierced his back. The scout stopped, not understanding what had happened and not knowing who had attacked him. Probably a player spotted him and shot him so that the scout wouldn't talk about what he had seen. But suddenly some creature, a human or a player, appeared behind the wounded scout. The stranger emitted an ominous glow, and it was clear that he was not quite human, but rather a skeleton. He belonged to the Skulls Guild. The scout was finished in an instant. The stranger's sword pierced his body. The stranger crossed another player's name off his notebook and said that the only thing better than fighting an orc was killing another player. At that moment, another villain wearing a skull mask reminded him that the trophy had to be shared. It was clear that for these players, killing their colleagues was a common occurrence. He didn't want to kill the guy who was currently fighting the orc ruler. He wasn't on the list, but he still had to be eliminated in order to collect the rewards as soon as the opportunity arose. After the battle, he would be exhausted, and killing him would be as easy as taking candy from a baby. The stranger with lilac hair and a skull mask was probably their boss. He ordered his subordinate to clean up the mess so that none of the players would suspect anything. To do this, he simply had to drag the body of the slain scout to the orcs, who would eat the unfortunate man and destroy all traces. This conversation was overheard by Wu Jin, who had crept close enough to see everything with his own eyes. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, they counted the dead goblins and buried their fallen comrades. The players boasted about the number of orcs they had destroyed and planned to deal with the dungeon in no time. But the leader did not want to overexert himself and decided to retreat to the rear after this battle. By tomorrow, all the players would begin preparing to attack the orc champion, and the leader wanted to start preparing for the decisive battle in advance, while the others were busy fighting the ordinary orcs. Suddenly, a sound announced changes in the game. All the players froze in place, listening to the message. It became known that the orc champion had been defeated. Everyone was puzzled, not understanding how this could have happened and who had done it, since the main groups of each guild were still fighting the orcs. Meanwhile, Wu Jin and the skeleton warriors had finished off the orc ruler and received bonuses from the game. His level increased, and as a reward, he received a mysterious catalog. This catalog contained the power of Osiris and could store information about 5 living dead people. It was a kind of repository into which memories could be uploaded, and it also enhanced the abilities of those who were placed there. The young man decided to test the catalog as soon as possible. He activated it, and new information and skills from the game itself began to be uploaded. This turned out to be unexpected. Now the player could summon skeletons immediately upon entering the dungeon, without having to strike the monsters himself. With this book, the main drawback of the skeleton summoning skill disappeared, which was a welcome development. Meanwhile, the players were still trying to figure out who had defeated the orc warrior and rushed to find the lucky one. The leader wanted to see for himself what had happened so that he could come up with an explanation for Park Yun-won when he got out of the game. The other players also realized that the only thing scarier than the Orc Warrior was Park Yun-won's wrath. The representatives of the Skull Guild were upset that the Orc Champion had been defeated so quickly. It was decided to leave the guy who killed the Orc Champion alone for now and get rid of the other targets. The players began to search for one of their own who was keeping order, but he had also disappeared. If the identities of the Skull Guild members were revealed, the higher powers would be furious. This could not be allowed to happen at any cost. In the worst case, they would have to commit suicide to avoid being exposed. At that moment, a newcomer rushed towards them, followed by skeleton warriors. The group members realized that they could be exposed, and panic broke out among them. They didn't know what to do. The leader realized that the unfamiliar guy had attacked them. If the battle continued, it would attract the attention of the other guilds, and that was extremely disadvantageous for the Skulls. It was clear they had to get rid of this guy and destroy all traces. The leader thought for a split second, but when he turned to his comrades, he saw a horrific scene. Almost all of the group members had been destroyed by skeleton warriors, and in place of the newcomer who had been among them was Wu Jin. He understood whose fault it was that only half of the people had survived in the past. There was no information in the newcomer's memories related to the Messiah Guild. Wu Jin managed to discover a connection between the Skull Guild and the Messiah Guild. He put on the clothes of one of the Skull players, sneaked into their camp, and destroyed them from within. The skeletons kept the ordinary guild members under control, while Wu Jin got the leader himself. Wu Jin realized that all the guys from his memories had gathered here. One of the players began to beg for mercy, but skeletons were incapable of sympathy. Wu Jin approached the leader, who already understood that the guy would kill without hesitation. That meant he had done it before. The leader also realized that if he got out of there alive, he would only be a hindrance to the leader. The only option that could satisfy everyone in this situation was suicide. The leader grabbed a sword and stabbed himself, thus proving that he possessed important information. Wu Jin activated the Eye of Anubis, and all of the dead man's memories became available to him. In Japan, there were discussions about Lee Si-jun from the Messiah Guild cooperating with other forces to lay the foundation for influence. Sun Chan was sent to Korea to become a member of the Skull Guild. The plan was to seize Japan's dungeons and rare artifacts to create an empire even more powerful than before. They were going to call it the Yamato State. Sun Chan was introduced to the people who were to help him on this path. They were representatives of the Japanese elite, ready to contribute to the founding of the new nation of Yamato. And these people turned out to be old acquaintances of Wu Jin. Sun Chan was delighted to meet Master Archer and Master Swordsman in person. They said that one guy needed to be eliminated as soon as the A+ level dungeon opened. His name was Su Wang, a Korean dungeon broker who stood in the way of Japanese intermediaries. Wu Jin continued to look through the dead man's memories, amazed that the reason for all the murders was simple vanity. Among the traitors were Master Swordsman and Master Archer. In his past life, Wu Jin had conquered many dungeons together with them. They always moved forward to save the world, and the young man once wanted to be like them. They were not only his mentors, but also his moral support. Dear comrades whom he could trust with his life. But now it was clear, they were no different from Lee Si-jun. This time, he would not let them carry out their plan. The guy realized that the next target would be Oh Se-chan, the dungeon broker. Apparently, he was talented if the Japanese decided to get rid of him, and Lee Se-jun would benefit from it. As long as Oh Se-chan was on the blacklist, attempts to eliminate him would not stop. Perhaps Wu Jin should find a way to weaken the group. He himself also needs a reliable broker who can find dungeons, so the situation was mutually beneficial. Those who were waiting for the game to end were sitting in a car near the game pavilions. As soon as the players cleared the dungeon, chaos would ensue. Journalists would conduct interviews and the players themselves would fight each other for trophies. Except for the Messiah Guild, everyone else would try to get at least one rare item. But until anything started, it was worth taking a little rest. At that moment, his interlocutor's jaw slowly dropped. Suddenly, the portal gates began to open. A single player emerged from it, wounded but alive. It was Kim Wu Jin. Reporters, ambulances, and guild representatives stood around the area. However, only one person returned from the battlefield. The next day, all the international news agencies were full of headlines saying that all the members of the Skull Guild had been killed and that the identity of the Orc Champion remained unknown. The dungeon reward disappeared, and quarrels and fights broke out between guild members. Park Yun-won was furious. He couldn't understand how no one could find the player who had defeated the orc champion. His subordinates, who had completely failed the mission, apologized to their boss, assuring him that they had done everything possible. They promised that this would never happen again, but it was unclear how they were going to make up for the lost time and money. After all, this was not a charity business where you could give endless chances. The boss demanded that they return 5 times as much within a week. That was the only chance he was giving them. Left alone with his secretary, Yun Wang asked where they could meet the winning player, Wu Jin. It turned out that the young man had been injured in the dungeon and was now being treated in the hospital. The guy said he wasn't hurt by a monster, which meant he was attacked by members of another guild. The secretary believed that the truth could be hidden over time, so it would be better to hear everything directly from the player himself. It was decided to go to the hospital immediately to talk to Wu Jin in person. Many important guests gathered at the hospital where the young man was being treated at the time. Another representative of the guild had already visited him, but it turned out that Wu Jin didn't remember anything. Park Yun-wan arrived at the hospital hoping to get all the necessary information. He had already included Wu Jin in his team. It was clear that Wu Jin would keep his mouth shut, so he wanted to get him to talk as soon as possible. As Wu Jin had expected, more visitors appeared at the door of the ward. This time, Park Yun-wang himself arrived with his secretary. The young man told his interlocutor about the Skull Guild, which was completely unknown to the visitor. The player said that he had seen the members of the Skull Guild kill the orc champion, but soon they themselves were destroyed, and their items were stolen by representatives of another group who used the stealth skill. The boss said he knew about this skill. It allows the user to become completely invisible. Now it was clear that the guy's target was the orc champion. The young man understood that if it weren't for the poison blood skill, he would have died on the spot, because the one who attacked him was exposed to the blood he had spilled. It turned out that Wu Jin was really lucky and the only witness to the incident, but he had to be super careful. Park Yun-wang was furious because he had suffered serious financial losses due to the guys from Skull. He needed to gather more information about them in order to reduce his losses. Fortunately, Kim Wu Jin provided enough useful information, and the boss demanded to know the price. He thought the young man was spying on other players, but in fact he had his own plan. Then Wu Jin said he was looking for a man named Osa-chan, a broker he couldn't find because he was a novice himself. Park Yun-wang promised to help the young man because Wu Jin had given him important information. The boss said he would introduce him to the broker. True, the broker chooses his own clients, but according to Park, he is an excellent professional. After that, he reminded Wu Jin to keep everything secret. Otherwise, his life would be in danger. So far, everything was going according to plan. Wu Jin was fine with Park Yun-wang not trusting him completely. However, it was obvious that the boss did not know about the connection between the Messiah and Skull Guilds. As soon as he started digging deeper, he would become their target. No one knew that the young man had injured himself. While Lee Se-jun and Park Yun-wang were nervous, he could calmly focus on strengthening his abilities. Skull Guild was quite large, but it had no sponsors. This meant that they made money by selling items abroad. They needed to study the black markets outside of Korea and meet with merchants who did business with the Skull League. However, Park Yun-wang understood that these merchants were just as much gangsters as he was. The next day, Wu Jin was discharged from the hospital. Soon, the phone call he had been eagerly awaiting came. The young man asked broker Se-chan to find more dungeons for him, but Se-chan wanted to see his skills first. Wu Jin sent him a message with a list of his stats. This message ended up on Hyunen's phone, which meant that he was the broker, Se-chan. The blonde man was surprised that the broker was starting to work with someone again. Maybe this newcomer would also try to kill him. Hyunen remained completely calm. He considered such guys useless. And the fact that someone works for Park Yun-won doesn't mean anything. In any case, this stranger was useless until he passed the test. Even if he tried to kill the broker, it wouldn't be now. He didn't have the necessary skills. After all, if he were really that strong, all the dungeons would have been conquered long ago, and the game would be over. "We need guys like that," said the broker, throwing the phone into a box where dozens of similar devices already lay. The blonde man noticed that he was that very guy, but Hyunen didn't take it seriously. The young man wasn't even capable of clearing a dungeon on his own yet. The broker said he had sent the newbie to the Kobold dungeon. Now they would watch to see what happened, although perhaps it was too risky. He added that he wasn't forcing anyone to do anything. The guy could give up if he wanted to. Wu Jin drove his car to a huge crater in the ground, in the center of which a glow flickered. The young man knew that the test would not be easy, because no one had yet managed to earn anything in the Kobold dungeon. However, difficulties only arise for those players who do not know how to defeat the kobolds. At that moment, someone was watching the young man. It was Se-chan's secretary. She saw Wu Jin approach the dungeon. This information greatly surprised her boss. He realized that the young man was serious and immediately set about the task. It turned out that the young man had not brought anything special with him. Perhaps he was crazy, or just too confident. But if this confidence was not feigned, then an interesting collaboration awaited them. The situation surrounding the Messiah Guild was discussed at a closed meeting. Guild representative Kim Ji-hoon said that there was no need to be upset that the boys had returned empty-handed, as the losses were not that great. These words provoked a burst of anger in his interlocutor. After all, 5 of his students had died. It was obvious that Lee Si-jun knew about the connections with the Skull Guild, so he proposed a new task related to the A+ level dungeon. Of course, no one could predict what would happen in the dungeon, but it seemed that the guild members had been wiped out along with the orcs. This could not be ignored, and Kim Ji-hoon apologized for his inappropriate remarks. He asked for more time to investigate, but Archer and Swordsman said they were already on the case. They offered their conversation partner a drink. After all, they were allies. No matter how deeply offended they were, a glass of sake could fix anything when disagreements arose between comrades. Ji-hoon held the filled glass of sake with horror, realizing that the poison could stop his heart at any moment. Kim Ji-hoon cursed himself for underestimating Master Archer and Master Swordsman. He had to quickly come up with a new plan. The Master Archer and the Master Swordsman left the meeting, leaving their frightened interlocutor behind. Everything turned out as they had expected. The guys on the hit list were not involved in this case, which meant that the crime had been committed by someone else. And if this enemy was not on the list of killers, then most likely he belonged to a faction that the Archer and the Swordsman did not yet know about. Their immediate plans involved the Phoenix. Not far from the Kobold dungeon, 2 managers watched a player who had gone there alone. Of course, all players are crazy, and this guy would soon die. So they had to stay put. The game was coming to an end. The gate could open at any moment, and it seemed that this moment had come much sooner than the managers had expected. The managers expected the nasty kobold spirits to crawl out of the dungeon, but it turned out that it had already been cleared. They couldn't believe their eyes because it was impossible to get through this dungeon even with a whole crowd. And the player who did it alone was driving away in a yellow car at that very moment. Broker Se-chan yelled at the employees who had let the player get away. The secretary said there was no need to worry so much. If this player was with Jin, he would show up soon because he wanted to work with the broker. Secretary Lee was as cool-headed as ever, even when the broker first met her. At that moment, the player returned from the store. He had bought a lot of food because he had to wait a long time for the results of the Kobold dungeon cleanup. But to everyone's surprise, the dungeon had already been cleared by a player named Kim at Jin's. When the young man finished the mission, there was a radio on the hood of his car. He took it with him, still not knowing whether the broker was going to make a deal with him. Kim Ji-hoon was very upset. He was afraid to meet the master in such a state. At that very moment, Park Yun-wang was meeting with a stranger in a cafe. He wanted to deal with the matter quietly and without unnecessary fuss as usual. He told the man that he would need to protect one person. The task was for the stranger and his assistants to prevent this person from dying and help him escape. 2 men were watching their conversation. They believed that Park Yun-wang was very influential, but it was unlikely that he knew anything about the Skull Guild. Under the guise of his business, he said he wanted to know more about the Skull Guild, but he also mentioned something else that was very strange. He realized that his interlocutor was more cautious than usual and told him one detail. He knew a secret about the guys from the Skull Guild who died in the A+ level dungeon. Kim Ji-hoon did not expect Yang Won to know this information. If it was true, then Ji-hoon's problems would only increase. He asked who Park Young-won had met with today. It turned out to be John Hoon-young, a mercenary who didn't belong to any guild and would take on any job for money. Ji-hoon thanked his interlocutor for providing information to the Messiah Guild and then went to talk to the mercenary. He got straight to the point and said he had an offer for Jung. This offer was related to the Messiah Guild and could bring the mercenary a considerable profit. Secretary Kim reported the news to her boss, but it was clear that his attention was focused on something else. Park Yun-wang believed that the Skull Guild should take action, as he had already caused enough of a stir. Now it was time to set the stage for the main character, Kim Yoo-jin. Ji-hoon continued to analyze the situation, trying to predict what was being planned. John Hoon-young believed that they might have to protect a very important person, since 5 people had already been assigned to the case, and everyone was talking about one thing: a guy named Kim Woo-jin. Ji-hoon noticed that his name was also on the list of A+ dungeon participants. It couldn't be that he was going to take on the Skull Guild alone. It all looked like an obvious trap. Finally, the radio crackled, and the young man was able to talk to his employer. He was told that he had passed the test, although it was unclear how he was hiding his skills. The young man replied that he had not intended to show his skills, but the broker had simply forced him to do so. Then the conversation turned to business. The broker said he had left a list of dungeons in a locker at the station. The young man could look it over and call if he chose something. The young man replied that he would call in a few days because he had more important things to do at the moment. The broker was speechless at such insolence, but decided to wait and see how events would unfold. At that time, Jin was meeting with Park Yun-won. The latter outlined his plan, which turned out to be extremely dangerous for the young man, as he was to become bait. The boss confirmed that this was indeed the case, as there were various rumors about the guys from the Skull Guild. But there was nothing to fear, because Park Yun-won had specially hired experienced fighters for the young man, with whom he could enter the dungeon. Woo-jin continued to have doubts, insisting that his life was at stake, and he did not understand why he had to act this way. He admitted that he owed these people several debts. The young man demanded a raise, and a satisfied Park Yun-wang decided that he had the guy on the hook. Secretary Kim announced that the boss had another surprise in store for the young man. If he became stronger, his survival rating would increase. The secretary handed him a skill page. The young man understood that Park Yun-wang had been a traitor in his past life, and now his interest had probably changed little. Jin was very interested in what skill he had received as a gift, and the result pleasantly surprised him. The team of players came to another dungeon because they urgently needed to earn money to pay back their debt. The guys didn't like it, but they had no choice. Park Yun-won left them there. It wasn't their fault that the guys from the Skull Guild had been killed, and they didn't even know who had done it. They were tired of wandering around this dungeon. They needed to kill monsters and earn money. Someone was quietly watching the group, hiding behind a rock. The stranger's face was covered with a Skull Guild mask. Late at night, under the bridge on the riverbank, a secret meeting took place. The mercenary came to discuss the details. According to the agreement, he only had to deliver Kim to Jin. Park Yun-wang called the mercenary, and it immediately became clear that the meeting would not be with the person he expected. The gangsters were given a suitcase of money for this job, but John Hoon-young demanded more because they could lose an important client. Ji-hoon confirmed that if it was about money, he would add more after the job was done and help find a new client. But the mercenary made a counteroffer. Instead of increasing the payment and finding a new client, he wanted to make a deal with the Messiah Guild. However, Ji-hoon replied that he couldn't help with that because he was currently paying for a personal request unrelated to the guild. The bandits said goodbye, and the mercenary Jung Hoon-young told his comrades that they had struck gold and would be rich once the job was done. In reality, he didn't care what happened to the others. He just wanted to take advantage of the situation and enjoy life after getting the money. The next dungeon was cleared by the players. They belonged to the Skull Guild and came out of the game safe and sound. The Phoenix Guild managers ran up to them, trying to find out where their players were. But it turned out that they belonged to Park Yun-won's faction. No one ever found out what happened to the members of the Phoenix Guild. The managers needed at least some information to pass on to the families of the deceased. One of the players said that the bodies had been torn apart beyond recognition. The manager didn't take it seriously, deciding that all the players were just idiots. The players from the Skull Guild remembered the master's words, to be careful and not make any noise. Matsumoto reported to someone and asked what the next task would be. Ji-hoon gave the order to prepare for a trip to the dungeon immediately after sunset. He emphasized that this opportunity should not be missed and that everyone should obey. It was a difficult mission at dungeon level 2, hunting a lizard warrior. Park Yun-won thought about how successfully he was using the Skull Guild and how this might help him reach the international level. Even if things didn't go according to plan and Kim Yoo-jin died, he would still have important information about the Skull Guild. The players gradually gathered at the game site. Kim Woo-jin joined them. They welcomed him and suggested that he not stand aside but stick with the rest of them. Jung Hoon-young stood in front of him. He suggested doing everything possible in the dungeon to clear it quickly. Soon another team of participants arrived to play with them. The young man recognized the guys from the Skull Guild among them. He preferred to go to the restroom so as not to cross paths with them. When he came out, a new acquaintance approached him and said they needed to talk. It turned out that the man had to accompany Jin at the request of Park Yeon-won. Only he knew about this. The other members of the group were not aware of it. The mercenary warned that they should not be seen together inside the dungeon, but they would be nearby. In addition, an ambush might be waiting on the second level. They couldn't kill each other from the start. Otherwise, it would be difficult to clear the dungeon. The guy just had to trust him and not panic. Soon, all the players were inside the dungeon. The warning system reported that a goblin hiding nearby had to be eliminated to avoid encounters with large groups of monsters. This level resembled an exploration level. The mercenary announced that the clearing conditions were not too difficult and suggested splitting up to move one by one. He also assigned one player as a dinner partner so that the other would not be lonely. After that, he ordered everyone to disperse, quickly find the goblin, kill it, and move on to the second level. The players began to scatter in different directions. It was obvious that the real battle awaited them on the second level. Among the players of the Skull Guild was Kim Ji-hoon himself, who did not trust his mercenaries at all. He simply planned to get rid of Jong Hoon-young and his men as soon as everything was over. Jin-yuk, who was tasked with watching Kim Ji-hoon, managed to lose sight of the young man. Judging by the smell of blood, they had come to the right place, but Kim Woo-jin was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, everyone saw the body of a monster lying in a pool of blood. But something was wrong. Nearby, the men noticed two dead bodies of players. They were Kim Woo-jin and his companion. One of the players rushed to the body to restore his health. It turned out that the player's neck was damaged, and it was impossible to stop the bleeding. Looking at the body of the dead young man, the villain realized that he had to bring Jin back to life at all costs. After all, he had to deliver him to the customer. But the doctor couldn't restore Jin's health because his comrade was dying in his arms from blood loss. It was unclear what had happened. The guys couldn't have fought each other because they were on the same side. All this clearly had something to do with the Messiah Guild, and they had to remain cautious. Jong Hoon-young realized that Ji-hoon was going to kill them too. The doctor continued to try to restore Jin-wook's energy, but he was dying, bleeding to death. At that moment, a huge and terrifying skeleton warrior rose above the doctor's body. It rushed to attack the players. Kim Min-sik died in that instant. The mercenary realized that their opponents had wounded Jin-wook to get to the doctor. They had deliberately gotten rid of him. Then he realized that Kim Ji-hoon had deceived them, and that he should have guessed this earlier. After all, the request had been suspicious from the start. Huge skeleton warriors attacked the group of mercenaries from all sides. Kim Ji-hoon hoped to hold out and conserve his energy. One of the fighters, nicknamed Strongman, said he loved killing all kinds of creatures despite their numerical superiority. It turned out that before the game, he had used a very strong cologne, and many monsters were extremely sensitive to smells. Another wave of monsters appeared on the field. Zdorevyak dealt with them swiftly. He was an experienced player. He killed the creatures by grabbing them by the jaws and slamming them together with force. He did it quickly and efficiently, replenishing his points and not stopping for a second. At that moment, in another part of the dungeon, the mercenary Jong Hoon-young was bleeding to death. Kim Woo-jin stood above him, unharmed. The young man said that he was no longer surprised to meet players who used their power only for profit. The mercenary's greed had crossed all boundaries. After all, the mercenary himself claimed that the value of each person is measured differently. A conversation in the bar the day before came to mind when the mercenary asked what was so special about this guy Kim at Gina's, if both Yeon Wang and Kim Ji-hoon were interested in him. At that time, the mercenary said that this time he would not follow through with his hobby, he would not kill the client. But that was not a problem, because he would always have new orders. The villains enthusiastically discussed the murders of ordinary people for which they had previously been paid. They liked to get as many such orders as possible rather than clearing out dungeons. But unfortunately, not all people's lives are equal. Everything has its price. This conversation in the bar was overheard by Jin, unnoticed by anyone. And now the young man stood before the dying mercenary and wanted to know how much his life was worth. The guy swung his sword and cut the mercenary in two. Kim soon found the goblin. It was hiding in the same place as in his previous life. Now he had to destroy it to open the passage to the second level of the dungeon. He moved forward and the goblin was finished. Information came in. The first level of the dungeon had been cleared. The guys from the Skull Guild didn't even notice how it happened. Kim was waiting for a signal from the mercenary, but it never came. Matsumoto understood from his boss's reaction that things were not going according to plan. The first level had been cleared too quickly, which meant that the players had moved on to the second level and were probably preparing an ambush. This was obvious, and the guys from Skull rushed to the second level. Kim Woo-jin was standing in front of the portal at that moment, waiting to cross over. He touched the door with his hand, and the gates to the second level of the dungeon swung open. Meanwhile, in the office, Kim's secretary reported that the young man had purchased a flask for collecting liquid. The purchase seemed strange before going to the dungeon. Everyone knew that the blood, skin, and fluids of monsters were sold at high prices, but there were no valuable trophies in this dungeon. Therefore, the decision to buy a flask seemed illogical, which meant that Kim and Jin had some kind of special plan. Soon, the players of the Skull Guild approached the entrance to the second level. They didn't know what had happened to the others and assumed that they had set up an ambush. The guys cautiously entered the room. Inside, there was a deathly silence, and only a huge glowing eye silently watched them. Matsumoto expected an attack immediately, but everything remained quiet. The big guy assumed that the players were just hiding out of fear. Suddenly, arrows soaked in toxic blood rained down on them from all sides. The players managed to fend off the arrows, but soon realized that this was only a prelude to the real surprise. The arrows shattered on the stone floor because they had vials of blood attached to them, and the blood spilled onto the floor. The players from Skull couldn't understand what the joke was, because now they could be attacked with absolute ease, and they were simply covered in some kind of stinking blood. Kim Woo-jin watched all this from behind a rock. He realized that his rivals did not know about the fate of the mercenary and the other bandits. The guy said he knew about the Skull Guild's plans to kill the mercenary Jeon Hyun and his guys after the mission. He also addressed Kim Jae-hoon from the Mission Guild directly, saying that he did not expect to meet him here, especially among the guys from the Skull Guild. However, at that moment, all conversation was interrupted because a monster from the second-level dungeon appeared in front of the players. This lizard crept up on the players through the water, jumped out, and devoured one of them, swallowing him whole. The other players recoiled in horror, not even having time to react properly. It turned out that the blood spilled by the arrows belonged to a goblin, and goblins are the favorite snack of lizard warriors, so now the Skull players had become his favorite meal. Matsumoto, in a rage, rushed at Kim Woo-jin, leaving his comrades to deal with the lizard. First and foremost, he wanted to take revenge on the insolent Woo-jin. The players drew their swords from their sheaths, and the young man saw that Matsumoto was holding a master sword. It turned out that Matsumoto was not just a gambler, but a student of a master swordsmith. Meanwhile, Kim Jae-hoon was worried about the mercenary and his men. The four of them would have no trouble clearing this dungeon, but Kim Jae-hoon did not participate in the battle. He continued to wait for the mercenary Jeon Hyun and his guys, and was afraid that when he appeared, they would not be ready. As it happened, only one player was fighting the lizard warrior. Woo-jin continued to fight Matsumoto, amazed that such bandits had become disciples of the swordsman. The young man realized that he was able to provoke his opponent by insulting him, but he also felt that the player was experienced and would be difficult to defeat in battle. After another series of mutual blows, Woo-jin bit his tongue and spat blood. His spit hit his opponent's eyes. Matsumoto was enraged that someone dared to spit blood in his face. But it turned out that the young man possessed hemotoxin, and now Matsumoto was poisoned, his endurance was decreasing, and a long fight was disadvantageous for Matsumoto. He had to deal with the guy right now. Matsumoto activated his abilities and prepared to attack. Woo-jin thought that perhaps he was facing an attack skill that was only available to those chosen by the Nimbus. Matsumoto strained with his last ounce of strength before another lunge, the poison continuing to poison his body. He activated the skill, Executioner of Holy Light, Blade of Destruction, but he had almost no strength left to hold the sword. Matsumoto understood that he had to bring the young man back alive. He did not understand how his opponent had dodged the Blade of Destruction. With his next attack, Woo-jin used a technique he had been taught in his previous life. This technique had been practiced on straw dummies. Matsumoto remembered the day when he had successfully mastered the technique during his training, but his teacher had said that using it was very energy-intensive, and if any of his opponents survived, that person would bring death to Matsumoto. Gradually, all the gangsters from the Skull Gang were killed, leaving only Kim Jae-hoon. He offered Woo-jin a truce, but Kim Woo-jin refused, saying that he would clear the dungeon faster on his own. Jae-hoon rushed away because he knew that only escape could save him. Suddenly, he looked back and saw the skeleton warriors dealing with the lizard. He never thought that a skeleton soldier could move like that, almost like a high-level player. Not only that, but there was not just one skeleton soldier, but 5. It turned out that Kim Woo-jin was very strong. This meant that he had gotten rid of Jeon Hyun's team, which explained why they hadn't shown up yet. Analyzing everything that had happened, Jae-hoon quietly ran away, while the skeletons continued to fight the lizard. Now finally, the whole picture became clear, and Jae-hoon just needed to get out of there and report on it. But at that moment, a lizard warrior rushed after him. The skeletons had already wounded the lizard with poisoned swords. He was gradually losing strength and endurance, and at some point, he fell with all his might. Jae-hoon realized that the skeletons had defeated the lizard. It was unbelievable. However, the monster managed to muster its last strength for a final attack. Ignoring the skeleton warriors, the lizard rushed after Jae-hoon. The player fled, not understanding why the lizard was chasing him and why the skeleton soldier seemed invisible. Woo-jin understood that Jae-hoon was not in control of the situation and did not understand what was happening. But he wasn't going to waste his energy and time explaining the reality to Jae-hoon. Kim Woo-jin remembered how mud had been used during previous dungeon clearings. It had to be applied to their bodies. It turns out that lizard warriors don't have very good eyesight, and by covering themselves with clay and mud, the warriors tried to camouflage themselves. Although in reality, it wasn't because of the lizard's poor eyesight, but because it was only hunting one player this time. He couldn't run away forever and didn't know why the lizard was only targeting him, why Kim Woo-jin wasn't participating in the battle with the lizard. As soon as danger arose, the skeleton warriors immediately defended their master. In addition, the skeleton soldier blocked the path not only to the lizard, but also to other players. Jae-hoon saw another skeleton. In the next moment, a sword strike cut him down. Jae-hoon couldn't believe what was happening, but it looked like he was covered in blood. The lizard was approaching, and Jae-hoon was unable to move and escape from the monster once again. He continued to curse and moan about his sore leg, realizing that death was close at hand and that he could not expect any help from Woo-jin. Suddenly, there was a loud crash, and the lizard fell dead a few meters away from the terrified Jae-hoon. Hope lit up the player's face again. He saw the skeleton warriors stab the lizard and thought that he might be able to leave this dungeon after all. Kim Woo-jin thanked Jae-hoon for distracting the lizard warrior, but it was time to wrap things up. Jae-hoon guessed that it was time to pay up and began offering the young man money and all kinds of bonuses in exchange for help getting out of the dungeon. Woo-jin said that it would be better to ask someone else for help. There didn't seem to be anyone else in the dungeon. But it turned out that the lizard was still alive, and Woo-jin decided to explain to the player why the monster was only chasing him. The thing is, the monster's eyes work like heat sensors, and the beast has no interest in the bodies of cold skeletons. But it is still capable of devouring a warm creature before it dies. For a day, all the headlines in the media were about the tailed lizard, the monster of the dungeon. The news reported that the Phoenix Guild refused to enter such a dungeon. This was very unfortunate because Park Yeon-won was planning to conquer the 6th-level dungeon. As the secretary had predicted, public opinion of the Phoenix Guild was terrible. Park Yeon-won had no intention of listening to weaklings and continued to focus solely on his goal. Suddenly, the news was interrupted by an official statement from the Messiah Guild, which was postponing its entry into the dungeon. They were going to take a break to prepare for further conquests of difficult dungeons in the future. The broker also noticed that even the Messiah Guild had postponed entering the dungeon. The player said that it was probably not for nothing that this lizard was called the Snake of Death. In addition, no player had ever returned alive from hunting this monster. Such a dangerous monster has appeared in the country, and there is no information about it, so it is understandable that people will be afraid and try to avoid encountering it. The population accepted the decision of the Messiah Guild without question. They trust their opinion and do not try to oppose it. If all the guilds postpone their entry, only the fearless will be able to gather together to clear the dungeon. The broker did not let go of the phone and asked, "What if someone manages to defeat this lizard right now?" It was clear that these people would become very rich and famous, and they would not have to share their earnings with the guild. The broker was sure that the guilds were deliberately trying to buy more time so they could quietly collect the unclaimed items from the dungeons. When these guys defeated the tailed lizard, they would gain both fame and fortune, and that was exactly what Kim Woo-jin was getting at the moment. His skill rank increased, as did the level and rank of his poison blood skill. It ended faster than he expected, thanks to the fact that skeleton soldiers do not have body temperature. But now that Kim Woo-jin had gotten involved with the guys from the Messiah Guild, it would be difficult for him to move freely through the dungeons. The young man took a unique item, a sword created by a master swordsmith. It was an excellent choice and had excellent skills and effects. Woo-jin gave the sword to the skeleton soldier to use in future missions. Then the young man approached Matsumoto's body, activated the Eye of Anubis, and decided to look into the dead man's past. After completing all the tasks and gathering everything necessary, the signal was given to completely clear the dungeon. A lone manager ran out to meet Ujin, asking about the fate of the other players. The guy said that everyone had been killed and that he couldn't give any details. In the report, he advised simply writing that the lizard warrior was stronger than the players had expected. After that, Kim Woo-jin went into the trailer to rest and report on the completed task by phone. He said that everything was exactly as Park Yeon-won had predicted. One of the guys was aiming with a unique sword belonging to a master swordsmith. As is well known, the master is an important member of the Messiah Guild, as well as the head of the Yakamoto faction. Other than that, nothing else was discovered. However, the young man was able to obtain more information. If he figured it out, he would contact the subscriber later. When the young man left the room, a recording camera glowed red in the darkness on the TV. From the dead man's memories, he learned that the camera had been deliberately installed behind the TV to record interactions with the person the guild was watching. Matsumoto said nothing about this, realizing that he was not the target. And now Ujin had set a trap for the guys from Skull, who would suspect Park Yeon-won of everything. At that moment, Park Yeon-won himself called and asked if the young man had anything for him. Kim Woo-jin said he hadn't found anything else because he was busy trying to survive, but he knew where the leader of the Skulls was. They agreed to meet the next day to discuss the details. After that, Woo-jin went to the train station to the storage locker that the broker had told him about. The guy hoped that the list of dungeons would include decent places where he could earn good money. Sitting in his car, he spent the whole night with the list, studying all the proposed dungeons in detail. They were of a very high and decent level. It was clear why the Messiah Guild wanted to get rid of the broker. The contents of the folders were high quality and excellent. Where the Messiah Guild got the dungeons from? Now it was clear why the broker had become their target. He came across a long-desired trophy, an albino lizard egg. The guy had long dreamed of getting it, but did not expect the broker to have this dungeon as well. There wasn't much information about this egg. Even Ujin didn't know what was inside the egg, so he thought it necessary to seize the opportunity. The only one who knew about the egg was Lee Si-jun, his enemy. Perhaps with the help of this trophy, the guy would be able to get closer to him. Using his radio, he immediately contacted broker Si-chan. The broker answered the call right away and said that the time had finally come for their first deal. The next day, Ujin went to Park Yeon-won to tell him the details of the dungeon run. It turned out that the guys from the Skull Guild and the mercenary group had died fighting each other. He also said that one of the members of the Skull Guild was significantly stronger than the others. Judging by their sword skills and equipment, they were connected to Japan. Park Yeon-won guessed that some guilds also had a lot of influence in Japan. Once the 6th level dungeon was cleared, Park Yeon-won would take on the Japanese direction. All the newspapers were full of articles about his plans to clear the 6th level dungeons. He warned the young man that the guilds would now be watching him because he was the only survivor from the dungeon. He advised the young man to refrain from acting on his own and told him that the agreed-upon money had already been transferred to Ujin's bank account. After that, they said goodbye, each remaining firm in their opinion. Ujin knew that Park Yeon-won would soon have problems with the Skull Guild, and now he could safely ignore the warnings and proceed with his plan. Kim Woo-jin was assigned a meeting place in an inconspicuous trailer in the factory area. The preparations had already been completed, and Secretary Lee was there. She doubted whether Kim Woo-jin would accept their terms. But the boss asked her not to worry and to call him if any problems arose. Woo-jin approached the trailer, hoping to meet the broker. He opened the door slightly and heard the secretary asking Mr. Lee China to get ready. He asked not to be called by his full name because it sounded like a woman's name. That name was very familiar to Ujin because there was a Lee Chin-a in the Phoenix Guild. Could it really be that guy? Finally, he opened the door and entered the room, where an unfamiliar guy was sitting at the table, and a female secretary was at the head of the table. She said that since the dungeon Ujin had chosen did not match his level, an examiner would go with him. If he agreed, he would need to sign a contract and ask any questions he had. Ujin recognized the immortal Lee Chin-a, a player who could not be killed. He had once escaped from Ujin twice in his past life. It was difficult to imagine that he would be connected to a broker. The young man was outraged by the fact that he needed an examiner, but it turned out that they had to enter the dungeon together. After that, Ujin began to tease the guy with his name, trying to provoke a quarrel. He was instantly enraged because he had always been quick-tempered. Ujin demanded to speak with the broker. The young man used the radio and expressed his dissatisfaction to the broker. It turned out that the problem was not that the examiner was going with him. Ujin had no intention of protecting another guy during the dungeon raid because it was impossible to know what would happen in the dungeon. Chin-A guessed that Ujin was threatening him, hinting that not everyone would make it out of the dungeons alive. After that, Chin-A joined the conversation, saying that the new client was just a crazy moron. All this greatly angered the broker, and he simply threatened to fire Chin-A. After that, the conversation was over, and the guys went to the dungeon. Once outside, Chin-A told the young man not to even try to deceive him and warned that he would show no mercy to anyone who bared their fangs at him in the dungeon. It was clear that he wasn't lying. Apparently, he had done so in previous situations, so Kim Woo-jin decided that such a partner would be useful to him. Secretary Lee reported to her boss that the boys had left, but she wasn't sure that everything would end well if Mr. Lee didn't return. Then the broker promised that in that case, Kim Woo-jin would not return and would become their personal enemy. The guys went through the portal and found themselves in the dungeon. They received a warning that before moving on to the next floor, they must defeat 111 ferocious wolves. Chin-A immediately declared that he would try his best to ignore Woo-jin because he had happily beaten him up. Then he sat down on a rock, deciding to watch the guy catch all the ferocious wolves on his own. He had no plans to help him until he started begging him to. After that, Chin-A looked at Ujin's abilities and skills and felt sorry for him in this mission. He suggested that he immediately kneel before him, ask for forgiveness and help. Then perhaps he would do something to help his partner survive. Ujin's thoughts were preoccupied with something else. He was trying to understand where Chin-A got his ability to not die. Perhaps he had received the blessing of the river Styx. Only people whose halo was that of a fierce fighter for life received this skill. Even if his head was cut off or his heart torn out, the man remained immortal and simply could not die. He probably thinks he is very lucky to have an immortal body, but if he met Ujin, then everything is not so clear-cut. Ujin activated the skeleton soldier and gave him an assignment. He wanted to make Chin-A feel that it was just his obsession and not a superpower. Soon, ferocious wolves began to appear, which the skeleton soldier dealt with wonderfully. Chin-A understood how Ujin cleared the dungeons alone. It was just a fragile skeleton, but it did a wonderful job. And yet he doesn't just swing his sword, he does it like a high-level player. In addition, as the level increases, so does the number of skeletons that Ujin can summon. It turns out that he is not so simple, and it is dangerous to be his enemy. Chin-A decided to tell the broker about this when he returned from the dungeon. The guy said that he liked everything so far, but he thought that his help would still be useful to Ujin in the future. Suddenly, something began to materialize in the air near Chin-A. A group of skeleton warriors appeared around the player, and they were aggressively hostile towards him. Ujin remembered how Chin-A had recently warned him that he would sit and watch until he was begged. The guy tried to make it seem like it was just a joke. He didn't mean to offend anyone. He was just joking around. The next moment, something happened, and Chin-A said it was his fault. He had said it on purpose. He immediately paid for those words because Ujin threw himself at him, and the guy ended up lying on his back. Ujin praised his opponent for trying to attack the summoner himself instead of the skeletons. It was a good attempt. A bunch of thoughts popped into Chin-A's head. He noticed that Ujin was hiding his skills and moving as if he could see everything in advance. It's not clear why he even went to the broker, because of Se-chan or because of Chin-A. He said he didn't know what Ujin wanted, but he clearly wouldn't get anything out of him because the guy was good at keeping secrets. Ujin said that it certainly didn't seem like it, but it didn't matter at all. The next moment, one of the skeletons put a sword to Chin-A's throat. A few seconds later, he found himself tied up and hanging high in a tree. He screamed and demanded to be released because it was time for him to feed, and he would die of hunger if he wasn't released immediately, which Ujin did without delay. Ujin agreed to give the young man a chance, saying that he had already demonstrated his skills and now it was Chin-A's turn. He suggested that the young man become bait so that the skeleton warriors could easily attack him. In that case, he would let him go. If he refused, he would be hung from the tree again. In the end, Chin-A agreed to be the tank. Soon, another pack of ferocious wolves rushed in, opening their huge mouths in the hope of a good meal. Chin-A began to fight them, realizing that the creatures were becoming more and more numerous. After a few minutes, the player himself was no longer visible because the entire clearing had turned into a blaze swarming with ferocious wolves. At that moment, skeleton warriors entered the game. The 5 of them quickly scattered the crowd, cutting down the ferocious wolves with their swords. Soon, Chinoi emerged from the pile, continuing to kill the ferocious wolves with his bare hands. He was doing very well, continuously killing enemies, and thanks to this, his level immediately increased. Kim Woo-jin noted that the player was not fighting as he had before, but it would not be easy to kill him. And in the future, he would be a nice acquisition. It was already evening, and the battle with the ferocious wolves continued. Another group of beasts surrounded Woo-jin. He tried to ask for a lunch break, saying that he was tired and wanted to rest. When the last ferocious wolf remained, he gave the skeleton the right to kill it. The skeleton did an excellent job, and information came in about the clearing of the first level of the dungeon. Chin-A was impressed with the work of the skeleton warriors, but said that they were unlucky because their master was always looking for trouble. He tried to befriend one of the skeletons, but they ignored him, which upset him greatly. Jin watched the guy and realized that such a powerful man with an immortal body was behaving like some kind of stupid teenager. For example, now he was trying to flirt with a skeleton warrior and asking permission to touch him, but before, he was one of the strongest people imaginable. To use his immortality, he employed a fighting technique that used his bones but not his flesh. It was impossible to get close to him quickly because of this destructive method, but looking at him now, Woo-jin did not see the malice that had previously filled the player. Something had definitely happened to the guy in the past that made him this way. Perhaps someone's death had awakened the human in him. Chin-A also analyzed his partner, realizing that the young man had lured so many wolves here so that he could deal with them without dying. It was not a coincidence, but a necessity for restoring his strength. And this was not just an analysis of monsters and dungeons, but something that could only be done by someone with a complete understanding of what was happening. As unpleasant as it was, Woo-jin surpassed Chin-A in every aspect, and Chin-A accepted that. At that moment, his thoughts were interrupted by Woo-jin, who suggested moving on to the second level, because everything would be much better there than here. The portal lit up, and the guys moved to the next level of the dungeon. Chin-A admitted that he was so tired that he thought he was going to die. He needed a break right now because he had been working all day. Woo-jin said nothing and did not comment on the guy's lamentations, but took the test tubes out of his pocket and asked if Chin-A was a good runner. Without waiting for an answer, Woo-jin threw the test tubes on the floor, and they immediately shattered. Chin-A stood surrounded by these bloody puddles, not understanding what was happening. Woo-jin advised him to start running right away, and the young man turned toward the sound coming from behind the trees. The next moment, he saw a huge, powerful mountain of muscle. The boy didn't bother to look closely, but ran away, cursing Jin at the top of his lungs. At that time, the news reported that the government had confirmed the presence of foreign players in the dungeon with the tailed lizard. This was predictable because the Messiah Guild had refused to participate in visiting the dungeons. But now it was unclear how many foreign players would participate. The secretary promised to compile a list before Chin-A's return, and she really hoped that the guy would come back alive from the dungeon. At that moment, Chin-A himself was running away from a huge monster, an albino lizard, his heels flashing. Skeleton warriors joined the battle with the lizard. The young man guessed that for some reason he would again serve as bait. He was tired of running, so he planted his feet firmly on the ground, grabbed the lizard by the jaw, and stopped it with all his might, promising to kill Woo-jin with his own hands when he returned to the city. Woo-jin watched the battle from above, satisfied with the current situation. Chin-A continued to hold the lizard by its open jaw. At that moment, a skeleton warrior with a sword in his hand jumped up. He plunged the poison weapon into the lizard's body and activated the blood poisoning. After that, the other skeleton warriors stabbed their poisoned swords into the albino lizard's torso. Therefore, the blood poisoning skill was activated to its maximum. Jin continued to analyze the behavior of the skeleton warriors and admired their high level of training. The albino lizard's health began to decline due to blood poisoning, and the monster began to convulse. Chin-A realized that the lizard could not see the skeleton warriors and was only chasing him. At this time, Jin was still standing aside, watching the fight from above. Before Chin-A could send his partner away, a powerful blow knocked him off his feet. The guy died, but the player regained immortality. By that time, the lizard had managed to recover. All this had already pissed Chin-A off, so he wanted to finish the mission quickly and activated his superpowers. His fists were clad in iron gloves with spikes. Another blow of insane force struck the lizard. The monster stumbled, and the skeleton warriors jumped up again. They plunged their swords into the lizard's body while it was distracted by its battle with Chin-A. The beast roared, continuing to fight, while the skeleton warrior's swords cut into its body. The poisoned blood spread throughout the albino lizard's body, and at that moment, a skeleton warrior jumped from above onto the monster. The monster clung to life with its last ounce of strength, but it was soon confirmed that the albino lizard had been defeated. Jin approached it to assess the skills gained from this battle. A noseless goblin, resembling a pug with huge fangs, was tearing and throwing everything around. He was fighting skeleton warriors whose bodies were already protected by armor. Their master watched the battle of his wards. The unknown man in the hood continued to watch the battle of the skeleton warriors and did not understand why they were moving so poorly. In the end, the stranger summoned more skeletons, and they defeated about 50 trolls, but his actions still did not attract the attention of the guy. So who was this guy, after all? Who had the favor of the gods? Jin stood in front of the body of the defeated albino lizard. Chin-A suggested leaving the dungeon because he was starving, and the mission was complete. Jin said that the most important thing remained. He had not told his partner about the main goal of this mission. The guy walked along the huge, muscular body of the albino lizard and felt its belly with his hand. Choosing a suitable spot, he cut open the monster's belly with his sword. Inside, he found the main goal of this dungeon, the egg of the albino lizard. Woojin knew that the Messiah Guild had gone to great lengths for what was stored in this egg, and now he too would learn this secret. Chin-A remembered with surprise that the condition for clearing the dungeon was to protect the item. He knew about this condition, but he had forgotten because he had been busy all day. In the next moment, Woojin broke the shell of the albino lizard's egg with the hilt of his sword. Chin-A was horrified by this action because he had no information about the consequences of such an act. Inside the egg was a skill page. It was the power of Apophis, which gave the owner resistance to all types of poison. The king of deadly poisoning dealt with all kinds of poisons, but he did not suffer any damage thanks to this skill, the power of Apophis. The villain used his power to get what he wanted from people and brutally killed them with poisons. The Messiah Guild was going to judge the king of deadly poisoning. During this trial, many players lost their lives. Even now, Woojin remembered each of his comrades who had died from the villain's poison. The guy knew nothing about the albino lizard egg except that it was owned by the Messiah Guild, and he had never heard of this skill. However, the king of deadly poisoning could not steal it. This meant that the Messiah Guild had given this skill to the king of deadly poison themselves. They had deliberately created him as a villain so that they could appear as saviors. Once again, Woojin realized that his comrades' deaths were in vain and that his enemy was Lee Sejong. If Woojin had possessed this skill earlier, there would not have been so many senseless deaths. However, it was not too late to deal with the main culprit, Lee Sejong, and the young man once again confirmed his desire to kill him with his own hands. Chin-A noticed how his partner had become sad despite receiving a cool reward, but he did not understand the reason for his bad mood. The mission was complete, and the guys returned to the playground. There was no one in the trailer, but there was a bag on the table, which Chin-A thought contained an excellent and nutritious dinner. But to his disappointment, inside were only water and a radio for communicating with the broker. Oh Si-chan was glad that the guys had completed the mission and noted that they had done it very quickly, even though the dungeon was not low in difficulty. Now the broker was waiting for details. The broker warned the guys that there was a problem with foreigners. The Great Guild and the Border Guild, belonging to the 5 leading world associations, had joined forces. The dragon hunter had caught a golden dragon in the 5th level dungeon. When the golden dragon appeared, people were only interested in its skin. It was very durable and resistant to temperatures. It was used to make armor. But it wasn't its skin that changed the history of games, but the golden dragon's gastric juice. Jin didn't know how to use it because he had been exiled by that time. Later it turned out that it helped remove Lee Si-jun's seals and curses. The value of this gastric juice exceeded all expectations, and Woojin needed to get it before people found out about it. The broker told the guys all the news that had happened in the last few days. After that, Chin-A had to report as an examiner on the progress of the actions in the dungeon. The broker immediately ordered the player to come to the office to give a full report on the mission. The perpetually dissatisfied player, continuing to complain about everything and everyone, went to report to Oh Si-chan. The guys were happy that their joint work was over and hoped not to cross paths again in future missions. Chin-A continued to complain that he had been summoned so early since he had already submitted his report the night before. The boss said he wanted to speed up his plan, so the young man needed to read something. The report was about hunting a tailed lizard. 99 people had already confirmed their desire to participate. Chin-A tried to guess what his boss was getting at, because Lee Sejong could have such dragon hunting skills. However, his level is too high, and he will not be able to enter such a dungeon. Could there really be another person with similar skills? It turned out that the boss was referring to Kim Woo-jin, the guy's worst nightmare, whom he no longer wanted to cross paths with or work with. The day before, the young man reported and confirmed that Woo-jin's skills were excellent, but he had absolutely no sense of camaraderie, had personality problems, and was mentally ill. In response to these cries, the boss turned on a tape recorder, which had a recording of Chin-A himself demanding a partner who would not interfere with him during battle. The young man was disarmed by the broker's actions and how he had trapped himself. But the boss was not going to listen to his explanations anymore, and said that he had already registered both guys and given them an excellent bait. He did not elaborate on what he meant by excellent bait. In one of the abandoned suburbs of Seoul, where there were no signs of life, secret activities were taking place in the middle of the night. Kim Woo-jin was sharpening a sword on a lathe. The blade was seriously damaged and the young man needed to take it to a workshop. But first, he wanted to see what was inside the suitcase. There was something from the broker. Life was getting more and more interesting, and the young man planned to use this item when he met the guys from the Skulls Guild. There was still poison in the tailed lizard's dungeon, and the government had allowed a foreign guild to participate. This upset Chin-A during his preparations for the mission. Soon, Secretary Lee joined the conversation, who was concerned about all these problems in advance. It was believed that it would be difficult for them to participate in this mission alongside Hu Jin in their remaining positions. Secretary Lee said that the Moscow Guild of Russians had finished bidding and had also brought an item that had been prepared for Kim Woo-jin. There were masks in the suitcase. The latest news reported on the upcoming game, confirming the participation of foreign players, and speculated on the course of the mission and the future winners. Somewhere in the forest, in bunkers that had been built, the Russian Moscow Guild was meeting late at night. One of the men said that the mask was very uncomfortable. It was impossible to eat normally. This perpetually hungry player in a silly mask was Chin-A. His interlocutor was Kim Woo-jin, who for now should be called Isaac. He was very nervous because he knew that no one had ever returned alive from the dungeon of the tailed lizard. Isaac studied the indicators and appeared completely calm. He suggested not to worry too much and to trust him. Woo-jin understood why he had not reached this level in his past lives. Chin-A hoped and demanded that they fight together and asked not to do as they had done in the previous dungeon. At that time, Jin was studying the stats of the Grim Reaper's mask. He didn't expect the broker to have such a cool item. However, just then, the broker himself called and said that he was very pleased with the clearing of the dungeon with the albino lizard egg and was ready to offer the young man a new mission. The mission was to clear the tailed lizard dungeon, and Woo-jin had the opportunity to go there. In order for the young man to make up his mind quickly and confirm his participation, the broker prepared a suitable legendary item for him. This item was the dream of many powerful players, and now it was in Woo-jin's hands. He had never seen it used before and had no idea what effect it would have, but he agreed to the broker's offer. Soon the door opened and 2 representatives of the Moscow Guild were invited to the starting area. And so, in completely new guises and under different names, the guys set off on a mission assigned by broker Ose-chan. Before the game began, a warning appeared that they would have to survive 5 days in the dungeon in order to advance to the next level. It couldn't have been worse. The action was like a survival quest. The players were outraged. You'd think it would be easy. However, while they were trying to survive for 5 days, they would all simply be killed. Surviving alone would be very difficult. There could be countless monsters there. But before making a plan, they had to test their stats. Memories of his previous test when he fought the werewolves alone came to Chin-A's mind. He really didn't want to take the test again and hoped that this time Woo-jin would participate in the cleanup personally. Woo-jin reassured his friend, saying that he had recently received a new item and wanted to test it out. They headed off to a quiet, secluded place where no one would disturb them. Woo-jin summoned a skeleton warrior. This time, his skeleton was wearing armor. Chin-A entertained himself with the skeleton, complimenting it and asking if the armor was uncomfortable. Jin put on the mask of the Grim Reaper, which increased his stats: magical power, regeneration, and connection with the undead. The increase in magical power was very significant, and an invisible bond formed between the player and the skeleton. He had to learn how to control it. The player sent impulses from his hand, and soon contact was made. Through invisible control, commands from Yujin began to flow into the skeleton warrior's head. Chin-A continued to play with the skeleton, not understanding why it was behaving so strangely. But then the skeleton's eyes lit up, and it said in a human voice for Chin-A to take his hands away. The talking skeleton caused terror and panic in the player. He had never encountered anything like it before. However, the skeleton warrior moved very strangely, jerkily, and at one point simply fell down in the middle of the clearing. Chin-A wanted to check if the skeleton was dead, but Wu Jin advised him not to. The boy realized that controlling the skeleton warrior was more difficult than he had thought. The participants in the dungeon raid gathered in groups to discuss their plan. A young man with glasses named Yun Chung from the Heitai Guild suggested taking it slow because there was no information about what monsters might appear here. He suggested observing the situation for a couple of days. Besides, the other players were also here, and it was quite possible to join forces to survive. Everyone gathered here with one thought in mind: to survive these days by uniting, because the unknown was frightening. He was sure that no one had as much influence as the Messiah Guild, and being part of the crowd in this situation was very beneficial. He wanted to convince the other guys to act in this way. Far from the main group, Chin-A was practicing his strike, the etiquette injection. He went into a frenzy and killed goblins left and right. This time he didn't resist and enjoyed dealing with a bunch of weak monsters. Although, maybe he just got stronger. When he was resting, the skeleton warrior honed his skills. With one move, he managed to cut 2 goblins at once. The skeleton warrior's excellent performance drove Chin-A into depression. The young man thought it was unfair because Wu Jin controlled him with a mask. But the skeleton warrior learned very quickly and became a real monster. At first, walking was difficult for him, and even now he sometimes fell during battle. But now he was running perfectly, and indeed the summoned skeleton warriors turned out to be an excellent idea. And now control through the mask made them indispensable. It was all very unfair. Someone was fighting dangerous monsters like a tank, while Wu Jin was hiding in a safe place with his mask all the time. Chin-A watched everything that was happening and was furious. Wu Jin was able to summon a skeleton warrior through another skeleton warrior. This was a whole new level of skill. Wu Jin also noticed this ability. He could summon a skeleton while connected to another skeleton warrior, but it consumed 3 times his magical power. It was also unclear how to use the poison blood skill. The skeleton tried to befriend and make peace with Chin-A by talking to him. He was also furious that he had to work as bait for Wu Jin and talk to his reanimated skeletons. There was a clear misunderstanding between the guys because they didn't trust each other and didn't work as a team. Jin asked his partner how he was feeling and what his mood was like. He had already taken off his mask and was resting. Chin-A was frightened and began to wriggle out of it, saying that he had nothing against Wu Jin, but was just chatting with the skeletons. When all questions had been answered, Wu Jin announced that they would be leaving. Chin-A sincerely did not understand why they needed to leave, because all this time they had been fighting monsters well and clearing the area. He tried to explain to Wu Jin that they could get good points for killing orcs and not get into trouble. Learning that this was only the beginning, Chin-A began to talk about his poor health, low hemoglobin, and constant hunger. However, the skeleton's sword brought to his stomach immediately resolved all issues. The skeleton said that he was an expert at treating anemia and raising iron levels, and was ready to help his comrade Chin-A. After all, if you cut flesh with a sword, iron will enter the body quickly and directly. Chin-A immediately felt better and accepted his role. Wu Jin said that they needed to continue preparing. This situation, of course, infuriated Chin-A, but there was nothing he could do about it, which made him even angrier. The boys moved even further away from the other players and found another quiet, deserted place where no one would disturb them. The silence was broken by the crunch of falling trees. Wu Jin chopped them down with an axe. His partner didn't understand. Since they had entered the dungeon, he had only been chopping trees, not monsters. The second day in the dungeon began with an attack by goblins. The players decided to concentrate in the center and accept the fight. They did a great job of dealing with the creatures, chopping their bodies to pieces. The third day went much the same way. The same goblins, the same participants. Soon doubts crept in, because this was a survival quest. But now everything was too calm and boring, and there were suspiciously few monsters. Yun Chung also understood that, being together, the players had become too relaxed, and it was necessary to scout the surrounding area, even if it was risky. Jin received confirmation of his level increase. It was not for nothing that he had been fighting monsters for a couple of days. His skill in controlling the skeleton warrior had been confirmed. Excellent news and a logical result. After that, the young man announced that it was time to move on to a new location and move forward. Chin-A still didn't understand why they had to leave. They had worked very hard the day before and set up their own territory. Jin said that the situation had changed and he had revised the plan. After that, the young man took off his mask and headed for the pile of dead goblins. He placed his hand on the monster's body and summoned skeleton warriors. Huge skeletons stood before Wu Jin, ready to fulfill his every wish. Chin-A was amazed by what had happened, because before, Wu Jin could only summon 5 skeletons. It turned out that the situation had changed, and Wu Jin's current skills allowed him to do this on a larger scale. The mission participants, who had finally decided to move on from the familiar clearing, were shocked to encounter piles of dead goblins on their way. The number of orcs was staggering, and at the same time, more and more questions arose. It was not like a battle, but a massacre. What kind of person was capable of such a thing? Yun Chung believed that he had already gathered all the talented guys under his wing. One of his followers ran up and called on the players to check out the new location. Even more dead goblins awaited them there. Yang Chun was stunned by what he saw. Before them lay a huge maze filled with the bodies of dead orcs. The players looked in horror at the height of the walls made of wood, inside which the bodies of goblins were stacked. This maze served as bait to lure monsters into a trap. In the distance, some parts of the maze were completely filled with bodies. Inside, these mazes were lined with sharp wooden spikes on which the bodies of goblins were impaled. It became clear why the players felt relaxed, even though it was a survival quest. While they were resting, some player had done all the work. Chin-A believed that it was not his style to use such traps to catch monsters, but in today's situation, that was exactly what he did. Jin convinced the guy that they would no longer make such traps. They no longer needed them. The strength of the skeleton warriors had already increased significantly, and now traps and mazes were unnecessary. The guys could quickly track down goblins without them. Chin-A hoped that now he would be able to show off his own skills. As soon as he said this, Wu Jin immediately prepared his sword so they could fight. Chin-A activated his abilities, and brass knuckles with long spikes immediately appeared on his hands. The guy was already quite enraged and expected to immediately engage in combat with the skeleton warrior. After a while, Chin-A asked to stop because he had no strength left. He wanted to take a break. All this time, he had been running and chasing the skeleton, hoping to catch up with it and engage in combat. But the bastard kept running away, leaving him no chance. Kim Wu Jin was a real bastard who created skeletons with insane endurance. On top of that, his fighting style was completely different. Chin-A attacked with his bare hands, head-on, so his stamina quickly ran out. Wu Jin attacked his opponent from behind and easily avoided damage. It was a really effective fighting style. As sad as it was to admit, Chin-A also wanted to learn this style. Jin continued to tease the boy, but it was already clear that he was preparing a quality partner for future difficult battles. Chin-A was angry, remembering how he once fought the ferocious wolves alone. Jin understood that the guy was strong and resilient, but he didn't use the moves he had been taught at all. It was just that no one had trained him before, so he believed only in his immortal body and recklessly rushed into attack. But it was an ineffective fighting style. After a while, he would become useful, or rather, Wu Jin would make him useful. It was already the 5th day in the dungeon. The guys were able to significantly increase their levels. Chin-A once again demanded a day off because, according to him, he had worked too hard. Finally, he had a chance to eat, and the young man pounced on the food, not forgetting to treat the skeleton warriors as well. The skeleton warrior, in turn, took the sweet treat he received to Wu Jin. Chin-A realized that he would never become a true friend to Wu Jin because Wu Jin controlled the skeletons for his own purposes. They would have continued to argue about food and insults for a long time, but suddenly something caught their attention. An unfamiliar sound made them alert and put an end to their arguments and quarrels. There was very little time left before the quest ended. Perhaps this was a distress signal. Chin-A knew that they had dealt with a considerable number of monsters, but he had no idea how many were left. Jin was sure that it wasn't a distress signal. After surviving the first level, they would move on to the second. Now they were probably gathering players to decide in what order they would hunt the needle snake. Chin-A was surprised by this turn of events. Not only had the players united, but they were also deciding in what order they would hunt. Over the past 5 days, the guys had allowed the other players to relax, and they had become overly confident. Jin decided to check the catalog before setting off. While the young man was checking it, Chin-A was confused by the sight of the golden catalog. He had acquired the skill used by John Georg, the Immortal King. It was the corpse explosion skill. At that time, the players who had survived 5 days in the dungeon gathered in a clearing. Yuncheng addressed everyone with a speech. He said that all the survivors had gathered, and it was time to discuss the plan for the next stages. In a few minutes, the survival quest would be complete, and everyone would move on to the next level. The Haiti Guild would be the first to try to attack the Needle Snake. This information was not news to Qin-A and Wu Jin. It only confirmed their belief that they were better off together. Since no one objected, Yuncheng warned everyone and demanded that they not interfere with their hunt. All of his supporters wore red ribbons on their arms. The guild leader warned that those who disobeyed would be destroyed on the spot. It wasn't a very friendly position, but that's how it was. Qin-A wanted to confront them because it was completely unfair and unjust, but Wu Jin restrained him. Yuncheng's assistants immediately intervened, defending their leader. Qin-A was already about to engage in a fight with the unfamiliar player. He never allowed anyone to treat him that way. Wu Jin calmed his friend down because he understood that they didn't need any more trouble right now. He apologized to the players and retreated, explaining to his friend that there were many strangers among them, and they would have to deal not with one leader, but with everyone who had a red ribbon on their forearm. Qin-A calmed down, but then a new concern arose. This meant that there was no chance of victory because the players would be able to defeat the Needle Snake. So the players moved on to the second level and now had to fight a huge needle snake. The first group of players had already gotten close to the snake. It was truly gigantic. Its huge muscular body moved between the trees like a train. A long forked tongue protruded from the monster's mouth, and its eyes flashed with deadly terror. The players had no idea what awaited them. At Yuncheng's command, they threw bombs and flares at the snake. A powerful explosion lit up the entire area. The snake's body was at the very epicenter of the blast. Qin-A wondered why they weren't doing anything. At this rate, the other players would catch the needle snake without them. But Wu Jin was completely calm and confident that this would not happen. He tried to explain his thoughts on the matter to his friend. After all, when a person encounters a monster, what is the first thing they do? First, they would try to attack and strike because they didn't know what the monster was capable of. The element of surprise would help them here. The explosions in the snake's head continued and continued. Qin-A really wanted to participate in its destruction. Qin-A would have done the same with the snake. He would have immediately struck it to get rid of it. But if it was such a simple task, why had no one conquered this dungeon yet? Maybe they didn't have enough people. Everyone who had failed before? What was happening now would prove the validity of this theory. If the problem was the number of players, then Hades' guild group would defeat the monster. Suddenly, something new happened on the battlefield. The snake stopped exploding, released legs on the sides of its body, and rushed away. The players took this very positively, realizing that if the battle continued in this vein, they would soon catch it. Everyone dreamed of being the first player to kill the needle snake. However, as we understand, it was not so simple because in addition to its legs, the snake also released many needles all over its body. It ran deeper and deeper into the forest, leading its pursuers away. The players thought that the monster was scared and trying to hide. Qin-A continued to be upset that he was not participating in the capture of the monster. Jin was convinced he was right. He understood that this was far from over. The needle snake had never really attacked. Besides, there were many needles on its body. What were they for then? Yuncheng continued to encourage his supporters so that the guys would not stop attacking and would focus their actions on the snake's head. However, in the next moment, something strange happened. The monstrous snake rose to its full height, several times taller than the trees, and threw its needles at its pursuers. The players, in turn, continued to attack the needle snake with arrows, magic skills, and other abilities they possessed. Suddenly, the snake turned and rushed towards its pursuers. The guys tried to hold back the creature's attack with their shields. Grenades were used again, hitting the needle snake in the head. Its movement slowed down and the attack paused. The players wanted to examine the monster when the smoke cleared. When it did, a monster in a new guise appeared before them. Its head, studded with sharp, huge needles, was directed at the players. Yuncheng guessed that something terrible was about to happen. He ordered everyone to stop and hold their positions. In the next moment, the needle snake attacked the warriors, showering them with a barrage of needles. The needles fell in a huge wave, knocking the players off their feet and piling them up in a heap. Jin watched everything calmly and analyzed what was happening. He had suspected earlier that the needles were covered with deadly poison. He knew they weren't just thorns. Given the scale and power of the attack, he didn't seem too upset that he wasn't participating. The snake disappeared and the smoke and dust cleared. The players slowly began to recover. Yunchong understood that this was just a long-range attack and not such a big deal. He ordered the guys to gather up to continue the attack, but they weren't doing it very actively. One of the players picked up a needle snake's barb, which turned out to be very fragile and crumbled in his hands. It was very strange. The snake retreated to a safe distance after dropping its needles, and Yunchong decided that it now had no weapons. He suggested that the guys rush into attack before the needle snake regained its strength. The players rushed to chase the snake, obeying the order of their leader, who was already calculating his earnings in his head. The attack was in full swing when suddenly something strange began to happen. One by one, the players lost speed, fell down, and piled on top of each other. They began coughing up blood and couldn't move. It all looked like poisoning. The players realized that the spines of the needle snake contained poison and had caused them serious damage. Most of the players would no longer be able to attack. No one could have imagined that the spines of the needle snake would be poisonous. It soon became clear that the needle snake's venom was deadly. Most of the players would never get up again. It was a terrible situation, but no one could have avoided it. There was no information about the needle snake. Chin-A was outraged by what was happening and what he had seen. He couldn't understand how this could have happened. The needle snake's venom had ruined the attack plan, and now the players were retreating. And although the snake's venom proved fatal, it wasn't fatal at first. The players were already injured. The poisoning did not happen by accident, but at a specific moment, when they rushed into the attack again. Chin-A did not understand what they should do now in this situation. Now that they had found the hidden cards, it was their turn to make a move. By this time, Chin-A had no desire to fight the snake. He couldn't believe his eyes when he saw that Wu Jin had gathered his skeleton warriors and was about to attack the snake. Wu Jin announced that he would go to the needle snake alone anyway, and Chin-A should stay here and prepare. On the one hand, Chin-A was glad to stay, but on the other, he was furious that he was once again following the orders of this newcomer. Wu Jin did not argue with him and offered to go to the needle snake himself. After that, Chin-A stopped grumbling and agreed to stay and follow orders. Meanwhile, the snake continued to move away from the players. Jin had already reached it and was planning his attack. He analyzed the poison and realized that it had no smell or color, which is why the players hadn't noticed it. The attacking groups were quickly defeated because they took a lot of damage before they noticed the poison. However, Wu Jin was different from ordinary players. He had the power of Apophis, which protected him from absolutely all poisons. In addition, his poison blood skill was enhanced when he activated the power of Apophis, which was very useful in the current situation. Then the young man decided to choose a weapon. He preferred a spear. He thought that such a huge, needle-like snake must have very thick skin, so arrows would most likely not pierce it. The exhausted warrior from the Haiti Guild could barely stand on his feet. He felt bad not only physically, he was also mentally crushed. He felt guilty for what had happened because he had completely lost his vigilance. In addition to the players who had died from poisoning, many had simply tried to flee to escape the poison. Perhaps some of them were still alive, but Yunchun did not want to go looking for them. He ordered everyone to stay where they were and regroup, certain that the rest were already dead. Staying there was not an option either, because there were simply not enough people left to attack again. But Yunchong still did not want to search for the missing players, fearing further losses. He decided to reorganize the squad and try to attack the needle snake again. He honestly admitted that he no longer believed in victory, but he didn't think retreating was a good option either, because it would lead to death. It was difficult for the players to accept the fact that they had to abandon their comrades, because some of them might still be alive. However, Yunchun did not agree to a rescue operation. He understood that regrouping and a new attack would not bring victory, and the only thing he could do in such a situation was to keep a cool head. Suddenly, the soldiers' attention was drawn to the hissing of a snake. They jumped up in horror, thinking that they were about to encounter another needle snake. They simply would not survive it. The sentry jumped up a tree to see how close the snake was. What he saw shocked the player. He couldn't find the words to convey it to his comrades. It was impossible to believe. But at that moment, the needle snake was fighting some player. It couldn't be, but it turned out that someone was able to breathe while standing next to a poisonous snake. Yunchun also climbed a tree to see the incredible sight with his own eyes. He didn't understand how the unknown player had dealt with the snake's venom, or maybe the venom had already dissolved and disappeared completely, although that seemed extremely unlikely. He immediately gave orders to his supporters. They had to go to the snake because there might be surviving comrades there. He announced to his supporters that they had the opportunity to correct their past mistake, to find and rescue their comrades and defeat the needle snake. Meanwhile, the needle snake continued to fight another player who had entered its lair. This time, its opponents were skeleton warriors. Jin was convinced that arrows could not pierce the snake's thick skin. However, he found a simple way to bypass this defense. He could still poison the monster. While the snake was fighting the skeleton warriors, completely absorbed in the process, Wu Jin crept up behind it. The young man decided that he could attack it directly from close range, so he approached its torso and stabbed the monster with a poison spear. There were no spikes, but in their place were many holes like pores on human skin. If the poison entered directly through these holes, it would get into the bloodstream and the effect would be achieved. The young man understood that last time the snake had pretended to run away to lure people closer to it. The players had no idea that the snake was deceiving and luring them. The point was that the insignificant spikes were deliberately flying out of its body, and then from the empty holes, a poisonous gas began to pour out, which no one expected to encounter. Soon, information came in that the needle snake was poisonous, and the monster felt the effects of the poison on its health. Chin-A continued to tidy up, stacking the bodies of goblins, and lamented that Wu Jin was making noise while he had to sit in silence. Who would want to collect dead monsters? Is that how you treat a talented person? It was a disaster, and then the skeleton, instead of keeping up the conversation, demanded a report on the situation. This was very annoying because Chin-A did not expect Wu Jin to return so quickly. Chin-A reported that he had prepared everything he had been asked to, but doubted that the needle snake would crawl to this particular place. When all the preparations were complete, Wu Jin, with the help of the skeleton warrior, attacked the snake, making numerous cuts on its body. After that, the skeleton warrior grabbed the prepared spears, smeared with poison, and rushed away. The skeleton ran very quickly toward the snake. It was already visible in the distance. All this time, the snake was writhing and screaming due to the effects of the poison on its body. The skeleton stabbed the poison spears into the snake's body again and once more ran away. Jin wanted to make the needle snake live up to its name. He covered it with his poison spears. The snake's poison level rose again, and its health stats dropped. This was exactly what the skeleton wanted, although the effect wasn't immediate due to its enormous size. The skeleton stabbed the snake with poison spears once again, doing so in such a way that it noticed him. Finally, the monster felt that it could not cope with the amount of poison and rushed away, trying to hide from its pursuers. It needed to find shelter somewhere to recover its health. Suddenly, a pile of dead goblins appeared in its path. Jin activated the explosion of the dead skill, and as soon as the snake reached the pile of corpses, the skill took effect. A powerful explosion occurred in the immediate vicinity of the monster, and it rushed in the other direction, hoping even more to hide and regain its strength. However, another pile of dead goblins awaited it ahead. Another activation of the explosion of the dead skill dealt heavy damage to the snake. Meanwhile, newspapers were full of headlines about the failure of the Phoenix Guild in the 4-level dungeon. The broker was delighted as this meant the end of the elite troops assembled by Pa Yunwan. The broker instructed his secretary to prepare a car and send it to the entrance of the Needle Snake dungeon. He was confident of a favorable outcome because he had invested enough money in Wu Jin's skills. In addition, the broker paid for a place in the Russian guild and everything that corresponded to the level, including a car from a Russian junkyard. The secretary reported that she had already completed the task because, if the mission was successful, the guys would need to be taken away, hidden from the journalists. In the dungeon, the needle snake continued to be destroyed. The creature exploded again and again, trying to escape and hide from the players. Chin-A watched in amazement, realizing that Wu Jin had not only anticipated the snake's behavior, but even guessed the direction in which it would try to hide. He set off explosions there to drive it into a certain corner. Such behavior and strategy could not fail to impress. The smoking snake was once again met by skeleton warriors. Wu Jin hoped that the snake was in a state of panic due to poisoning, but it was too late to change anything. The snake also seemed to understand that its end was near. The skeleton warriors continued to attack the monster with poisoned arrows, not allowing it to recover. The blows reached their target, and the creature writhed and screamed in its death throes. It was pointless to try to dodge the attacks now. The poison had spread, and the snake's health was steadily decreasing. At this time, the surviving players from other guilds had almost reached the scene of the stranger's battle with the needle snake. The dying monster's piercing screams continued for quite a long time, attracting all the surviving players. They were most interested in one question. Who was this guy fighting the needle snake alone? Suddenly, a message came that the needle snake had been defeated. The players were happy because it meant they could leave the dungeon alive. They also hoped to sneak in and steal the snake's skin. It was a real stroke of luck. Only Yun Chun was dissatisfied with the situation. He couldn't believe that someone had actually killed the needle snake. His supporters ran quickly to return from the dungeon. Yun Chong also decided that he couldn't return empty-handed. And most importantly, he had to at least see the face of the stranger who had won. Soon, a notification arrived that the first needle snake hunter had appeared on Earth. His rank was raised and so were all his abilities. Jin deservedly won the victory. After that, the young man wanted to extract the yellow dragon's magic pearl from the needle snake's body. It was a troublesome task, but it was worth it. The surviving players rushed to get their share of the trophies when a huge body of an unfamiliar player appeared in front of them. The stranger pretended not to know Korean and simply gestured for the boys to go on their way. Yunshin tried to explain to him that they just wanted to look at the dead snake's body. But soon their arguments ended because even more powerful and healthy skeleton warriors appeared next to the huge stranger. He immediately analyzed the situation and realized that skeleton warriors were not affected by poisonous gas, which is why they were extremely effective against the needle snake. But the attack that had failed for the entire guild could not be carried out by these ridiculous soldiers alone. Something was clearly wrong here. He still wanted to see the corpse of the needle snake to confirm his guesses. Suddenly, the silhouette of a needle snake skeleton appeared in the distance. The situation was becoming increasingly mysterious and incomprehensible, and he guessed that someone was trying to summon the needle snake in the same way as the other skeleton warriors. The guy made another attempt to break through and see the player's face. However, Chinana caught him in midair and knocked him to the ground, saying that he had already repeated his warning several times. Chino remained lying on the ground, not understanding why the stranger was so stubborn. After that, he ordered his companions to memorize the guy's face and get out of the dungeon as soon as possible. At this time, Wu Jin did not give up his attempts to subdue the needle snake skeleton. Soon he saw the dragon pearl that the monster was hiding inside itself. However, the attempt to summon the skeleton from the snake failed because the young man lacked the necessary skills. His level was not yet high enough for such an absorption. Nevertheless, the yellow dragon's pearl could not fail to please the player. As usual, interested people were hanging around the game area. They had been there for a week but had not yet received any news about the clearing of the needle snake dungeon. From the very beginning, no one expected the expedition to end successfully. Everyone wanted it to end as soon as possible so they could go home in peace. And at that moment, something incredible happened. Everyone jumped out of their cars because a notification about the clearing of the dungeon had arrived. All the journalists, reporters, managers, and other interested parties immediately sprang into action. The host began searching for the Hayate Guild support group. Yunchun shouted not to let the Russians leave, claiming that they were the ones who killed the needle snake. At that moment, 2 Russian players were indeed quietly making their way through the crowd. The guys didn't want to talk to the journalists and didn't answer questions about their health and well-being. The police pushed the journalists away from the Russians in their prepared car. The car sped off in an unknown direction at that moment. Sitting inside, the guys were finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. Chine took off his mask and asked where the yellow dragon's magic sphere was. But Wu Jin did not respond to his questions and did not reveal any details. The young man immediately contacted the broker, who congratulated the guys on a job well done. All media outlets reported on the liberation of the needle snake's lair, as well as on the unknown hero, Isaac Ivanov. The broker suggested that the young man keep this name and use it to participate in new deals. Jin had already considered this possibility, so he confirmed his desire to continue. After that, the broker said that while the guys were in the dungeon, something interesting happened to the bodyguard Park Yeon-wan. Jin Himi led the team into a 4-level dungeon, but no one survived. Although this was not surprising for such a difficult level, there was still something special about it. The broker learned that there was a spy from the Skull Guild, sponsored by the Yamato faction, in the team. The Skull Guild looked through the bank statements and drew certain conclusions. Jin didn't understand why the broker was telling him all this, but the broker admitted that he knew about the wiretap and that he himself was not as simple as he seemed. Soon Wu Jin stopped the car they were traveling in. He suggested that Chin A get out and disappear right now. After that, the guys switched to Wu Jin's yellow car. At first, Chin A was very unhappy with the situation, but Wu Jin suggested that he not make a scene and instead look in the glove compartment. The resourceful Woo Jin had something special hidden in the glove compartment. He had prepared a supply of food, as well as a phone that had already received payment for the work done. The next day, the newspapers continued to write about the Needle Snake Dungeon and the unknown player Isaac Ivanov. Yunshin gave an exclusive interview as one of the surviving players from the Needle Snake Dungeon. Secretary Lee noted that the public's mood had changed from curiosity to hatred, all because of the interview Yunchong gave. The broker gave the secretary a special assignment that had to be published immediately. New newspaper headlines reported that in an exclusive interview, Isaac Ivanov said he had always admired the Messiah Guild. In his interview, Isaac Ivanov admired Lee Jun and dreamed of accomplishing the impossible. Surprised by this news, he completely changed public opinion. Now the Messiah Guild would not be able to stay on the sidelines. They could try to recruit Yu Jin, or at least win his favor. It was very unexpected to achieve this with the help of public opinion. Looking at his weapons, Yu Jin wanted to prepare more thoroughly before Messiah contacted him. Soon, another sensational news story appeared, reporting that Park Yohan had cleared a 6-level dungeon. It was a real moment of glory. All the journalists from the world's most famous publications dreamed of interviewing him. Almost in the middle of the press conference, Secretary Kim urgently demanded attention, announcing that Jin Himi's team, which had gone into the dungeon, had been completely destroyed. Park Yun-won immediately ended the conference and left the television center. A press release was promised to be prepared and published a couple of hours later, and Park Yun-won was supposed to urgently visit the hospital for a medical examination. In the car, Secretary Kim reported that a few days ago, an anonymous informant had sent a bank statement to the office. It is unknown why this was done, but the information appeared to be accurate. According to the investigation team's report, most of the team members died from stab wounds, so it is possible that they were not killed by monsters. Since the team went alone, it means that others were not involved in the murder, and it turns out that there was a spy among the Yongban's personal guards. At this time, the Messiah Guild also held an extraordinary meeting prompted by recent events. The agenda included the issue of Park Yun-na. It was necessary to decide what to do with him in the future. Shinhai said that the guild members were a little late in remembering this. The Master Archer noted that he was currently cooperating with the Skull Guild in trying to figure out what was going on. Shinhai's indignation knew no bounds. She believed that now was not the time for rash actions, and that it was necessary to find out what had happened to the Lizard Warrior's last dungeon. Something had to be done urgently, because Kim Ji-hoon's empty chair meant that he was most likely already dead. Caught up in this mess, it was impossible to show the whole world her connection to the Skulls Guild. Yang Shi-hu intervened in the conversation, saying that he could not ignore this. Of course, Ji-hoon was a weakling, but the situation was simply infuriating. They should no longer work with the Skull Guild, and this was the decision of the head of Messiah himself. It was not up for discussion. The Master Archer did not want to simply obey orders, because the guild leader was absent from the meeting. However, Park Shin-hai stated that the head had already made the decision to no longer cooperate with the Skull Guild. The Master Archer and Master Swordsman had no choice but to accept this as a direct order. They were not used to being ordered around in such a tone, and they no longer wanted to put up with such ingratitude. Perhaps it was time for them to part ways with the Messiah Guild. When Yu-jin met with Park Yun-won in the office, he expressed sincere surprise that Jin Hyomi's highly skilled team had been killed on the mission. Park Yun-won admitted that he wanted to do business with the people from Skull to make a profit. But now everything had changed, and he simply wanted to destroy them. Therefore, Park Yun-won was now full of anger and ambition, more than anyone else. In a few years, he wanted to establish cooperation with Japan by selling them rare items. He might even have been called a traitor, but the real reason was that Yun-won was afraid that the Messiah Guild would take everything away from him. After quickly analyzing his memories of the past and the current situation, Kim Yoo-jin offered to become Park Yun-won's bodyguard. The guy guessed that they wanted to use him to deal with the Skulls Guild, but he decided to play it safe so he wouldn't get thrown out after completing the task. Park Yun thought about this prospect. He hadn't expected this and was going to pull Yoo-jin over to his side. But now it turned out that the guy wanted to work for him and was ready to destroy the Skulls Guild in exchange for protection. Yoo-jin confirmed that he really needed protection and that he had his own scores to settle with the Skulls Guild. Thus, Yoo-jin, having become Park Yun-won's bodyguard, could act at his own discretion. All responsibility for the young man's actions now lay with his employer. The young man's next meeting took place at the office of a computer game developer. He was informed that the terms of his contract would be upgraded to the highest level. The young man thanked his employers, saying that he hoped to remain under their supervision. The manager did not understand how Kim Yoo-jin had become Park Yeon-won's chief bodyguard, since he had appeared in the game less than 6 months ago. A good reputation does not guarantee a position as a royal guard, so it was most likely related to something that the game's management simply did not know about. The young man listened carefully to the conversations of the employees in the elevator, who blamed the bodyguards for everything. The employees believed that the bodyguards were receiving important items outside of their duties, even though they had to risk their lives for some freaks. Having finished with these matters, Kim Yoo-jin moved on to the next item on his agenda. The broker was happy to hear from Isaac Ivanov, who called personally and probably wanted a new job. The young man was interested in fake documents. Likin, relaxing in his chair, didn't understand what this jerk wanted again and why he wouldn't take at least a short break. The broker, citing the fact that it was not easy to manipulate the people who ran the guild and were responsible for the dungeons, nevertheless confirmed that he would carry out the assignment. The broker added that Yoo-jin wanted to use the fake documents to get into the dungeon, and that all the details would be revealed very soon. China couldn't understand why the broker was helping this asshole without even knowing the details, and why he had come to trust him completely. Chang said he didn't trust people, but now he was just trying to figure out which direction Yoo-jin was going in to determine whether he was with them or not. That would become clear from the final goal. A white SUV was speeding down the highway, and important negotiations were also taking place inside it. It was known that Kim Yoo-jin was going to destroy the Skulls Guild. It seemed that after the recent events, Park Ivan was determined to declare all-out war on the Skull Guild. Most of the members of the Skull Guild were entering the dungeon today, so it was a great opportunity for Park Yoon and Yoo-jin. But it could not be ruled out that Yoo-jin had assembled his own team and was using fake documents. However, that was not a problem, because the only thing that mattered was that Kim Yoo-jin entered the dungeon. The evening on Incheon Island was peaceful and quiet. The young man came to register for the game and introduced himself as Lee Jong-hyun. According to the data, he arrived alone and, after completing the administrative procedures, received an information sheet. He was to visit a level D dungeon. It could accommodate 61 people, and it was necessary to get rid of a two-headed dog. Yoo-jin studied the conditions while sitting in his car and realized that this dungeon was an obvious trap for him. Soon, a couple of cars pulled into the parking lot, and well-trained warriors got out. One of the players was a real bruiser. Kim Yoo-jin, of course, expected to meet experienced people, but was it really Yang Chi-hu himself? The broker, having studied the list of players, was surprised to find this man's name on it. The secretary also checked the list. She believed that he had joined the group under the pseudonym Chang Wung-hek. The broker knew that this player was a huge problem. He was one of the Knights of the Round Table, and it became clear that Yoo-jin would most likely not survive. It was indeed Yang Chi-hu himself. Kim Yoo-jin did not expect the Messiah Guild to send their enforcers so quickly because he was one of them. Groups of players who possessed legendary items related to the legend of King Arthur, as well as those under their command, belonged to the Knights of the Round Table. Over time, the weakened Knights of the Round Table began working for the Messiah Guild. It was all planned out. This was necessary so that the weakened Knights of the Round Table would fall under the influence of the King of Deadly Poison. Yang Chi-hu had Gawain's necklace, which was most likely taken from one of the knights. It was an extremely dangerous item. Regardless of who possessed it, it enhanced skills and allowed the wearer to unleash their full power. The young man used the Stone of Mastery to strengthen his skeleton and went into the dungeon. First of all, the players received a notification that they needed to destroy 3,000 monsters to advance to the next level. This was extremely tedious, as everyone preferred to fight 1 or 2 strong monsters rather than beat up a bunch of monotonous weaklings. The task was not considered particularly dangerous, but it could take a long time. In the midst of this chaos, it would have been easier to stab Yoo-jin in the back and pretend it was an accident. That meant there was no time to waste. They had to find the asshole right away. One of the players drew the captain's attention to a group of guys. They belonged to the Skulls Guild and openly entered the dungeon, as if they didn't understand the situation they were in. They simply weren't able to figure out what was going on and continued to ruin everything around them. Most likely they had been warned not to get involved in the fight personally, but they came anyway. The captain decided to kill them at the end of the mission. Now it was necessary to ignore the guys from the Skulls Guild and do their job, regardless of what happened next. They had to deal with Yoo-jin on their own. As soon as they found him, they would have to report to the captain. Jin had blood poisoning skills, so they had to be extremely careful. And if necessary, the guys could kill anyone who got in their way. Ji-hoo took responsibility for this himself. The player ran through the forest, thinking that he hadn't planned to attack the Skulls Guild right away at the first level. But Kim Yoo-jin turned out to be a real bastard. He hid behind a tree to catch his breath and calm down. He wanted to know if Park Yeon-won's royal guards had entered the dungeon. Suddenly, the warriors' eyes widened. Soldiers and warriors were cutting the players from the Skull Guild to pieces at that moment. The guy tried to spot Kim Yoo-jin because the captain had ordered him to find him first. Soon he sensed some movement nearby, and before he could draw his sword, Kim Yoo-jin appeared before him. He instantly slashed his chest, even though the player claimed he had nothing to do with the Skulls Guild. Yoo-jin suggested that he look up. A body was hanging from the top of the tree. The stranger, bleeding profusely, insisted that he had no connection to the Skull Guild. However, Kim Yoo-jin used the Eye of Anubis to learn that the stranger had received instructions from Ji-hoon himself, who ordered him not to interfere in the battle in order to survive and report to the leader. The stranger continued to deny it, insisting that he had no connection to the Skull Guild, but he was the traitor. And Yoo-jin dealt with such people quickly. The stranger's last words were still lies. He insisted until the end that he knew nothing. Yoo-jin understood that you can only trust guys like that when they're dead. The broker continued to argue with China, claiming that he was just jealous of Jin. The guy already regretted asking for details. Then he admitted to the broker that he thought Jin was very cunning. Jin never engages in an unequal fight. If there is no chance of victory, he will not fight. This is called using your brain. The young man appreciated the work of his skeleton warriors and was satisfied with them. He had a very difficult mission ahead of him, and it was not certain that he would survive it, but he had to use his head and be cunning. Evening came, and the players stopped to rest and discuss their strategy for the next day. They sat down in groups and began to discuss the details. The team of warriors hired by the Messiah Guild lamented that they had not yet been able to capture Kim from Jin. They learned that he had summoned skeleton warriors and was doing all the dirty work with their help. The captain summed up everything that had been said, stating that they knew exactly what to do when they found this coward. But he was also concerned about the whereabouts of the guys from the Skull Guild. It was unclear what lay ahead, but it would be good to meet up with them as soon as possible. The next day, early in the morning, the players rushed to search for Kim at Jin's place. They were surprised that they hadn't run into him yet. Was he really going to hide until the dungeon was cleared? Suddenly, there was a powerful explosion. The players ran out into the clearing, but found themselves surrounded by a group of skeleton warriors. They realized that they were about to meet Kim Yoo-jin because his companions, these skeleton warriors, were already there. They didn't have to wait long. Kim Yoo-jin himself appeared before the players, along with his assistants. Yang Ji-hoo was delighted with the upcoming battle, as he was tired of waiting and searching for an opponent. At that moment, one of the skeletons rushed to attack the bruiser. The player was indeed huge and strong. In addition, he showed very high reaction, speed, and agility, despite his size. The skeleton warriors also surprised their opponent. They managed to dodge his attack. He did not expect them to be so well trained. Now it was Kim's turn to face Jin. The opponent's blades clashed. The young man noted that his opponent was not only incredibly strong, but also faster than he had expected. Jin struck several blows with his sword, but they did not have the desired effect. Ji-hoo had waited so long for his opponent, and now it turned out that this was not a fight, but some kind of nonsense. The giant rushed at the young man, and it became clear to everyone that he had the upper hand. Kim Yoo-jin understood that his opponent was strong. Unlike his previous enemies, it was impossible to fight him while conserving strength and keeping a cool head. At that moment, both players received a notification from their patrons about their interest in the fight. This meant that the fight had attracted attention, and therefore the reward would be worthy. The young man realized that if things continued in the same vein, it would be extremely difficult to win. Therefore, he had to rely not so much on physical strength as on his mind and cunning. He noticed that a large number of skeleton warriors had gathered around him. It was clear that Jin was taking the battle seriously. The young man began to attack his opponent, but his physical strength was not enough to inflict any damage. The enemy simply mocked the guy and his skeleton warriors, scattering them left and right. At one point, the bully found himself alone with Jin. All the skeleton warriors had disappeared somewhere. Suddenly, it became clear that while everyone was watching the fight, the skeleton warriors had attacked the rest of the bully's team. They called out to their commander for help. There were too many skeletons, and they couldn't handle them. Ji-hoo was faced with a choice: abandon the personal battle and help his team, or leave them to be torn apart. This situation finally enraged the enemy. He said that the young man had messed with the wrong person and activated his superpower. The necklace's effect granted its owner the blessing of the sun. Now Ji-Hoo's strength, power, and speed became simply unreal. Defeating this giant seemed impossible, and everyone understood that. However, the cunning Jin seemed to be even glad that his opponent had finally used this ability. Skeleton warriors began to approach the giant from all sides again, inflicting only minor damage on him. He easily scattered them to the sides, smashing them to pieces with his giant sword. Jin knew that the necklace was one of the artifacts that belonged to the Knights of the Round Table. It had a striking effect, just as he had expected. But now that his opponent had activated the power of the necklace, it was time for the next stage. The young man ordered his skeleton warriors to retreat. The skeletons instantly obeyed their master's command and scattered, leaving the players completely bewildered. Jin himself also jumped up and ran, which enraged his opponent. He couldn't let the boy escape. He had to kill him right now. He instructed the players to deal with the skeletons and then catch up with the enemy. Ji-Hoo himself set off in pursuit of the young man. Jin ran as fast as he could and thought about how his opponent, as before, did not care about his subordinates, probably because of his excessive confidence in his own abilities. Of course, Gawain's necklace would not help him in this, even though the item significantly enhanced all of its owner's characteristics. But this dull-witted brute doesn't even know how to use such a magnificent artifact properly. In his hands, the necklace is practically useless. Ji-Hoo continued to pursue the young man, promising to catch up with him no matter what. After the player activated the blessing of the sun, it was impossible to escape from him, until he stepped on a pile of dead goblins. Jin activated the corpse explosion effect. A powerful explosion thundered throughout the dungeon. Ji-Hoo was at the epicenter, and his supporters and subordinates also heard the roar. They were frightened, but decided that their commander could not be defeated by a simple explosion. They considered it their task to destroy the skeleton warriors as quickly as possible and join their commander. However, in the next moment, they were exposed to poison blood. The players understood that the skeleton warriors should not be underestimated. They were very good at stalling for time. When the smoke and dust settled, the Hulk stood unscathed and challenged the young man to a duel. The young man continued to taunt him, calling him a coward and suggesting that he try to catch him if he could. For starters, he said, he should learn to run faster. The bully was completely fed up with the situation. He was going to catch Jin and tear him apart with his bare hands. He ran at full speed, activating the rush effect. Soon he caught up with Jin and was about to cut him down with his huge sword. Suddenly, the ground beneath him shook, collapsed, and something unexpected happened. Ji-Hoo fell into a monster trap that players had repeatedly used to destroy goblins and other evil creatures. The bottom of the trap was littered with the bodies of dead monsters. They exploded loudly and powerfully again, along with the player who had fallen on them. When the smoke and dust cleared, Jin came out of hiding. He stood at the edge of the pit and continued to taunt his opponent, saying that he didn't understand strategy and thought the guy was playing tag with him. In reality, strategy must be built on the enemy's weaknesses and take into account all possible scenarios. Such violent and useless leaders who rely only on brute force bring nothing but harm to their comrades. Memories flashed through the bully's mind. Once upon a time, in a past life, he was a famous killer and the only survivor of yet another bloody clash. He was supposed to be surrounded by monsters, but Ji-Hoo didn't let the accuser finish, threatening to deal with them himself. Judging by his words, the player did not regret the deaths of his subordinates at all. This was not surprising because instead of brains, he had muscles incapable of emotion. In addition, the location for the camp was extremely dangerous, even though he had been warned about it. In a rage, Ji-Hoo lunged at the accuser, but the latter used several techniques and knocked him to the ground. Accusations were heard that Ji-Hoo himself had destroyed his people because he was a useless leader who only brought harm to his comrades. Gramilla realized that Kim's tactics were very similar to Suzuki's techniques, but it didn't matter anymore. He was going to kill everyone. However, Jin said that time was up. Jin explained to the bully that he didn't need to give orders to the skeleton warriors out loud, so he deliberately said retreat so that Ji-Hoo would hear it. The order was part of a trap. He did it on purpose to lure his opponent here. After all, the effect of the sun's blessing was coming to an end, and as we know, it does not last forever. Ji-Hoo was amazed at how knowledgeable the young man was, and how much he knew about his personal abilities and skills. Jin, continuing to tease, said that he would perhaps confess to the bully who he really was. By this point, the effect of the sun's blessing had ended. The effect disappeared, and the bully behaved like a fool until the very end. The skeleton warriors had also finished their work. They had dealt with all the players. Jihu was focused only on chasing the young man and did not notice where he was. All this time, they were just running in circles. Thanks to this, the skeleton warriors managed to kill all of his allies, and soon they reached Jin to support him. Then it dawned on the bruiser that all his subordinates had been destroyed. This caused another surge of rage, and he couldn't understand why his opponent was looking down on him. Jihu activated his speed skill and flew high out of the trap, preparing to fight Ujin. But standing next to the young man were equally large and well-trained skeleton warriors, ready to defend their master. At that moment, Chinna, perpetually dissatisfied with his job, was driving late at night. He was annoyed that he couldn't enjoy his time properly, and for some reason, he had to check on Jihu. The broker said he wanted Chinna to go to the two-headed dog's dungeon. He would feel better if Chinna went there, you see. The broker assured him that he wasn't worried about Ujin, but rather wanted to double-check some information in order to plan future steps. The broker understood that Ujin was a smart guy and would be interested in Sechan's goals. The broker came up with the name Isaac Ivanov, talked about the relationship between the Skulls Guild, and did a lot of other things because it was all part of a big plan to eliminate them. It was important that the broker's and Ujin's goals coincided. Everything in the game was relatively calm and without any new surprises. Jihu had already noticed that his body was slowing down due to the effects of poison blood. There were too many skeleton warriors, and they were causing considerable inconvenience. Strange as it may seem, the skeleton warriors were well-trained, skilled with weapons, and proved to be worthy opponents. Their reaction speed and strikes amazed even the swift Jihu. Summoning his last reserves of strength, Gramila destroyed the skeleton with a blow from his sword. But the poison blood continued to destroy the warrior's body from within, and his legs could no longer support him. And although his opponent had done well against 12 skeleton warriors, now there were only 2 left. It would have been much worse if Ujin had not increased their number in advance with the Stone of Mastery. Now Jihu was completely under the influence of the poison blood, and Ujin no longer had to entertain him. The young man approached his opponent, realizing that he would not get up again. The poison was finishing off the giant. To his credit, Jihu continued to hate his opponent until the last seconds of his life and was still going to fight him. After defeating his opponent, Ujin's skills improved and increased. In addition, he received a trophy, Gawain's necklace. It contained the blessing of the sun, which could be used no more than once a day. It was the first item belonging to the Knights of the Round Table in Ujin's collection. After that, the guy approached the body of his dead opponent and activated the Eye of Anubis to view the dead man's memories. In the memories, the guy saw a meeting that took place before the game began in the dungeon. The men were dissatisfied with themselves. Jihu promised to tear his interlocutor to pieces next time. The interlocutor turned out to be Park Yun-Wang. In the next memories, he participated in a meeting, was introduced as a new member, and also met Lee Si-chun himself. The young man understood that the Messiah Guild would not simply ignore the murder of one of its members. However, Ujin was going to destroy everyone who supported Lee Si-chun, not justice. The bodies of dead goblins lay on the bare ground. The players lay in ambush and hid in the bushes, waiting for the two-headed dog, which, according to their plan, was supposed to take the bait they had prepared. One of the players suggested that when the two-headed dog came to eat, the players would all pounce on it and catch it. Suddenly, the game's voice announced that the two-headed dog had been defeated. As always, Ujin quietly left the dungeon immediately after the game ended. Near the car, he was called out by Chinna, who was holding a folder with documents in his hands. Chinna told his friend that he needed to give him something and discuss plans. The broker wanted the guys to enter another dungeon together. After that, Chinna asked the young man how things were going with Jihu. Wu Jin realized that the broker knew in advance that Jihu would be in this dungeon. However, he still agreed to send the young man there. Chinna continued to ask about Jihu and his fighting style. He argued that he was actually the strongest of all, and no one could truly know what qualities Chinna possessed. Ujin said that his opponent, facing 12 skeleton warriors, had defeated 10 of them single-handedly. Therefore, if there were still questions about his strength, the guy was ready to provide skeletons for verification. The information in the file concerned the Horned Fox dungeon. 12 failed attempts to clear this level had already been made. Chinna said that he would have to go there again in the guise of Isaac Ivanov. Ujin listened to all the instructions, unconditionally accepted the conditions, and agreed to participate in clearing the Horned Fox dungeon. After that, the guy said goodbye. but each remained lost in their own thoughts. China told the broker that there was nothing to worry about. Ujin had accepted the offer to participate in clearing the Horned Fox dungeon. The broker understood that there was no turning back, and if he wanted to oppose the Messiah Guild, he had to trust the young man, Ujin. Sechan knew that if the Messiah Guild wasn't stopped in the next couple of years, they wouldn't hesitate to bare their fangs against all the other players. Ujin understood this too, as he now recalled his clearing of the Horned Fox dungeon in his past life. Immediately after successfully clearing the Horned Fox dungeon, he met Shinhai. She was impressed with the young man's skills and offered him to join the Messiah Guild. The young man replied that he would agree if the master himself made the offer to him personally. The master himself got out of the car and said that they needed his strength to save the world. To this end, he offered to become allies and extended his hand in friendship. Ujin's memories were interrupted by a message from the broker, who confirmed his candidacy for participation in the Horned Fox dungeon and asked the young man to test his skills. Testing his skills was a very strange recommendation from the broker, so the young man immediately set about doing so. A serious battle lay ahead, most likely with representatives of the Messiah Guild, who would want to avenge Jai-Hu, so he needed to demonstrate his skills to the highest possible standard. This time, the young man decided to use the skin of the needle snake. Of course, he would have to expend a lot of energy over the next couple of days, but the young man knew what he would encounter in the Horned Fox dungeon. The day of the game arrived and all the participants were invited to the site. The two Russians got out of the car, ready to take on the world, including the Horned Fox, and headed for the game. Chin thought that he was the guy who conquered the Needle Snake's dungeon, while everyone else thought it was impossible. So today he was going to show his superior skills again. The game began, and the participants found themselves in a winter forest. It was bitterly cold, and the players were forced to immediately change into winter clothes. It was especially difficult for mages and priests because their health levels were low. If they didn't do this and couldn't take care of themselves, they would simply become a hindrance to their comrades instead of helping them. Ujin completely agreed with the girl because he knew that sometimes natural conditions were more frightening than monsters. Shinna could barely stand on his feet from the cold when suddenly Ujin commanded them to move, and they ran away from the other players. This was not a bad idea, because at least it gave them a chance to warm up a little. Shinna thought it was better to move with the guild because in such cold weather, it was difficult to act alone. Ujin asked if his comrade could use his powers in the cold. Shinna immediately began to argue that cold weather was his favorite weather condition, and that his nickname was Brown Bear, and such weather was most suitable for him. That's great, Ujin remarked, because the Horned Fox dungeon was much more difficult than the Needle Snake dungeon. This information did not please Chin at all, who already began to regret agreeing to the cleanup so quickly. Ujin put on the mask of the Grim Reaper to connect with the summoned monsters. He also wore a necklace that gave him a feeling of warmth in the cold. It was time to begin the mission. Chinna wanted to know when he would finally be fed, and he was also interested in the plan for the upcoming actions. Because if it was a survival quest and he had to build a fortress again, like last time, he didn't want to. It turned out that there was no need for any construction work, and this time there would be no manual labor. Ujin summoned skeleton warriors who also turned out to be insulated. He believed that his companion would be more comfortable with such companions nearby in such terrible weather conditions. Chinna realized that Ujin hadn't just made warm clothes for the skeletons. They were made from the skin of a needle snake. Last time they had both worked hard, but Ujin had gotten all the leather. Making one such suit of armor cost a fortune, and now all of his skeletons were dressed in them. It seemed very wasteful. Soon, the disappearance of the two Russian players was noticed. The girl asked the other participants if they had seen which direction Isaac Ivanov and his companion had gone. The players excused themselves by saying that they were busy building the camp and did not notice the Russians. The girl was very upset because the order from her superiors was not only to clear the dungeon, but also to figure out whether it was worth forming an alliance with this Russian, Isaac Ivanov. She decided to go in search of the foreigners herself, leaving the players to finish building the camp and guard it. It was not possible to send scouts because she wanted to personally verify the Russians' professionalism. At this time, the local wolves had already sensed that food in the form of players had appeared. They attacked the people, but the skeleton warriors coped well with these attacks. In addition, Chinna participated in the battle with the wolves because, at the very least, it helped him stay warm. The girl watched the battle with surprise. She had never seen skeleton warriors with such a high level of skill. One of the players offered to help the Russians, but it was clear that there was no need for that. The captain realized that they would only get in the way if they intervened, and was convinced that these guys were really high level. As expected of a player who had cleared the Needle Snake dungeon, now the girl needed to report this to the guild in order to recruit him and bring him to their side. Then there was a whistle. It signaled that something bad had happened in the camp. Wolves had broken through the defense line and invaded the camp. There were so many of them that the players couldn't destroy them all, hoping to hold out until the captain returned. But the hordes of wolves were simply enormous. There were not dozens, but hundreds of wild, toothy beasts. Returning to the camp, the captain immediately rushed to the aid of her subordinates and chopped the wolves left and right. She ordered the players to take up defensive positions, calm down, and begin to act methodically, because these wolves were only first-level monsters. The girl gave orders to the players, telling the wounded to retreat and the rest to form a circle and systematically clear the area. But the wolves did not give up their positions. One of them climbed a high mountain and began to howl, calling on his fellow wolves to join the feast of players. Soon the ground beneath the players' feet began to shake. The scout climbed a tree to assess the situation and was horrified by what he saw. It was not just a pack of wolves, but a huge wave of monsters that was advancing and sweeping away everything in its path. The captain realized that things were bad for them. The line of defense had already been broken, and the main force of wolves had not even arrived yet. The Russians watched the moving monsters from atop a high cliff, calmly assessing the situation. Ujin understood that all the players would die if they didn't intervene, but Chinna was definitely not going to get involved in this wolfish mess. The day before, Ujin had asked the broker for a new skill that he needed for the upcoming clearing of the Horned Fox dungeon. The broker got the necessary skill. It turned out to be the aura field, which Ujin activated. After doing so, the young man said that they would join the battle with the wolves. The players were in a very bad situation. They were stuck in a dead end and surrounded on all sides by hundreds of hungry monsters. Suddenly, there was a huge explosion at the very center of the battle. The captain realized that she had been reckless. It was no coincidence that 12 teams had lost in this dungeon. There was no hope for reinforcements because there was no one else here but them. Only 2 people. Could they really change anything in this situation? One of them threw the dead wolf's body off the cliff. The other activated the corpse explosion skill. The explosion tore even more wolves to pieces. The guys began to fight the remaining monsters, and Chinna proved himself particularly well here. Skeleton warriors were also activated, easily dealing with the wolves. Ujin activated the Blessing of the Sun and watched the battle from the sidelines. After that, he mentally joined one of the skeleton warriors. Upon joining the skeleton, he felt his mana consumption increase sharply, but the player became a true monster capable of performing miracles. His eyes burned with hellish flames and sharp teeth protruded from his jaw, ready to sink into the bodies of wolves. Even the experienced Chin was surprised by the new glow emanating from the skeleton warriors. The new aura made the skeletons practically invulnerable. They didn't even leave Chin any work to do. It seemed as if they had overdosed on doping and completely lost their minds. Chinna understood that the cunning and intelligent Ujin had used some incredible skills. When hunting a large number of monsters, instead of using the Blessing of the Sun yourself, it is better to activate the aura field, which will allow dependent creatures, in this case skeleton warriors, to use this effect as well. This is exactly what Ujin did, believing that it would be much more effective. He was right. His skeleton warriors, in their updated powerful version, cleared the area of wolves on their own, leaving no work for anyone else. After that, Ujin once again threw the body of a slain wolf into the epicenter of the battle. Another powerful explosion rang out as the corpse explosion skill was activated. The captain was amazed by this strategy. She saw that a barrier of corpses had been formed, blocking the wave of monsters in the middle. It was really very clever. When the wave stopped, the captain urged the players to seize the opportunity and attack the wolves. At this time, the broker continued to plan his multi-move strategy. He understood that the Messiah Guild would have to reward the saviors of its players. The Messiah Guild would not only want to recruit Isaac Ivanov, but would also have to announce it publicly. Secretary Lee knew that the Messiah Guild had many professional and very strong players. Was Kim Woo-jin really so strong that his skills surpassed the rest? The broker had no doubt about it because he had analyzed the speed at which Woo-jin was developing his abilities, and it was impressive. It was necessary to make every effort to keep the identities of Person A and Kim Woo-jin's secret, and to reap the benefits for as long as possible by hiding behind the mask of Russian players. The players' swords smoothly entered the body of the last wolf killed. Everyone was able to breathe a sigh of relief and think about how to restore their strength and skills and get some rest. The players understood that if it weren't for these Russians, they would be in big trouble. The captain sincerely thanked the Russians for their help, because thanks to them, they had not lost a single member of their guild. But soon the girl realized that they simply did not understand her. Indeed, they were Russians, and they seemed to know no language in this world, not even their own. With mistakes, Ujin and China, satisfied, turned around and left the players' camp. Ujin didn't want to stay in the camp, as he understood that this could increase the risk of their discovery. Besides, they had already demonstrated their skills, and the guild players would not dare to claim that they had cleared the dungeon themselves. And this dungeon had now become an excellent place for leveling up. China understood what his comrade was getting at. Fighting again. He would do it again. But hard in battle, easy in combat, China muttered, continuing to curse himself for getting involved with this damn idiot. However, his level had increased, which was a cause for joy. Ujin also leveled up to level 35. There was no point in leveling up further unless he destroyed the main target. Ujin received information that someone had granted him great power, and the rank of his Poison Blood skill had increased again. Poison Blood became a very high-level skill, which would allow him to implement his plans more quickly. China watched his friend and did not understand why he was so serious and always dissatisfied. Ujin said that before they went to the second level, they needed to do one more thing together. This immediately frightened his partner. He understood that nothing good or pleasant awaited him in the near future. But Ujin suggested they have a snack because they would need more energy on the second level. While China was enjoying the roasted boar, Ujin asked him how resilient he was. Ujin wanted to know if his friend would be able to stay conscious if the fox gored him with its horn. China immediately lost his appetite. The second level of the dungeon was predictably difficult. The players fought, shot, and tried to hit their target, but nothing worked. The horned fox was too fast. The guys didn't even have time to get a good look at it. It was already rushing past, killing players in its path. The captain realized that at this rate, everyone would soon perish, and that they needed to somehow slow down the horned fox's speed. At that moment, a large player came to the fore, one of the Russians who declared in broken language that he would kill the horned fox. The captain tried to stop him, saying that he would achieve nothing if he just rushed forward without a plan. But most likely there was a plan after all, because the horned fox stopped and watched with interest. It was a huge white wolf-like creature with sharp steel teeth and a burning hellish gaze. A sharp horn adorned its forehead. China was in some kind of shock because he didn't even flinch when the fox opened its huge mouth right next to his head. It was faster than the boy had expected, and he realized that things were going to be a little more complicated than he had thought. As Ujin had warned, the damage from the fox's attacks was minor, but its speed was too high. It was rare to block the blows, and it was almost impossible to attack in response. The boy slipped on the snow, and at that moment the fox jumped on him again. China grabbed it, and they rolled head over heels across the ground. The day before, Ujin had said that the horned fox attacks weren't too dangerous. But the real problem was its speed, so skeleton warriors wouldn't work this time. A trap made of wooden fences would take too long. Therefore, the only option was someone who could stop it with their own hands. And now the player was indeed stopping the fox, literally clinging to its fur. His feet were slipping on the snow, but the guy kept holding on to the fox, not letting go. He stood and did not give up for a moment. It was a real battle between two titans. The captain's mouth fell open in surprise. Before her eyes, the player grabbed the horned fox by the head and stopped it. But it was clear that the guy wouldn't last long, and it would all be in vain if the others didn't join the battle and finish off the fox while the Russian was holding it. China continued to work off the piglet he had eaten the day before. Ujin hit the fox with a poisoned arrow and activated the poisonous blood effect. After that, his assistants, the skeleton warriors, rushed into the attack. While China held the horned fox, the skeleton warriors chopped it up with their swords, intensifying the effect of the poison. The captain was horrified by what she saw, because the skeleton warriors clearly outclassed them all. Soon news came that the horned fox had been defeated and the dungeon cleared. Journalists immediately rushed to the players. They were interested in who had cleared the dungeon this time, Isaac Ivanov or the players from the Messiah Guild. The Russians immediately ignored all the journalists, got into their car, and drove off in an unknown direction. Ujin asked the broker to publish his statement, which said that if the Messiah Guild wanted to recruit Isaac Ivanov into their ranks, he was willing to sacrifice the horn of the horned fox. The broker approved his plan, realizing that the guy was on the same wavelength as him. It was necessary to emphasize the key phrase, if the Messiah really wanted to get him. The next day, all the newspaper headlines were full of this statement. Woojin noted that the broker worked very efficiently and quickly, always fulfilling all his requests and orders. Soon he was summoned by his new employer, Park Yeon-wan, whose bodyguard he served. Lately, everyone was talking about this unknown Isaac Ivanov. Park Yeon-wan was pleased with his bodyguard, as he was handling all matters better than expected. It seemed that the players from the Skull Guild had completely shut down their operations in Korea and returned to Japan. Park Yeon-wan said that the young man, fulfilling his agreements, should be rewarded accordingly. He was advised not to get cocky and to continue developing his skills, as there would always be plenty of work for him. Secretary Kim handed him an envelope with a new skill. It turned out to be Blood Mist, a skill that creates a cloud from the player's own blood. The boss offered the young man to join his elite squad to become an even stronger player. At that moment, breaking news interrupted the conversation. The Messiah Guild thanked Isaac Ivanov for saving its members, but was not ready to accept him into its ranks. It was clear that the proud would soon lose, because instead of inviting a strong newcomer, they rejected him. The news reported that he was willing to sacrifice the horn of the horned fox for the Messiah Guild. If the young man had not made such a statement, the guild would surely have tried to steal the horn from him. Therefore, the guy stuck to his guns. After such a statement, no one would call him an enemy anymore. And if they wanted to save face as heroes and get the horn of the horned fox, they would have to pay a huge price. Now their losses would depend on what they rewarded the hero with. Jin asked if Park Yeon-wan could provide him with dungeons where he could level up well. Yeon-wan said that this would not be a problem and offered to buy a few himself through a broker and send the bill. The news reported on an official statement from the Messiah Guild. They planned to send Isaac Ivanov a gift for saving their players. Chin-A was outraged by his comrade's cunning, who had staged the whole donation spectacle knowing that he would now receive a gift and keep the horn of the horned fox for himself. It turned out that the broker already knew what the gift would be because he had the information before it became public knowledge. It would be the skill of summoning golems. The Messiah Guild had offered this gift, and the broker in Achim had approved it. Woojin also wanted to purchase dungeons to improve his skills, and Park Yeon-wang was supposed to pay for them. The proposed dungeon was designed for 25 people and provided an opportunity to level up. Surviving 7 days in a dungeon is not the ideal place to level up, especially with the risk to one's life. At the last moment, Chin-A realized that participating in this leveling quest also concerned him personally, although, as usual, he had not been asked. Everything happened very quickly and unexpectedly, and Chin-A didn't even have time to properly worry about it before he found himself in another dungeon with this madman. Jin noted mockingly that this time they would start with an easy walk. South Korea's #1 financial company had other games and survival quests as well. It was the most influential company in the world, sponsoring the Messiah Guild. The CEO had just been informed that Chiho was dead. He entered the dungeon hoping to catch Woojin, but never returned. In addition, Govine's necklace was missing. Of course, it was not difficult to find a replacement for Chihu in the guild, but there was definitely no item that could replace the necklace. At first, the frequent failures of the Skull Guild did not seem like anything serious. Then tension arose between the Messiah Guild and the Master Swordsmith, as well as the Master Archer. And now it seemed that the perfect union was falling apart at the seams. Park Yeon-wan was considered the source of all these troubles. Shin-Hai understood that Park Yeon-wan should have been removed immediately, but now his power had grown, and action had to be taken gradually. In addition, he had a new member of the elite squad. The manager reported that they were doing everything possible to get rid of Kim Woo-jin, but Park Yeon-wang was protecting him, and it was almost impossible to get close to the player. In addition, Park Yeon-wan had given the player many skills and items to increase his level. Shin-Hai didn't want to hear any more excuses and demanded to hear plans for getting rid of Woo-jin. The manager reported that a team had already been formed to capture him, led by Suzuki. Suzuki Aichi was a very good player, especially since he had Lancelot's ring in his possession. He could be trusted with this mission. The guys spent enough time in the training dungeon and greatly improved their levels. Chin-A realized that the more he learned about Woo-jin, the more he was amazed at how quickly and easily he was able to level up. Setting traps after studying the territory turned out to be more important than it seemed at first glance. Woo-jin not only knew the types of monsters and their numbers depending on the dungeon, he knew their exact locations. In addition, he had information about the most effective methods of destroying them. Jin knew everything, as if he had already encountered this before. With his current skills, he could even escape unscathed from a tiger's lair. Chin-A hoped that once they reached their goal, they would be able to calmly and slowly clear the dungeon. In reality, it turned out to be the opposite. Now Woo-jin wanted to learn new skills and put them into practice. That way, they would be able to understand how much offensive power they actually possessed. Finally, the moment came when Woo-jin finished all his checks. Chin-A could barely stand on his feet from exhaustion. The dungeon had been cleared, but he had almost no strength left. Secretary Lee rushed to help the young man because he could no longer stand on his own. By this time, Woo-jin was already planning to go to Kaesong and told the broker that he needed to be sent there too. This guy really didn't need a break. After the gate appeared, North Korea opened a small door so that the rest of the world could help it. That place was the city of Kaesong. If a player destroyed the dungeon, he received absolute freedom, and over time, this place became a refuge for criminals consumed by greed. It was on the road to such a city in the middle of the night that the bus was traveling. There were a few passengers on board, one of whom turned to the guy with glasses and said that he would probably be a porter because he clearly didn't look like a player. Most likely tomorrow he would become a house donkey to help one of the players collect as many items as possible. The young man burst into tears and said that he wanted to play too. His older, more experienced comrades reassured him, telling him not to worry and that they were all in the same boat. Of course, most of the guys on the bus were rapists and murderers, but they were left alone here because they were players. It was a very nice place. At any moment, they could get money and go back to doing what they loved. The stranger was interested in how the boy ended up here, and the bespectacled man replied that he had been betrayed. The stranger wished him luck, advised him to work hard and make the traitor pay in full, and promised to help if necessary. The young man, of course, did not disappoint, because he was going to take his revenge for the betrayal of his entire world. After all, S-Jun had once deceived and betrayed him, and now he had to make him pay. Soon the bus arrived at the base. Chin-A couldn't believe his ears. Woo-jin was going to Kaesong because that's where the most hardened bastards gathered. The broker said that only a madman would go there. But the worst thing was that Kim Woo-jin wasn't the only one there now. There was a monster of a man who was much stronger than Woo-jin. Right now, this player was most likely at level 50, and no one could match him at that rank. He really didn't want these two players to cross paths right now. Chin-A didn't believe that there were people stronger than Temujin. But it turned out that there were. It was a hunting dog from the Messiah Guild named Suzuki Aichi. The queen had just called this villain and ordered the guys to maintain the same leveling speed for the next target. This time the target was Kim Woo-jin, a completely unknown player. But if the queen wanted the guys to be on their guard, then this was no ordinary player. It didn't matter though. They would simply carry out the order. Since the new victim was known, they needed to clear out the dungeon as soon as possible and start their investigation. The commander gave the order to prepare the porters and continue according to plan. The guys reported to their boss that everything was ready. They were in position and waiting for his orders. Kim Woo-jin recognized the leader. He didn't expect to meet him like this. Just a few days ago, he had been avoiding this player more than anyone else. The hunting dog, who would tear anyone to pieces as soon as he reached level 100, was limited in his actions because his level was too high. For this reason, the Messiah Guild had to raise a new hunting dog to work in the shadows. The young man learned about all this much later. However, Suzuki should not be underestimated. Besides, he had probably already received Lancelot's ring. The players entered the dungeon. The game began, and a notification came that they had to defeat the Red Orc to advance to the next level. As soon as the players were in the game, one of the porters killed a player and ran away. They had to decide what to do next: clear the dungeon or search for the killer. Suzuki examined the body of the murdered man and realized that the killer had struck one precise blow to a vital spot without hesitation. This meant that he had killed before. The commander ordered the remaining porters to be taken care of and changed his plans. Now they had to find the villain, so everyone drew their weapons and got ready. The bandits attacked their own porters with their weapons, but the porters claimed that they had no weapons in their inventory and that they had been wrongly accused of murder. Suddenly, someone started cutting at tremendous speed. Everything happened very quickly and incomprehensibly. And now the guys were standing there, splattered with blood. The only thing they could do was run away. The players reported to their commander that they had done everything he had told them to do. The stranger escaped, killing only one guy because he was stalling for time. Most likely, he planned to eliminate everyone one by one. It was decided to first find information about the victim. Suddenly, a huge monster appeared from behind a tree. It was a golem. Suzuki realized that the golem's patron obviously couldn't use summoning skills without making sacrifices, and he just wanted to buy time with the golem's help. Therefore, it was necessary to change plans urgently. First deal with the golem, and then look for the traitor. After that, the guys threw ropes over the golem's arms and tried to stop it. They knew that golems had high resistance to cutting weapons. Therefore, they had to focus all their efforts on striking weapons. First, they had to deprive the golem of its legs. The guys quickly changed weapons and determined where to aim first. When the golem had no legs left, they rained blows down on its head. Very quickly, almost nothing remained of the monster. However, a sound caught the players' attention. Arrows whistled overhead, flying from nowhere. The captain said that they should not underestimate the enemy just because he was alone. In addition, the opponent was targeting the healer, which meant he knew what he looked like and was able to plan his attack tactics. It also turned out that the opponent was capable of attacking from long distances and could summon monsters which were just approaching. The archer tried to stop the approaching monsters using his multiple shot skill. This was an excellent option because instead of one arrow, a whole hail of arrows flew at the enemies. But the shots passed right through the guy, and the players were left wondering who was rushing towards them. A few seconds later, skeleton warriors appeared in front of the players. A battle ensued in which the skeleton warriors impressed the players with their weapon skills. They were too agile and well-trained for ordinary skeletons. Not only were they skilled with weapons, but they also didn't worry about injuries. After all, they were dead. Then the hunter activated his cleaving skill and used it to cut the skeleton into pieces. This proved to be an effective method, and the hunter continued to analyze the skeleton's behavior, realizing that this was exactly how its master behaved in battle. Of course, nothing good could come of this, and only the cutting skill helped to deal with opponents. Aichi demanded that these opponents be treated as real players and that all power be used. He also advised aiming at areas not protected by armor. Attacks followed one after another, and the players focused on gaps in the armor. Suzuki wanted to find the master of the skeletons and deal with him, knowing that this would destroy all the skeleton warriors. Soon his wish came true, and in the midst of the attack, he saw a lone player standing apart from the battle. He immediately threw his spear at him. Then he rushed forward to meet his opponent, face to face. Before him stood a player wearing a skull mask. He immediately thought that this was the hunter of the needle snake, Isaac Ivanov, who had been written about in all the newspapers. Only 2 skeleton warriors remained. If this was indeed Isaac Ivanov, the hunter of the needle snake, then he should not have any hostile relations with the Messiah Guild. Why was he here then? He didn't have time to ask any questions before the stranger in the skull mask ran away with his skeletons. The players wanted to catch the stranger and avenge their 4 slain comrades. The commander did not allow them to do so because he did not understand the opponent's intentions. But the players did not listen. Suddenly, it dawned on the commander that this was most likely just another trap. He tried to stop his subordinates with a loud shout, but at that moment, there was a powerful explosion. The corpse explosion skill had been used. After the explosion, ominous smoke began to spread through the forest. One of the players who rushed to catch up with the stranger was seriously injured. Soon he began coughing up blood, which turned out to be black. The guy was poisoned, and the doctor tried to cure him. But it was too late. The color of his blood had completely changed. The player hoped that he could still be helped. He didn't want to die here, but he died. All this greatly distressed the remaining players. They realized that it would be difficult. No one said that Isaac Ivanov was using poison, but as it turned out, he was, and it was so deadly that the warrior died instantly. It is unclear why he did not use the poison right away. The hunter noticed that the dark red mist did not dissipate after the explosion. He activated Lancelot's ring, which increased resistance to blood poisoning, and ordered the warriors to move away from the dark mist immediately, because it was also poison. The players did not immediately feel the effects of the poison, but their health began to gradually decline. This was exactly what the stranger wanted. He wanted the poisonous mist to strip the players of their defenses. At that moment, a skeleton warrior appeared behind Suzuki Aichi. The hunter realized that the enemy's target was not him, but his subordinates. This would help the enemy, as the young man could activate new skeleton warriors. A duel began between Suzuki and the stranger. Both opponents received notifications from their patrons about their interest in this battle. Woojin understood that his opponent's level was much higher than his own. The young man wanted to distract his opponent and strike with a single blow, but he had to be extremely careful. After all, a mistake meant death. To avoid this, the young man activated the Blessing of the Sun. Secretary Lee reported that she had managed to track down Woojin's location. He had indeed gone to Kaisen. If the guy wanted to get rid of Suzuki, it meant he was targeting the Messiah Guild and could be an excellent ally. Of course, only if he returned from there alive. In the meantime, it was time to take advantage of the project Secretary Lee had been working on. The Power of the Pharaoh. The battlefield was littered with the bodies of fallen players. Suzuki fought against Woojin and his skeleton warriors. The young man used all the effects of the sun's blessing on himself, but he was still losing badly. His opponent was much more powerful than in his previous life. The boy realized that he had been too confident when he decided he was ready to face Suzuki. Suzuki admitted that the young man was the first one he had to struggle with, but unfortunately he had lost too much blood and would not last long. If it weren't for Lancelot's ring, the hunter would already be dead, as would his subordinates. The ring protected him from poisoning, but he was extremely exhausted and could die from blood loss, so it was time to end the battle. The hunter raised his sword above the young man's head. Almost resigned to defeat, a recent conversation popped into Woojin's head. Pak Yeon-wan had warned him that if the boy died, he would not be able to undergo surgery or receive a blood transfusion because his blood was poisonous. So the secretary had given him a special skill. It might seem useless, but it might save his life one day. And Secretary Kim handed him the skill page. This memory rushed through Woojin's body like an electric shock. At the last moment, he jumped to his feet and rushed at his opponent with his bare hands. Woojin pressed himself against his opponent and activated the blood absorption skill. It was a very primitive skill, but in the current situation, it proved to be incredibly useful. Woojin sucked the blood from his opponent's body through the wound. The rapid loss of blood caused Suzuki's vital signs to drop sharply, and Woojin began to slowly recover his health and stop the bleeding. Kim Woojin addressed his dying opponent, saying that he knew the true nature of Lee Jun. So why did he obey that bastard? The hunter was greatly surprised to learn that Jun was the reason for the attack on him. But the young man said that justice was power over the world for all players, not a way to end the game. After that, he took Lancelot's ring from his dying opponent. Suzuki Aichi died instantly because he had been poisoned and drained of blood. Kim Woojin activated the Eye of Anubis to communicate with his enemy's recent past. Soon the dungeon was completely cleared. The game was over. On the surface, the young man was met by a local government official. He said he had been waiting for him and handed the boy a walkie-talkie. On the other end of the line, Woojin was congratulated on his victory over Suzuki Aichi and asked about his future plans. The broker had everything under control. He admitted that at first he didn't trust Woojin, but now he understood his message perfectly clearly. The broker suggested that they meet after returning from Kasan to discuss future collaboration, since they now had a common goal: to destroy the Messiah Guild. The guy agreed to meet, even though he was already satisfied with the situation. He was happy that they now had a common goal. Early in the morning, before work, Secretary Lee was at the cemetery. With tears in her eyes, she remembered her deceased parent. Even though time had passed, the girl continued to suffer from her loss. Another powerful explosion rang out in the next dungeon. The players decided that this was a signal to retreat and rushed to run away. People did not understand what was happening, but they needed to hide from the fire as soon as possible. Isaac Ivanov and his friend were in this dungeon. Chin A had to grab the burning object with his hand. He just had to hold it for 5 seconds, and Woojin promised to take care of the rest. Suddenly, Chin A's hand vibrated, and he received a notification that he now possessed Lancelot's ring. Woojin asked him to put on the ring just in case. Chin couldn't believe what was happening. Was his partner really giving him such an expensive gift? Woojin said that the ring protected its owner from almost everything except burns. Moreover, if the Firefox's flames had a negative effect, the ring would save the young man's life. In the dungeons the boys visited, such risks were inevitable. Chin-A only had to hold the Firefox in his hands for 5 seconds. And for that, he was going to demand something substantial from Sujin. Chin-A grabbed the huge monster rushing to attack. The young man clasped his hands around the Firefox's torso and pulled the beast toward him. The fox opened its mouth and let out a piercing scream. Then it sprayed the young man with flames and the fire blinded Chin. However, Lancelot's ring activated a powerful resistance to the curse of darkness. Therefore, despite the pain, Chin-A continued to hold the Firefox. Meanwhile, his partner Wu Jin leveled up and created a new weapon. And when the Firefox burned everything around, Wu Jin rushed into the attack. The media was once again full of headlines and news. It turned out that the Messiah Guild had acquired Japan's national treasure and could now blackmail other countries. Since Isaac Ivanov's appearance, the guild's actions had become more aggressive. Perhaps they sensed a threat in him and wanted to eliminate it as soon as possible. The broker's thoughts were interrupted by the arrival of Secretary Lee, and he remembered an important date. Today was the anniversary, and he wanted to spend the day with his girlfriend by inviting her to a restaurant. Another mission was over, but Chin's thoughts were still wandering far away. If Wu Jin hadn't given him Lancelot's ring, the guy would already be dead. He had no idea that the Firefox's flames could cause such serious damage. As always, Wu Jin had calculated and planned everything, arriving fully prepared. Chin understood that he would not be able to catch up with his partner anytime soon. He had a long way to go. It was he who suggested that they split up and rest in their own directions. The young man tried not to make friends. Newspaper headlines reported how Isaac Ivanov had successfully completed the A+ level dungeon. Park Yun-wan was impressed by this guy. Suddenly, Kim, the alarmed secretary, rushed into the office, needing to speak to her boss urgently. Park Yun-wan said he had no secrets and allowed her to speak in front of everyone. It turned out that Johann Georg, whom they had been trying to recruit, had joined the Messiah Guild. It seemed that Messiah had beaten them in the race for the player. The guild had probably become more active after Suzuki's murder. It was necessary to quickly assess the situation and adjust the plan. Park Yun-wan was upset. He wanted to use Johann Georg to keep the Messiah in check. Now he had to come up with a plan B. At that moment, Wu Jin suggested collaborating with Isaac Ivanov. It would have been a great idea, but they had no information about this player. There were rumors that Isaac Ivanov often appeared on the black market to acquire the skeleton warrior skill. Of course, this was a very rare skill. It wasn't easy to get hold of and buy. Perhaps now the situation with Isaac Ivanov would turn out to be easier than Park Yun-wan had previously thought. The headquarters of the Messiah Guild was reeling after another failure. It became known that their hopes for Suzuki had not been fulfilled. He had died. And along with him, all his subordinates. The base in Kasson was completely destroyed. I really wanted to know who had decided to provoke the Messiah Guild in this way. It was known that it was one of Park Yun's men. He had been spotted in Kasson under a false name, most likely Passion, and it was he who had carried out the attack. It was necessary to take retaliatory measures to put not only Park Yun-wan, but also everyone else in their place. In addition, Shin-hee had already taken some action. It would soon become known. Park Yun-wan made a deal. This reckless attempt to keep the Messiah Guild under control could lead to his downfall. In addition, the Messiah Guild had recruited someone to keep an eye on Isaac. This player showed ambition by spreading his influence across Europe. His patron was the messenger of the underworld, and his main skill was skeleton warrior. Apparently, he is capable of creating countless skeletons, forming an entire army. And no matter how strong the enemy may be, no one can stand against such an army. He has already been dubbed the King of the Immortals, and his real name is Johann Georg. The Messiah Guild decided that instead of the mysterious Isaac Ivanov, it would be easier to deal with Johann Georg. Although Ivanov himself told reporters that he was friendly toward the Messiah Guild. Because of this man, the guild suffered losses, and now they were going to keep an eye on Isaac with the help of Johann Georg. The master confirmed that the greater the desires of enemies, the easier it is to deal with them. King of the Immortals is a strange name. Although Lee Se-jun himself liked it, he gave Shin-hye one last chance to bring order to the guild. Park Yun-wang was driving in his car, deep in thought, which alarmed his secretary Kim. The negotiations did not fail. The guys from the Frontier Group had long wanted to enter the Korean market, but being rivals of Messiah, they could not do so. Therefore, the deal with Park Yun-wang's group was the best option. But something was still bothering the boss. He understood that there was no such thing as a free lunch. Everything was going too well, and that was troubling. If the Rubez Guild was going to deceive Park Yun-wan, he would use their fame against them. He demanded that Wu Jin be summoned to headquarters the next morning. Phoenix already occupied a luxurious building in the city center and could afford it. Chin realized that he would now have to cooperate with the Rubez group. As Wu Wan said, it would not be work, but merely an opportunity to take advantage of these people's protection and quietly raise his level. They said they would go to the dungeon in 2 days. Woo Jin realized that Park Yoon had brought in third parties to control the Messiah Guild, but most likely, Shin Hye from the Messiah Guild had already anticipated this possibility. It was quite possible that the Frontier Guild and the Messiah Guild were already secretly cooperating. However, it was necessary to obtain accurate information rather than engage in speculation. That was what broker Oh Si-chan was for. The gaming platform was ready to welcome new players. The guys were eager to get to know the Frontier Guild as soon as possible. They dreamed of quickly clearing the dungeon under the supervision of these guys and getting bonuses for free. Soon they were joined by a lawyer from the Rubej Guild named Jamie Kim, who asked for a moment of their attention. It turned out that the Rubej Guild was doing everything possible to ensure the safety of the squad. Therefore, they had to follow the rules. They were forbidden to enter any dungeon without being accompanied by Rubej. And once inside the dungeon, take no action, but simply wait. These rules were already spelled out in the cooperation contract. They only applied during leveling. Therefore, the lawyer's words were not just a suggestion, but the terms of the contract. Otherwise, both parties would suffer. You shouldn't even think about taking any action in the dungeon. Just let the Rubej Guild feed you like little children with a spoon. If there were any complaints, the lawyer would immediately inform Park Yoon-won that the contract had been canceled due to the guy's unwillingness to cooperate. The lawyer said that the guys seemed to agree and would go to the dungeon in 30 minutes. Woo Jin understood that Rubej was going to control Park Yoon-won's people under the guise of fulfilling the terms of the contract. The young man immediately called the broker and said that it was necessary to change plans urgently. Most likely, entering this dungeon was not the best idea. It seemed that the Messiah and Frontier Guilds had conspired after all. Of course, this is not yet confirmed information, but it is probably true. It would be safer to just abandon this dungeon, because most likely they would try to kill all of Van's guys there. Gin believed that to catch a tiger, you had to go into its lair. Now he had to think about how to use this information. The broker was very worried about the young man, realizing that it would be difficult and tough there. Jin, in turn, asked the broker to gather reliable information about the guys from the Rubej Guild, as well as to clean up the mess he would create. Oh Si-chan immediately agreed to these conditions and allowed the young man to run wild as much as he wanted. He would deal with the consequences himself later. The game began. The players got inside and checked their levels. Jin's level had increased again. The guys sat in the clearing as stipulated in the contract. This was already the third dungeon where they just sat and did nothing. Of course, it wasn't all that bad. They were earning money without having to work too hard, and the clearings usually ended quickly. At this rate, they would soon be able to clear all the dungeons. The guys discussed how Park Yoon-won had started recruiting elite players to clear the 6th level dungeon. It seemed that the Frontier Guild was speeding up its clearings to weaken Park Yoon-won's players. After all, it would be easier to carry out their plan when all the players were in the dungeon. Immediately, a notification came that the dungeon had been cleared. The guys could finally stretch their legs and get up from their seats. Soon they would go home. At that moment, a player came out onto the clearing and said that he had not given permission to get up or move at all. The guys began to explain that they had received a notification that the dungeon had been cleared, which is why they had gotten up. But it turned out that they were not allowed to move any further. They were not here to make friends. In the dungeon, it is forbidden to do anything without orders. The broker understood that it was very unpleasant when you weren't allowed to do anything. But Park Yoon-won was vigilant, and no one would dare to do anything shady behind his back. There was an article in the newspaper about Park Yoon-won challenging the 6th level dungeon again. Park Yoon-won needed to stake his claim as soon as possible, so he didn't have much choice. The moment Park Yoon-won's players entered the dungeon, the Frontier Guild will show their true colors, but the broker is confident that the young man will be able to handle it. The broker confirmed that he would have reliable information on the requested topic the next day, and that it would be very interesting. The next day, Woo Jin and Secretary Lee met face to face. The young man was hoping to finally see the broker in person. The secretary tried to tell him something. The day before, the broker had thought about meeting with Woo Jin in person, but the secretary volunteered to do it for him. Now she informed the young man that her boss had important business to attend to. She handed him the plan prepared by the broker on the issue the young man had inquired about. But when the young man looked at the papers, he found that they contained complete information about the key members of the Messiah Guild and all the guilds with which it had close ties. According to the information found, the Messiah Guild had infiltrated not only the frontier, but also the 5 leading guilds in the world. She believed that first the hands supporting the main guild had to be destroyed. Only then would they be able to see a glimmer of hope. After that, the girl handed over an envelope with money, saying that it was more than enough. Jin was stunned by what he saw. He understood that the information contained in the document was priceless. It contained a list of items used by the Messiah Guild. It also listed the alleged rats of the Messiah in the 5 leading guilds and the legendary items they possessed. Among the documents, the young man saw a familiar face. It was Sam Oliver. This guy had been following him during the previous dungeon raid by the Frontier Guild. It was surprising that he possessed Percival's spear. After reviewing the documents, Wu Jin asked to send a personal message to the broker. He wanted them to make him documents and a mask with Sam Oliver's face on it. The players gathered again on the playing field. Everything was ready for the start of a new game. A huge bearded man was indignant that Sam Oliver seemed sleepy today and did not respond to his name. The young man said he was just thinking and explained that there would be only one target today. It didn't matter whether they killed her or spared the others. They only had to eliminate one person. Just one? That's ridiculous, the man grumbled. Oliver usually participated in cleanups when there were many targets. He was happy to work with the guy because they called him Lucky Sam. And for good reason. Sam confirmed what he had heard. Other teams would be dealing with 4 and 7 targets, while they only had 1. The day before, Chief Naomi had called and said that Park Yun-Wang was already in the underground, so the game had to start today. Chief Naomi asked if everything was okay, because Kim Woo-jin, whom they were tracking, was at the top of the list of targets for elimination. They didn't lend the player the spear just because he was cute. He hoped that everything would work out for him. After everything he had been through, he couldn't let them take that spear away from him. The game began and the guys entered the dungeon. A notification informed them that they had to hold out for 4 days to advance to the next level. Another stupid survival quest. If the target sensed something was wrong and started to run away, they would have to chase her for 4 days. And if she survived and moved on to the second level, everything would become much more difficult. It was clear that the enemies were planning to make their move on the first level. Jin began to gradually move away from the main group. Sam didn't want to chase the target for 4 days. He suggested finishing her off quickly and making it look like an accident. The players noticed that Jin was leaving and called out to him several times. When he didn't stop and instead started running, the chase began. The players in Park Yun-Wan's group continued to stand still, as specified in the terms of the contract. They didn't understand why Wu Jin was running. Maybe he had stomach pains and just wanted to go to the bathroom. The pursuers from the Frontier Guild rushed through the forest trying to catch up with Wu Jin. It seemed they had lost him. The thick trees made it difficult to see the terrain. The idea of splitting up didn't work. This quest was full of monsters, and if the guys separated, they would be in even greater danger. They decided to go back to discuss everything with Sam, and as they were thinking this, they passed under the tree where Wu Jin was hiding. Once he was safe, the guy jumped down and decided it was time to make his move. Because of all the commotion, he hadn't had a chance to test the ring in action. After defeating the Firefox, the young man received a military trophy. It was an Ultra Plus ring. It helped him go beyond his own abilities. All his skills were increased by 1 point. The young man put on the ring, activated the enhancement, and was able to summon a new skeleton warrior. While he was admiring the list of his improved characteristics, danger crept up on him from behind. A pack of huge, monstrous wolves emerged from the forest just in time. The players didn't understand how Wu Jin had managed to pull this off. Everything had gone according to plan. Maybe someone had leaked information to him, or there was a traitor among them. There was no other explanation. Sam Oliver reasoned that if the information had leaked in advance, Wu Jin would have brought reinforcements or not come to the dungeon at all. The players wanted to know what their plans were now. They couldn't just stand around and wait. Sam Oliver calmed the guys down and said that they would have to complete the entire quest. But until they dealt with the monsters and got tired, it would be better for them to find Kim Woo Jin quietly. Sam interrupted everyone to keep them from getting out of control, but soon the monsters would devour them, and no one would be able to prove anything. The players rushed to find Wu Jin, realizing that it would not be easy to deal with him. They ran over a mountain of dead wolves, not understanding who had killed them. Could it have been Wu Jin when he ran away? At that moment, there was an explosion that explained everything. Sam Oliver realized that they themselves had become the target. It seemed like it was a trap, and they needed to prepare for the impending attack. One of the players was wounded and demanded that Sam help him quickly. But before he could do anything, a skeleton warrior emerged from the smoke and fog. Due to the dust and thick fog, nothing was visible. Sam realized that at this rate, Wu Jin would quickly deal with them, and they would not even be able to strike back. He used the wind wall skill and flew into the air to survey the situation from above and try to disperse the skeleton warriors. But behind him, a huge skeleton with a sword was already waiting. A battle ensued. The skeleton impressed with its combat abilities and skill with weapons. Oliver never thought that in such a simple place he would have to activate his main skill, Percival's Spear. It was the third legendary item from the set of artifacts belonging to the Knights of the Round Table. In his previous life, Wu Jin had already encountered the owner of this spear. It possessed the effect of enhanced penetration, and its blows could not be blocked even by unique great armor. Wounds inflicted by this spear could not be healed for a certain period of time. Suddenly, the skeleton warriors began to retreat, which greatly surprised Oliver. The reason was that a new ally of Wu Jin, a skeleton monster, had entered the clearing. It moved with incredible speed, stunning its opponent. Sam Oliver decided to wait for the skeleton to attack so he could strike with Percival's spear. One blow should be enough. The huge skeleton monster approached Sam, who spun his spear, creating an impenetrable barrier around himself. Sam activated the last strike skill and rushed to attack the skeleton. However, it managed to dodge. In the next moment, the skeleton monster jumped on Sam, grabbed him, and threw him to the ground. After that, without opening its jaws, the skeleton threw Sam from side to side. Despite its sharp fangs and claws, the beast-shaped warrior was not much different from the human-shaped skeleton. Ordinary weapons could be used against it, but because of their human structure, skeleton warriors move slower than skeleton beasts, so the fight was initially a losing one for Sam. He had no intention of dying, besides his spear was within sight. Sam hoped that even without an arm, he could reach Percival's spear and use it. But when he was just a few inches away from the weapon, someone's shadow appeared nearby. Udine raised his spear. No matter how powerful it was, if it couldn't be used to strike, it was useless. The guy didn't know why Sam Oliver was targeting him. But since it had come to this, any conversation was pointless. Sam began to justify himself, saying that he had no choice, he was just following orders, and promised to cooperate with Wu Jin if he spared him. "If you kill me, you'll become the enemy of the entire Frontier Guild," he added. Lawyer Kim was furious when he heard the latest news. He rushed to Naomi for help. He demanded that one thing be checked urgently. Information had emerged that all the agents had been killed, and the person who did it was none other than Sam Oliver. When the guys came out of the dungeon, they were met with a fight. However, Sam Oliver managed to kill them all with Percival's spear. Something strange was going on. He was alive again. It turned out that Sam Oliver had betrayed the guild. Naomi was even more frightened, because if Oliver himself had betrayed them, knowing who was behind her, then she was finished. She had to get rid of them personally before the truth came out. The cleanup was successful, and it seemed she had nothing to worry about. Sam Oliver was pleased. Now that the current task was complete, it was time to move on to the next step. He asked Jean what he was going to do next. Maybe he should lie low for a while. After all, he had caused too much trouble in the Frontier Guild. But the young man didn't know what to do. Perhaps it would be better to go down into the dungeon. It was the perfect place to hide. He remembered his conversation with Secretary Lee when he asked him to do one thing, namely to make a mask with Sam Oliver's face on it. Now was the perfect time to go to the second level of the dungeon with this mask. The broker had not yet noticed any activity from Messiah or Frontier, but it seemed that Naomi's boss was trying to finish the job on his own. Most likely, not the entire Frontier Guild was involved, but perhaps Naomi was an informant for the Messiah Guild they were hunting. It seems that the Messiah's dirty hands have not yet reached the leadership of the Frontier. Even in Sam Oliver's memories, there was no information about the leaders other than Naomi. In any case, everything went wrong because Oliver betrayed them. If Wu Jin finds out the truth, it will be more than just a headache. Wu Jin had better hide in some dungeon for now, and the broker would act on behalf of the ghost Sam Oliver. Wu Jin asked the broker for an A+ dungeon in Taiwan called the Screamer of the Frozen Forest. The broker was surprised by this choice, but it turned out that there had already been 23 unsuccessful attempts to clear this dungeon, the perfect place for his purposes. The Messiah Guild had already attempted to clear this dungeon 4 times, and none of the attempts had been successful. Even in his previous life, this dungeon remained unfinished, a series of endless failures. In the end, most of Taiwan was filled with monsters because no one was able to close the dungeon gate. There is a level restriction for entering this dungeon, so even Lee Sejun couldn't do anything. Jin also won't be able to clear it if the level exceeds 60. It turns out that if there is something in this dungeon that can help in the fight against the Messiah, it may go unnoticed. It is clear that there is no additional information about what awaits inside the dungeon itself, but Wu Jin cannot stop. The chances of victory and a successful outcome are less than 10%, even with accurate calculations. Of course, it would be nice if that percentage was in favor of failure rather than success. However, Wu Jin possessed Percival's spear, which made him the strongest on the second level. Chin A understood that another nightmare awaited him ahead. The broker promised to prepare everything, and Wu Jin suggested provoking the Messiah Guild into supporting them through public pressure. In the near future, all the newspapers wrote only about the unsuccessful attempts to clear the Taiwanese dungeon. They also reported that Isaac Ivanov was going to do it and was asking the Messiah Guild for help, as it would contribute to the liberation of the entire Taiwan region from monsters. The leaders of all the guilds discussed nothing but the news that Isaac Ivanov was going to the Taiwan dungeon. Of course, the Messiah Guild couldn't stay out of it and promised to provide Isaac Ivanov with unique equipment that could help him in the future. Once again, the preliminary work was done exactly as Wu Jin had ordered. Chin A demanded that the Messiah Guild provide legendary items because this was a dungeon that no player had ever conquered before. But it wasn't that simple, because if things continued to develop in this way, Messiah would have to buy expensive items in order not to lose their position. However, the most important thing was that the cost of items had decreased as a result. The cost of clearing the 2-level dungeon that Messiah failed to complete has also changed. And now, if someone else clears the dungeon instead of Messiah, they won't be able to get away with just unique items. In addition, Secretary Lee leaked details of Sam Oliver's cover story and the final expense report to Messiah. This should have saved a decent amount of time. Therefore, there was no need to delay. It was possible to move forward in the near future. And although Chin A really hoped that Secretary Lee was going somewhere, it turned out that the suitcase was prepared for him. The guy was going to the dungeon in Taiwan. The flight went smoothly, and Taiwan greeted the players with a quiet evening and bright lights from the houses. The guys were given a place in one of the most luxurious hotels. This was because there had been no players willing to challenge and clear this dungeon for a long time. Therefore, any player who attempted this mission became a hero to the entire population. Most of the players who were also going to enter this dungeon belonged to guilds that had already failed in clearing it. From the outside, it seemed that the comrades wanted to avenge their fallen friends. But in reality, not everyone had good intentions. In the past, about 80 people had died trying to liberate this territory. This means that the items of about 2,000 players are buried in the dungeon. Among them, there must be some legendary ones. There will always be those who are only interested in personal gain. At that moment, the manager announced that there was 1 hour left before the start of the game. It was then that Isaac Ivanov did something no one expected him to do. The manager clearly did not anticipate such an outcome. Isaac Ivanov personally went to the press conference before the dungeon was cleared. The search for the traitor continued at the Rubaj Guild office. It turned out that all traces had disappeared. It was clear that someone was helping Sam Oliver. Naomi pretended to be annoyed by the accusations, although thoughts continued to echo in her head about the need to keep Sam and Eugene in one place and then get rid of them. Nothing foreshadowed trouble when suddenly Secretary Lee urgently came to the broker and asked him to look at the following material. Isaac Ivanov made a statement at a press conference in Taiwan, thanking everyone who took part in the cleanup and saying that it was a great honor for him to be there today. His goal was to save the world by ending this game, and he would do everything possible to achieve his goal. The guy also warned that no one should stand in his way. Of course, this was not part of the plan. It was impossible to block the video because it had already spread around the world. But the broker saw something else in this. Jin was not going to bother with those who got in his way. He openly declared war because he knew what he was doing. The game began, and the participants found themselves in a frosty winter forest. Everyone was discussing the recent press conference at which Ivanov warned them not to get in his way. This was not surprising, as the player was very skilled. One of the participants said that he had seen the guy in action in the Firefox dungeon, and it was impossible to describe in words how powerful a player he was. At that moment, the guys moved away from the main players. Chin A was outraged by Wu Jin's statement at the conference. He believed that it was not worth provoking enemies, but Wu Jin had a different opinion. He wanted to get rid of the people who had come to collect the items of dead players right away. He showed them his superior strength and suppressed their will in advance. Then the young man summoned a skeleton warrior. Soon, a large group of skeleton warriors of various types was ready to complete the mission and face the monsters. The players looked at the skeleton warriors with fear and anger. They wanted to find the items first. One of the group leaders suggested setting out immediately and searching for items on the other side before nightfall. When evening came, the players sat around the campfires to warm themselves and discuss their plans. But the main topic of discussion was still Ivanov. They called him an absolute monster. It was pointless to even try to help him because everyone just got in the way. Besides, a whole day of searching had ended without any finds. The guys were starting to get sad and lose patience. It seemed that other guilds had already stolen all the items. However, today showed that there were many monsters on the first level, but none of them were truly strong. In other words, it was unlikely that players of level 50 or higher could die here. The item they were looking for was most likely on the second level, and Van Gogh's bracelet would be there too. Suddenly, the guys heard a noise. The scout climbed a tree to look around and see if any monsters were approaching. But at the top of the tree on a branch, the player saw only a hanging skeleton. It was very strange because the sound came from there, but it couldn't have been made by a skeleton. The scout returned with the skeleton in his hands, saying that perhaps it was the skeleton that made the sound as it swayed in the wind and rattled its bones. They threw the skeleton aside like trash and continued their discussion. They needed to find an item for the Kunlun Guild. Van Gogh's bracelet, it was very valuable, and now the skeleton could hear everything perfectly and relay the information to its owner. The Van Gogh bracelet was an unknown item to Wu Jin, but if the Chinese guild had sent people after it, then it must be worth something. It was unknown what other items were in this dungeon, but the Van Gogh bracelet definitely needed to be found and taken. The search for information took longer than they had expected. Qin-A wanted to know if any of the players were going to clear the area. Wu Jin confirmed that the other players only wanted the treasures of the dead. They were real hyenas. He was glad that so many players had gathered because he hoped that they would all work together against the monster. But now it turned out that they were working alone again. When would he be able to rest? The second level of the dungeon greeted the players with a fierce, icy wind that knocked them off their feet and burned their skin. The players did not expect it to be so cold here. There had been no warnings about it. Their bodies were numb from the cold, and it was unclear how they could even fight in such a state. Their arms and legs were completely unresponsive. Of course, the air temperature was low and the wind was fierce, but the goosebumps on their bodies were not only from the cold, but also from the fear of encountering the supposed monsters. The feeling of fear intensified because there were no monsters in sight. Jin thought that everything would turn out to be more difficult than he had previously assumed. The body of a living creature freezes when exposed to the fear of monsters. This state does not last forever, but in a life and death struggle, every second counts. A monster of this level is not a dragon, and if you exclude this species, there are not many creatures left that can cause fear so strong that it can be felt from a great distance. The one-eyed player announced that their guild would be the first to survey the surrounding area. Members of his guild rushed off in different directions to look around and assess the situation, but everyone understood that this was most likely not reconnaissance, but a hunt for the treasures lost by the players who had died earlier. Wu Jin believed that such people were of no use in battle. It was better to develop their own plan without taking them into account. The hyena players examined the bodies of their slain comrades, but found no items. They left the bodies where they found them and rushed on, hoping to find something valuable. The one-eyed player thought that someone had already beaten them to it and realized that they needed to hurry. In one of the forest glades, the bodies of dead players lay again. The treasure hunters immediately began to analyze their data. One player was lucky. He found a unique glove. The one-eyed man suspected that someone was looking for a special item, since they had left such a good thing untouched. He ordered his companions to leave this trifle and move faster, because others could take everything of value. They had to hurry and not let them do that. Qin-A didn't understand what was going on because they weren't treasure hunters, but now Wu Jin was already checking another body. In fact, Wu Jin used the Eye of Anubis every time. After numerous searches, he finally found traces of a member of the Kunlun Guild. His surviving allies had died on the west side, so the guys needed to move quickly in that direction. Qin-A did not understand what his companion was doing. He did not know about the Eye of Anubis that Wu Jin possessed. The young man activated his ability again, to view the memories of the dead with the help of the Eye of Anubis. The player encountered an unexpected monster that shouldn't have been in this dungeon. He was terrified and shouted at his companions to run away. As he tried to leave the area himself, his foot twisted and he fell. A large bracelet covered with gold medallions flew into the abyss. But by chance, the bracelet did not fall into the ravine, river, or under the ice. It got caught and hung there, as if hoping for someone's horn. It turned out to be a huge goblin that destroyed people without any effort. Van Gogh's bracelet, the treasure of the Kunlun Guild, was now on the horn of this monster. Wooden finally gathered all the necessary information. He found out what kind of monster lived in this dungeon and where the most valuable item was located. After that, Jin told his comrade about his plan and introduced them to their new assistant, a skeleton warrior in the form of a wolf with a lolling tongue. It was assumed that Qin-A would no longer walk, but would ride this wonderful creature. Then the knight was given the main piece of armor, Percival's spear. According to Wu Jin's plan, Qin-A was to sit on the skeleton warrior and attack the monster with Percival's spear. After that, the guys buried the players who had died in the previous mission and set off to meet the monster. Soon, the other players, searching for items, arrived at the site. They were surprised to see the graves. It didn't seem like it was done by anyone from the Kunlun Guild. However, the leader said that there was no point in digging them up, as they could be the bodies of any other players, not their comrades. As the guys walked to the place where they would encounter the monster, Wu Jin briefly described the creature that lived there. It turned out to be an ogre with thick skin that was difficult to pierce. It was known that if the dungeon was not cleared, the killed monsters would respawn due to the experience accumulated with the players. Monsters that have been through battles are rare, but there are exceptions. For example, monster bosses. As long as the dungeon remains uncleared, the boss monster gains combat experience every time a player fails the quest. The ogres in this dungeon use the bodies of slain players as bait. Thanks to this, they attacked unsuspecting players and survived 23 times. Wu Jin was certain that the ogre that instilled fear and lived in this dungeon was the boss. All this time, Wu Jin had been gathering information from the bodies of dead players. At that moment, the searchers found another pile of bodies of players who had died earlier. They considered this a real stroke of luck and rushed to check their data in the hope of finding valuable items. The one-eyed man found this very strange. Dead bodies rarely lay next to each other. But one of the guys had already found several items and didn't want to listen to any warnings. The one-eyed man noticed a suspicious bloody trail. It seemed that the bodies had been dragged here. He realized it was a trap and rushed to his companions to warn them. He managed to warn them, of course, but the players were unable to react. An unknown fear enveloped the players' bodies, and they could no longer move. In the next moment, their bodies were torn to pieces by something invisible. The players did not see their enemy because he approached from behind and, paralyzed by fear and horror, they could not even turn their heads. Out of the corner of his eye, one of the players saw a huge shadow looming over him. And in the last moment of his life, a giant ogre boss appeared before his eyes. The one-eyed player managed to move his arms, drew his sword, and jumped aside. His attempt to defend himself was futile. The blade was broken instantly. The player realized that his opponent was incredibly strong. His unique blade had broken, and his body was once again overcome with paralyzing fear. At that moment, Wu Jin and Qin-A rushed to the battlefield at full speed. Catching up with the monster, the guys decided it was time to start the fight. According to the plan, Qin-A, riding a skeleton warrior, rushed at his opponent. The monster boss did not expect such insolence. He was furious. His eyes burned with hatred, his horns stuck out, and his teeth fell out of his jaw. He spewed streams of fear in the direction of the player. But for Qin-A, this fear posed no danger. The day before, Wu Jin had given him Lancelot's ring, which protected against paralysis. Therefore, the player continued his attack, greatly surprising and angering the ogre. A fight broke out between the opponents. Qin-A understood that the skeleton warrior was not obeying him and was acting on its own accord. Wu Jin calmed his companion, explaining that everything was going according to plan and that he himself was controlling the skeleton warrior. The next attack ended with the ogre boss's arm being pierced by a spear. The monster's ability to regenerate was greatly reduced, and Qin-A eagerly awaited support from the other skeleton warriors. Jin ordered the skeleton warrior to make 10 more piercing strikes and promised to take care of the support himself. Well, not entirely by himself. Of course, together with his pre-prepared skeleton warriors, the players of the Kunlun Guild who were in the dungeon experienced incredible fear and horror. They assumed that some player had started a battle with a monster boss, as that was the only explanation for such widespread terror. Then 2 scouts came running, urgently calling the boss to come and see something. They found the body of a warrior whose armor was engraved with an inscription in the secret language of the Kunlun Guild. It said that it was necessary to meet with a brother sleeping in the west and return the property of Kunlun. The players had already been to the west and found no one there, but perhaps it was referring to a grave that they had not dug up in order to save time. The ogre monster roared louder than before because his health had been significantly reduced by the cuts inflicted on him by the skeleton warriors. He could barely stand, covered in spears and spearheads. Blood poisoning was spreading throughout the ogre's body. Chen-A admired Percival's spear as it easily pierced the monster's thick skin. He believed that no dungeon could withstand the combination of Percival's spear and the effects of blood poisoning. This was probably true for 2-level dungeons, but in 3-level dungeons, the monsters were much stronger. This combination was no longer enough, so in order to deal with more dangerous monsters, Wu Jin needed to become stronger. Soon news came that the monster had been defeated, and the guys received a golden catalog. They were given the Berserk option, which allowed them to increase their health pool and strengthen all their skills. Chen-A was indignant that, despite all his hard work, he had not yet been given a worthy trophy. Jin climbed onto the dead ogre's body and took Van Gogh's bracelet from its horn. The dungeon was cleared, and Isaac Ivanov successfully completed his mission. Taiwan was saved and freed from monsters. The players from the Kunlun Guild said that they were unable to retrieve Van Gogh's bracelet from the dungeon, and if it fell into the wrong hands, they would now have problems. For now, all they could do was report everything to the guild and wait for a decision. It was a pity that they had not been able to find Van Gogh's bracelet because they did not know the secret language, but someone else knew it and managed to retrieve the item from the dungeon. They hoped that this person was not Isaac Ivanov. To get such a rare and valuable item, it was worth taking the risk in going through this dungeon, because now there was an opportunity to visit 3-level ones. Each player can use a maximum of 5 items: 1 necklace, 2 rings, and 2 bracelets. Even if you wear more items, their effects will be canceled, and only a limited number will work. However, Van Gogh's bracelet is a special artifact that breaks the existing order. It allows you to use the effects of all the rings worn on your fingers, but the bracelet has a drawback. It does not allow you to remove rings. Players usually change rings depending on the situation, so now you need to carefully consider your tactics. It was necessary to clearly understand which rings to wear before entering the dungeon. Wu Jin thought about all this as he began planning his future missions. His thoughts were interrupted by a phone call. The young man was summoned to the base. He confirmed his readiness and asked what had happened, since he had just returned from the dungeon. The broker reported that Taiwan and Korea had begun to stir up trouble, and the news headlines had switched from Isaac Ivanov to his return. The return referred to Park Yun-wan, who, according to the article, had allegedly cleared the 6th-level dungeon for the second time. This was great news because, as Park Yun-wan's reputation grew, so did Wu Jin's protection. Chen-A hoped to relax in Taiwan for a few days and have a good time there, but his partner informed him that they were leaving right away. The plane was already waiting for them immediately after their return from the dungeon, leaving Chen-A no time to rest or even eat. The next day, Park Yun informed Wu Jin that the Frontier Guild had dared to deceive him. The young man confirmed this, saying that he barely survived, was wounded, and couldn't move. In addition, he didn't know who to trust, so he hid and waited to be rescued. There was little evidence left in the dungeon due to the fire, but the materials found confirmed Kim Wu Jin's testimony. According to the other surviving players who were in the dungeon that day, the following picture emerged. The Frontier Guild was the instigator of the provocation and attacked first, despite now pretending to be innocent and acting as if everything happened by accident. Wang realized that he had been deceived. Given the circumstances, it was clear that the Frontier Guild wanted to weaken the Phoenix Guild. Park Yun-wan would make them pay for attacking him. There was only one thing he wanted to do. Secretary Kim handed Wu Jin a gray metal suitcase. Broker Oh Se-chan tried to cheer up Jin-A. It turned out that he had sold Park Yun-wan a very rare skill, but he wasn't worried about it at all. After all, this skill would soon return to their office along with the suitcase. Wu Jin confirmed that he had just received the Skeleton Knight skill page, which had to be handed over to Isaac Ivanov personally. The news headlines were encouraging again. It turned out that the Phoenix Guild, led by Park Yun-wan, supported Isaac Ivanov. In the Messiah Guild office, they were also reading the news about Phoenix and their support for Isaac Ivanov. At that time, Shinhee was reprimanding Naomi, who had failed the operation and now had to take full responsibility. Park Yun-wan enjoyed reading the newspapers. Now they were writing about him. Secretary Kim thanked Woojin for his efforts. He handed over the skill page entrusted to him to Isaac's representatives and asked for further instructions. Another newspaper article said that the Phoenix Guild promised Isaac Ivanov its full support. He had worked hard, so as a gesture of courtesy, he could be sent to the 3-level dungeon and left to die there. A group of several people should be organized to calm him down and get him to agree to such a cleanup. And then everything would be in his hands. Either he would die or he would surprise us all. The playground for the next test awaited its heroes. Members of Park Yun-hwan's elite squad discussed a new guy named Oh-jin. It was immediately clear that he was a novice and a weakling. According to rumors, he had excellent skills and had joined the group after clearing more than one difficult dungeon. However, if he really had excellent skills, he would have gone there himself, said Yoon Yun-hun. Instead, they are asking us to accompany him to a 3-level dungeon. He didn't like it at all, but it was the leader's order, and there was nothing he could do about it. Definitely, there had been too much politics surrounding the Phoenix Guild lately. It was known that Woojin's patron was the messenger of the underworld, and his main ability was the poison blood skill. But since this skill could be dangerous to allies, he always traveled alone. No one had ever seen him use any other skills. All this was terribly annoying, because such a player was useless in battle, but he was a lot of trouble. Soon, Kim Woojin himself appeared, impressing everyone with his old car. Such thriftiness certainly deserved respect, so she was willing to cut him some slack. In the game, the players received a notification that they needed to kill 1,000 monsters to advance to the next level. Woojin immediately noted that the escort at such an easy level was clearly not without reason. Most likely Park Yeon had something in mind. And Hong approached the young man and asked if he had been to similar dungeons before. She immediately made it clear that the boy would be of little use here. Therefore, she advised him to keep quiet and do everything she said. Otherwise, she would kill him so that no one would ever find him. But first, she decided to test him and ordered him to kill a couple of monsters to assess his abilities. Jin asked how many monsters he had to kill and by what time, which puzzled the girl, who decided that he was mocking her. The guy said he needed to prepare, and then she stopped paying attention to him altogether. Jin couldn't understand why Woojin kept going into the dungeons. Now he was going there again. Didn't he have anything else to do? Chin-A himself preferred to rest because he was very tired from working in the dungeons with Woojin. Suddenly, a warning came that an unidentified monster had escaped from the nearest dungeon, and everyone needed to be careful until it was caught. A similar situation had already occurred several years ago, with the dungeon controlled by the Mission Guild. Chin-A's chatter greatly upset Secretary Lee. Memories immediately flooded her mind. Just a few years ago, she was an ordinary schoolgirl, and nothing foreshadowed trouble. Then suddenly, in front of the whole city, a huge office center exploded. The girl watched the events unfold in horror. Secretary Lee left her workplace. She urgently needed to go to the restroom. On her desk was a photo of the girl with her father. The broker regretted bringing up the subject in front of her. It turned out that Se-chan had been friends with her father. The man shared his plans with Se-chan. He said that he was definitely taking a risk, but he had no choice. He wanted to make the world his daughter lived in safe. However, he soon passed away. The man died in a terrorist attack. The broker admired this hard worker and began to take care of his daughter when his friend was gone. En Hong had already defeated many monsters, realizing that the C-rank dungeon was quite easy for her. At this rate, they should be able to move on to the second level by tomorrow without any problems. At that moment, a breathless subordinate ran up and said that she needed to see Kim Woojin and what he had done for herself. The player claimed that Woojin had dealt with the monsters, but advised her to see everything with her own eyes. The captain agreed to look to make sure that Woojin was indeed weak. Of course, the guy said he needed time to prepare. She saw wooden poles studded with sharp blades. The tops of these poles were sharpened like sharp pencils. The guy did a good job, but such traps would not cause much damage. At most, they would scratch the monsters. At that moment, Woojin himself appeared, followed by a herd of goblins. These fat, clumsy creatures ran between the wooden posts, cutting and scratching their hands and feet until they bled. The captain realized that the enraged goblin would simply devour this loser and prepared to fend him off with arrows. But the players suggested waiting and seeing what would happen next. It seemed he had a plan. And Hong didn't believe he had any plan. He would just lead a huge crowd of goblins to the other players. But then he jumped onto a log, ending up above the crowds of wounded, cut-up goblins. It was clear that it was too late to save him. The young man was surrounded. However, there was no need to save him because the guy used the blood mist skill. The mist enveloped everything around him, and the orcs were poisoned by the poison blood. Their bodies had numerous cuts, so by combining the poison in his blood with the bloody mist, the young man achieved a striking effect. Hundreds of goblins died without any effort, which impressed the captain. She realized that the guy was truly unique. She immediately wanted to recruit him to her team. It turned out that Park Yeon-wang was right to admire this young man. Just one flask of poisoned blood led to such an amazing result. The blood mist consumed too much blood, but it didn't matter. Kim Woo-jin approached one of the goblins and used the blood absorption skill. This allowed him to replenish his strength and recover. The captain sent a player to negotiate with Kim Woo-jin to offer him a place on the team. Now he couldn't be excluded. He had passed the test. Evening came. Many goblins had been killed that day, but it was still not enough to move on to the next level. Captain In Hong personally came to dinner and apologized to him for her behavior. She admired his skills and admitted that she never thought poison blood could be so deadly. After that, the girl offered to work together. That way they would not only move on to the third level of the dungeon, but also clear it. Kim Woo-jin listened to her proposal and set a price. 100,000 won. That was exactly how much he wanted to receive for each use of poison blood. Supplies of poison blood were limited, so he thought it was logical for the team to pay the player for using the absorption skill during the dungeon raid. The captain was outraged by the price and began to bargain, offering her own amount. This dispute went on for quite a while, putting the players in an awkward position, as if they were not in the game, but at an Eastern market. The next day began with a victory over a black troll. The Phoenix Guild pleasantly surprised the young man with their coordination and teamwork. The speed of the hunt increased thanks to the effective use of poison blood and the captain's excellent leadership skills. She barked at the other players at the right moments, reminding them that every minute was worth a lot of money. Her authority was enormous, and although the players did not like everything about it, the result pleased absolutely everyone. Soon the team moved on to the next level, where they had to survive for 6 days. The captain again gave everyone valuable instructions, emphasizing that this was the last level and they needed to be especially careful. There were many monsters in the survival quests, but if they acted in unison, they would cope and level up. She then added that some players were receiving too much pay, and they needed to be sure that they were paying for a reason. This was a transparent hint directed at Wu Jin. A couple of players went on a reconnaissance mission to determine the number of monsters. They climbed tall trees and tried to estimate and count the number of monsters from above. The scouts were confused by the fact that there were too few monsters, and the dungeon itself was small in size. Suddenly, they noticed some unrealistically huge footprints. The scouts didn't know of any monster that could leave such prints. It turned out that this quest was not about fighting a multitude of monsters, but perhaps only one, a boss monster that had to be fought for 6 days in a row. This was bad news. Such quests had an extremely low survival rate due to the discrepancy between the difficulty and the initial rank. They needed to warn the captain as soon as possible, and the scouts rushed back to the team, but did not reach the cave. Meanwhile, something with soft cat-like eyes glowing in the dark sat quietly in the cave itself. The scouts reported that the area of the dungeon was smaller than usual, more like an island surrounded by rocks. Therefore, extreme caution was required when approaching the edges. The captain hoped that with the help of Jin's poison blood, they would be able to defeat even the strongest boss. However, in order to increase the chances of survival for the team members, it was necessary to avoid exhausting battles. The nature of the enemy was still unknown, so they had to do their best to avoid confrontation and survive. The team of players continued to discuss strategy and plan their actions when suddenly there was a noise. Everyone instinctively turned their heads in that direction. It seemed as if they were about to see the monster of this dungeon for the first time. A huge white goblin approached them. It wasn't just giant, it was a massive carcass with thick skin and huge fangs. A white troll should not have been in a dungeon of this level. It was too strong an opponent for this group. In Hong commanded everyone to spread out. The players scattered, and the captain took out her bow and prepared to shoot the goblin. The monster continued to approach the girl without stopping for a moment. She used her multiple shot skill, hoping that it would be enough in combination with Wu Jin's poison blood. But it turned out that the monster's skin was too thick. The arrows bounced off it like matches. The monster did not slow down and rushed further in pursuit of the girl. She didn't understand why the skill didn't work. Was there not enough poison? She saw that the poison should spread from the point of impact of the arrow. Woojin watched from the top of a tree and analyzed his next steps. He didn't know whether to intervene or let the captain do his job, but decided it was time to prove his usefulness to Park Yeon-wan. With such thick and clumsy goblins, it was easy to avoid a battle. All they had to do was run away from them. Therefore, all the players remained alive and unharmed, soon gathering again for a meeting. The captain was genuinely concerned because she couldn't find Kim Woo-jin and was worried that something bad had happened to him. The young man was alive and well, and in response to a request to increase the amount of poison blood, he put forward counter conditions. He took the commander aside, wanting to discuss everything personally. The other players watched the negotiations with interest, wondering what the subject of the dispute was. Woojin understood that accepting his conditions would not be easy. The lives of the entire team were at stake. If she refused, he would continue his work. But according to his plan, there would be fewer victims. The young man activated the bloody weapon skill and saturated the arrowhead with his poisonous blood. Then he placed the tip in a pouch and explained that it would be much more effective than a simple poison arrow. The captain accepted his terms, although she did not fully believe in a favorable outcome and was going to kill the young man herself if anyone from the team died. After that, she returned to the players and announced her decision. The guys were confused, but they needed to dodge the goblins' blows rather than block them, increasing their mobility. Besides, they had to trust the captain, even if her orders seemed crazy. The monster orc reappeared before the players, hoping to tear them apart and devour them. The battle began. The provocation skill was activated, and two players, trembling with fear, flashed before the goblin. The enraged monster rushed after them. The guys ran as fast as they could, fleeing for their lives. Luring the monster to the right place, the players activated the flame. The goblin caught fire, and the warriors hurried to escape before the monster came to its senses. The goblin burned in the middle of the clearing, while Kim Woo-jin and the captain prepared themselves. Everyone knew that white trolls were immune to fire. They had a certain resistance to it, but Woojin was not going to inflict damage with fire magic. The plan was to use the fire to blind the enemy, which would give his comrades the opportunity to cut into its body. At that moment, the captain fired an arrow with a bloody tip. The arrow hit the cut precisely, and the poisonous blood began to spread throughout the body. The white troll was struck down by the poisoned blood. En Hong was genuinely happy like a child, and Kim Woo-jin noted that she had excellent combat skills. When the arrowhead entered the wound, it began to dissolve and be absorbed into the body, so even if the wound healed instantly, it would be impossible to stop the poison. At this time, the players activated the provocation skill again, distracting the goblin's attention. Those responsible for the fire used their skill again. By the time the thick-headed troll realized that the attack was repeating, the poison had already spread throughout his body. Soon, the huge carcass of the orc boss collapsed lifelessly in the middle of the clearing. The players received the White Troll Hunter achievement. They were genuinely happy and congratulated each other on their victory. The captain checked her stats. She was happy because they had managed to clear the dungeon without a single loss. All the players had leveled up, and the captain asked Kim Woo-jin why he was actually in this dungeon. The young man replied that he would prefer to talk about it after they left, and reminded her that he was counting on payment for using the poisoned blood. Park Yeon-wang was a little annoyed. He was surprised that anyone would even offer compensation for what had happened. Of course, nothing could replace the dead guild members, but he was willing to listen. Naomi sat in front of him in tears. After successfully clearing the third level of the dungeon, the players from Park Yeon-wan's squad gave interviews. There were rumors that the white troll had appeared out of nowhere, and journalists were interested in how everyone managed to get out without any losses. The captain said that they achieved this result thanks to the hard work of each team member, and that the clearing itself would have been impossible without Mr. Kim Woo-jin's poison blood skill. The journalists had many questions, but the players left the room, leaving everything to speculation and conjecture. The next day, articles about the super weapon, poison blood, appeared in the newspapers. Kim Woo-jin became a new star among the players, showing that poison could be a strategy. And Kim Woo-jin, having finished clearing the dungeon with the white troll, was already looking for new missions. It turned out that Isaac Ivanov intended to clear the Dead Forest. This was extremely risky because the Dead Forest was located in the American dungeon, and he had to go there in the guise of the Russian Isaac Ivanov. The broker noted that even the Messiah Guild had only sent its players there a few times. Now, this country did not need anyone's help because many experienced players had emigrated to America. And the fact that even they were in trouble meant that the dungeon was indeed extremely dangerous. Kim Woo-jin understood this perfectly well. In any case, since Park Yun-wang had caught Naomi off guard, the Frontier Guild would still go on this mission. However, Kim Woo-jin was not sure that the Messiah Guild would allow it. The Messiah Guild's position was of great interest to everyone, but all this played into Kim Woo-jin's hands. He wanted to pit them against each other in order to weaken Messiah and achieve his own goal. In any case, Kim Woo-jin would definitely take advantage of this opportunity. Park Yun-wang carefully studied the dungeon report and was very upset. Secretary Kim confirmed that the information was accurate, as she had previously contacted many of the players. Young-hoon commanded the battle against the White Troll, but according to her, the strategy belonged to Kim Woo-jin. It was surprising that Captain Yun-hoon accepted his plan, as she was very independent and rarely listened to other people's advice. It was also surprising that she paid Kim Woo-jin an additional amount for the use of his poison blood. Kim Woo-jin really turned out to be an unusual guy. Not only an excellent player, but also a skilled businessman. Such a strong and interesting person should have been accepted into the guild much earlier. Now he must be treated with the respect he deserves. At that moment, after completing the task, Kim Woo-jin himself returned and was warmly welcomed at Park Yun-wang's office. A meeting was being held in the American Guild. The cleanup of the dead forest, where the Great Guild and the Frontier were supposed to fight together, was going extremely poorly. Isaac Ivanov from Russia was also supposed to participate. Kari Rana, the master of the Great Guild, wanted to hear the opinions of other players on this matter. One of the participants did not understand how it was possible to entrust the clearing of such a dangerous dungeon to strangers and rival guilds. Another player opposed the idea because the government had already taken an interest in the dungeon. The master did not understand why everyone was so worried. After all, the government had not refused to make another attempt at clearing the dungeon. It was just that officials doubted the Great Guild's ability to complete the mission, because failure would be a blow to the country's prestige. But now it was possible to enlist the government's support by stating that players from other guilds would take part in the cleanup. The master suggested inviting representatives from any other guilds to participate, even foreign ones. She was going to announce a reward that would interest everyone. For example, King Arthur's ring. The guild council tried to prevent this, reminding the master of the price at which this artifact had been obtained. However, Carrie replied that announcing a reward did not mean actually giving it away. Meanwhile, a high-level meeting was also taking place in the broker's minibus. Chinna passed on a skill from the broker to Woo-jin, saying that it was perfect for him. Kim Woo-jin was very happy with the gift and was determined to use it. The Book of the Dead could only store a limited number of skeletons. There might come a time when the enemy had more warriors, and the pharaoh's power skill allowed him to use all the dead bodies as sacrifices. Chin-A had heard rumors that Kim Woo-jin was going to the Dead Forest, a dungeon that two of the world's 5 largest guilds had failed to conquer even together. Moreover, if it was indeed the Dead Forest, it must be inhabited by the living dead, which meant that Woo-jin would not be able to sacrifice skeletons. The young man was indeed worried about this at first, but his best friend and partner, Chin-A, was going to fight alongside him. At that moment, the phone rang. It turned out that the US government had allowed foreigners to clear the area. What's more, as a bonus, they promised to reward the winning guild with a legendary item. It seemed that the Americans were confident that their team would win, as the prize was King Arthur's ring. The next day, all the newspapers wrote about the Dead Forest dungeon, which even America couldn't handle, as well as Isaac Ivanov, who would participate in the new sweep, and the valuable prize. San Francisco welcomed the players with wonderful weather, a majestic bridge, and a mild, pleasant climate. Before the start of the mission, the Russians made their final preparations. Chin-A ate heartily, while Kim Woo-jin reviewed information about the dungeon. Woo-jin understood that the Great Guild had no intention of parting with King Arthur's ring. This meant only one thing. They were too confident of their victory. The reason for this confidence had to be found out. Soon it was announced that all participants, including leader Ellis Hayton, had entered the dungeon. Didn't this worry the master at all? No one doubted Ellis's abilities, but offering King Arthur's ring as a reward was too much. There were rumors that not everyone in the Great Guild agreed with the master's decision. After all, Kari Rana said she would offer the ring as a reward, but did not specify that she would not use it. And indeed, she used it as soon as she appeared in the game as Ellis Hayton. Once in the dungeon, all the players gathered in a clearing. Ellis introduced herself, stating her name and that she represented the Great Guild. Before starting the cleanup, she suggested that all the guilds come to an agreement. The players didn't understand what exactly they needed to agree on. After all, they hadn't even started the game yet. Jin guessed that Ellis wanted to determine the order in which the guilds would fight the main monster. This order was to depend on the contribution of each guild at each level of the dungeon. He didn't understand what kind of cooperation could be possible when the grand prize that everyone wanted was at stake. Now it was turning into a real competition, as the players would reveal their trump cards as they advanced to the most difficult challenge. And even the Great Guild would be no exception. All the players took very active steps from the very beginning. Jin activated the power of the Pharaoh, and now the monsters killed by other players could be used by him. He also summoned a skeleton warrior. Alice believed that they couldn't stand idly by while the other players rushed around. She put on King Arthur's ring. She also used Merlin's item, which increased her power and activated King Arthur's legendary artifacts. Her magical power was now overflowing. Along with all the surprised and amazed players, the skeleton under Jean's command watched this transformation. Alice saw no point in dragging things out until the second level and wanted to show everyone who was boss right away. Of course, she meant herself. Jean saw everything through the skeleton. It was the Great Guild's trump card. No wonder they were so confident of victory from the start. The young man expected King Arthur's ring to be used in the dungeon, but he didn't know that Alice also had an item. It used to belong to Shuhyo, who led the Knights of the Round Table. The fact that Alice now owned it indicated a direct connection between the Messiah Guild and the Great Guild. Even better, now Jin planned to seize the item before it returned to her hands. The original plan was to simply analyze the strength of his opponents on the first level. However, Jin decided to rethink everything. He couldn't give priority to the Great Guild, which possessed Merlin's item and King Arthur's ring. He had to go all out from the very beginning. A huge fire blazed in the middle of the forest. It was controlled by Alice. She had activated the summoning of the fire spirit. A sea of fire raged around her, causing her no inconvenience or discomfort. Goblins and monsters of this level simply burned alive, suffocating from the smoke and losing their sight. It was obvious that no one could compete with such a level of fiery power. But then Isaac Ivanov joined the players with his skeletons. It turned out that the Great Guild was late. Ivanov had already arrived here before them. Ivanov was accompanied by a large group of skeletons, who were joined by new companions, goblins who had just been killed by fire. Such audacity simply stunned the player, who fed his skeletons with monsters killed by others. But Alice decided not to rise to the provocation and forbade her subordinates from getting upset. The Great Guild still ranked first in terms of the number of monsters killed. Ivanov's skills did not yet allow him to earn many points, and he remained an outsider. However, the situation infuriated Alice, and she ordered them to move on to the next zone immediately, without even resting. At this rate, their firepower could outpace the others. But strength does not mean fast hunting. After all, they did not have weapons like the Russians. Chin-A didn't want to listen, but it seemed he had to do so again. Jin explained that they were the only guild capable of using such a strategy, and that was only because they had Chin-A. Chin-A did not have time to take pride in this fact and simply decided to run away. However, Jin promised to feed him well after the cleanup. The problem was solved, and soon a huge skeleton knight on an equally powerful skeleton beast horse appeared out of the fog. While the players were clearing the dead forest, the newspapers wrote about the prizes and awards that would be given to the winners. All attention was focused on this dungeon, so other guilds began to place bets and set prizes. Well, in the end, of course, Isaac Ivanov would win. The Great Guild revealed the characteristics of Alice's item, which was also in the dungeon. Apparently, she had Merlin's item and King Arthur's ring. These artifacts were usually used to conquer 5 or 6 level dungeons. Both items provided such a powerful enhancement effect that it was almost impossible to defeat their owner. It became clear that Isaac Ivanov would not win this time. However, in the ranking calculated inside the Dead Forest dungeon, the Russians were already in first place in terms of the number of monsters killed. Alice simply couldn't believe her eyes. How could this have happened? She decided to go directly to the Russian and ask him what his secret was. After all, she had the 2 most powerful items that players could have. The guy replied that he was just lucky and that he also had an excellent assistant, Chin-A. No matter how powerful your firepower is, after defeating monsters in one area, you have to move to another and spend time doing so. Isaac Ivanov focused on the battle, so the monsters ran to him themselves. He didn't have to waste time moving around and searching for opponents. Isaac Ivanov asked Alice what effect King Arthur's ring had. After all, the young man would most likely win this item and wanted to know in advance what to expect. In general, he suggested that Alice give him the ring right away so that he wouldn't have to harm the Great Guild in this dungeon. The guy wanted to know if his chances would increase if he possessed the item. Ivanov's provocation worked, and the girl, enraged by his self-confidence, declared that she was stronger than him. Isaac Ivanov said that for the sake of clearing the dungeon, he was willing to sacrifice all his items as long as a stronger player completed the mission and freed the dungeon from monsters. Alice advised him not to get cocky because there was still a long way to go. The provocation worked, and the girl left annoyed, insisting that in the end, the Great Guild would clear this dungeon. One of the spies of the Frontier Guild realized that the race was getting tougher, and this could give his guild new opportunities. He was ready to destroy both rivals. The clearing of the dungeons continued in full swing. Players chopped goblins with swords, beat orcs with bats, and burned them with fire. And all this happened non-stop and in a circle. The goblins reappeared, but they were not endless. After clearing another area, the players took a breather. Captain Alice approached the accountant to find out how the ratings were going. He knew that the data would upset his captain. The gap with the Russian guild was only widening. They were falling behind despite all their fiery power. At that moment, the scout who had been sent to assess the situation on Isaac Ivanov's side returned. He reported only one number, 50. It was unclear what he meant. When the scout caught his breath, he explained that 50 skeleton warriors were fighting on Isaac Ivanov's side. Moreover, these skeletons were stronger than any ordinary player. However, Isaac Ivanov had already exhausted his magic power limit. He needed to conserve his mana and use other skills, so the player drank a recovery potion. Soon his hordes of skeleton warriors were ready to fight again, cheerful, lively, and self-sacrificing. Shin A continued to work perfectly as bait, attracting more and more goblins with his appearance. Isaac Ivanov reunited with the skeleton warrior. Together, they not only made a terrifying impression, but also excelled at their tasks. In addition, he did not forget to blow up corpses, adding points to the orcs already killed. When his troops recovered, they rushed at the monsters and goblins, leaving Chin-A aside to rest a little. It was a very beautiful battle, where the skeletons honed their skills and the goblins and other monsters served as punching bags. New hordes of goblins approached, and the skeletons chopped them to pieces and then blew up the corpses. Soon, silence enveloped the area. There were no explosions or battles to be heard. The clearing of the first level of the dungeon was complete. In the end, it was the Russians who took first place. Judging by the results, further competition seemed pointless. Alice announced that Isaac Ivanov would be the first to try to fight the monster boss. All the guilds agreed. However, the representative of the Rubej Guild understood that he could not and should not let King Arthur's ring slip away. Alice admitted that she had underestimated Isaac Ivanov and congratulated him on his first place. However, the most difficult battles were still ahead, and if he lost, the Great Guild would take over the dungeon. On the second level, it was necessary to kill an earth turtle in order to move on. The players on the second level were enveloped in thick fog. They could barely see each other and had no idea how they would find the monster. It was decided to split up and search the area, but Alice was not in the mood. Jackson wanted to make her a serious and lucrative offer. He suggested joining forces. And although the Great Guild and the Frontier Guild had previously been unable to work together, why not unite now? After all, they didn't want to give American treasure to a Russian guy. Jay Jackson hinted that accidents often happen in the dungeons, and a group of monsters could attack from behind while someone was fighting a monster boss. Before Alice could say that this was mean, Jackson said that now was not the time to think about honesty. King Arthur's ring couldn't be allowed to slip away, and there wasn't much time left before the second level was cleared. Alice couldn't believe what she was hearing. She was genuinely outraged by the suggestion and had no intention of agreeing. Jackson continued to pressure her, hinting that if Ivanov cleared the dungeon, she would have to give him King Arthur's ring. The girl realized that if the Great Guild had been the first to get the opportunity to fight the monster boss, Jackson would have offered the same alliance to someone else. Jackson did not deny it and confirmed that he would have done the same against the Great Guild. Alice refused to agree to such treachery and warned Jackson that if he interfered with them, she would personally make him regret it. At that moment, news came that the Earth Turtle had been destroyed. This meant that the second level of the dungeon had been cleared. Chin-A, out of breath, sat near the huge body of the Earth Turtle they had defeated. He felt terrible and claimed that they were only alive because of his speed. His ribs were cracked and, according to him, if someone else had been in his place, everyone would have died long ago. Jin used the blessing of the river Styx to restore his health. In addition, he had managed to eat properly and was ready for further action. And although their first encounter with the orc monster was behind them, Jin insisted on hurrying. They hurried so that the players who were trying to catch up with them and kill them would not have a chance to catch up. Soon, all the players made the transition to the next level. On the third level, they were surrounded by an ominous aura. Someone's bloodthirsty gaze met the players in the dungeon. As at the beginning of each stage, the players tried to plan their actions and discuss the news. Everyone was interested in who had dealt with the earth turtle. A thick fog hung around them, even denser than on the previous level, and the air was saturated with the smell of decay. The leaders of all the guilds tried to understand what was happening. At that moment, the black fog began to slowly consume their life force. However, Ivanov activated the power of Apophis and could not be poisoned by the black fog. On Chin A's hand was Lancelot's ring, which protected him from the poisonous fumes. Commander Alice ordered everyone to take antidotes against the effects of the fog. She had expected this and prepared in advance, but she knew that there would not be enough antidote for everyone, and even this remedy would only last half a day. If the battle dragged on, they would lose their life force before the battle even began. Jackson said that things were even worse than he had thought. According to his estimates, the players would last a maximum of half a day. Alice confirmed that their antidote supplies were also limited. Jackson suggested that she reconsider his proposal. After all, it was their only chance. If Isaac Ivanov was wrong, the rest would have to fight with their last ounce of strength. Meanwhile, the Russians set off in search of the monster. If Ivanov succeeded, the Great Guild would lose the ring, and if he failed, he would lose his life. The girl understood that she had no choice, and Jackson believed that the chances of getting King Arthur's ring had only increased. Jackson lied about the antidote. The Frontier Guild had enough for a whole day. Now time was on their side. The horse's huge hooves pounded the ground with a thunderous roar. Chinna tried to see his opponent through the thick fog. It turned out to be a giant corpse with a burning gaze. The giant sat on a horse engulfed in hellish flames and held his own head in his outstretched arm, lighting the way. His voice and movements summoned thousands of buried dead to rise from hell and join his horde. Jin ordered his men to remain calm. They just had to pretend they were hunting. They couldn't leave the front line, lest they give the other guilds a chance, and it was easy to get lost in the black fog. The sky lit up with flashes of fire and the earth shook. The players realized that the battle had begun. Alice was very upset about the deal Jackson had forced her into. She tried to convince herself that she had no choice. Alice did everything to protect the other players, because the main thing was to win and get out of the dungeon alive. The black mist continued to sap their strength, and another dose of antidote was drunk. The undead monsters continued to advance in their huge hordes. Chin A, together with the skeleton warriors, fought very bravely against the undead. The guys chopped down enemies left and right, but the main forces of the enemy were still ahead. Goblins also arrived at the battlefield. The battle was getting hotter, and the players used their explosion skills. Jackson couldn't believe his eyes. Ivanov was doing much better than he had expected. The black mist continued to suck out their life force, and the players gradually turned into helpless puppets. They tried to encourage each other not to die in vain, but there was nothing they could do. More and more players were falling. There was almost no time left. Alice had to make a decision. The antidote supplies had run out. Now all they could do was accept their fate and die. It was unclear what Jackson was doing, because he should have already helped Ivanov and defeated the monster. Suddenly, Isaac Ivanov appeared before the dying players. It seemed that he had given up and returned. Alice ordered all her subordinates to prepare for battle. It was time for the Great Guild to demonstrate its power. But Isaac Ivanov said he was returning to the battlefield and brought them a trophy. Alice caught up with the guy and said that now it was their turn to fight, since he had left the battlefield. She accused him of wasting half a day and decided to save the lives of everyone present so that she could deal with the monster herself. Ivanov replied that he had simply taken the wounded from the Rubej Guild to a safe place. Alice realized she was wrong. Jackson had already outsmarted her in his own guild. The body of the dying Jackson lay nearby. He had, of course, deceived her. However, Ivanov had broken the rules when he returned, and now it was the Great Guild's turn. She wanted to do everything as quickly as possible with her players, but Ivanov did not allow her to do so and told her to wait her turn, because his troops were still fighting. After that, the young man was illuminated by a strange light, which greatly surprised everyone present. He said that his partner was still fighting, and that he had no time for useless arguments. He had to return to the battlefield immediately to help him. Everyone was surprised to learn that Isaac Ivanov had a partner. It must have been that big, clumsy guy. He had a strange name and looked like a real gorilla. What a warrior! You wouldn't think he was capable of anything serious just by looking at him. In addition, most of the Great Guild players had been poisoned and were unable to fight in that condition. Because of this, everyone could die. Alice demanded that they give her a place, claiming that her team had the necessary resources. Ivanov said that his health was fine. The black mist had no effect on him. Alice remembered how Ivanov had once defeated a needle snake that spewed poisonous smoke. He was the first hunter to defeat it. If all the guilds had united from the beginning, the current crisis would not have arisen, and there would have been no need to organize a cleanup operation. But there was still a chance. They needed to defeat Dullahan as quickly as possible, mobilizing all their remaining forces. Alice continued to argue, but one of her assistants said that the situation was too serious. It was time to stop. Instead of competing, they should have fought together from the very beginning. The Great Guild's struggle for items only made the situation worse, and now Alice had to take responsibility for her actions. On top of that, Isaac brought in the wounded, and instead of gratitude, the girl started a quarrel. If things went badly, the Great Guild would regret it, because the life of every player was the most precious thing. Ivanov wished Alice to be careful in her future decisions in order to save everyone present. She remembered the conversation at the very beginning of the raid, when Ivanov said that the chances of victory would increase if the strongest possessed the items. He also claimed that he would gladly give up his artifacts for the sake of the raid. Alice understood that now everyone would witness the noble deed of the Great Guild. She turned to Isaac Ivanov and handed him the items. On the battlefield, everything continued as usual. New monsters, new corpses. Chinna was already quite tired and eagerly awaited the moment when he could fight Dullahan because his energy was running out and Gina was still nowhere to be found. But suddenly someone called out to him, saying that he had held out well. It wasn't just Isaac Ivanov. Standing before them was a man with Merlin's items, which had increased his magical power, and King Arthur's ring. Now his magical energy was literally overflowing. Chinna was stunned with surprise, and Jin smiled and said that he had received these artifacts as a bonus. Now he intended to break through the hordes of enemies and destroy Dullahan. Chinna did not believe that the presence of two items would radically change the outcome, because it was unclear how to break through the army of zombies. At that moment, Jin summoned a golem. The ground split open, and something massive emerged. The golem looked incredibly powerful, even compared to the zombies. In addition, it revived the sacrificed monsters and activated the pharaoh's power. Then he used Gawain's necklace. He spread its protective field over his skeleton warriors, strengthening them with his aura. When the preparations were complete, Jin was fully ready for the decisive battle. This was more than enough to secure victory, and a powerful battle began. It was pure madness. Zombies fought golems, skeletons destroyed zombies. Everything was mixed up in the chaotic whirlwind of battle. The leader of the zombies, Dullahan, was already visible nearby. It was time to move on to the next stage of the cleanup. The healer managed to cure Jackson, who couldn't understand what was happening. The doctor reassured him, saying that due to the effects of the fog, the player would not be able to fully recover. The doctor added that Jackson was lucky. Isaac had carried him off the battlefield. Otherwise, he would have died of poisoning long ago. Alice and her assistant simply wandered through the foggy forest. In their condition, it was dangerous to encounter a monster. The poisoning had passed, but they had almost no strength left. The girl realized that Ivanov had tricked them and taken Merlin's items. It was unclear how the guild would react to this now. Alice wondered what other players would do in her place. But if she hadn't given up the items, the pride of the guild and the lives of her subordinates would have been lost. The girl climbed onto a rock to watch the battle from afar. It looked strange. Isaac Ivanov was surrounded, and everyone knows that you can't let your enemies surround you. However, the encirclement turned out to be a trap. The brilliant Isaac Ivanov had planned everything in advance. Alice understood that Ivanov had taken up a position between the zombie army and Dullahan, and had also summoned a skeleton warrior and a golem. They needed to isolate Dullahan and strike precisely at the target. But if they started to drag their feet, they would find themselves surrounded and in danger. Jin also realized that the situation was much more complicated than he had previously thought. Chinna also expected that it would be easier to deal with a single opponent. However, the enemy spat out icy air that froze on contact. Dullahan amplified the energy of the dead with unknown powers. Wu Jin assessed the situation and realized that he would not be able to defeat Dullahan so easily. He armed himself with all kinds of items, but so far, it had not helped. In his past life, Wu Jin had heard from comrades who had managed to pass through the dead forest that defeating Dullahan required fierce fiery power. At that time, only Lee Sejun possessed such power. Wu Jin activated all the items he had, prepared to use Percival's spear, and also activated King Arthur's ring. Jin attacked Dullahan first, hurling Percival's spear at him. Shin-A did not stand aside either. He put on his favorite brass knuckles and rushed to attack Dullahan. While Dullahan was distracted by the spear, Shin-A managed to hit the horse several times. The villain would not tolerate such insolence and attacked the player with his sword. This is where Chin's strength came in handy. He withstood the blow with dignity and held Dullahan's sword with his brass knuckles, even though his hand began to freeze. The creature boiled with rage and screamed shrilly, releasing more and more cold and black mist on his opponents. At that moment, Wu Jin jumped in from the other side and pierced Dullahan's head with Percival's spear. The spear was able to break through the magical barriers put up by Dullahan. Jin held the spear using all his magical powers. However, the cold from the head spread further and further. The opponents faced each other, and it was unclear whose side luck was on. Dullahan continued to offer significant resistance with his cold. But suddenly a small crack appeared on his skull, giving Wu Jin great hope. Gradually the crack widened, the skull split, and the creature died. A wave of incredible icy cold swept over everything around. But whatever the case, Dullahan was defeated. It was all over. His countless zombie soldiers began to melt and disappear right before his eyes. And where Dullahan had fallen, Percival's spear remained, stuck deep in the ground. When the young man pulled it out, Wu Jin found a ring. It was the Ring of Hercules, which amplified all effects when used and was considered a legendary item. He wondered what to do with the dead headless enemy, but Wu Jin had already found a use for it. Dullahan was summoned as a skeleton warrior. The next day, all the newspapers wrote about how the dead forest had been conquered and Isaac Ivanov had hit the jackpot. The happiest person in this whole situation was the broker Osa-chan. The news reported that the Great Guild had handed over Merlin's staff and Sakura, as well as King Arthur's ring to the winner. This news was simply unbearable for the leadership of the Great Guild, which had lost not only expensive items, but also its dignity. The news in the following days included thanks to Park Yeon-won for helping to equip Isaac Ivanov and many praises for the Phoenix Guild. Investing in Isaac turned out to be an excellent decision, just as Kim Woo-jin had advised. As Isaac became more active, the Phoenix Guild's stock price rose, which was a welcome development. Kim Woo-jin said immediately upon arrival in Korea that he was ready to move on to the next step. The broker confirmed that he had fulfilled all his requests, but asked him to use the item carefully, as it was not very durable. Shin-A hoped to spend some time with his partner on vacation, have lunch at a nice restaurant, and celebrate their victory. But Kim Woo-jin, as usual, ran away, leaving the guy alone. No one slept at the Messiah Guild office that night. Park Shin-hai was outraged that some guild members did not attend the emergency meeting. She believed that in their situation, they could no longer postpone the attack on the 7th level dungeon. However, her opponent had his own problems. A huge number of his students had already been killed, and until he dealt with Kim Woo-jin, he had no intention of cooperating with the guild. All public attention was focused on Isaac Ivanov, who had passed through the dead forest with the support of Park Yeon-won. Shin-hai believed that it was not worth paying attention to such trifles as Kim Woo-jin. However, the master archer was sure that a newcomer who had easily passed a 3-level dungeon could not be ignored. The master swordsman supported him, accusing Shin-hai of blowing things out of proportion. The girl was worried about the guild's status because at that moment all the attention and praise was directed at Isaac. Finally, Master Lee Sejong spoke up. He said that the guild would give the masters some time to ensure the safety of their students. And although he understood that the attack on the 7th level dungeon could not be postponed for long, everyone had to obey the master. The archer master and sword master thanked Lee Sejun and immediately set out to resolve the situation. Suddenly, another guild member spoke up. He said that the reputation of the Messiah Guild was no longer as good as it used to be, or perhaps the rumors about it had simply been exaggerated from the start. Previously, there were active participants at every level, but now there was almost no one left, and players were beginning to act independently of the guild's will. Shin-hai was furious at what he heard, but Lee Se-jun did not scold him, but only asked the guy what he could suggest in this situation. The rest of the conversation took place between these three participants. Jin was summoned by his boss. He thanked the young man for recommending Isaac Ivanov, and now Park Yun-wang wanted to ask his chief bodyguard for something else. He promised a decent reward if the young man succeeded. Park Yun-won announced that one player wanted to partner with Wu Jin in clearing the dungeon. He wanted to see and evaluate his skills. One of the boss's bodyguards wanted to see Kim Wu Jin in action, so the young man had to take him along on the dungeon run and make sure he was noticed and remembered. Of course, Wu Jin was interested in who wanted to go with him as a partner to clear the dungeon. That person turned out to be Isaac Ivanov. He was the one who chose Wu Jin. Everything was ready for the players to enter the new dungeon. Park Yun-won personally appeared to send his best players on the raid. The boss reiterated that this was an extremely important task and that the young man had to complete it no matter what. It would be beneficial not only for Park Yun-won, but also for Wu Jin. Soon Isaac Ivanov himself appeared. As always, he was gallant and friendly. The guys greeted each other. After that, they set off to complete another mission and level up. When they were inside the game, Chin-A took off Isaac Ivanov's mask, satisfied with how well he had played his role. He was really having fun and feeling happy. He thought he had managed to fool Kim Wu Jin himself, and anyway, he was a great guy. The day before, Kim Wu Jin warned his friend that they would have to meet Park Yun-won himself before the game. Wu Jin explained that Chin-A would have to wear Ivanov's mask at first. The guy was promised a fancy lunch before and after the mission, so the problem was solved. There were no surprises in the dungeon. The goblins were as powerful as ever. They fought them with the help of skeleton warriors. The guys practiced their attack using a skeleton warrior and Percival's spear. They did a great job and successfully leveled up. Kim Wu Jin realized that using King Arthur's ring was not so easy. For the first time, he managed to do it correctly and was able to truly appreciate the power of the item. The magical energy remained even after using all his skills, so the young man couldn't get the most out of the items. The dungeon was too weak. Chin-A was satisfied with everything because thanks to the skeletons, the level continued to grow, and they didn't even have to do anything or interfere. The guy calculated that he would soon be able to match the strength of the skeleton warriors. But Wu Jin did not participate in the conversation because his head was busy with calculations and planning. And then he had a brilliant idea. Kim Wu Jin decided to fail the test. As soon as the guys left the dungeon, the young man began to implement his next step. The broker was surprised by such an early departure, but guessed that Kim Wu Jin had failed the test. Wu Jin inquired about the news that had occurred while they were in the dungeon. The Messiah Guild announced that it was postponing its trip to the 7-level dungeon, most likely for a serious reason. Perhaps it was because the Master Swordsman and Master Archer had refused to help and support Lee Sejun for some reason. It is likely that there was internal conflict within the guild. Perhaps the Master Archer was causing problems. He was not an original member of the guild, and his personal interest came first for him. Kim Wu Jin said that he would soon be busy resolving the situation he himself had created. The Phoenix Guild headquarters greeted him coldly and with ridicule. Park Yun-wang was not surprised that the young man had failed the test, but he reminded him how important this assignment was. The young man looked genuinely upset and began to apologize and make excuses. The boss demanded explanations, not apologies. Wu Jin said that Isaac Ivanov recognized the power of the blood infection technique, but noted that the young man still lacked skill. However, in the end, he asked if he could be called upon for help, which was encouraging. Park Yun-won realized that Ivanov was interested in Kim Wu Jin as a potential ally if necessary. The young man added that he had overheard Isaac Ivanov talking to his friend outside the dungeon, and it seemed that they were trying to recruit people from another guild. He probably wanted to leave the Russian guild Makash. That meant he would become a free agent. He should keep this information in mind to use if necessary. Park Yun-won realized that Isaac Ivanov was testing Wu Jin for a reason. Wu Jin said that if he was given a little more strength and a chance to prove himself, he would definitely succeed next time. The dungeon was being cleared, with a volcano raging in the center. The level was raised. The dungeon was cleared by dragon hunter Francois Chéreau. This became another sensation that attracted the attention of a huge number of journalists. The player had just completed the mission, but an urgent request had already come in from the Japanese government. An A+ rank dungeon had been found, and the master wanted advice on players who could clear it. The player said he had several active candidates in mind who could do it. Of course, many might be scared off by the fact that a dragon cub lives inside. However, the player with glasses noted that he knew someone who would not refuse and would agree to clear this dungeon. The next day, articles appeared in all the newspapers stating that Isaac Ivanov had joined the Japanese government's mission to kill the dragon. Park Yun-won also read this news. He learned that none of the players wanted to join Isaac Ivanov in this dungeon. At that time, Secretary Kim received a notification that thanks to the skill that Park Yun-won had given to Woo Jin last time, the young man had managed to pass Isaac's test. The young man had indeed promised to try harder next time and pass the test if his boss gave him a little more strength. Park Yun-won said that he had planned to give him the skill as a reward for passing the test, but would give it to him now as an advance payment. There would be no second chance, and the young man had to pass the test, otherwise the conversation with him would be short. Park Yun-won gave orders to contact Isaac Ivanov so that he would cooperate with Woo Jin once again. If the Russian refused, he was to be bribed. The bribe offered was a page of skills for the fire golem and the skeleton wizard. It turned out that Isaac Ivanov had asked Woo Jin to join him in exploring the dungeon with the dragon cub. This was quite expected, as none of the players agreed to participate in this raid. Dragon cubs are very difficult to attack, so few people want to deal with them. But since this dragon was still young, the chances of success were slightly higher. And if bodyguard Kim Woo Jin joined Isaac and the attack was successful, it would be a big plus for Park Yun-won. It was decided to agree to Isaac's terms and, of course, invite journalists to cover the event. The next day, it was announced that the Phoenix Guild promised full support to Ivanov and would provide him with a partner to clear the dungeon with the dragon cub. As expected, Park Yun-won did not miss his chance. Even if he later found out that he had been used, he would still lose nothing. The broker prepared the item that Kim Woo Jin had previously requested. Secretary Lee confirmed that she had completed the task, and now the young man was already inside the dungeon, probably using this item. Chin-A happily pinched Kim Woo Jin's cheeks. It was incredible. They were able to put a mask on the skeleton, and although the mask was expensive, it looked amazing, almost like the real thing. The more he looked at it, the more he was amazed at how accurate the doppelganger looked. The doppelganger was a monster with the ability to transform and copy the appearance of other creatures. Finding one was extremely difficult. The doppelganger's skin tissue was sold at a very high price on the black market. Using it, it was possible to create an item that could perfectly disguise itself as the face or appearance of another person. Chin-A continued to play with the doppelganger, admiring and marveling at the quality of the work. After that, it was time to move on to clearing the dungeon. But the guy didn't feel like dealing with monsters again. However, Woo Jin said that this time he was not going to use his friend as bait. He was saving him for the third level. He planned to handle the first and second levels himself by activating his items. Soon, skeleton warriors, a fire golem, a skeleton mage, and the rest of the undead previously subjugated by Woo Jin were summoned. Among them was a headless skeleton mage, whose head had once been blown to pieces. Then Woo Jin activated his aura and protective necklace. He wore Van Gogh's bracelet on his hand, and the number of rings he could wear increased. His health and mana stats increased, and the damage from his attack skills decreased. Having activated all items and skills, Kim Woo Jin felt more than confident. Chin-A watched with interest, not understanding what his comrade was up to. Woo Jin announced that there was no point in wasting time and suggested going straight to the third floor. The third floor of the dungeon greeted them with a clear, sunny day. Tall, rocky mountains towered before them. The guys made their way through the gorges until they stumbled upon gnawed bones, the remains of some monster's meal. Chin-A recalled that in the previous levels, Woo Jin had simply destroyed everything, and he even felt a little sorry for the monsters in this dungeon. Woo Jin was no longer just a lone player. He had a powerful legion that knew no fatigue and feared no death. All these previously defeated monsters now serve their master, Woo Jin. This is his own guild, and it turns out that Chin-A also fights alongside these warriors. Woo Jin explained the strategy for attacking the dragon cub. Chin-A had to leave everything else and attack only the flanks. More precisely, he had to prevent the dragon from taking to the air and escaping, and when it was on the ground, he had to be careful not to overdo it. The flap of folded wings is twice as powerful as that of open wings, so an attack would not work. The dragon had to be forced to spread its wings, but at the same time not allowed to fly away. They just needed to stay on the dragon's back and wait for the right moment. At that moment, a baby dragon appeared, flying in for lunch with the carcass of a huge animal in its claws. It threw its prey on the ground and began to bite off huge pieces with its powerful jaws. Suddenly, a smell caught its attention. The cub discovered the bodies of goblins that had appeared in its feeding trough from nowhere. It was a real dessert, and the dragon roared joyfully, echoing throughout the area. Jin activated the explosion of the corpses, and a huge rock flew apart, showering everything around with stone fragments. The stones also fell on the baby dragon. Some of them were quite large and pinned the monster down. The players took advantage of this and jumped out of their hiding place. Jin could have cut the dragon's wings if they had been spread. Therefore, it was necessary to bring it down from the sky at all costs and prevent it from flying away. The fire golem joined the battle and withstood the dragon's attacks with dignity. The skeleton warriors also rushed at the monster. Finally, it was Qin's turn to enter the fray. He jumped onto the dragon's back and tried to pierce its scales with his spear. However, the scales were too strong and did not even get a scratch. Enraged by the attack, the dragon launched a fiery attack against its enemies. Yujin said he would take care of everything, but the wings were Qin's responsibility. He activated the power of the pharaoh and summoned the monsters he had not killed earlier, strengthening the attack with the help of the skeleton mage. The blessing of the sun was also used, and the aura field was activated. The skeleton mage managed to stab his sword into the dragon cub's tail and poison its blood. The beast realized it was losing strength and decided to fly away, dropping all its attackers before doing so. Qin struggled to hold on, unable to imagine how he could prevent the dragon from flying away. They had already risen high into the sky, and Qin was holding on only to the spear stuck between the monster's scales. It seemed that nothing could stop the dragon's offspring from escaping. But Qin realized that he had to act, not just hang on to the wing. He had to attack immediately before the dragon rose even higher. High in the sky, he activated Percival's spear right on the monster's wing. With it, Qin began to cut through the dragon's wing, disrupting its aerodynamics. The dragon's cub lost altitude and crashed onto the rocks with a deafening roar. Jin understood that without his partner, there would have been no victory. The dragon could no longer fly, but it still had perfect control over its fire. Although its wings were disabled, it was important to remember that the dragon was still dangerous. They could not let their guard down until it was completely subdued. All this time, the dragon was showering everything around with flames, trying to destroy the fire golem and the skeleton warriors. The skeleton mage rushed to attack the dragon's young again. He plunged his sword into the monster's body and flooded it with poisonous blood. The pain was excruciating. The dragon opened its mouth wider than it should have. The fire golem took advantage of this and managed to tear the dragon's jaws apart. Then he rushed to his comrade, who was covered in the monster's scales. Using the river's blessing skill, Qin's physical condition quickly recovered. Qin had time to get quite nervous. The battle was dragging on, and he himself was on the verge of exhaustion. Jin said that he had managed to deal with the dragon while his comrade was resting. He sincerely thanked his partner, noting his unique help in this battle. Qin, as always, was modest and demanded more food after leaving the dungeon. But first, they had to deal with the dragon's body. It had to be absorbed so that it could be used as a skeleton helper in the future. The guys realized that they had become true comrades who could rely on each other. Master Swordsman, although absorbed in the game, still kept things in mind. He was interested in how many days he had been in the dungeon. It turned out that he had been there for 10 days, but he was still alive, although many believed that the chances of success were extremely slim. If that was indeed the case, Master Swordsman was sure that the guys would make it, and then he himself would personally remove them from the path. It was decided to abandon the small stuff and tackle the big stuff. They decided to devote their lives to this mission. The dragon cub was finally defeated. The whole team, including the skeleton warriors and other evil creatures, was happy with the result. Qin enthusiastically praised and congratulated the skeleton warriors. However, for some reason, his partner had a very sad face. Some problems prevented him from rejoicing. Kim Woo-jin said that as soon as they left this dungeon, he would have to die. This news literally terrified Qin. Woo-jin understood that after leaving the dungeon, they would be sent to attack and clear the 4-level dungeon. But starting from the 4th rank, only high-level players above the 100th level could pass through such dungeons. It can be said that this is a group of players at the top of the guilds. Such people enjoy enormous privileges. But that's not enough for them, so they created their own cartel to make even more profit. They have divided up territories so as not to interfere with each other, possess excessive power, and live peacefully for their own pleasure. But if uninvited guests appear on their territory, and among them is someone they don't like, then that person is simply destroyed. The dungeon was cleared and the guys came to the surface. They were greeted by crowds of journalists from all over the world. Questions rained down from all sides about how they had coped, how they were feeling, what their plans for the future were, as well as requests to stop and give autographs. Chin-A was very nervous because all he could think about was how to leave as quickly as possible so that no one would notice that there was a double here. At that moment, a man separated himself from the crowd, hiding something under his jacket. When the players passed him, he rushed at them shouting, "Die!" Chin-A rushed to intercept the thug, but the man managed to dodge and continued his attack on the players, leaving the playing field. In the next moment, Kim Woo-jin was fatally wounded by a knife. Blood spurted onto the ground, flooding everything around. None of the police or journalists had time to react. The journalists knew that the wounded man possessed poisonous blood magic, so they all needed to leave the area immediately. Not understanding the situation, people panicked and scattered, leaving the victim and the players alone. The terrorist rushed at Isaac Ivanov with a knife. He would have killed the second player too, if his body had not suddenly split in two. Behind him stood Master Swordsman with a sword in his hands. He happened to be on the site and reacted instantly to the situation. The journalist recognized Master Swordsman, but did not understand what he was doing there. But it was imperative to film it. Only then did people remember to call an ambulance. But it was already too late. The day before, Master Swordsman had hired a hitman to kill Kim Woo-jin. The killer acted like a true samurai. He sacrificed his life for his master and to appease the souls of his fallen comrades. He thanked Master Swordsman for the honor he had bestowed upon him. Chin-A wept over the body of his slain comrade. Master Swordsman said that he had come to the players' meeting as a representative of his country to congratulate them on successfully completing the dungeon. No one could have imagined that such a terrible incident would occur. Master Swordsman expressed his sincere condolences. The next day, it became the top news story in all the media. A hero died at the hands of a terrorist immediately after completing the Dragon Dungeon. The Japanese government expressed its official condolences in connection with the incident. Park Yun-won was furious when he read the news. He had invested a huge amount of money in Kim Woo-jin. Who dared to touch his player? He was going to personally deal with the terrorist or those behind the murder of his fighter. He was thirsty for blood. The guys were still in Japan. The owner of the house, Master Swordsman, regretted not coming earlier and saving their comrade. He invited them to his house for lunch to support them in their time of grief. Isaac Ivanov was very calm. He said that such situations were inevitable because death always follows the players. Ivanov spoke Russian, so there was a translator next to Master Mechnik. Master Mechnik liked this idea of the inevitability of death, and he offered a drink. His words that the living should not despair infuriated Chin-A. He jumped up from the table, almost knocking it over, and said he couldn't listen to this disgusting nonsense anymore. After all, his comrade, with whom he had gone through the dungeon side by side, had died. Because of such disrespect for his friend's death, Chin-A no longer wanted to stay in the same house with the master. If Kim Woo-jin could see them now, he would not be able to rest peacefully in heaven. The young man would be very upset. Chin-A also expressed his dissatisfaction with Isaac Ivanov and left the house. The situation was extremely unpleasant. Ivanov also chose to leave, but took with him the proposals made by Master Mechnikov to study. Master Mechnik regretted that everything had ended so awkwardly, but expressed doubt that Isaac Ivanov could handle the 4-level dungeon alone. It turned out that the young man had no intention of going there alone. He also hinted to the owner of the house that he should prepare a gift for his recently departed, offended partner. Protests in support of the murdered player began around the world, demanding an official apology from the government. Korean news outlets reported that protests were continuing across the country. When Master Swordsman was left alone, he summoned his assistant Sakura. She immediately appeared before her master. Master Swordsman said he would like to win Isaac Ivanov over to his side, but now the situation was unfavorable on all fronts. Everything was going well when they killed Kim Woo-jin, but in the end, Ivanov's partner became hostile towards them, and now it would be difficult to win the Russians over to their side. Moreover, after Kim Woo-jin's death, Park Yun-won became enraged. He would not allow them to lose Isaac Ivanov as well. What's more, if the mission finds out that they are trying to win Ivanov over to their side, Shin-hye will not let it go. Therefore, Isaac Ivanov's defection to the Japanese side would now do more harm than good. But if the situation is really that complicated, and Ivanov is someone the Japanese cannot get their hands on, then they must ensure that no one else can get him either. After that, Master Mechnik instructed that the skin of the Nemean lion be given to Ivanov. This was payment for allowing Ivanov to give his comrade a dignified send-off. The best office for the players was right there in the minibus. Chin-A still couldn't calm down. He was furious. Kim Woo-jin suggested that it was because Chin-ae simply did not like Japanese food. The young man was sure he was right, but Chin-ae was angry because of the duplicity of people who expressed friendship and then committed such a dirty deed. Murder. Woo-jin understood his friend. He also did not expect the Japanese to show up so soon after what they had done. However, he praised Chin-ae for his anger because it had brought them some benefits, including a gift. The next day, the news reported on Isaac Ivanov's interview after the accident. This was followed by an announcement about the dungeons that Isaac Ivanov now planned to clear. They were so difficult that even master swordsmen did not dare to attempt them. Brooker Ose-chan praised Woo-jin for his quick thinking and noted that they had greatly angered the Japanese alliance. It was unknown what else the Japanese might do, so it was necessary to be extremely cautious. In addition, the Japanese alliance promised an additional reward, the legendary Aegis shield. But it was unclear how they were going to do that since they didn't have the reward themselves. The Aegis shield was currently located inside a dungeon on Mount Fuji. Tokyo was preparing to open a new dungeon and send players there. Spectators, reporters, journalists, and all kinds of managers flocked from all sides. Live news broadcasts showed the entrance to the 4-story dungeon of A+ rank Hellhounds. Players from different guilds from all over the world entered, with Isaac Ivanov from the Mokosh Guild leading the way with his partner. The Japanese government paid reasonable compensation when viewers suddenly saw an explosion on live television. Journalists continued to film what was happening, not understanding what had happened. The fire spread instantly and the players scattered, running for their lives. A huge fire was burning at the entrance to the game, and a thick column of smoke covered everything around. The surviving journalists and managers helped each other and tried to get away from the fire. But in the next moment, another horror unfolded right before their eyes. When the smoke cleared, they saw that the passage into the game, it was completely blocked. The news reported on the terrible disaster that had closed the entrance to the dungeon, trapping Isaac Ivanov's group inside. Their chances of success were practically zero. The Japanese residents of the Master Swordsmith radiated peace and tranquility. The strategy of isolating Ivanov from within turned out to be quite good. The Master Swordsmith himself would have preferred to send 5 or 6 more reliable players there. But Sakura considered this unnecessary, since it was their first 4-story dungeon, and most likely they were now going through a real hell. Earlier, Mechnik students had already tried to clear this dungeon several times, but without success, so the 2 Russians would definitely not be able to do anything there. Sakura was very pleased that the master liked her idea and its implementation. The girl also designated Aegis's shield as an additional reward, although it was actually inside the dungeon. However, the very idea associated with the Master Swordsman's shield made her a little nervous. Lately, more and more people had been wondering about the location of the shield, as it was one of the legendary items with incredible power. But if others found out that even with such an item, the Japanese guild had failed to clear the dungeon, people would become even more wary of it. The more successful the clear was, the lower the reputation of the Japanese would fall. In the future, the Aegis shield should be offered as a reward to those who clear the dungeon, and then it will become a grave for those idiots who dare to challenge it. In this unusual way, the boys found themselves in the 4th level of the dungeon. It was very strange that only the 2 of them were able to get inside. China didn't understand how Jin could have foreseen this. Jin replied that there were too many preparations near the entrance to the dungeon. Jin remembered how, in his past life, the Messiah Guild dealt with all obstacles directly in the dungeons. Sometimes they isolated those who were difficult to compete with face-to-face in the dungeons alone. This terrible method of using an explosion was one of those that the master had taught the young man in the past. Of course, Jin couldn't tell his friend the whole truth now, so he simply changed the subject. After all, they had to hurry if they planned to gather 20,000 monsters. A 5-story B+ rank dungeon awaited them, a forest of monsters. They had to survive there for 10 days and then the guys moved on to the 5th floor. Another huge bloody orc was defeated. Skeleton warriors were summoned to pass through the Forest of the Dead. The guys fought excellently together at this stage. After that, the Book of the Dead was summoned. The information obtained from it was very pleasing. The book was an excellent trophy as it contained the power of Osiris, could store many undead monsters inside, and increased all characteristics. Finally, our friends moved on to the 3rd floor of the Hellhound dungeon. Chin was resting after being hit and flying a long distance. Of course, he shouldn't have underestimated his opponent. Players who challenge the 4-story dungeon most often die on the 3rd floor. Chin-ae did not know why this was happening, but he had no time to talk to the skeleton warrior. He was preparing for a new attack on the huge goblin. The guy didn't lose his spirit and continued to beat the monster, which didn't even reach his knee. The goblin fought back again and threw the player away. The goblin's fist landed squarely in Chin's stomach. He landed again, leaving a large dent in the floor. The monster's skeleton stopped teasing him and gave him the correct answer. The fact is that the players are trying to save their strength for clearing the 4th floor. Therefore, when attacking the 3rd level dungeons, they are not operating at full strength, and they lose. It is very important to allocate resources and stamina correctly. Trying to save strength in a battle with a boss is tantamount to suicide. Jin told his friend that he was wearing the skin of the Nemean lion, so he would be able to defeat this monster without any problems. The young man figured that he had already taken several good hits from the ogre, but had never regained his strength because the skin of the Nemean lion really worked and protected him from physical damage. This information made Chin very happy, and he realized that he was even capable of defeating the giant himself. The young man stood up to his full height and simply believed in his own strength. He rushed at his opponent like a fly rushing at an elephant. At that time, Jin was busy with other matters in the dungeon. Finally, his efforts were not in vain. He found what he had been searching for throughout the entire territory. First of all, Jin activated the Eye of Anubis to view the last memories of the dead man. Master Swordsman lent the players the Aegis shield, so the dungeon should have been fairly easy to navigate. However, the giant ogre proved to be too difficult an opponent, and it was necessary to do everything possible from the very beginning. It was pointless to try to wear the ogre down. It was practically impossible. There was no need to conserve strength. The captain understood that it was his mistake, and the warriors were only following orders. He handed over the Aegis shield and ordered the Hellhound to be killed, making sure to return the shield to the Master Swordsmith. So the Aegis shield must be on the 4th floor. The Japanese guild gathered the most elite players and even gave them a shield, but in the end, the attack on the dungeon failed. There were probably other reasons for concern. After all, the Aegis shield is one of the most durable pieces of armor in the game. It can even block attacks from a Hellhound. Jin will deal with the dungeon somehow, but it will be much more interesting when he leaves it with the shield. The Master Swordsmith will clearly not like this. The exit from the dungeon was still closed. The news was full of reports that there was virtually no chance of success. They discussed who would succeed Isaac and expressed their support for Johann Georg, the new star of the game. Kim Woo-jin got rid of the Master Swordsmith himself. Isaac is now isolated in the dungeon and will most likely die there. Public opinion shifted in favor of the Messiah Guild and its new star, Johann Georg. Everything turned out for the best for the guild. They didn't even have to intervene. There was only one more problem to solve. 3 years had passed since the day the gate appeared in the center of Seoul and the catastrophe occurred. There was a guy who wanted Lee Se-jun dead with all his heart. He was sure that Se-jun wouldn't make it out of the gate alive. Just as Shin-hae was now certain of it, the girl didn't know how to respond to this comparison. However, Lee Se-jun did not die in the dungeon back then. On the contrary, his position only strengthened. Sometimes it seemed to him that it was precisely because of that incident, and now he didn't know whether he should be grateful for it. Isaac Ivanov found himself in a very similar situation. After all, if he made it out of this dungeon alive, Lee Se-jun would have to meet him in person. Another notification arrived in the dungeon. It announced that the ogre had been killed and the level had been raised. Chin-hae had done it all by himself, and quite quickly. Jin said he had brought skeletons just in case, but there was no need. His partner looked perfectly fine. Chin-hae said he was very tired, that he was practically dead and had returned from the other world while Woo-jin was cooling off somewhere. Woo-jin replied that he wasn't hiding anywhere and was ready to send the skeletons to help if they were needed. There was no point in arguing now. They just had to go up to the 4th floor. Meanwhile, the broker and his secretary Lee were discussing the situation with the Hellhound's dungeon. Everyone assumed that Isaac Ivanov was already dead, and even the newspapers wrote about it. This dungeon was extremely powerful, even stronger than the one where the dragon lived. Although the word powerful should be replaced with dangerous. The hellfire spewing from the dog's mouth did not stop until it had completely incinerated its target. Among the legendary items were armor with absolute protection. Without it, it was better not to venture into this dungeon at all. In addition, the dog's body regeneration was higher than that of trolls, and the balance between attack and defense was ideal. After hearing this information, the secretary doubted that Woo-jin would survive. But the broker believed that there was no need to worry. All dungeons are difficult. You just have to believe that everything will work out. The guys would manage as always and return safe and sound. It was indeed hot in the dungeon. Wu Jin, with a shield strapped to his back, was climbing another mountain. He was physically exhausted from searching for the shield, which had been in a very hard-to-reach place all this time. If it weren't for Anubis's eye, the shield would have remained buried there. It had been thrown between cracks in the ground. China was tired of waiting for his companion and demanded that he hurry up and come to his aid. He was exhausted and practically falling off his feet, while his partner, in his opinion, was enjoying his solitude. And Chine did not understand why Wu Jin always made him do the most dangerous things. By this, he meant constantly being in danger and suffering. Chine was indignant that even tanks had rights. After all, it hurt him too when he was wounded. And all this time, starting from the 3rd floor, he had been dealing with the situation himself. And his comrade was just running around looking for a shield, as if they had come here for treasure. Of course, he has a perfect character, so he puts up with everything. But then a pink flame appeared behind the player. The fire released by the burning dog was stopped by Jin's shield. The dog was left out of action because the Aegis shield's absolute defense effect was activated, and it was impossible to destroy it. Until the hellish flames burned out completely, Jin covered himself and his companion with the shield. It was the very shield he had been looking for all this time, so of course, it was all worth it. Jin agreed that this thing was really cool and necessary. After that, Jin announced that it was time to get out of the dungeon. They had to be careful with the Hellhound. If it launched its attack, it would knock them out with a single blow. But now they had the Aegis shield in their arsenal, so China was ready to move forward. There was something else that Jin hadn't had time to tell his friend. They had to actively dodge the dog's attacks. But the main problem was that there were 2 Hellhounds. Jin learned this with the help of the Eye of Anubis. This was the reason why no one could pass through the dungeon, even with the Aegis shield. Jin didn't understand what to do now. They only had one shield, which meant they had to cover each other with it. But Jin was sure that nothing would work if they stood next to each other. He instructed his partner to deal with one dog using the shield. The hellish fire really did burn everything in its path. At one point, Jin even thought that his companion had burned to death, unable to defend himself. When the fire burned out and the smoke cleared, China appeared alive and unharmed. This flame was not called hellish for nothing. It burned even iron and armor. And the Hellhound growled and waited hatefully for its next victim. In addition, the Hellhound summoned other monsters from the wolf family, and they approached the boys in huge packs. Jin, sword in hand, chopped the wolves like cabbage for salad. It reminded him of the Hellhound from his past life, when he attacked the dungeon with other members of the mission. The boss monster Cerberus belonged to the family of Hellhounds. A huge number of these creatures died at the hands of Jin in that dungeon, and so now he would gladly repeat his own record. Park Yavan couldn't believe what he had heard. Kim Woo Jin was alive. Secretary Kim brought a letter addressed to her boss. In the letter, the young man confessed that he had faked his death because Japanese terrorists had threatened him. He asked for money to be sent so that he could get to Seoul safely. This was excellent news, and the young man's resilience was impressive. He asked the secretary to be very careful, and under no circumstances should it be made public. The girl found it all very suspicious. Park Yun-won admitted that he had never trusted the guy, but had simply used him as a tool to achieve his ambitions. The fact that he was alive was great because Park Yun-won could get his investment back, but he would definitely make him pay for the deception when it was all over. The Hellhounds continued to live and destroy everything around them with hellfire. All the monsters Kim Woo Jin had ever defeated were involved in the battle. China watched as his partner rushed into the fire without armor that could block the hellish flames. He probably just went to surrender. But Jin actually managed to avoid the Hellhounds' direct attacks. It seemed as if he could see their actions in advance. But China was sure that this was Jin's first time fighting these creatures. It turned out that despite the power of the hellish flames, he dodged them without any problems. Soon Kim Woo Jin announced that there was only one dog left. The Hellhound was ready to attack the players and tear them apart. Jin made a weapon out of dragon bones. It wasn't powerful, but it was impressive in its durability. He set up a thick palisade out of these bones. When all his plans were in place, Jin announced that it was time to wrap up this dungeon. China couldn't stand by and watch his companion stand unprotected and deal with the monsters on his own. He said he could no longer take advantage of his partner's achievements because he had his pride. China asked to be left with the last creature. This made Jin very happy because he trusted the guy and was pleased with his professional growth. After that, China returned the shield to Jin, saying that he could manage without it. He was so confident in himself, his strength, and his abilities that he radiated energy like a nuclear power plant. In contrast, Secretary Lee was completely powerless. The broker rushed to defend her. Chinna knew that he had people who needed his protection, and he had to become stronger than he was now for their sake. Somewhere in the rainforest at a military base, a group of hostages knelt with their hands behind their heads. Guards armed with machine guns paced around them. Shakira from the Thunderbird Guild met with the man who brought the payment. He said it was money for a favor. It was a reward for killing local players near the entrance to the dungeon. The stranger thanked the girl for making his business easier. The suitcase was full of money. However, Shakira threw it away in anger. Her guild risked their lives not for money. She only wanted skill pages or rare items. The man said he had heard about these conditions, but recently he had been having problems with artifact deliveries. Even with money, it was very difficult to find anything on the black market. The dungeons that remained nearby were the most dangerous, and they couldn't go there. Even there, it was difficult to get anything. Shakira was indignant, saying that in this lawless zone, their leader's word was law, and that she would now explain to this thick-headed businessman when he was allowed to open his mouth. She promised to rip out his tongue and feed it to a wild dog if he dared to speak again. The man promised that he would definitely mend his ways and asked her not to kill him this time. The next moment, he was engulfed in icy flames and burned to ashes, leaving behind only a pile of ashes. It was just that the guild leader intervened and dealt with the businessman in his usual style. He taught Shakira not to even try to negotiate with such insects, and he had a golden skill in his hands. The leader handed the girl a piece of paper. It was a rare summoning skill. The leader advised Shakira not to complicate her life and the lives of others, and to act more simply. His name was Grozny, and he was the head of the Thunderbird Guild. The Hellhound, though badly battered, still continued to get on everyone's nerves. At one point, it finally knocked Chin out, and the guy lay motionless for a while. But the blessing of the river Styx was activated, and within seconds, a new attack had Chin's full attention again. Suddenly, Jin appeared right in front of him, grabbed him by the spear, and brought him to his senses. Exhausted and weakened, Chin sat down on the ground, trying to catch his breath and recover, and asked what was going on with the Hellhound. It turned out that it had died, and Jin had hardly made any effort to kill it. It was Chinna's victory. He had dealt with the Hellhound himself, all by himself. Finally, Chinna believed that he too could become a high-level player. Park Yun-Wang admitted that the boy had really surprised him. He hadn't expected that this cheeky kid would even fool him. Kim Woo-jin sat there looking very guilty and upset. After all, the boss really thought he was dead. Jin apologized to his employer once again and said that if you want to deceive your enemy, you must first deceive your friends. It was certainly a wise saying, but Park Yun warned that from now on, it would be better not to try to fool him because such jokes annoyed him greatly. After the boss calmed down, he showed him newspaper articles about the conquest of 4- and 5-story dungeons. Park Yun-won said that John Gorg had been getting on his nerves lately. This did not fit into his plans at all. He needed Isaac Ivanov to shine alone. Park Yun-won hoped that Jin understood his hint and would persuade Isaac to crush Georg. The businessman wanted to get the maximum return on his investment. The young man supported his boss in his desire, but asked for Grozny and gifts to carry out his plan. Kim Woo-jin said that this was exactly what Isaac Ivanov had demanded. Master Mechnik continued to hone his skills, trying to distract himself and relieve stress. Sakura informed him that Isaac Ivanov had requested Solomon's ring instead of the Aegis shield. Master Mechnikov himself offered it as a reward, and since the player wanted to receive a different item in exchange, so be it. But it was completely unclear how he knew that the Ring of Solomon was in the hands of Master Mechnikov. The leak of information suggested that there was a rat among Mechnikov's supporters. He had no doubt that it was not Sakura, and she promised to find the traitor right away and deal with Isaac. However, Master Mechnikov stopped her because he was considering the speed at which Isaac Ivanov's skills were growing. It seemed that the day would soon come when Master Mechnikov would meet him in person. He needed to wait a little longer. In the meantime, he would destroy everything with his own hands to get satisfaction. Somewhere in the Amazon rainforest, at the headquarters of the Thunderbird Guild, Shakira sat in her office and talked to someone who was not human. But it wasn't a zombie either. Rather, it was a ghost, in the form of Kim Woo-jin. He pretended to be dead in front of the whole world while living in the shadow of Isaac Ivanov. The young man said that ambition was not important to him at all, and that the girl could think whatever she wanted. She pressed her hand against the coveted skill and teased the guy. Officially, he was considered dead, so there would be no problem if she killed him again. right now. Jin suggested ending the pointless argument because he had come not to fight, but to meet with the leader of the Thunderbird Guild. Shakira was furious because she absolutely hated this guy, and if she had enough power, she would have killed him long ago. She agreed to listen to his explanation for a maximum of 1 more minute. The young man knew that Grozny, the head of the Thunderbird Guild, worked through exchanges. People could also be used as exchange, so Kim Woo-jin wanted to know what he would get if he sold Isaac Ivanov to the Thunderbird Guild. Shakira didn't believe that this kid was really negotiating on Isaac's behalf. She thought he was mocking her. Suddenly, a cold, dead voice sounded behind her. Soon, the head of the Thunderbird himself materialized. He asked Kim Woo-jin how he intended to sell Isaac. By the kilogram or whole. The young man replied that he no longer cared, but he didn't think anyone would want Isaac without a limb. It was a tempting offer, and the terrible one wanted to hear the details from Kim Woo-jin. The boys were resting in a cave in the forest by the fire. China listened to Jin's new plan once again and hoped that his partner was joking and wasn't going to carry it out. Kim Woo-jin didn't even understand what he was talking about at first. China felt sick at the very thought. They had just come out of a 4-story dungeon where they had been on the verge of death. But he thought it was too early to go into a 5-story dungeon. Before the guys could finish talking, a noise caught Kim Woo-jin's attention. He realized that someone was nearby. The guys prepared to face the villain, when suddenly a silhouette emerged from the trees, out of the darkness. A fragile girl appeared before them. Her name was Michelle, from the Messiah Guild. She was going to participate in clearing the dungeon with them the next day. She was very embarrassed, but she admitted that she was a fan, and this would be their first joint attack. Isaac immediately began to remember why Michelle had come to this dungeon. In his past life, she had died here. Meeting a fan, he was ready to give her an autograph. But the girl said that her hero was Isaac Ivanov, and it was him she wanted to get an autograph from. Chin, of course, was jealous and furious at such injustice. After all, he too had earned his own fans. The next morning began with a visit to the dungeon. This time, players from different guilds gathered here. Of course, the Messiah Guild along with the girl Michelle. There was also the Thunderbird Guild, whose members had gangster-like faces. The day before, the head of Thunderbird, Grozny, realized that Kim Woo-jin was actually controlling Isaac Ivanov. The young man confirmed that this was indeed the case, strange as it may sound. Shakira decided that this was complete nonsense, and said that such nonsense could not be believed. Grozny knew that she liked to collect rare items and skill pages, but recently there had been problems with deliveries due to level restrictions. Jin offered to help Grozny attack the necessary dungeons. If Isaac was used, there would be no places that Grozny couldn't reach. But in return, Kim Woo-jin wanted his conditions to be met. Grozny warned that he does not engage in knowingly unprofitable ventures. He wasn't particularly interested in what Kim Woo-jin really wanted, but if he demanded something, he had to offer something more profitable. Grozny said he was interested in selling Isaac, but he didn't see anything special in this deal, so he decided to leave the room. Shakira was happy that the negotiations had failed. Temujin was just pretending to be tough, but in reality he was a pushover. Kim Woo-jin said that a Cyclops dungeon had appeared in Amazonia, and he knew that Grozny was forming a team to attack it. Kim Woo-jin promised to send Isaac Ivanov to clear out this dungeon. Grozny thought it was a joke. Ivanov had just finished a multi-level dungeon and hadn't had any rest at all. Grozny considered this a manifestation of the incredible confidence of newbies. In his youth, he himself had committed many foolish but courageous acts. However, he liked this optimism, and Grozny agreed to continue negotiations after the dungeon was cleared. But Grozny had no intention of buying Isaac or exchanging him for anything, because now he liked Kim Woo-jin better. He made a counteroffer for Woo-jin to work for him in the Thunderbird Guild. But first he had to pass a test. Grozny laid out a skill sheet and offered to bargain. It was a vampire skill that allowed the player to transform. So Isaac Ivanov went back to the dungeon. The entrance to the Cyclops dungeon looked pretty calm on the first day. The Cyclops was huge, and even blows that did not hit their targets precisely scattered them in different directions. Jin transferred into the consciousness of a skeleton warrior and fought alongside his comrade. Chin-A was indignant that they were now fighting on the side of the Terrible One, and that Pak Yun-wan would cut off their heads for it. Distracted by the conversation, Chin-A did not notice the Cyclops aiming his fist at him. At the last moment, Isaac pulled his friend out from under the giant's arm. Chin-A jumped up and was about to fall on top of the Cyclops to crush him. Skeleton said he was going to tell Park Yun-wan that he had accepted Grozny's offer. They wouldn't be able to fool Park Yeon-won, so it was better to confess everything honestly. Shin-ae thought it was suicide and that they would never be allowed to go to Grozny. But it turned out that Gina didn't understand the situation. The thing is, if the guys tell Park Yeon-won about the deal with Grozny, it is still unknown whether Park Yeon-won will consider them traitors, or perhaps he will decide that the boys betrayed Grozny. It was the 23rd day of conquering the Cyclops dungeon. On the 4th floor of the Minotaur's Labyrinth, the floor was littered with dead orcs. The players from the Messiah Guild did a great job there. They chopped orcs left and right, but they couldn't do any damage. A player named Kyle said that the situation was not changing and there was no significant progress. Michelle tried to do something with fire magic, but it seemed that she was not very successful. She lit a fire and tried to increase its power. But then another group of monsters targeted her, and the guys had to defend her. The guys barely managed to fight off the goblins while the fire barrier was active. This labyrinth was inhabited by bloodthirsty goblins, and the dungeon itself was of a high level. Everyone believed that monsters would appear in droves until they reached the main hall in the center of the maze. They planned to go through a wider passage as soon as they found it. The narrow passages were dangerous. It was easy to get surrounded in them. While the players were discussing, one of the orcs woke up. He jumped up and rushed at Michelle at tremendous speed. The girl was away from her companions, and they did not have time to cover her from the attack. At the last moment, the dead orc fell right behind Michelle. Isaac Ivanov stepped out of the darkness. They thanked him for saving the player. But the guy asked why they weren't finishing the job. It was necessary to make a control shot. The thing is, bloody orcs don't die from a single wound, so you have to go over them again. Bloody goblins differ from other species in their intelligence. They pretend to be dead, and then they attack again from behind. But this time they encountered a pleasant surprise in the form of skeleton warriors. Isaac said he expected more from the Messiah Guild since they volunteered to clear the dungeon together. It seems that the Messiah Guild is completely useless. But if that's the case, he'll be sure to let everyone know. There's no point in counting on the Messiah's help. The big guy asked him to watch his language. But then Michelle intervened, stopping her companion. Isaac Ivanov continued to argue that the guild leader was responsible for the safety of his members and had to be on guard at all times. If they had known about the bloodthirsty goblins in advance, they would have prepared for battle with them properly. Jordan didn't like hearing this truth. Isaac Ivanov understood that he was not perfect, but he had hope for a good outcome in vain. The guys from the Messiah Guild were tired of listening to Isaac's lectures. They already understood where he was going with this, but they were doing their best in the situation. In the end, the guys decided not to get emotional because they had a common goal: to clear the dungeon. Michelle supported Kyle. However, she wanted to know why Ivanov was in this dungeon. Obviously, they hadn't come there to argue. It was better to mind their own business and not bother the other players. But then Isaac Ivanov decided to drop the act and tell the truth. It turned out that he had a small problem. The problem was that his partner had injured his leg. It was all due to carelessness. Nothing serious, but the player was still injured. Chinna was happy to play the role of the injured player because now he could rest a little. He was seated in a comfortable place, and Michelle began to actively offer him her help, which made the young man very happy. Jin noted that these players were different from their leader, Lee Sejun. They were honest and sincerely wanted to save the world. Jordan began to tease Isaac that he had failed to keep track of his partner and had even come to teach others their duties. The leader is responsible for the safety of the guild members, but he himself failed to keep track of his own man. Jordan continued to provoke the young man, but he did not react, which genuinely puzzled the player. Isaac said that unlike some, he was not careless. His comrade injured his leg because of his own inattention, not because the leader did not care about his health. Chinna continued to say that it was entirely his fault. He, like a fool, ran without noticing the cliff and injured his leg. It was clear that Isaac would not be able to clear the dungeon alone, so he came to ask the players for help. Isaac Ivanov confirmed Jordan's guess. However, he said that when he saw the condition the players were in, he doubted they would be able to help. In this regard, he suggested that the entire team come under his command. If everyone obeyed Isaac Ivanov's orders, he would do everything in his power to get them out of the dungeon safe and sound. Hearing this was offensive to any leader, Jordan was boiling with rage. He agreed that the dungeon needed to be cleared, and if Ivanov wanted, they could join forces. However, he could no longer tolerate Ivanov's arrogance. If he was so tough, then let him fight Jordan one-on-one, and then they would decide who was the leader of the group. At that time, The media was discussing the Messiah Guild's plans to clear the 7-story dungeon. There was speculation about the composition of the team and whether they would be able to complete the mission. Messiah held their meeting. Shinhai looked very puzzled. One of the guild members teased the girl, claiming that she was afraid to do anything in the absence of the master. They tried to put the insolent man in his place, saying that he had no right to discuss Shinhai. Cho Sung-woo said that while Master Lee Sejun was away, Shinhai was the boss here. He threatened that he would no longer stand by and remain silent if the guy did not calm down. However, his threats were met with insults from the redhead. The guys got really heated and were ready to fight. However, Shinhai interrupted their quarrel with a shout and said that there was no reason for them to argue. They should get together and do everything for the master. However, according to Johann Georg, the details were not discussed with the master. Master Mechnik said that Lee Si-jun would one day come face-to-face with Isaac Ivanov. But the purpose of this meeting was to discuss and eliminate Isaac Ivanov. According to reliable information, he was currently in the 5th-level dungeon. And although it seemed implausible, the rumors were confirmed. This information was conveyed by a guild member who was also in the dungeon and confirmed Isaac's entry there. The Swordmaster was interested in who else was currently in the dungeon. Shin-hee said that the guild players who were there did not share the general opinion and could not be trusted, so they were not personally assigned the task. Master Swordsman was glad about this, because Isaac Ivanov was not someone who could be dealt with easily and simply. Therefore, Master Swordsman decided to do everything himself. This news pleased Shin-hee because it became clear that the situation would be resolved in the most favorable way for the guild. In addition, it turned out that Johann Georg himself had become bait for entering the dungeon. If Isaac Ivanov could be destroyed, there would be nothing wrong with that. Then Johann Georg would become the sole owner of the Halo. Master Mechnik continued the discussion and asked what location was intended and planned for the operation. This place turned out to be a dungeon in Egypt. It was the A+ rank Sphinx dungeon on the 6th floor. Jordan lost the one-on-one battle for leadership in the new United group and was very upset about it. Isaac Ivanov said with a satisfied expression that it was time to fulfill his promise, which meant that all players would come under his leadership and do as he commanded. The players continued to wander through the labyrinth, destroying all kinds of goblins and orcs, but still had not reached its center. They fought relentlessly with no end in sight. Michelle helped out. Her fire skills were successful but fruitless. Jordan activated his provocation skill again to force his opponent into battle. The opponent was more than worthy and serious, a minotaur from the labyrinth. Jordan played the role of bait, which Chinna usually played when his leg was healthy. The monster spotted its target and fired a fire beam at it. Jordan barely managed to take cover from these shots, hiding behind pillars of smoke and dust. Then Kyle went on the attack. With 2 swords at once and a group of skeleton warriors joined him. The swords pierced the monster's body, and the skeleton warriors quickly slashed at the Minotaur's huge paws. After that, Michelle joined in with her fire skill, trying to set the monster ablaze. Isaac Ivanov watched all this from the sidelines, discussing the prospects with his injured comrade. Jordan was so engrossed in watching the Russians that he got distracted and didn't have time to hide. He expected a direct attack from the Minotaur. There was no time to run away. He had already practically said goodbye to life when he suddenly felt a light touch and a breath of wind. This must be heaven, Jordan thought. When he opened his eyes, he found that Isaac Ivanov had carried him off the battlefield in his arms. Jordan was in shock, but he understood that Isaac had saved his life. Now it was time for Ivanov himself to fight the Minotaur. The battle continued unabated. Skeletons swung their swords, fire exploded, but the Minotaur did not give up. It was at this moment that Isaac Ivanov was about to join the fight. Jordan also planned to participate, despite his injury. However, Isaac said that it was not cool for a leader to sacrifice himself. It was better to spend time training to prevent such situations from happening. You need to be able to distract the monster, buy time, and give your allies a chance to attack the enemy. That's what Isaac Ivanov was going to do. At that moment, a guest appeared in the office of broker Oh Se-chan. This man, with his unremarkable appearance and simple clothes, was the dragon slayer Francois Charoux. The broker did not like this man and understood that Francois would not have come to his office without a good reason. Obviously, there was a serious reason for him to travel such a long distance, so he wanted to get down to business. But before Francois Charoux explained the reason for his visit, he wanted to clarify whether the broker still considered saving the world to be one of his main goals. Everyone knew that on the day Mr. Lee died, the broker had made a fateful decision. Lee's secretary entered the office, and Osachan tried to end the conversation by confirming to his interlocutor that his plans had not changed. In the dungeon with the Minotaur, another battle was underway. Or rather, it had never stopped. The Minotaur attacked Isaac Ivanov, but he managed to dodge all attacks without using his physical reinforcement skill. It seemed as if he knew in advance where the blows would land. But if you only dodge all the time, it's hard to expect victory. Suddenly, the situation developed in such a way that Isaac Ivanov found himself in a dead end, with the huge Minotaur looming over him. At that moment, a powerful explosion thundered right next to the monster's head. The Minotaur collapsed, raising huge clouds of dust and smoke around him. The players were very worried about Isaac Ivanov's life. They couldn't see him and understood that it was almost impossible to survive such an attack. But suddenly, another group of skeleton warriors rushed to finish off the Minotaur, which meant that their master was still alive. Soon the smoke cleared, and Isaac Ivanov appeared, holding a sword in his hands and preparing to attack the fallen monster. The explosion knocked the Minotaur off its feet, and now Isaac's sword was much closer and easier to reach. Isaac Ivanov rushed forward, plunged his sword into the Minotaur's eye and poisoned its blood. Of course, the monster still had strength left, but Ivanov's actions were not in vain. The Minotaur was left with only one eye. However, the monster was intelligent, and it would no longer be possible to lure it to the wall. The Minotaur was enraged, and this should be used to their advantage. The Minotaur rushed at Isaac with a huge axe, seeing no danger other than the young man. All the participants in the battle took advantage of this. The skeletons began to actively throw the bodies of dead goblins at the Minotaur. These bodies covered the Minotaur from all sides, but he did not notice them until the very end, because he could only see his attacker with one eye. The next moment, the corpse explosion skill was used. The players of the Messiah Guild watched the battle as if they were in a movie. After the explosion that knocked the Minotaur down, a bunch of skeleton warriors with poisoned swords rushed to finish off the monster. When the meeting of the Messiah Guild leaders came to an end, Ioana Gorga was asked to stay. Shin Hai was interested in how things were going with the previous order. Georg said that someone had beaten him to it, and the situation had turned out to be rather unpleasant. The point was that Georg was supposed to obtain Balmung, a sword that is extremely valuable to any player, but apparently he failed. No one had the strength to listen to his ridiculous excuses anymore, so someone pointed their sword at him, ready to teach him a lesson. However, Johann Georg was a very arrogant player. He knew that the Messiah Guild would not be able to cope with Isaac Ivanov without his help. Therefore, he was sure that no one would do anything to him. The more the group leaders raged, the more insolent the guy became. He had to lure Isaac Ivanov into the dungeon in Egypt and also sway public opinion. Therefore, all the complaints of the other guild players were completely empty. Georg just smiled. He should have focused on his role as bait rather than provoking other participants. The fifth floor of the Forest of Giants was open. The players gathered near the entrance. One of the guild representatives came out to meet them, greeting them and congratulating them on the clear. He reported that the entire group had managed to reach this place safely without much effort, but the player reminded him of his promise. Isaac Ivanov promised to give the reward from the dungeon. Jin genuinely liked the guys from the Messiah Guild. Last time, things ended badly for them. Michelle died. They all suffered defeat, and only half of them managed to survive that level. However, now Jin was going to do things differently. He prepared a strategy to minimize possible damage. To do this, he sent the players from other guilds to rest, while he himself got closer to the Messiah fighters to train on the Minotaur and hone their teamwork before a more serious test. Suddenly, there was a noise, and all the birds in the forest flew up above the trees in terror. They sensed danger approaching. Meanwhile, the broker continued to discuss business with the dragon hunter. He was eager to hear the reason why Francois had come to him. The dragon hunter gathered his courage and said the following. If Osei-chan really intended to save the world, then the dragon hunter had one thing for him. After these words, he took something out of his suitcase. It turned out to be a huge and amazingly beautiful sword called Balmung. It was known that the guys from the Messiah Guild were secretly looking for this sword, and if the assumptions were correct, then it was the only weapon capable of killing the savior. It is unknown how the deal ended, but the broker and Secretary Lee drove the guest to the airport and sent him home. Secretary Lee admitted that she had personally asked Michelle Cheru what had happened back then. She wanted to know what happened on the day her father died. Now she knew the whole truth, and she was not in the best condition. The players walked through some strange gorge, although there was no indication that a monster was hiding nearby. Some of them, especially the hot-headed Jordan, didn't understand why they had come here. They were even more interested in the guys from the Thunderbird Guild who had shown up to clean up. Jin believed that if they wanted to win the battle, it would be better to join forces with these guys. While he was talking to their leader, a scout ran up. He reported that the monster was already there and asked about their next steps. The leader of the Thunderbird group suggested that Isaac launch an immediate attack, as everyone wanted to get out of the dungeon as soon as possible. But Isaac told them not to be foolish, but to simply hide separately and stay quiet, just like last time. He explained that they should not underestimate this monster. If the guys wanted to stay alive, they had to do everything Isaac said. One of the players asked their leader what they should do in this situation. The group had reached this level without any significant losses, and now, if they destroyed the two-headed Cyclops with their own hands, they would be able to get rid of Shakira and become the leader's right-hand man. An order was given to gather all the players of the Thunderbird Guild to catch the two-headed Cyclops on their own. Jin tried to calm Jordan down, saying that there was no need to worry about the Thunderbird. Chin confirmed that he was completely healthy, full of strength, and ready for battle. Soon, some new, previously unseen monsters appeared at the exit of the gorge. There were a lot of them. They turned out to be huge, monstrous ants whose antennae could easily pierce human flesh. Chinna immediately proceeded according to the plan he had developed the day before and explained to everyone at Jin. The player put on the Ring of Solomon, which allowed him to control low-level monsters. After that, Chinna used the Command of Solomon skill and directed the action at the approaching ants. At this time, the players of the Thunderbird Guild were fighting the monsters with all their might. Their leader was striking enemies left and right, completely unaware of where they were coming from. Soon he came to his senses and saw that his comrades were lying dead and chopped to pieces. The leader remembered that he had just been fighting a Cyclops. The player had indeed killed monsters, but for some reason all his men were dead. He looked up and saw a huge mountain of muscle with two heads above him. The monster was terrifying and enormous. In the center of each head was a single eye, for it was a Cyclops. The monster aimed its blow directly at the player. The player didn't even have time to blink before the Cyclops' blow reached its target. The players of the Thunderbird Guild were finished. Late in the evening, after roaming around his dungeon, the Cyclops sat quietly in his lair and ate his dinner. Jin stood at a considerable distance from the monster, thinking through his strategy for the upcoming battle. An agitated Jordan approached him. He didn't understand if they were doing the right thing. By strange situation, he meant the friendship between the striped giant ants and Chinna. Was he really going to unite the players for a joint battle with the ants? Jordan understood that the ring could be used to control the ants. But what if they attacked the players themselves after the battle? After all, this effect had a time limit, and if they got out of control during the battle, everything would go awry. Isaac reassured Jordan, saying that he knew that control over the ants was not infinite, but they would have time to complete their task before the effect wore off. After that, the insects would self-destruct, so there would be no problems. Jordan was simply shocked by what he heard. It was a brilliant strategy that hardly anyone else would have thought of. So, it was time to give the order to the ants, and Chinna did just that. He activated the ring and explained in detail to the ants what they needed to do. The low-level monsters obeyed the power of the ring and rushed to carry out the order with all their legs. They reached the Cyclops and began to climb up the monster's body. This tickled the Cyclops. Hundreds of legs were touching his skin. The players watched with interest. They had never seen anything like this before. The ants knocked the Cyclops onto its back, continuing to tickle it with their legs. But soon their jaws ceased to be friendly. The ants began to eat the Cyclops' eye, which glowed with fire until the very last moment. However, not all of them could gnaw on the eye, so the rest began to look for their own prey and eventually turned on each other. In addition, the ring's effect wore off, and the ants fled from the Cyclops in panic. The monster jumped to its feet and began crushing the insects with its massive paws. The Cyclops' eyes were demon eyes with different abilities. The left eye had the effect of chaos. Thanks to this effect, the target lost the ability to distinguish between friends and enemies. Now it was necessary to move on to the next part of the plan, rather than mindlessly rushing at the Cyclops. Otherwise, they would suffer the same fate as the ants. The next stage of the plan was to use the skill's cooldown time. Jordan analyzed what was happening with amazement. He wondered how Isaac knew about the demon's eye and its cooldown time, since this was his first encounter with a two-headed Cyclops. Yujin said he would go to the Cyclops himself because the monster still had one eye left. Jordan didn't understand why he was going alone, and how he was going to deal with the second eye. But Chinya, who already knew his partner well, suggested not to worry and just wait. After all, Isaac Ivanov was not a man who acted without a clear plan. The Cyclops stared at the approaching player with his only healthy eye. Jin stopped in front of the monster and used his petrification skill. It was necessary to withstand the Cyclops' gaze. He understood that he had only one chance. With the help of Lancelot's ring, the petrification skill was enhanced, and the Cyclops himself did not know that his demon eye had no effect on his opponent. Therefore, the Cyclops calmly and relaxed approached the player. When he was very close, Wu Jin thrust his sword right into the monster's eye. After that, he instantly jumped back and activated the Aegis shield, which was impossible to destroy. At that moment, the Cyclops' head exploded along with its eye, which did not have time to reset. The other players realized that it was time to act as a team. Michelle activated her flames, and Jordan rushed into battle like a real tank. Wu Jin said he would take the Cyclops' right head. He left the left one to his teammates. They had to act quickly before the eye's reboot time expired. By that point, the Cyclops was completely disoriented. It stood there like a blind kitten, not knowing where to go. The burning head caused him unbearable pain, and his vision was completely lost. At that moment, skeleton warriors were summoned, and with their combined efforts, the team ended the battle. The two-headed Cyclops was destroyed, and the players obtained the eye of the two-headed demon. The exhausted fighters finally completed the mission and logged out of the game, hoping to get some rest. But instead of journalists' cameras, they were met with the barrels of machine guns. Jordan recognized Shakira and the head of the Thunderbird Guild, Grozny. Shakira stated that they had no questions for the players of the Messiah Guild and demanded that they leave. She was sure that Isaac had killed the boss monster, a two-headed Cyclops. He promised to give the guild a reward. Michelle tried to explain that this was unfair because they had risked their lives together clearing the dungeon and had done so to save the world. However, in response to the girls' indignation, they showed them their guns again. It was obvious that all these arguments meant nothing to the head of the Thunderbird Guild. Isaac Ivanov confirmed that this was indeed the case. He had promised to give them their reward. At that moment, the entrance to the dungeon slammed shut forever because it had been completely destroyed. Grozny said that Isaac had not cared about the safety of his people, but they were worthless bastards and the contract did not mention anything about their lives. Grozny agreed to get the item in question, and then everyone would go their separate ways in peace, and he would get what he wanted in return. Of course, it was a pity to give the demon's eye to this villain, but a contract is more valuable than money. After that, the bandits got into their cars and drove off in an unknown direction, leaving the players alive and unharmed. Michelle was sincerely grateful to Isaac for everything. The players thanked Isaac for saving them, for helping to clear the dungeon, and for the experience he shared with them. Only Jordan continued to sulk and hold a grudge against Ivanov. So Ivanov approached Jordan himself and told him that he really wasn't a very good leader, because his players would continue to trust Jordan. They would fight alongside him and carry out his orders. He was their hero. Therefore, you need to make every effort to improve your skills and keep such good, sincere players in future missions in life. Jordan felt that his players loved him very much and needed his protection. In the future, he will indeed be a good leader for them. And in general, these guys from the Messiah Guild weren't so bad. However, Wu Jin couldn't forgive their master, who mercilessly trampled on the noble will of the people. There was no sleep at the Messiah Guild office in Korea. The news headlines reported on Isaac Ivanov's clearing of the 5-story dungeon, as well as the upcoming clearing of the Sphinx dungeon in Egypt, together with John George. Li Xinhai summoned the swordmaster. He was very unhappy that she had interrupted his important training. Did she mean to say that the plan had failed? If so, she'd better not even open her mouth about it. However, the girl reassured him, saying that everything was going according to plan, but she wanted to completely eliminate the possibility of failure. Therefore, she invited him to use these items: Ada's helmet and Hermes' boots. So, the agreement was signed, and in the near future, Isaac and John would meet in the Sphinx dungeon in Egypt to clear the 6-story dungeon. Pak Yunwang always wanted his players to clear the 6-story dungeon first, so he was very upset that the Messiah Guild wanted to do it before him. However, it was not certain that they would succeed, so for now it was better to focus on current affairs. Wu Jin confirmed that the deal with Grozny went well, but there were a few issues. When the players exchanged the agreed-upon items, Wu Jin said he was confident in Grozny's honesty. The leader of the Thunderbird Guild liked Isaac's business-like approach, which focused primarily on the goods. The promise was kept, and the skill to summon a lich was obtained. It allowed him to summon an immortal mage after sacrificing monsters. This skill had restrictions above level 180, but that was enough for Isaac. Park Yun-wan moved on to the next question. He knew that Wu Jin had received a rather lucrative offer, and he was curious as to why the young man was openly telling his boss about it. The young man justified himself by saying that he was afraid of his boss, because he had already tried to deceive him once when he faked his death, and now he would not make such mistakes. Park Yun-wan instructed Wu Jin to report on every move Grozny made, but there was something else. Secretary Kim handed the young man a box that had to be given to Isaac. Wu Jin was speechless when he saw the contents of the box. It was the Sword of Osiris. Pa Yeon-wan did not want Ivanov to fight against Johann Georg, but if circumstances dictated otherwise, Park Yeon-wan wanted Isaac Ivanov to deal with Georg once and for all. To this end, he was prepared to use any method and opportunity, so the Ring of Osiris had to be given to Ivanov. Soon, the main action of the game moved to the hot African country of Egypt. Before the start of the cleanup, a huge number of reporters and journalists gathered in Cairo to see the players off. The main characters of the upcoming event were to be the unspoken rivals Isaac Ivanov and Johann Georg. The men greeted each other with a handshake to show their mutual respect in front of the cameras. Of course, there was no question of cooperation, friendship, or mutual respect. Georg hoped to get rid of Ivanov at the first opportunity. Chin, as always, did an excellent job with the orcs and monsters. He had already honed his skills to perfection, and it required no effort on his part. The skeleton warriors also worked well as a team with the rest of Isaac Ivanov's charges. Georg also noted that each skeleton warrior was so powerful that there was much to learn from them. He admitted that Ivanov was indeed a strong player and opponent. Georg also had a large support group, all kinds of guild players and restored skeleton warriors. He was able to resurrect the skeleton warriors thanks to the Ring of Ada, which he immediately boasted about to his opponent. Ivanov was genuinely surprised that his opponent had such a powerful item as the Ring of Ada. Georg boasted that by using the ring's abilities, he could turn the skeleton warriors summoned by another person into his own soldiers. This information greatly surprised and alarmed Ivanov. He had no idea that such an item existed. Most likely, the Messiah Guild had hidden it from other players. Georg promised that he would not touch Ivanov's skeleton warriors under any circumstances. He was only interested in the warriors summoned by players from his guild. Ivanov realized that it was useless to order his skeletons to attack Georg, who had already been a pretty dangerous player before, and now had become completely unbeatable for Ivanov. Several days had passed since the players had cleared the Sphinx's dungeon, gradually advancing through the floors. In the evening, they stopped to rest and plan their strategy for the next day. Georg dined alone, envying those who belonged to the afterlife, for they did not want to eat or drink. Something was near him. It was invisible, but it was there, waiting. Georg began to mock the presence because it could not respond, and he was hungry and thirsty. But Georg couldn't do anything yet. To catch the monster boss on the 6th floor, he needed Isaac's strength, and Georg couldn't kill him yet. Therefore, the something had to endure hunger and thirst a little longer. It was the 21st day of the dungeon attack. The guys reached a mountainous area with volcanoes. Ahead of them lay the 5th floor of the Egyptian dungeon. Everything had been fairly easy up to this point, but it seemed that the 6th floor would be incredibly difficult. In this sense, Ivanov completely agreed with Georg. What they had done in the previous days was just a warm-up. They reached the 6th level of the dungeon without losing a single player. Most likely, the boss monster would be very dangerous. Ivanov assessed his companions and realized that they didn't have enough strength to catch it, which meant that there must be an invisible enemy present. The young man guessed that Park Shin-hai had already taken all the treasures from the Messiah Guild storeroom. He already knew about some of the items and could roughly guess where to expect a trick. Having come to this conclusion, Isaac Ivanov resolutely headed for the doors to the next level of the dungeon. So, he had to take on this final battle right now. Ivanov threw open the doors and rushed toward the next trials. The players' feet immediately sank into the sand. At first, they thought they had ended up in a desert, but it turned out to be much worse. It was a thicket. The players decided to stick together for now and head towards the thicket. However, Ivanov said that before going to hunt the boss monster, they had to destroy the killers who were pursuing them. Georg pretended not to understand what he was talking about. He began to think on his feet about how to get out of this situation. But at that moment, his skeleton warriors attacked Isaac Ivanov. Ivanov's skeleton warriors, of course, did not stand aside and join the fight, defending their patron. Ivanov and his partner ran away, and Georg gave the order not to pursue them, but to catch the golem, Durakan, and the skeleton mage. He wanted to capture them so he could reprogram them for his own purposes. It was an excellent idea because skeleton warriors could usually be easily reproduced in the dungeon. However, special creatures like the golem could not be reproduced in this way. The conditions for summoning them were too strict. If they were destroyed, Georg would take them away with the Ring of Hades. Isaac Ivanov's losses would be indescribable. Therefore, the player activated the Book of the Dead. All the main and most important creatures were returned to their dead state, just so that they would not fall into Georg's hands. It was a very clever and cunning move, which the enemy appreciated, and Ujin and Chin'e managed to run to the thicket and hide among the trees. It was not worth pursuing the players because Ivanov had managed to retain a significant part of his strength. If he followed them into the forest, he could die. Georg did not understand how Ivanov had guessed about the killers. Even if all the skeleton warriors were destroyed, the matter would only become more complicated and confusing. There was no pursuit of the boys in the forest because Georg was not as foolish as their previous opponents. But Isaac had a new plan ready for this situation as well. He put on the Ring of Osiris. It was imprinted on Van Gogh's bracelet, and it was now impossible to remove. With this ring, it was possible to resurrect the dead, and it also increased attack power and mana reserves. Jin said that he had a sponsor who would spare no expense to ensure their victory. After that, the young man began to look for something in the sky. Jin didn't like any of this because he had unpleasant memories associated with the sky. After all, he had not yet forgotten what he had experienced. After the dessert, the sand gave way to dense forest, which gradually turned into a huge mountain. At the top of this mountain sat a boss monster, waiting for its victims. Jin activated the dragon cub that the guys had dealt with a few cleanses ago. However, it was unclear how to fly on such a dragon. After all, it had only bones left instead of wings. It was a skeleton. Or maybe the new ring had some ability that could overcome this disadvantage. Jin placed his hand on the skeleton and activated the Ring of Osiris, using the resurrection skill. A few seconds later, the huge flying dragon was ready to serve and obey its masters. Ujin greeted his new ward, who was happy to now have an interesting life. The boss monster was dining peacefully in his ravine when a strange sound rang out near his ear. He managed to jump back, and a powerful spear stuck into the ground, and a flying dragon appeared above the monster. On its back were Wujin and Chin'e. The boys did not try to hide. The boss monster let out a terrible, menacing roar that shook everything around him and rushed to attack the insolent creatures who had disturbed him. Of course, it was a losing battle, so Wujin immediately began to maneuver and lead his dragon away from the boss monster. The enemy was very scary and fast. A chase began, the outcome of which determined the fate of our players. Wujin noticed the fires and realized that the rest of the dungeon clearing party was resting at a camp. The guys were indeed resting and having dinner by the fire. Suddenly, a noise caught Johann Georg's attention, and he got up to check the situation himself. At first, it was completely unclear what was flickering before his eyes, as if bats were flying one after another. Suddenly, Wujin grabbed Chin'e by the collar and pulled him off the dragon they were riding. At that moment, the boss monster caught up with the flying dragon and clung to it with a death grip, while Wujin and his companion remained on the sidelines. The entire area was covered in dust and dirt after something fell to the ground. When the air cleared, the players were horrified to see a huge boss monster in front of them, holding the flying dragon in its teeth as if it were a small mouse. Iwan Gorg understood that a battle with the boss monster without any preparation was doomed to failure. Jin and Chin'e landed safely after falling from a height, thanks to a shield that was slightly damaged in the fall. As expected, the boss monster dealt with the players in a matter of seconds, devouring and killing them. After that, the monster flew away to its cave, while Johann Georg, who had hidden behind a tree and avoided the battle, watched everything. He barely survived, but lost not only the summoned skeletons, but also all his men. But since that was the case, he had no choice. He had to go after Isaac immediately. Soon his invisible helper appeared before him again. Georg tried to explain to him that without Isaac's help, they would not be able to clear the dungeon on their own, and everyone would die here anyway. And since that was the case, it would be better to kill their enemy first. Georg was going to be the bait and lure Isaac in. The young man believed that Isaac would only be able to act calmly once he had destroyed him. Georg wanted to get himself in order. He knew that his invisible comrade had not slept or eaten properly for more than 20 days because of Hades' helmet. And now he was ready to take the helmet and let his companion rest and regain his strength before the tasks ahead. The invisible helper took off Hades' helmet because the young man's words seemed logical to him. This invisible companion, who had been hiding with the help of Ada's helmet, turned out to be a master swordsmith. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, feeling finally alive, it turned out that they were not alone. Isaac was here too. This news shocked the master swordsmith, and Georg managed to rush over to him and snatch Ada's helmet from his hands. The master swordsmith did not understand what was happening and why this insolent man had behaved in such a way, spoiling his weapon in the process. Georg continued to taunt the master swordsmith, calling him stupid and gullible for falling for such a childish trick. The swordsmith found himself alone, surrounded by an army of skeletons activated by Georg. Jin walked through the forest, periodically breaking tree branches. He explained to Chin-A that he was leaving traces because they would soon have a guest. The situation was not ideal. There were monsters and beasts all around, and normal people don't visit strangers. But at that moment, the shadow of a stranger emerged from behind the trees. It was Johann Georg. He threw Ada's helmet at Ivanov's feet. The guy admitted that he had indeed lost to Ivanov. He didn't understand how Ivanov knew about the killer or how he knew the name of the item. So there had been a leak of information. Georg said that he was giving Ivanov Ada's helmet because he recognized him as the winner and was offering it as a gift. Chin-A was the most delighted with the find. He had never held such a legendary and powerful item in his hands before, because the owner of the helmet could completely hide his appearance. Georg continued saying that he was surrendering not only here in the dungeon, but also outside of it, and asked Ivanov to guarantee his safety. Eugene understood that the guy realized he couldn't kill the Sphinx on his own. It was in his style, because he wouldn't have bargained just like that. All of his warrior players were already dead, so there was no need to guarantee their safety. They were of no use anyway, because the guy had dealt with them before coming here. This was not true, of course, but it did not matter much. Jin, in turn, also set one condition. He demanded that the Ring of Hades be handed over. Johann Georg agreed to fulfill this condition as well. He took off the ring and said he couldn't go against Ivanov. The next day, the master swordsmith was still rushing around, destroying his opponents. As soon as he fought off Ivanov's skeleton warriors, Georg's monster warriors approached. Everything became very confusing. The master swordsman had disliked that scoundrel Georg from the very beginning, but there was no time to think about it, because a new group of monsters caught up with him. The master swordsman destroyed them too and hid behind the trees, hoping to catch his breath. Of course, this was the 6th floor of the dungeon, and staying alive alone was no easy task. Another monster awaited him on every branch of the tree. The master swordsman didn't even dare to dream of destroying the boss monster and getting out of there alive. The next attack began at that very moment, and there was no time left to think. The master swordsman activated Hermes' boots and flew high into the sky. He didn't want to die alone like a stray dog, so he decided to hide from his pursuers for a while and catch his breath. Late in the evening, Chin-A stepped away from his friends to relieve himself. Before the guy had time to pull up his pants, a stranger suddenly fell from the sky right in front of him. The master swordsman did not bother to talk to the boy and immediately drew his sword. At that moment, Jin and Georg were sitting by the fire and talking. Suddenly, a noise caught Isaac's attention, and he rushed toward it. Georg rushed after him, but the boys were too late. Chin-A was lying at the feet of the master swordsman. Georg was surprised by the master swordsmith's strength, because he was being chased by waves of monsters. He really was a tough nut to crack. The master swordsmith declared that he could not let the traitors live while he himself died. Without their partner Chin-A, the two of them would never be able to escape from the dungeon. Therefore, the master swordsman suggested that the guys dance their last dance with knives and challenge them to a fight. Jin decided to play along with the master swordsman. He summoned skeleton warriors and engaged in a one-on-one battle with the swordsman. He knew that his opponent had not yet fully recovered after spending a long time in Hades' helmet. However, he was still a true master of the sword. But then the skeleton warriors rolled up and rushed into the battle too. The master swordsman was very strong and cut down the skeletons with a slight movement of his hand. In the end, even the ice could not withstand his sword. Georg did not understand how this could happen, since the swordsman had gone without food for so many days. The swordsman killed the skeleton warriors with almost no effort, but he was amazed at their vitality and numbers. At one point, a turtle man core fell out of the master swordsman's pocket. If kept in the mouth, a person could live for a very long time without food or water. It neutralized the decline in strength caused by starvation. The master swordsman understood that they would all perish, so he summoned Isaac to kill him first. Georg understood that as long as Isaac Ivanov was there, he should not interfere. The master swordsman continued to taunt Ivanov, arguing that it was not worth dying so boringly. Before death, it was better to swing a sword. Isaac replied that this moment would be the last only for the master swordsman, because he personally had no intention of dying. The master swordsman considered this to be foolishness, because Ivanov was alone. Suddenly, the blow of an invisible sword flashed before his eyes. Both of the master swordsman's hands, along with his sword, fell to the ground at his feet, causing bewilderment and excruciating pain. Eugen said that the swordsman was mistaken because he was alone, but Isaac Ivanov had companions. At that moment, Chin A took off his helmet and became visible. The master swordsman could not believe his eyes because he had killed the player when he was going into the bushes to relieve himself. Chin A was outraged by the swordsman's behavior, saying that it was very painful to have your head cut off and that he did not expect such a low act from a great master. The master swordsman was at a loss for words. He did not understand how this was possible because he had cut the warrior's throat. Georg was very pleased with what had happened. He justified himself to Eugen, saying that he did not think that the master swordsman would have the core of a turtle man and that he would still have some strength left. The unfortunate master swordsman sat on his knees near his severed hands while his opponents discussed their plan of action. It was decided that they would finally go after the Sphinx together, since their last opponent had been neutralized. At that moment, the master swordsmith could no longer keep his body upright and was kneeling with his head buried in the ground. Georg thought that the master swordsman was hoping to be spared, which was why he was kneeling. He was a foolish and arrogant young man, but the master swordsman, like a true samurai, quietly reached for his sword and took it in his teeth. His feet were still clad in Hephaestus boots, so, activating them, the master swordsman pushed off the ground and lunged at his opponents, holding the sword in his teeth. He flew past the three players, intending to cut them all down with a single movement. But Isaac Ivanov had the Aegis shield, and the player managed to use it. However, only he and Chin A were protected. Georg's body was cut to pieces. He lay on the ground with a glazed look in his eyes. The master swordsman was furious. He didn't know that Isaac Ivanov had the Aegis shield, and his revenge had failed. The dying Georg whispered with his last ounce of strength that Isaac had promised to spare his life. However, Isaac replied only that it was all a mistake, nothing personal. Most likely the people Georg had killed also thought it was a mistake. Master Swordsman demanded that he be killed immediately because he did not want to communicate with anyone, and Isaac and his partner were also facing death in the near future. Master Swordsman argued that it was impossible for the two of them to defeat the Sphinx. Isaac said that he might indeed be foolish because he tried to make this world a better place. In his past life, he had a wonderful mentor. Together, they were fearless in the face of any danger. They were true friends in battle. They were friends during their leisure time as well. But even then, he was mistaken. Now he would not repeat his mistake, but he wanted to know what Master Swordsman dreamed of. A terrible grimace distorted the dying master's face. He began to laugh, despite the pain and convulsions, because he had not heard such nonsense about saving the world in a long time. It was ridiculous to think that if the dungeon was cleared, the rest of the human world would be saved. There would be even greater chaos because this world was under the strict control of players who had achieved wealth and power. When the game ended, the players would become useless to anyone. But Isaac didn't want to listen to this nonsense anymore, swung his sword, and looked into the Master Swordsman's eyes one last time. If the Master Swordsman gets a chance to start over next time, I hope he becomes worthy of his title. Jin, as usual, couldn't understand what was going on. What connected him to the Messiah Guild? And what were they all talking about anyway? While he was thoughtfully considering the options, Jin used his vampire skill. This skill allowed a person to become a vampire, and all of the players' physical stats increased by 50%. He declared that since they were alone in this dungeon, he was no longer going to hide or be shy. Therefore, he would look exactly like this. And anyway, it was time to finish what they had started in this dungeon. Secretary Lee returned from work to her apartment, which reminded her of a distant time when she was happy. She remembered that morning, their last day together with her father when she had made him breakfast. She was getting ready for school, and she and her dad wished each other a good day, as was their tradition. No one guessed that this would be their last conversation, so no special words were said. On the way to school, standing at a traffic light, the girl was lost in thought. For several days, all the news channels had been reporting on the Hansen band where her father worked. Suddenly, someone called out to her. It was a classmate, a redhead with long hair named Park Shin-hye. The girls stopped to chat. They weren't close friends, but they got along quite well. On the way to school, Shin-hye said that she wasn't actually going there because she had recently become a player. The girl said that a gate had recently appeared in the basement of her father Lee's office, but it was still a secret. Perhaps a dungeon would open up in the near future. Shinny was heading there, but asked not to tell anyone, especially her parents. Jinsu was very worried about her friend, but she didn't want to hear any lectures. She wanted to prove to the whole world that she was stronger than that upstart and braggart Lee Sejun. To smooth over the unpleasant conversation, the girls went into a photo booth and took a picture as a souvenir. And now, 3 years later, half of that photo hangs on the wall next to Lee Ji-soo's main enemies. The Messiah Guild was once again praised in the news after its players broke through a 7-story dungeon, and Lee Sang-jun himself was named the most influential player in the world. However, things were not as smooth as they wanted the world to believe in the Messiah Guild's office. Shin-hye reported to the other guild members on recent events that resulted in the death of Isaac Ivanov. To explain everything, she had to briefly recount how the meeting with the Sphinx had gone. To defeat him, all the creatures Isaac had at his disposal were called upon. Skeleton warriors relentlessly chopped at the Sphinx's torso, while Isaac and his partner tried to pierce its skin. After another attempt, they finally succeeded. A small cut appeared on the boss's body. This was enough for the vampire, who immediately put his hand on the open wound and activated the bloodsucker skill. Thanks to this, he was not only able to fully restore his health, but also doubled his abilities. Then a mist appeared around the Sphinx, enveloping the monster and gradually poisoning its blood. At the most crucial moment, Isaac summoned the golem. The report stated that Isaac, John, George, and Master Swordsman were in the dungeon. When they began to investigate who was to blame for the tragedy with the swordsman and everything that followed, Shin-hye took full responsibility upon herself. However, she had prepared for the situation properly, as she had given Master Mechnik Ada's helmet, and also Hermes' boots. Georg acted as bait, but he was a very capable guy in general. And no matter how great Isaac was, the chances of him surviving and getting out of that dungeon were 0. Master Archer and Lee Se-jun were not so calm and confident about the favorable outcome of the mission. They activated the portal to see how the situation really was. No sooner had Park Yun-wang arrived at work than his alarmed secretary Kim ran out to meet him. It turned out that unexpected guests had arrived at their office. It was Shokira and the head of the Thunderbird Guild, nicknamed Grozny. At that moment, a notification arrived in the Sphinx's dungeon that the Sphinx had been defeated. After that, the skill Return of the Dead was used, and the parts of Johann Georg found each other. This skill allowed them to deceive the ferryman Karen and return to the world of the living. Someone spent a very valuable resource so that Georg could continue to perform his function. At that time, a heated debate was taking place in Park Yun-wan's office. Park Yun-wan was not sure he wanted to accept Grozny's offer to jointly clear the 7-story dungeon. Grozny knew that Park Yun-wan would not be thrilled to read headlines about the Messiah Guild single-handedly clearing the 7-story dungeon. Therefore, it made more sense to join forces and complete the mission first. Besides, Grozny had already secured Ivanov's support. This news infuriated Park Yun-wan because he did not want to join forces, but intended to act as an equal partner at the very least. Huge waves of hatred and an ominous aura were directed at his interlocutor. Those around him had no idea that Park Yun-wan was such a strong player. But Grozny was not inferior to him in strength and dark energy. At one point, a real energy battle began in the middle of the office. The opponents did not yield to each other. It was necessary to decide how to cooperate in such a situation. Secretary Lee, as always, was busy with her own affairs. She informed the director that Grozny and Park Yun-wan had met. Broker Oh Se-chan immediately realized that something big was brewing. It was already interesting, because it was possible to imagine how the situation would unfold in the future. Late at night, the black market in Cairo was quiet and peaceful. 3 locals with their faces covered were spending time in a cafe. Yuan Gorg handed Ada's helmet to his companion and thanked him for the opportunity to use it. Georg admitted that he had already given up hope because he thought Isaac would turn out to be a traitor. After these words, the good-natured but quick-tempered Jinnah was ready to tear his eyes out. But a promise is a promise. So after the mission was over, Isaac used the Return of the Dead skill. The young man was resurrected and saw Hades' helmet next to him. Next to the helmet was a note saying that it must be returned after use. Georg was very grateful, even for such a trifle. But he was amazed at how Isaac Ivanov knew everything about everyone. After all, nothing could surprise him. Yu Jin thought that because of the skill Return of the Dead, he had to kill John twice. Once it happened in a past life. But of course, he didn't say this out loud, hiding behind the secrecy of his sources of information. It turned out that John Gorg was now officially considered dead. Therefore, Isaac Ivanov advised him not to stick his neck out and to live quietly, otherwise the Messiah Guild would find him. However, as Ivanov was leaving, Georg rushed after him and asked to be taken into the team. Park Shin-hye was very concerned about the news that Isaac had not been able to save anyone, and that there were no surviving players from the Messiah Guild left in his team. At that moment, a guest arrived, a meeting with whom had been arranged in advance. The girls tried to pretend that nothing had happened between them and that there had not been 3 years of complete silence. Shin-hye admitted that she was surprised by Lee's appearance. Jisoo didn't beat around the bush and asked the direct question she had come for. Did Park Shin-hye kill Lee Jisoo's father? A scene immediately flashed into Shin-hye's mind, where she, a young schoolgirl, was sitting next to the body of her friend's deceased father. Lee Se-jun approached her from behind and offered his help and cooperation. She was very upset because her friend had appeared now and was asking such ambiguous questions. Everyone knew that her father had died in an accident during the collapse of the underground. However, her words did not convince her friend at all, who was sure that Shin-hye was lying. She did it just like she did in her youth. Having said that, Jisoo threw a folder with documents at her friend. It was a list of those injured in the underground explosion in the Hansen group. Jisoo knew for sure that her father had not died because of monsters or explosions. She had already tried to gather information from witnesses, but had not learned anything reliable. The girl hoped that her friend would finally tell her the whole truth. But apparently that wasn't going to happen, even after so many years. She couldn't believe her ears. Her school friend thought she had killed her own father. She didn't understand why the girl believed some pieces of paper more than her friend. Shin-hye was furious that she had been accused of murdering Mr. Lee. She became enraged, and as a result of her fury, her fire function was activated. This did not impress Jisoo. She knew very well that her former classmate was now the director of Hansen Group and the deputy master of the Messiah Guild. Jisoo stopped talking. She only said that soon everyone would find out. In Park Yun-won's office, passions were still running high, and it was necessary to put an end to them. Grozny said that he just wanted to come to an agreement with Park Yun-won in advance. Park Yun-won, in turn, said that both guild leaders needed to write their wills right now. The fact was that neither of them could be sure that they would survive on the 7th floor of the dungeon. And if one of them died, the will would be valid for the remaining members of the group so that they could later join each other. Park Yun-won listened to this proposal with caution, trying to understand how interesting and beneficial it was for him. The Messiah Guild was the first to clear the 7th floor, so the whole world revolved around them. But neither Grozny nor Park Yun-won liked that. However, they would not be able to clear such a dungeon alone, so whether they liked it or not, they had to unite. It was clear that Grozny was an extremely ambitious man, and he had no intention of sharing the rewards and glory equally after clearing the dungeon. He also understood that Park Yun-won was exactly the same. Either of them could stab their partner in the back at any moment as soon as they reached the 7th floor. That was why it was suggested that they write a will in advance. Park Yun-won went out onto the balcony to collect his thoughts and consider the proposal. Soon, Kim Woo-jin appeared beside him. He said he had just arrived and was ready to listen to his boss. He had traveled to Egypt with Isaac Ivanov because Park Yun-won himself had given him a special assignment. It was to persuade Isaac to deal with Johann Georg. Woo-jin admitted that it wasn't easy for him. While he was hanging around Isaac and trying to deal with John, it turned out to be extremely difficult to persuade Isaac. This news improved Park Yun-won's mood because Woo-jin not only got rid of Georg, but also passed the 6th floor. However, it was necessary to get rid of Georg quietly without attracting attention. And now all the newspapers were writing about how Isaac had not provided any explanation for the death of John George. Woo-jin admitted that he himself did not know what was going on in Ivanov's head after he woke up. He had reached the pinnacle of fame too quickly. It was impossible to understand what was going on in the mind of a genius. Besides, Isaac was not Woo-jin's subordinate. He couldn't tell him what to do or interfere with how he acted outside the dungeon. But in any case, the mission was accomplished. After that, Park Yun-won decided to discuss their relationship with Woo-jin again. Woo-jin guessed that his boss was most likely concerned about the upcoming dungeon raid with Grozny. Park Yun-won understood that Woo-jin had some influence over Isaac Ivanov, even if it was insignificant. If Park Yun-won, Isaac, and Grozny were to clear the 7th floor together, Woo Jin's role would become extremely important. Park Yun-won knew that the young man only acted for a reward, so he took a golden key out of his pocket. This key opened a special portal and glowed gold, creating a halo around the person. Park Yun-won suggested that Woo Jin follow him to the weapons warehouse. This warehouse was not in the human world and most likely held priceless treasures. Yun-won offered the young man any weapon he wanted. It had to suit both Woo Jin and Isaac. The young man was very pleased with the situation and hoped that Park Yun-won would not regret this decision. The broker scolded Secretary Lee for barging into the Hansen Group office and causing a scene. Oh Se-chan cherished the girl very much, but this time he couldn't turn a blind eye to her behavior, especially since he saw no benefit in it, especially if they angered Shin Hai. Lee did not yet understand the consequences of angering her former classmate. After all, the girl didn't just leave the office after the scandal. She managed to shoot an arrow at Shin Hai, not intending to kill her, but wanting to show her power. Shinny had come to Japan for a personal meeting with Master Archer. Perhaps she had come there for advice, or perhaps to hire the archer as a hitman. Broker and Lee understood that now everything depended on Shinhee's choice. The Phoenix and Thunderbird guilds, along with their leaders, met to jointly clear the 7-story dungeon. With their combined forces, they set off for the dungeon. A dungeon with a difficulty level of C+ was chosen for this mission. It was notable not only for its high difficulty, but also for its special location. Armed terrorist groups were stationed around the entrance to the dungeon. Among them were players of a fairly high level, so even the Pakistani government did not dare to approach the entrance to the dungeon. For Grozny, the fact that the players were terrorists was not a problem. Shakira informed her boss that Kim Woo-jin had arrived at their office. Grozny was genuinely happy to meet his business partner and acquaintance. They greeted each other, exchanging the usual pleasantries. When their hands met in a handshake, Grozny called the guy a dog. Woo-jin did not take offense at Grozny's words because he did not consider himself Park Yun-won's dog. That was precisely why he had come to the meeting. Shakira couldn't stand the guy. She couldn't tolerate players who could compete with her. Grozny demanded that Woo-jin report on the work he had done and confirm whether he had fulfilled the agreement. The young man confidently confirmed that he had fulfilled the conditions, while at the same time considering how interesting the alliance between Grozny and Park Yun-won was to him. Woo-jin promised Grozny that during the next mission, on the top floor of the 6-story dungeon, he would kill Park Yun-won. Grozny was satisfied, as he had already convinced himself that Kim Woo-jin, although young, did not make empty promises. In the mountains of Pakistan, local armed groups controlled the road in the mountain gorge. Soon, tanks drove along this road, which was noticed by a scout. The scout ran to the unit and reported what he had seen to the boss. He described everything as follows. Some strangers appeared on the road, and with them, serious military equipment. Soon, a strange commotion began. Bullets whistled, explosions rang out. The leader of the local armed units did not understand what was happening. The enemy was not visible, but damage was being inflicted from a great distance. The Pakistani bandits could not resist because they could not see where the fire was coming from. Bullets flew from all sides, bandits died, but no one noticed the enemy. All this was happening because Shakira, known for her accuracy, activated the Vision of 1,000 Miles skill and killed enemies from a distance of almost 2 kilometers. Grozny watched this scene of mowing down enemies through his binoculars and was extremely pleased. His squad from the Thunderbird Guild was clearing the area before invading the dungeon gate. Tanks joined the action, and within 10 minutes the gorge was completely cleared. The future participants of the dungeon expedition had already gathered and were sizing each other up with appraising glances. The news was full of reports that the Thunderbird, Phoenix, and Makash guilds had joined forces to clear the 7th floor. The Messiah Guild was once again left out. Lee Se-jun studied all the news and developed a plan of action for his guild. He invited his deputy, Shin Hai, to discuss with her the need to make an official statement. The girl was very nervous. Her hands were shaking. She believed that such a statement was unnecessary. Lee Se-jun approached his subordinate and said that he had seen that expression on her face before. She had the same expression when they first met near the body of the deceased director of the Horton Group. Se-jun admitted that he had decided then that they were very similar, so he took the girl under his wing and made her his deputy. But now he felt that he had made a mistake, although he did not want to remember the past. He declared that it was necessary to think about the future, and as the director of the Messiah Guild, he gave orders. However, he immediately warned that he would stay out of everything that was happening. According to the director, several bodies of murdered employees were victims of terrorists who hated gamers. He demanded that his subordinates support this version of events. The next day, the Messiah Guild released a statement saying that the Hansen Group building had been attacked by terrorists and had collapsed again. In connection with this, the Messiah Guild enlisted the support of the 5 largest guilds in the world and also received assistance from the government. This was unheard of arrogance on the part of the Messiah Guild. No one could even imagine what they were really up to. If things continued in the same vein, all power would end up in their hands. Suddenly, a phone call rang, distracting the broker from his thoughts and suffering. It was the dragon hunter Francois Shiro. He decided to share with the broker, Oh Sichan, the inside information he had just received. It had become known that the stomach juice of the golden dragon had arrived in Pakistan, the very same that the broker himself had once requested. Sichan began to wriggle out of the situation, claiming that he did not personally know the customer for whom he had purchased this unique item. Oh Sichan only managed to say that the customer was going to kill, but Francois Shira never heard who exactly because his car drove into a tunnel. The mystery remained unsolved. In the Pakistani mountains at the entrance to the underground passage, everything was ready for the mission to begin. This time, Wu Jin, Chin A, and Isaac Ivanov participated in the sweep. The guild leaders, Pak Yongwan and Grozny, were also present. Everyone was as focused and thoughtful as possible. Remaining buried in this dungeon forever seemed like the natural conclusion to this mission. The players were about to enter the portal when suddenly a postal worker appeared, bringing a package for Mr. Isaac. This was very suspicious, so Kim Woo-jin decided to deal with the delivery himself. When everything with the postman was finished, Kim Woo-jin stood with the box in his hands, arousing great interest among his companions. Inside was a vial of glowing liquid. It was the stomach juice of the golden dragon. No one had ever seen it, but they had heard that the stomach juice of the golden dragon allowed one to see the true form of a sealed object. It was extremely difficult to find such an object, or the juice itself. There were always rumors, but in reality, no one had ever seen it. Quarrels and arguments constantly flared up between Chin A and George. They did not trust each other and fought for Kim Woo-jin's attention. George once again presented a sign of his complete submission. After jointly liberating the dungeon in Cairo, Georg rose from the dead and asked Kim Woo-jin to take him with him. Georg understood that Isaac had some deep resentment towards the Messiah Guild. Georg was no longer interested in this because the Messiah Guild considered him dead. But since that was the case, he wanted to see Isaac and the Messiah Guild destroy each other. Isaac asked why he should trust the guy and how he could prove his loyalty and devotion. In response, Georg demonstrated the skill he was going to use. It was the skill of soul subjugation, which allowed one to choose a target and enter into a contract with them by giving them one's soul. Now it turned out that Georg's own life depended directly on Isaac. Georg understood that Isaac had many opportunities to kill him, but for some reason he did not do so. Isaac was not the type to kill without reason, and he had no intention of harming George. Unless Georg interfered with Woo-jin's plans, this skill was completely disadvantageous to George, but he had tied the knot around his own neck. What was on his mind remained a mystery. However, Woo-jin decided to act according to the circumstances. Soon it was announced that the players were invited to the starting area. Now there were 3 people on Woo-jin's team. However, Chin A and George were constantly arguing with each other. Chin A did not trust his new teammate. The guys discussed some object that Woo-jin wanted to remove the seal from in this dungeon, but no one knew what that object was. The dungeon cleanup proceeded as usual. Days turned into nights. The players rested and planned their next moves. The notification stated that in order to proceed to the second floor, 111,111 goblins must be eliminated. The conditions for clearing the dungeon were exactly the same as when Woo-jin had gone through it in his previous life. He knew that the Goblin King would be on the top, 7th floor. The young man approached each passage very carefully and deliberately, planning his actions in advance. His level had already reached 176. He was almost at his limit, but he had not yet achieved his main goal. The first floor of the dungeon was cleared without much difficulty. On the second floor, they all fought together again against the goblins, which were twice as numerous as on the first floor. The third floor was also cleared almost unnoticed, and now they stood in front of the doors to the 4th floor. Park Yun-wan entered these doors solemnly and with excitement. Grozny took advantage of his absence to talk face-to-face with Kim Woo-jin. Grozny warned the guy that as soon as they reached the 4th floor, they would act together with the Phoenix Guild, and Isaac's teams would fight as a trio, including the Thunderbird Guild. Wu Jin was supposed to take advantage of the commotion during the battle and, together with Isaac, move to the rear of the Phoenix Guild. From there, he had to signal to the Fearsome One, and he would take care of everything himself. Everything in this case meant personally dealing with Park Yun-wan. The fourth floor greeted the players with monsters, which they successfully fought together. The Phoenix Guild worked very cohesively, defeating goblins and increasing their levels. One of the commanders addressed Park Yun-wan with a personal question. The player doubted that Kim Woo-jin was not controlling Isaac as he pleased. He believed that such a person could not be trusted. Perhaps Kim Woo-jin himself was a pawn in someone else's hands. If Isaac joined the Fearsome, things would go badly for the Phoenix. Park Yun-wan calmly said that in that case, they would all die. The player was shocked by these words. It turned out that his boss trusted Kim Woo-jin, risking his own life. But Park Yun-wang added that he had never trusted anyone enough to risk his life for them. He trusted only himself and his intuition. In this dungeon, he would kill Grozny with his own hands and capture the Thunderbird Guild, so nothing unexpected would happen. Suddenly, an announcement lit up the dungeon, attracting the attention of all the players. It was a personal notification for Kim Woo-jin that he had reached level 180. In addition, the young man received a gift with abilities from a representative of the Dark World. The guys were very interested in this unexpected gift. Chin-A did not hide his curiosity, while Georg pretended not to be interested. It turned out to be the Banshee effect, which could be used to summon the Banshee itself, a spirit that foretells death. The guys had never heard of such an effect. However, Georg understood that Isaac was now above any player with the status of a representative of the Dark World. And so, all the skills he would acquire in the future were ones that no one had ever seen before. While the guys were admiring their boss's new abilities, Grozny summoned Shakira. She still didn't trust Kim Woo-jin. He was openly spying and working for both Grozny and Park Yun-wan at the same time. She believed that his words about cooperation could not be trusted. It was quite possible that it would be best to deal with everyone at once. Kim Woo-jin, Park Yun-wan, and even Isaac. However, this should be done after everything had been resolved, because Grozny had already analyzed the combat capabilities of all the players. Isaac could summon a maximum of 200 skeleton warriors. Even if Park Yun-wan helped him and added players from his guild, they still wouldn't be able to stop Grozny with their combined efforts. Because if anything changed, no one would get anything anyway. The cunning Grozny warned his men waiting outside the gates. If he did not come out of the dungeon, the soldiers would shoot the rest of the players. Kim Woo-jin activated the Banshee effect. Long screams rang out, causing the frightened goblins to lose their fighting spirit. They clutched their heads, lost their sense of direction, and became completely helpless and harmless. After that, the warrior skeletons calmly chopped the goblins up like cabbage for salad. It got to the point where the guys didn't even need to intervene. With the help of the Banshee, the battles went smoothly and without any problems. However, Woo-jin said that this was not enough because the skill was not entirely effective. Too much magical energy was spent on maintaining an ability that did not directly damage the enemy. Georg suggested not using Banshees in future battles. But Woo-jin believed that no matter how low the effectiveness of the skill was, there was always a way to compensate for the shortcoming. And for this case, he had another skill in store. The summoning of Lich, or the Immortal Mage, which was performed by sacrificing a large number of monsters. Chin-A once again tried to solve the riddle of Kim Woo-jin because he remembered how Isaac exchanged this skill for the demonic eye of the Cyclops. However, now this skill was back with the guy, and he received a new achievement, Lich Summoner. Suddenly, the sky above the playground lit up and split open, as if a hole had formed in it, sparkling with lightning and directed at Woo-jin. Black energy began to flow from this hole toward the young man, descending in spiral whirlpools along the beam of light. Eventually, this energy began to gather in a pile and take on a certain shape. Soon, a huge demonic monster appeared before the players. It stretched out its arms and demanded a sacrifice. Kim Woo-jin, being the master of this creature, stood spellbound, because he himself did not expect such a large-scale effect. As a sacrifice, Woo-jin offered the bodies of the goblins. In the next moment, the bodies of the slain goblins were absorbed by Kim Woo-jin's new creation. Shakira noticed what was happening in the sky above the dungeon. Isaac's camp was in that direction, but no one knew what was happening there except Grozny, who had already encountered similar forces. He remembered the moment when he made a contract with Indra. It seemed that Isaac's power was comparable to Indra's. This could really interfere with Grozny's plans. He decided to act immediately without delaying the solution to the problem. In his opinion, it was necessary to urgently eliminate the obstacle. Grozny summoned Shakira and all the players of the Thunderbird Guild and began to activate his abilities. The Phoenix Guild camp also noticed flashes in the sky. Everyone understood that something unknown was happening in Isaac's team. He had probably used some new skill. Park Yun-wang knew that you could level up and acquire new skills in the dungeon. Most likely that was exactly what had happened. However, Yun-wang was sure that this skill was something completely unusual. Soon, the attention of the Phoenix Guild players was drawn to a bright light shining in their direction. The commander reacted quickly, rushing forward and blocking the beam with his shield, covering Park Yun-wang with his body and saving his life. Suddenly, a powerful flash behind the trees caught the player's attention. Another series of energy beams activated right in front of Yun-wang, trying to intimidate him or at least disorient him. Soon, Grozny appeared out of the darkness and hurled these lightning bolts at his partner. Park Yun-wang did not expect this. After all, they had not yet destroyed the boss of the 7th floor. Hadn't they agreed to help each other at this first stage of clearing the dungeon? However, Grozny believed that this was no longer necessary. But before the former partners could meet on the battlefield, something caught their attention. At the top of the cliff stood a demonic mage, Lich, along with Isaac. The monster Lich had taken over the power of his summoner, Kim Woo-jin, which meant he could summon all the skeletons, Durgan, banshees, and double the number of these creatures. Huge hordes of undead moved towards the players. There were skeleton warriors of all types and ranks. Shakira greeted the approaching army with a smile, believing that Kim Woo-jin had kept his promise. Soon the players found themselves surrounded on all sides by troops loyal to Woo-jin. Isaac watched the balance of power with satisfaction. Grozny understood that Isaac's power had doubled, and now there was no point in currying favor with Grozny or Park Yun-wang. It was unclear why he had hidden his power. Most likely, he had been seeking a three-way conflict from the very beginning. However, whatever the case, Grozny would not allow it. He had his own plans and he was going to carry them out by any means necessary. Activating his power, Grozny prepared to attack. Grozny's first target was Park Yun-wang, at whom he aimed a powerful blow. However, his opponent managed to defend himself with his swords, declaring that he would not die so easily. A fierce battle ensued between the guild leaders, who accused each other of aiding Isaac. Suddenly, the divine punishment skill was used against Chin-A. The young man was distracted by the notification and was struck by Grozny. The blow was so powerful that it raised a cloud of dust, disorienting the players for a long time. Grozny realized that someone was trying to interfere with him. When the dust, debris, and stones settled, there was a huge pit where Chin-A had been standing, and in the center of it lay a shield. But fortunately, miracles sometimes happen. After using the skill Blessing of the River Styx, that is, Return from the Dead, Chin-A reappeared. Shakira was amazed that Isaac's assistant had blocked such a blow, but she was even more interested in why he was protecting Park Yun-wang. Grozny believed that Isaac had conspired with Park Yun-wang against him. It was unclear where Kim Woo-jin was at that moment and whose side he was on. An unexpected blow flew past Grozny just as he was thinking about his next move. The player dropped his sword and his guild members stared at their leader in surprise. At first, it was unclear what was happening. Grozny was clutching his throat with both hands, but soon he could no longer hold back, and blood gushed from the throat of the leader of the Thunderbird Guild. Standing slightly apart from the scene, Kim Woo-jin took off his helmet, wondering if his blow had been too weak. Park Yun-wang was taken aback when he saw that Kim Woo-jin had slit Fearsome's throat. Chin-A explained to the stunned Park Yun-wang that they had just killed the fearsome one. However, it turned out that things were not so simple. Although Grozny had received a fatal blow, he survived. The power of Indra descended upon him. It entered the body of the skill's owner, healed him, and incinerated everything around him, for the goddess Indra ruled over thunder and lightning. These were powerful streams of light that lifted Grozny's body into the air. Huge waves emanating from these streams burned everything in their path. Grozny himself turned into a monster, filled with the energy of thunder and lightning. He glowed like ball lightning. His face was distorted, turning into the face of a demon full of rage and hatred for all living things. Jin understood that it would be extremely difficult to deal with this version of Grozny. Park Yun-wang also did not expect the terrible one to possess such destructive power. And he continued to draw energy from his patroness, the goddess Indra, soaring higher and higher and towering over the people. His destructive power did not distinguish between friend and foe. It struck both the undead and the players of his own guild. Even Park Yun-wang admitted that he had never encountered anything like this before. A general order to retreat was given because everyone, without exception, was becoming a victim. Isaac, standing on a rock with his lich, watched the horror unfold. Jin stood completely confident and unharmed, not understanding why the Terrible One was so enraged. After that, he pointed to Lich and Isaac, declaring that they were the real enemies of Grozny. After all, he was only following Isaac's orders and would never betray such a strong player as Grozny. Kim Woo-jin tried to distract Grozny's attention from the defenseless players and direct his fury toward a worthy opponent. However, Grozny, in his new guise, considered all this nonsense and directed a powerful stream of energy straight at Kim Woo-jin. But the young man did not even move, calmly meeting the direct blow. Everything around was covered with stones, sand, and soil, so the players could not see the result of Grozny's blow. Grozny himself could no longer control his hatred, striking the space around him with blows until he had released all his energy. When the smoke cleared, everything around was riddled with pits. Grozny became a little quieter. However, at that moment, a flash of fire lit up everything around him. The power of the Thunderer had been unlocked, and Wu Jin stood at the epicenter of this fireball. He held the Thunderer's hammer in his hands and announced that everything was going according to plan. Chinna remembered how he had recently reproached Wu Jin for not acting like a comrade, because Chin-A did not yet know about the Golden Dragon's stomach acid. Then Wu Jin reminded him that he had chosen one item from Park Yun-wan's arsenal. It was a rather strange thing that made absolutely no impression on Chin-A. Before going to the dungeon, the postman brought Wu Jin the Golden Dragon's stomach juice. He poured this juice onto the strange item brought from Park Yun-wan's supplies. When the stones fell off under the influence of the juice, Mjolnir, the weapon of Thor, the god of thunder, was unlocked. Chin-A was once again convinced that Kim Woo-jin had anticipated everything. Therefore, he prepared himself in advance for an encounter with this version of Grozny. It seemed that Mjolnir was absorbing Grozny's attacks. Grozny decided to test this by throwing his spear, filled with lightning energy, at the young man. The young man had to work the hammer in front of him very intensely. He realized that Grozny had changed tactics, realizing that ordinary attacks were not working. Once again, Kim Woo-jin's thoughts that Grozny had a completely different level of skill were confirmed. He understood perfectly well that the spear was longer than the hammer and skillfully used this advantage. However, Woo-jin also had Hermes' boots. He flew into the air and delivered a defensive blow to Grozny from above. All the surviving players were speechless at what they saw. In his previous life, Woo-jin was an infighter, a player who fought at close range. He was known for his aggressiveness, speed, and powerful strikes, and now these qualities came in handy. After the blow, Grozny was missing part of his head, a trifle, but a very painful one. He continued to attack Woo-jin in the air. This was dangerous because it was extremely difficult to dodge blows in the air, especially considering that the spear was long and sharp. Grozny not only fought, but also analyzed his opponent, and was already almost certain of Kim Woo-jin's true nature. He realized that Kim Woo-jin was not working for Isaac. Park Yun-wang also analyzed his protege Woo-jin, who had been bothering him since his trip to Egypt. Kim Woo-jin demanded and extorted new skills from his boss. Soon, Grozny admitted that he had underestimated Kim Woo-jin too much, and that was his mistake. But now he had a chance to make amends, and he decided to fight with all his might. And when Kim Woo-jin passed away, Grozny would be able to boast that he had fought such a worthy opponent. Saying this, Grozny attacked the young man and approached him until he drove his opponent into a corner with his blows. A huge stream of lightning energy was directed at his virtually defenseless opponent. The blow hit the rocks because at the last moment, Woo-jin flew up with the help of Hermes' boots and hovered above the explosion site. Grozny continued to rain down blows, smashing the rocks as if they were sandcastles. Woo-jin struggled to dodge his attacks. However, at some point, he felt pain. Blood spurted from his shoulder. He activated his vampire skill, wanting to replenish his blood loss as quickly as possible. Then he cast blood mist, throwing it from above onto Grozny. Grozny knew that the mist would not work, but his blows could not penetrate the thick veil. Soon, the enemy dispelled all the mist and was ready to fight at full strength again. Kim Woo-jin hung in the air on his boots when suddenly the Terrible One's huge paw lunged toward him. Everything around him was covered in dust, and it was impossible to tell what had happened. Woo-jin was wounded and coughed up blood. The young man sat on the edge of the pit, and above him towered a huge, terrifying monster. Grozny thanked Jin for the opportunity to fight in such a form. He hadn't had any worthy opponents in a long time, but according to him, it was time to end it. The young man, hunched over and leaning on Mjolnir, said that he too had not had such a fun fight in a long time. The young man had not fought using his own strength, without anyone's help, for a very long time. Usually all the dirty work was done for him by skeleton warriors and all sorts of entities that he had already tamed. Continuing to talk in this vein, Wu Jin distracted Grozny, while Wu Jin's assistants crept up on the enemy from behind. They began to strike, and Grozny had to rise into the air again and fight back, leaving Wu Jin alone for a while. Kim Wu Jin watched what was happening and said that he had been trying to explain to Grozny for a long time that his real enemy was not skeleton warriors, nor the evil spirits, nor other creatures. Even Kim Wu Jin was not his enemy. While Kim Wu Jin distracted him, Georg placed his fighters right in front of Grozny. Of course, these were not skeleton warriors, but with these guys it was possible to put an end to Grozny himself. While Jin was stalling for time, his assistant Georg restored all the skeleton warriors and other undead creatures. Grozny was extremely confident and reminded his opponent once again that no additional forces would help him defeat him. He unleashed a powerful blow with his energy spear on the skeleton warriors. Of course, they caused damage, but Jin did not stand idly by. He raised his hand with Mjolnir and activated its power. The young man, using the power of Thor's hammer, directed his skeleton warriors to attack Grozny. And although there were many of them, they could not do much damage, and Grozny decided to counterattack Jin again. But at that moment, the other players who had been watching the battle came to their senses and rushed to help. Jin shielded his comrade with his shield. This caused the blow to rebound back to Grozny himself. It was time to activate Merlin's staff, but Jin did not do it for himself. The magic of the Lich began to pour out of Merlin's staff in excess, and the Lich summoned additional skeleton warriors. Pak Yeon-wang, who was watching the battle from the sidelines, noticed that Grozny had taken a defensive position, even though he had seemed almost invincible just a moment ago. In addition, Isaac came to the aid of Kim Jin, who found himself in a critical situation. We should not forget about his partner, as well as the rest of his comrades, who did not stand aside. However, the distrustful and intelligent Park Yun-won assumed that all this had been planned in advance by Kim Jin. During the battle, the moment of critical tension finally arrived, and Grozny lost his arm along with his spear as a result of the attack. Blood gushed onto the ground in huge streams. The amount of magical power decreased sharply, and Indra's arrival was cancelled. All that remained was a virtually powerless player without magic and without his right arm. He understood that he had lost this battle and that his end had come. Grozny, as powerful as he was, realized that there was no such thing as infinite power in the world. He was too exhausted from the battle to argue, but he noticed that Kim Ji-in was also constantly summoning skeleton warriors. His army could also be called an infinite force, so the rivals were in the same position. Further conversation was unnecessary, so Kim Yoo-jin said goodbye to Grozny, and one of the skeleton warriors ended the player's life. Grozny's right-hand woman, Shakira, was shocked by what was happening. Together with the other members of the Thunderbird Guild, she knelt before the victor and couldn't understand why he had betrayed her boss. The girl was burning with hatred and was going to take revenge on Jin herself when Isaac approached her. He announced that it was necessary to choose a successor to replace Grozny. Shakira was distracted from her thoughts and also began to think about this. She realized that Jin had no intention of killing everyone, so she volunteered to take the word. Shakira said that the chief had left no instructions regarding a successor to lead the guild after him, so she asked Isaac to appoint someone to represent the Thunderbird. Everyone knew that the girl was the boss's right-hand woman, and she hoped to become the leader of the guild in order to survive in this dungeon and then seek revenge. At that moment, the hated Jin raised his hand and declared that he would take over the management of the Thunderbird Guild himself. This news surprised not only Shakira, but even Isaac, played by Georg. But the young man explained that before traveling to Egypt, he had made a deal with Grozny. Under the terms of the deal, Grozny promised to give Jin a high position in the guild in exchange for killing one person. Kim accepted this offer and fulfilled his part of the agreement, so he had every right to lead the Thunderbird. Moreover, Jin was sure that Shakira, who was present when the deal was made, would confirm his words. The girl tried to accuse him of making things up and claimed that no one had made any agreements with him. Shakira understood that Grozny would not be able to confirm or refute Jin's words, and if she lied, he would have no proof. But if it came to a fight, the entire guild would perish, because they were weaker to begin with. Therefore, Shakira confirmed the authenticity of the deal and Kim's right to Jin. However, she believed that she had more rights to become the boss of the guild, because she had been with Grozny the whole time when he was in charge. Her appointment would be calmly accepted by the other members of the guild and would be beneficial in clearing the dungeons. Before they could decide on a new boss, Park Yun-won intervened in the conversation. He believed that it was not necessary to choose a successor to Grozny because according to his will, Thunderbird should come under the control of the Phoenix Guild. Park Yun-won thanked Isaac for his intervention, but reminded everyone that he and the Dreadful had agreed on these terms in advance. Park Yun-won was angry with Jin, who not only took a valuable item from his armory, but was now also trying to take away the Thunderbird players. Jin said almost childishly that he himself did not expect such an outcome, since he destroyed Grozny on the orders of Park Yun-won himself. The young man then added that everything had gone awry because of Isaac's stubbornness. He wanted to clear the dungeon as quickly as possible. And although Jin tried to stick to the plan, after the death of the Terrible One, he did not want to miss such an opportunity. Now he decided to give Park Yun-won some friendly advice in gratitude for his support so far. He should forget about the Thunderbird, otherwise Isaac would kill him. After all, Isaac was the kind of person who would always go to any lengths to achieve his goals. After that, all the arguments ceased, and the players joined forces to reach the 7th floor of the Goblin Kingdom. The Goblin King sat on a huge throne in his dungeon. Crowds of his subjects surrounded him with awe and reverence when suddenly a troll scout ran up to report important news. The troll looked disgusting. He was a huge fat monster with powerful teeth, a crown on his head, and a glowing hellish gaze. He was several times larger than his subordinates, and his enormous body towered like a mountain. After reporting on the situation, the Goblin Scout suddenly raised his staff, which had a skull with glowing eyes on top, and began to cast a spell. Hearing these sounds, the goblins froze. They seemed to have gone mad and could no longer fight. Their minds were completely subjugated, and soon a signal to attack sounded inside their heads. Jin activated Odin's spear and Thor's hammer, doubling his strength. All his subordinates, skeleton warriors and undead, were thrown into the attack against the goblins. Representatives of all guilds fought together on this battlefield. Chine, Shakira, and players from the Phoenix Guild were all there. Only Isaac and the Lich watched the battle from above. Park Yun-won already hated Isaac because this insolent man had disgraced him in front of his people. Now he was forced to submit to the situation. However, he intended to take revenge on Isaac tenfold, or even 100-fold for the insults he had suffered. The entire Phoenix Guild followed their leader into the attack. And now it was clear that the end was near. The Goblin King had finally been destroyed. The 7th level of the dungeon had been cleared. The mission was complete, and a gate had opened in the mountains of Pakistan. Soon, Shakira appeared in the rays of light. As she had expected, the players were met by armed fighters from Grozny's men. Following Shakira, the rest of the participants in the cleanup gradually emerged from the dungeon. However, the commander of the Thunderbird Guild squad did not see Grozny's boss. Based on the order he had received earlier, he shouted to the fighters to prepare for action, and the armed men pointed their guns at the players. Shakira stepped forward and ordered them to cease all action. She announced that on Grozny's orders, a new leader would be appointed to the guild from that moment on. However, she was not that leader. To the surprise of the players and fighters of the Thunderbird Guild, their new leader was not among them. When Grozny was dealt with and everyone had their say about his successor, Kim Ji-in made a statement. He announced that Isaac had appointed him to lead the Thunderbird Guild. But since that was the case, before leaving the dungeon, Jin wanted to give everyone a warning. He asked everyone not to tell anyone that he had been appointed as the successor, but instead to keep a close eye on their subordinates. Park Yun-won couldn't understand what the catch was and why he couldn't tell his subordinates about it. Shakira believed that Jin was up to another trick, because if he were in Jin's place, Yang-won would certainly boast that he had become the leader of the guild. Jin replied that he had nothing to do with it. It was all part of Isaac's secret plan. And it didn't matter whether he was the master of the Thunderbird Guild or just the successor to the leader. Soon it would be meaningless, because soon everything would lose all meaning. So Shakira did not respond to the commander, but ordered a meeting of the leaders as soon as they returned to headquarters. She had bad news. A few days after the dungeon was cleared, Isaac Ivanov held a big press conference. He thanked everyone for their support and encouragement, as well as for the fact that he was where he was today, and expressed his gratitude to the leaders of Thunderbird and Phoenix. He told reporters that after lengthy discussions, they had come to a mutual conclusion. It was decided to merge the two guilds into one, and now the new organization will clear dungeons, fight monsters, and save the world without asking for anything in return. This guild was named the Savior. Isaac Ivanov solemnly announced the founding of the Savior Guild. This news was received with joy by the people. They now had hope for a safe world. Osachan was also happy. He believed that he had finally achieved his goal. Now they could become a worthy rival to the Messiah Guild, even though it had taken a long time. Chin Aoe was also very pleased, as he had contributed to this project by participating in all the dungeon clearings alongside Isaac and Jin. The broker was glad that the guy had finally found his calling. The main character, thanks to whom the new guild was formed and the most difficult dungeons were cleared, still drove his old car. But in his secret hideout, he possessed the rarest and most expensive items and skills. The young man looked at his possessions with satisfaction. He had managed to collect quite a few trophies. During the battle with Grozny, the summoned Lich proved to be much stronger than Jin had expected. However, it was still not enough to defeat Lee Se-jun. Be that as it may, Kim needed Jin. There was neither joy nor merriment in Park Yun-wan's house. This was evidenced by a crystal decanter of premium whiskey that had been smashed to smithereens. Park Yun-wan had already gotten drunk and was muttering under his breath, indignant that some kid was demanding his submission and obedience. Suddenly, Park Yun-wan saw his main irritant, the one who had the audacity to show up here again. Kim Woo-jin stood before him as if nothing had happened. He claimed that he was not guilty of anything and was simply carrying out his boss's orders. After all, he now had a new master. The young man tried to calm Park Yun-wan down. He reminded his former boss that he had always dreamed of going beyond the Messiah Guild. And now the Thunderbird and Phoenix were under Isaac's command. It was this force that was capable of opposing the Messiah Guild. Park Yun-wan was outraged, saying that Jin knew absolutely nothing about him. He was the kind of person who would step on others to get to the top. But Lee Se-jun was stronger, so he surpassed Park Yun-wan. He is a loser, the eternal number 2, who always pretended to be strong in front of others. But in reality, he is a coward who has too much to lose. And now he was faced with a choice. The first option was to become embittered for the rest of his life, like Grozny, and follow him. Or become a hero by following Isaac. With that, Kim Woo-jin left the office, leaving his former boss deep in thought. Park Yun-wan read the newspapers, which were already trumpeting the transformation of the Phoenix and Thunderbird guilds, and calling him the former leader. He sincerely did not understand how it all happened, where he lost control, and where exactly he made a mistake. Meanwhile, in distant France, in Paris, not far from the Eiffel Tower, the epicenter of the tragedy was unfolding. Military helicopters circled in the sky, and the city was engulfed in smoke. The helicopters were hit by a fiery strike. A huge dragon, which had escaped from the local underground, was wreaking havoc in Paris. Parisians ran in panic through the streets while the monster destroyed everything in its path. Dragon hunter Francois Chiroux was called to help. He managed to get close to the monster and stabbed the dragon right in the eye with his sword. The news reported that a cave had collapsed in the center of Paris, resulting in numerous casualties. At the request of the government, a team of dragon hunters arrived on the scene and destroyed the monster. Paris found itself in a dire situation. The residents were terrified, and something had to be done urgently. During the investigation, several extremely complex 6- and 7-story underground passages were discovered. The government was in crisis. Once again, there was a need for constant clearing of the territory. Francois Chiroux read the news and was shocked by the scale of the disaster. All this put him in a difficult position. Local residents demanded the immediate clearing of the 7-story underground complex. They called the French players cowards and urged them to finally do their job. However, the dragon hunter soberly assessed his own strength. He understood that the time had not yet come, and that the French should wait until Francois was truly ready to enter such complex dungeons. Nevertheless, the dragon hunter could not sit idly by and wait for the right moment to come. The people were becoming increasingly dissatisfied. Therefore, he decided to personally intervene in the situation, believing that all was not yet lost. To this end, Francois Chiroux went to an important meeting that could help resolve the problem. This meeting took place between Francois Chiroux and Lee Jisoo. They greeted each other, exchanged pleasantries, and went to the restaurant. It turned out that the huge restaurant had been reserved just for the two of them. However, they were not entirely alone. The surprised dragon hunter noticed an uninvited guest. It was Chin A, who was introduced as Secretary Lee's colleague. He had come to support her. Lee Jisoo again caught the dragon hunter's attention, saying she wanted to talk business. She handed him an envelope with documents and informed him that she had reviewed his proposal and the materials he had sent. In response, she prepared the terms on her part. Francois Cheroux studied the documents thoughtfully, without expressing his opinion on them. Secretary Li said that in exchange for clearing the 7-story dungeon in France, they wanted a Death Knight skill page. As everyone knows, the Death Knight skill page is not legendary, but unique, and with a little effort, players can obtain it themselves. But the girl knew that last time, during his visit to Korea, the Dragon Hunter had handed over something valuable. As a result, he received a significant discount, considering the cost and importance of the item. Suddenly, a girl entered the restaurant hall, interrupting further negotiations. It was Park Shin-hye herself, accompanied by bodyguards. Shin-hye immediately became alert, realizing that it was for this meeting that he had been sent on a business trip to Paris. He immediately stood next to Lee, making it clear that the girl was not alone and that he would not allow her to be harmed. Shin-hye considered what was happening to be a circus. An unknown guild dared to compete with the Messiah Guild for the right to clear the dungeon in France. It turned out that the French government had asked the Messiah Guild for help in clearing out the dungeon. And now, behind the government's back, the Dragon Hunter was trying to negotiate with a new guild that no one knew about. These words infuriated Shin-hye. He replied to Shin-hye that if she didn't like competition, she should return to Korea and give the clearing rights to others. Besides, he knew that the Messiah Guild had never tackled a dungeon of this rank before, while the new guild already had similar experience. If the new guild's savior surpassed Messiah and successfully cleared the dungeon, it would humble Shin-hye. Lee Ji-soo took advantage of the confusion caused by the guy's words and reminded her former friend that she had warned her during their last meeting. Soon she would understand everything herself. After that, Lee Ji-soo said goodbye to the Dragon Hunter and left the restaurant. The headlines were full of speculation about who would help the French deal with the dungeon, the new guild or the Messiah. The debate continued. Soon, Park Shin-hye announced the opening of a branch of the Messiah Guild in Paris. Finally, the French government had to announce who would be responsible for clearing the dungeon. Journalists and reporters from all over the world awaited the press conference. Park Shin-hye and a government representative appeared before them, sealing the agreement with a firm handshake. Dragon Hunter Francois Cheroux watched the event from around the corner, hidden under a hood and wearing dark glasses. Besides him, there were other familiar faces there, Shin-hye and Lee Ji-soo. Before starting to clear the French dungeon, another one was discovered, a 7-story dungeon in Britain, which was cleared through the joint efforts of the whole world. The players united and defeated another enemy, the Minotaur. He was only the master of the labyrinth on one of the floors, opening the way forward. Shin-hye personally checked the statistics. It was already the 10th day of clearing. The next floor was to be cleared by a very famous player from the Messiah Guild. He believed that the development of guild members was extremely important, but the process was too slow. At this point, the Savior Guild had most likely already entered the A-rank dungeon. Lee Se-jun believed that Messiah should finish clearing the French dungeon faster than all the other guilds. And immediately after leaving this dungeon, the Messiah Guild would move on to preparing for the next mission. Isaac hoped that he would probably meet his rival on the 8th floor. Passing this level required players of the highest class. To move on to the next floor, you had to survive 10 days. It was a real survival quest from the very first level. Chosun Woo, a representative of the Messiah Guild, came out personally to meet Isaac. He introduced himself as a player from the Messiah Guild and greeted Isaac, noting that he had heard about his victories and clearances. The players exchanged handshakes, a gesture that was far from friendly. This allowed them to feel each other's energy and strength. At that moment, players from the Great Guild approached them. The beautiful Carrie Rowana hoped that the guys would not leave without her. There were also old acquaintances, Jay Jackson and Alice. They had all met once before in the Durashan dungeon. Isaac noted that Alice Hayton had become much calmer than before. He said he remembered her well, because it was impossible to forget a girl like her. He welcomed the time that had taught him to protect his players. New faces also arrived at the meeting place. The Kunlun Guild had also sent its representatives. A short guy with a round nose and a bowl cut turned out to be Kunlun's representative. A dark-skinned player with a neat mustache represented the Victoria Guild. As always, dissatisfied and perpetually gloomy, Park Yeon-wang watched the meeting, considering everything that was happening to be a farce. When everyone had introduced themselves, Isaac greeted the guild representatives and suggested making a bet to raise morale. Everyone knew that a boss monster lived on the top floor of the dungeon. In this dungeon, it turned out to be a huge and terrifying dragon. All the other monsters were considered its guardians and protectors of its lair. Unlike ordinary monsters, these guards teamed up with other races. Monsters don't just team up with other races and form armies. They do it to attack players together. The first floor hosts a 10-day survival quest, which means that a large number of guardians will gather there. Isaac said that there had been similar experiences in previous cleanups. All players from guilds are usually very motivated and interested in winning. The guild that destroys the most monsters during this quest will receive Merlin's staff as a gift from Isaac. However, the guy wasn't going to give it away for free. He wanted those who would fight for the staff to bet an item of legendary rank, approximately equal in power to this staff. The offer was, of course, very tempting. However, in Isaac's spirit, everyone knew that he was smart and cunning. It turned out that all 5 guilds, including the Messiah Guild, had made a secret agreement to preserve their combat power until the very top floor. It was very tempting, unless, of course, any unforeseen situations arose. Carrie took the floor and announced that this staff was actually the property of the Great Guild. When she said this, her body began to transform into a monster before the players' eyes. She radiated black energy and believed that Isaac was clearly provoking her. The young man looked like a gentle and pure lamb. All the players watched this scene because the monster in the form of Carrie stood opposite Isaac and radiated negative waves. It was clear that this was a real provocation. Carrie wanted to get Isaac to have a frank conversation. Realizing that the guy wasn't scared of her and didn't react at all, Carrie turned back into a human and said she wouldn't back down from the bet because she wanted Merlin's staff back. However, she put forward her own conditions in return. The representative of the Great Guild demanded that Merlin's staff and King Arthur's ring not be used during the competition. Isaac was genuinely surprised and asked if it really annoyed her so much that someone was using these items. The girl confirmed that there was some truth in that. However, she believed that Isaac's abilities and powers were comparable to those of Master Lee Sejun, and if he wanted to participate in the bet, he had to make this concession in order to somehow equalize the level of the players. Isaac agreed to this condition, surprising Chin-A, who immediately realized that he would have to work hard. A representative of the Kunlun Guild asked who had given him the right to make the decision alone. However, Carrie activated her magical gaze and directed it at the player. She pinned him to the spot with her gaze, then proposed another condition. She wanted the monsters killed to be counted separately, the Savior Guild alone against everyone else. The representative of the Messiah Guild said that Carrie's words made sense because it was Isaac who first proposed the bet and tried to motivate the players to get to the top floor as quickly as possible. And if that was the case, then Carrie's proposal was quite reasonable. Let the Savior Guild fight alone against everyone else. Chin-A hoped that Isaac would be indignant, but the guy agreed to the condition here as well. But in return, if he won this dispute alone, he would take all the legendary items for himself. The players were amazed, some by his audacity, some by his courage, and Chin-A was simply in shock. Isaac demanded that after the cleanup was complete and the results were tallied, there would be no objections on this matter. In Korea, the restoration of the Hansen building, destroyed in a terrorist attack, was nearing completion. One of the main news stories was the upcoming competition of the century, the Messiah Guild against the Savior Guild. Secretary Lee sat at her desk late at night, studying materials that interested her. Suddenly, the broker returned to the office, surprised to find the girl still at work, but noticing that she was again studying articles about the Hansen Group and the Messiah Guild. Osi-chan tried in every way to distract the girl because he felt responsible for her. To cheer her up, he invited her out for a bite to eat. Lee Jisoo remained very focused because she couldn't find answers to the questions that interested her. The broker understood that it was all because of the death of the girl's father. She was gathering information about what had happened bit by bit. Dragon hunter Francois Shiro had told her something. 4 years ago, Hansen Group was a very promising company in Seoul. The girl's father was the CEO of the corporation at the time. One day, the chairman of the corporation invited him to his office for a chat. As absurd as it may seem, Hansen Group's stock price was plummeting. The chairman was furious. He reprimanded Director Kim, who had allowed reporters to enter the building. He was furious and yelled at his subordinate, saying that this was an unacceptable situation. The newspapers crucified the corporation, accusing it of ties to the government and cooperation with the secret services. The company director studied the research data with interest. At that time, rallies were taking place outside the building, with participants demanding that the safety of citizens be ensured, as there were rumors that there was a gate to the underground in the basement of the corporation. The chairman was furious and threw the report at the director, saying that he had no right to hold his position if he had allowed the information to be made public. Director Kim, with tears in his eyes, a broken nose and glasses, apologize, and ask for one last chance. He would find a way to approach the journalists and resolve the situation. CEO Lee tried to calm the chairman down, saying that Director Kim was a very good employee and had served the corporation faithfully for many years. He believed that the director and himself were having a difficult time because of all these incidents. CEO Lee had seen how hard Kim worked for the company. He promised to talk to the chairman and stand up for Director Kim, and sent Kim himself back to work. The chairman scolded Lee for being too lenient with his subordinates. If they were allowed too much, they would start to think that they could continue to make mistakes. However, Director Lee had a different opinion. He was not afraid of the chairman and spoke his mind directly. He offered to give the chairman some advice as an old friend. Mr. Lee believed that this unpleasant situation could turn into a good opportunity. In his opinion, the corporation had one big problem. It was the joint work with the government in the Messiah project. The chairman saw the biggest problem as something else entirely. He believed that the main problem was the players. They were simply unlucky that one fine day they experienced the awakening. So now they act like they're better than everyone else and don't listen to their bosses. However, they are very valuable, and we have to go along with them. Of course, this was also a problem, and Director Lee agreed with this point. However, Director Lee currently singled out one player among them. His name was Lee Se-jung, and he was the biggest problem. He was very strong and bloodthirsty, destroying monsters single-handedly and constantly increasing his level. The other players were left out of the action and could only watch from the sidelines. Lee Se-jung destroyed the monsters and demanded that the gate be scanned to find out the number of floors in the dungeon, the level, and the presence of a boss monster before the creatures began to appear. One of the players with a scanner went to the gate to get this information from inside the dungeon. He activated the Silent Hunter Doppelganger skill and waited anxiously for his avatar to return. The double went into the dungeon. Soon he found himself inside, surrounded by a dense forest. The player climbed a tree to survey the dungeon from above. The player's double, standing on the ground, realized that the dungeon was one story, but he still needed to check for the presence of a boss monster. At first, nothing special was visible, but suddenly something caught the doppelganger's attention. The next moment, the player in the basement was overcome with terror. When he recovered a little and was able to speak, he said that it looked like a flying monster lived behind the gate. And this monster devoured the doppelganger with its huge beak. The player had never seen such a monster before. Lee Se-jung looked at the frightened player with contempt and demanded that he pull himself together so he wouldn't make a fuss. Se-jung said he would talk to Director Lee to postpone the cleanup. This news made him very happy, because with the help of the cleanup, he could further increase his personal level. At that moment, the conversation continued in the office, during which Mr. Lee said that the players had abandoned their duties and continued to postpone the cleanup. Se-young was already approaching the office when he heard the conversation. Mr. Lee believed that if the players continued to postpone the clearing date, the gates in the basement of the Hansen group could burst open and the monster would escape. A decision had to be made. Mr. Lee wanted to hire a player to replace Lee Se-jung. Mr. Lee had his eye on one guy who had recently become the focus of worldwide attention. He was the sole survivor of a quest called The Dragon. What he heard outside the door did not please Lee Se-jung, who realized that his tricks were coming to an end. He entered the office, interrupting the meeting between the chairman and the CEO, saying he had urgent information. Mr. Lee tried to send him away because he wanted to get the chairman's permission to hire a new player. However, Se-jung behaved very arrogantly and rudely, stating that he had urgent business. Such audacity from an ordinary player shocked the chairman, and he threw a glass at the young man, but he calmly dodged it. After that, without the slightest embarrassment, Lee Se-jung remained in the office to share his news. He advised the chairman not to get so angry because it was bad for his health. The player seemed to imply that he should not be treated that way. This was blatant insolence on the part of a mere player, so the chairman couldn't take it anymore and lost his temper. Mr. Lee intervened again to stop the conflict and calm the company chairman. The chairman shouted that if players were treated too leniently, they would become insolent and lose all sense of restraint. No sooner had the chairman shouted about firing the insolent man than he suddenly felt a movement of air near his face. Player Lee Se-jung was standing in full armor with a sharp sword in his hand. The chairman's face was cut. The player had clearly crossed all boundaries of what was permissible. Such behavior was unacceptable. But if the player had really crossed all boundaries, the chairman would already be lying on the floor, cut in two. Lee Se-jung addressed the managers, saying that this was a different generation and they did not understand the situation. After all, All the members of the security team guarding this building were under his personal command. He was sure that none of them would want to go against him. Drawing attention to his threat, he announced, "There was a problem at the gate on the 4th basement level. A flying monster had appeared, one that even Lee Se-jung himself had never seen before. Until the danger behind the gate was determined, it was impossible to continue the cleanup, and it was necessary to postpone the passage." Mr. Lee reminded him that he had already postponed the clearing of the dungeon several times. The dungeon must be cleared and destroyed urgently, otherwise the monsters would continue to appear. However, these words made no impression on Lee Se-jung. He said he didn't know how long it would take and had nothing more to say. At the same time, the chairman's daughter, Park Shin-hae, came to visit her father. Chairman Park asked Mr. Lee to immediately do what they had recently discussed, invite a new player. It was obvious that their manager, Lee Se-jung, was getting out of control, so Director Lee had to fly out right away to find a new player. Director Lee agreed that there was no point in delaying and promised to return with a signed contract. The very thoughtful man got into the car when his personal driver approached him. That driver was none other than broker Oh Se-chan. He promised to get his boss to the airport in a matter of minutes. Shin-hae did not have time to reach her father when she was knocked down on the stairs by a player who had run out of the basement. He saw the girl and noticed that a civilian was in such a dangerous place. At that moment, the chairman of the corporation received a call from the special security team. The player turned to Shin-hae and said that he didn't have time to explain the details, but that she needed to leave immediately. But it was too late. Just as the girl was about to accept the player's help, someone's huge foot stepped on him. Soon after breaking down the basement door, a huge, terrifying goblin monster appeared before her. Its mouth was full of giant teeth, and its eyes glowed with hellish flames. It could have devoured the girl without a second thought. But at that moment, a sword flew into the monster's head with such force that it pinned it to the opposite wall. The sword was thrown at the monster by Lee Se-jung, who was just descending the stairs to the basement of the building. As it happened, the player saved the life of the corporation chairman's daughter. In the next moment, he activated the Immortal Warrior skill, and the player, crushed by the goblin, rose. It was unbelievable, but true. Lee Se-jung greeted the player with his resurrection, telling him not to waste his strength in vain. While the young man was briefly away with the managers, trouble broke out in the basement. The goblins broke through the gate and entered the human world. It was an unpleasant situation for everyone except Lee Se-jung. He could raise his level by destroying monsters again. The player was already strong enough not to fear the monsters and to deal with them calmly. On top of that, he activated the Master of the Source of Flame Knowledge skill and burned the monsters. Young Shin-hae witnessed a crazy battle that she never expected to see. Ordinary players were amazed by the rare mage class that Lee Se-jung demonstrated. He fought unimaginable goblins and monsters, and the flames had absolutely no effect on him. His sword cut huge monsters in half with a single swing. However, the flames affected the pipes, and at one point, one of them in the basement became red hot. A powerful explosion followed, but the player was satisfied because he was counting on the appearance of a new monster. On the way to the airport, Mr. Lee confirmed his intention to buy out the player in correspondence with Francois Chiroux. He had already gotten out of the car to walk to the planes when suddenly the news caught his attention. A breaking news report said that a fire had broken out in the basement of the Hansen building for unknown reasons. The entrance to the building was blocked, and it was assumed that a new gate had appeared in the basement. Mr. Lee immediately jumped into his car to get to the scene, as there were employees in the building. All this happened at a very inopportune moment, because Mr. Lee had a very important trip to make. The chairman of the corporation, Mr. Park, was already sitting on the roof of the building in a rescue helicopter, ready to leave the unsafe place. Just as he was ready to take off, the phone rang. The caller was player Lee Se-jung. He told the chairman that he had sent him a photo. Looking at the photo, the chairman was horrified because he saw his daughter, the beautiful Shin-hae, in the basement among the monsters. He didn't understand what she was doing there, because the girl was supposed to be at school. He was very happy that the chairman was now listening to him attentively. The player said that the girl was very talented, unlike her father, who was nothing special. Chairman Park demanded that the player immediately take the girl to a safe place. However, this proved to be extremely difficult because a huge bird's paw appeared in the basement. An unknown monster with wings and a beak emerged from the gates of the dungeon. Chairman Park realized that he had to save his daughter and warned the players that he was going downstairs himself. Without saying a word to anyone, he rushed away from the helicopter to save his daughter. Chairman Park had no special abilities, so the only thing he could find was a fire axe. At that moment, Mr. Lee managed to return to the corporation building, which was already engulfed in flames. Mr. Lee opened a secret briefcase with a combination lock and took out an item. The driver thought it was madness. If Mr. Lee went in there now, he would die. He wanted to leave everything to Lee Se-jun and hide the director in a shelter. However, Mr. Lee did not agree with this plan. He already understood that Se-jun had no intention of controlling the gate from the very beginning. If everything was left as it was, the damage would only increase. Director Lee wanted the city to be safe because his daughter lived there. He did not want to entrust the future of his loved ones to others. He told the driver to leave. He asked him to look after his daughter and went into the thick of battle. The battle continued near the gates of the dungeon. Lee Se-jung killed another monster. Shin-hai understood that the player had very powerful and serious abilities. She wanted to learn the same and become stronger so that she could become famous in the future. At that moment, the players asked if they could begin clearing the dungeon. However, Lee Se-jung stopped them and headed for the dungeon entrance himself. Shin-hai understood that if the gate was left open, the monsters would come out due to the dungeon breach. But this would not change the situation inside the gate. Lee Se-jung regretted that the townspeople were in danger. But in order to clear the next dungeon, it was necessary to ensure their safety. And you can't demand unconditional sacrifice from the players, because even the useless lives of those who were not chosen can be worth something if you divide the sacrifice between them. The player told the girl that the lives of the resurrected players were more precious and valuable than the lives of ordinary people. At that moment, Lee's daughter Jisoo was watching the news in her apartment. She heard about the explosions in the basement, but she was calm because her father was supposed to fly away. The girl watched the nightmare unfolding near the corporation building through the window and hoped that her classmate Shin-hai had left the dangerous place. Director Lee had already reached the basement and met with the players. He demanded that a mop-up operation be launched to stop the monsters from breaking into the city. However, Lee Se-jung announced that he could not start the cleanup now because members of the Messiah Project would die. It was terrible news, but Mr. Lee was willing to make such a sacrifice for the sake of the lives of civilians. Se-jung understood that he and the players would have to go underground anyway to save the people. The Messiah Project was created to protect humanity and train players who were willing to sacrifice their lives to save others. After all, none of this was done for the players' personal safety or to increase their wealth. Suddenly, Mr. Lee noticed Shin-hai among the players. Lee Se-jung told the girl that they were being asked to sacrifice their lives for people who were not even capable of defending themselves. Director Lee tried to explain to the girl that she should not fall for the players' tricks and leave the dangerous room. But the girl really wanted to become a strong player, become famous, and learn new things. She did not accept Director Lee's helping hand and returned to the players. At that moment, a noise caught her attention, and stones began to fall from the ceiling, breaking through the floor and crashing down below. In a few moments, the entire corporate building was reduced to a riddled structure. Director Lee knew that the monsters couldn't be allowed to escape. At that moment, Chairman Park was descending from the roof of the building in search of his daughter. He had not yet reached the lower level when a huge monstrous bird appeared next to him. Its enormous beak and demonic eyes loomed over him. In the next moment, it smashed the glass with its beak and devoured Chairman Park. Director Lee realized that he couldn't delay any longer. He activated the remote control for the explosive device. Raising it above his head, the director announced that the floor was covered with explosives. If the players did not continue clearing the area, he would personally blow everything up and block the passage to the dungeon. Lee Se-jung said that this was a very foolish thing to do, because even if everything exploded, the gates would not disappear. Shin-hai jumped out of the crowd of players and was outraged that the gentleman wanted to kill them all. The director tried to explain, saying that if this was not done, it would be impossible to stop a huge disaster. Lee Se-jung ordered the players to go down to the basement and begin preparations for the cleanup. After that, he promised to talk to the director and join the players. Lee Jisoo understood that Se-jung and Shin-hai had been with her father until the end. According to the testimony of the members of the Messiah Project, this was indeed the case. To find out all this, the girl had to meet with the dragon hunter in person. Jisoo realized what she needed to do now and which direction to move in. Inside the dungeon, the purge continued. Vast areas were engulfed in flames. There was a catastrophic shortage of magical power, so the rate of magic regeneration had to be increased. Of course, having a master of additional skills made the work much easier, and even Isaac was no problem. Alice was able to activate and use additional powers, and her firepower immediately increased. Even huge monsters couldn't cope with this fragile girl. While the goblin was distracted by the fire, a sledgehammer blow to the jaw followed, knocking the monster's teeth to the ground. Jackson did it with a sledgehammer. Another monster was counted in favor of the guild. Chin-A was very upset because Isaac had barely participated in the battle and had not used his guild, allowing his rivals to snatch victory. According to preliminary statistics, the Savior Guild was only in third place. While his partner lamented and cursed, fearing that they would lose all their magical items to their opponents, Isaac unleashed another skill. It was a Death Knight skill that allowed him to transform an ordinary skeleton knight into a representative of the Dark World. Activating this skill, Isaac approached the skeleton knight and placed his hand on its skull, transferring his power to it. A few moments later, the Knight of Death appeared before the player's eyes. It was a huge black horseman whose power was impossible to resist. Park Yun-won watched from the sidelines and realized that incredibly powerful magic was at work. Suddenly, the sky above the dungeon lit up, and something truly powerful appeared before the players. The Death Knight looked truly menacing. It was a hybrid of a skeleton, a transformer, and a fighter. He respectfully knelt before his master, bowed his head, ready to listen and carry out any orders. Isaac summoned the Book of the Dead, and the Death Knight gained new abilities. To his partner's surprise, Isaac did not send the new powerful weapon to battle other guilds. The young man declared that he had finished preparing for the attack on the top floor and was now ready to focus on the first floor, because victory depended not on the Death Knight, but on Chin-A. The battle with the goblins was going as usual, when suddenly a sound caught their attention. The monsters rushed to the source of the sound, gathering from all corners of the dungeon in one place. This movement seemed very strange to Alice, but Jackson was sure that the monsters were afraid of his power. Of course, there are monsters with a high level of intelligence who may choose to flee in order to avoid being caught, but this time the situation was clearly different. Meanwhile, all the monsters gathered in the center of the dungeon, in the clearing around the source of the sound. The source of the annoying noise turned out to be Chin-A, who was once again acting as bait. A few months earlier, after clearing another dungeon, Isaac had given the guy a box called Echo of Death. This box emitted a sound that attracted monsters as their primary target. And now that moment had come. The box was activated, and Chin-A became the #1 target for all the monsters. At that moment, Park Yun-won couldn't take it anymore. He declared that the outcome could no longer be changed and that the guild would not give up its position. He did not want to tarnish his name with shame by participating in a senseless plan, because Isaac's reputation could be irrevocably ruined. Isaac did not try to stop him or explain anything, only telling the player to do as he saw fit. The young man was sure that Yun-wang would soon perish. At this time, huge hordes of monsters continued to flock to the sound that irritated them. Soon, their number exceeded hundreds. Yun-wang watched the events unfold with interest, realizing that the situation was extremely unusual. The players of the Mission Guild also noticed something strange. It was as if the monsters had vanished into thin air. It had become suspiciously quiet around them. They noticed crowds of monsters running past the players. It was obvious that the monsters were not paying attention to the players, so the most curious ones rushed after them to figure out what was going on. A striking picture unfolded before the players' eyes. One player stood in the center of the clearing, while the rest of the space was occupied by monsters. For some time, the Echo of Death box was circulating on the black market. It seemed like a rather pointless item. It was unclear who could use it and how. Isaac possessed enormous power, forcing even those closest to him, who were ready to sacrifice their lives to obey him. If a player uses such a provocation skill while passing through a 7-story dungeon, it means that he is very confident in his abilities and full of determination. Park Yun-won watched what was happening with bitterness, realizing that Isaac would replace him. Absolutely delighted, Chin-A played with all the items that the Savior Guild had received, winning the dispute thanks to the Echo of Death box. The result was stunning. The Savior Guild beat the other competitors by many points. This greatly angered the competitors, who believed that Isaac was simply mocking them. Isaac said that he just wanted to inspire the players, so he proposed a bet. He himself did not expect to win. The young man promised to use the items he earned for good. Isaac was particularly pleased with Galahad's shield. It was a huge stroke of luck. He had found an item belonging to a Knight of the Round Table. However, this shield seemed to curse its user and was more like a weapon for attack than a means of defense. At that moment, a player from the Kunlun Guild stepped forward and declared the bet invalid. It turned out that the monsters had fled from other players, and therefore the other guilds could not finish them off. The Savior Guild prevented other guilds from hunting monsters. Isaac explained that he had used a provocation skill and directed the monsters towards his player. Perhaps it was unfair, but is there any guild that could handle that many monsters on its own? It turned out that the Savior Guild had proven that it was the strongest and deserved to win the bet. No one had any objections to these arguments. To improve the overall mood, Isaac began checking the statistics. All the players followed his example and received data on their profiles. It turned out that all the monsters had been defeated, which meant that the survival quest had ended ahead of schedule. And the best part was that they had made it through and survived. It was decided that there were no more objections to the bet, and the players moved on to the next floor together. Sunlight pleasantly illuminated the player's shaggy head. The sand beneath his feet was soft and clean, although that did not make him happy at all. A few years ago, the world's best wine was produced in this place, but now it was a desert. Francois Chiraud and his assistant were waiting for someone in the desert. The gate had been left in this place, and the dragon hunter was forced to stay here permanently. Francois did everything he could. It was a great achievement that the players of the Messiah Guild had gone there. The public will one day recognize the dragon hunter's achievements. Francois was very upset that he had not met a Korean man several years ago. If he had put everything aside and gone to Korea back then, he could have been inside the dungeon himself now. In the end, he turned out to be a weak hypocrite, like all villains. The secretary tried to calm Francois down because he had served him for so many years and knew that the dragon hunter was not like that. The secretary was sure that eventually the world would learn what a hero Francois really was. The cleanup continued in the 7-story dungeon in Britain. The second floor was cleared without much effort. On the third floor, Alice distinguished herself with her fire. The fourth floor was taken by skeleton warriors and the rest of Isaac's undead. The fifth floor was gloomy and cold, but it didn't cause any particular problems either. It was time to go to the next floor of the dungeon. The players lined up in front of the gate. Chung Hong-en stood in front of the door in a bad mood. Something was bothering the player. The day before, there had been a secret meeting of the guild leaders. Everyone except Isaac. The player from Kunlun said that the last floor was ahead, where they would have to help Isaac. He was interested in whether the players would all go to the 7th floor together or kill Isaac on the 6th. Given the current combat power of the Savior Guild, the other players would not be able to defeat him on their own. And even if they managed to destroy him, the losses would be too significant. Besides, it was unknown what kind of dragon would be on the 7th floor. No one wants to sacrifice their life for Isaac alone. Getting rid of Isaac here would be the ideal option, or at least finding his weak spot. But the most important thing is to survive and get out of this dungeon. Inside the 6th floor, the players were greeted with a notification that they needed to destroy the boss monster. The players did not have time to properly look around and assign responsibilities before they were all hit by a whistle and a powerful wind that knocked them off their feet. It was unbelievable and seemed impossible, but it was absolutely true. A giant red dragon flew toward the players, predatorily examining its future dinner. It was so huge that the players looked like ants against its gigantic body. Its huge mouth made such a roar that it deafened the ears, and its eyes burned with hatred. Even Isaac himself was struck by the sudden encounter with the dragon, whose appearance here he had not expected at all. There could be no question of killing Isaac, because the dragon was already standing in front of the players, even though they were only on the 6th level of the dungeon. The cunning player from the Kunlun Guild decided that the red dragon would do all the dirty work for them. He turned to Isaac and said that the players would not interfere with the leader of the Savior Guild fighting the dragon. They would, of course, join in too, but later, for now, they would give way to Isaac. Isaac understood his rival's intentions all too well. Each of them was pursuing their own goals. However, if they wanted to save their lives, they would have to abandon those plans. After all, a monster far more terrifying than this one awaited them on the next floor. In the end, only Isaac and Chin-A remained in front of the dragon, while the other players retreated, leaving the boys to deal with the monster on their own. Isaac summoned the Book of the Dead and resurrected the Death Knight. At the same time, he raised the skeleton warriors and waited for the Death Knight, who was forming from magical energy. A few minutes later, the huge knight stood kneeling, awaiting his master's command. The Death Knight's first task was to fight the lizard and show his strength. But then Isaac was called by his familiar, who asked what he should do now. Isaac ordered him to simply observe and not interfere, because the Death Knight had a solo mission. The Knight of Death immediately began to taunt the Lich Mage, declaring that he had no right to even speak to his master. This was followed by a scene of confrontation, with both creatures trying to prove their importance. Isaac watched the dispute without interfering and continued to analyze the behavior of his charges. Soon, the Skeleton Knight was about to join the dispute, but Chin-A couldn't take it anymore and said that other guilds were already fighting. The dragon was indeed being attacked by players. Fires were raging around it, and powerful explosions could be heard. The players tried to prevent the monster from taking flight and continuously rained fire attacks down on it. Soon, the entire area was filled with smoke, and the players waited anxiously for the battle to continue. Alice was completely exhausted, having used up almost all her magical powers to create fire, and for a moment she was distracted from the battle. Suddenly, a powerful blow from the dragon's tail came crashing down in her direction. This attack would have ended badly for Alice if Jay Jackson hadn't managed to cover her with his shield. When the smoke cleared, Alice realized that she was in a deep trench with Jackson, while the other players lay dead. Carrie activated her healing skill, even though she knew how difficult it would be to restore the player's health. A few moments later, the fighter's health was restored, and the guys were able to rejoin the battle with the dragon. With renewed strength, they rushed at the monster, covering its body with numerous cuts. However, these blows did not cause the dragon any significant harm. It simply shook them off like dust. Despair began to show in the eyes of even the strongest players. They understood that the situation was not going in their favor. Suddenly, everything around the dragon was engulfed in flames and thick black smoke. A player from the Kunlun Guild suggested a temporary retreat, as victory was no longer possible. They needed to reload their equipment and figure out the dragon's weak points. However, another player interrupted him, saying that they needed to attack while the dragon was still on the ground. If it spread its wings, the players would be powerless against it. Kong replied that the most important thing for him now was to stay alive, and he was not going to fight Isaac at that moment. While the guys were discussing what to do next, a stranger passed by them, attracting everyone's attention. In his hands gleamed a deadly chain, which he was going to use against the red dragon. Approaching the monster, the Death Knight began to swing the chain above his head. He swung it like a lasso and threw it around the dragon's neck, like a rope around a horse's neck. After that, the Death Knight put all his strength into holding the chain. He not only held the dragon back, preventing it from flying away and leaving the battlefield, but also gradually tightened the chain around its neck, inflicting terrible wounds on the monster. Soon, blood appeared on its skin. What they saw stunned the players. No one had ever seen anything like it. It seemed unthinkable, but the fact remained. The Death Knight was single-handedly holding the red dragon on a leash. Carrie was the first to recover, turning to the players and urging them not to stand rooted to the spot, but to join the attack. The players with magical abilities began to unleash fire spells at the dragon. Soon, the monster's body was ablaze, and the Death Knight continued to hold the struggling creature on a chain. John Hongyun shouted at his players to attack the monster. The player from the Kunlun Guild also came to his senses, realizing that his plan to retreat was not yet feasible. The red dragon became seriously enraged. Realizing that it would not be able to fly away, it began to incinerate everything around it with fire. Taking advantage of the dragon's preoccupation with its flames, the Death Knight managed to sneak up behind it and climb onto its head in a matter of minutes. The dragon didn't even have time to react before the Death Knight's spear pierced its eye. Having made the monster one-eyed, the Death Knight wounded it to limit its visibility and began attacking from the side the dragon couldn't see. It was a very clever tactic. In addition, the Death Knight aimed at the wings, immediately depriving the dragon of the ability to leave the battle. The Mage Lychee could no longer wait for his turn either. He was eager to join the fight. The army of the dead under his command was already waiting for the order, ready to join the battle. Isaac confirmed that he had long wanted to test the effectiveness of the army of death and gave permission to finish off this annoying lizard. With a cry of joy and anticipation, the stagnant undead rushed to attack the red dragon. After a while, the battle was successfully completed. The tired, exhausted, and battered players gradually came to their senses. Even the cheerful Chin-A noted that it had been a truly difficult battle. Isaac also realized that an adult dragon was very different from the young ones he had encountered in other dungeons. The 5 guilds spared no effort, doing everything possible to defeat the red dragon. However, the losses were significant. Many players would never be able to participate in raids again. While Isaac was thinking about this, representatives of the guilds, their leaders and managers, approached him. Hong Yeon reported that a problem had arisen. A monster much stronger than the previous one awaited them on the next floor. However, the guilds had already suffered heavy losses, so they asked that the players of the Savior Guild be distributed among the other guilds. After all, Isaac could summon new skeletons and thus replenish the overall fighting force. It was clear that the representatives wanted to weaken Isaac's army, but he agreed on one condition. As usual in such situations, Isaac had his own demand, which he intended to defend. He proposed dividing into two groups, one consisting of Isaac himself, Chin-A, and the Messiah Guild. The second would include everyone else, including the undead, skeletons, and his other subordinates. Chong Hong Yang realized that Isaac had walked into the tiger's den, and now they just needed to change their plan. After discussion, an agreement was reached and a plan of action was approved for the next 7th floor. Soon a notification came that the clearing was complete, and a gate appeared to move on. The players gradually moved on to the new level, and at that moment, Shakira noticed Park Yun-wan. She didn't know what awaited them ahead, and now she didn't care what Isaac's plans were. The main thing was to stay alive. Park Yun-wan also understood that Isaac had something in mind, and he wasn't going to take any risks on his orders. He believed that the proposal to split into two camps was just a way to get rid of dead weight like them. A satisfied John Hunyan went up to the next floor, determined to kill Isaac at the first opportunity. Soon, all the players moved on to the next level, and only Isaac and Chin remained near the dragon's body. Isaac said he had one unfinished business left here. He had tried to do it before, but at that time his player level was not high enough. Chin-A watched what was happening with admiration. He remembered how Isaac had tried to devour the needle snake, but failed because of his low level. Later there was a dragon cub, but the young man did not take advantage of the opportunity then. Now was the perfect moment. Isaac had enough strength to use the skeleton warrior skill on a massive scale. Everything began to change before his eyes. The dragon's skin and muscles gradually disappeared. A dragon skeleton was summoned, striking with its gigantic size. It looked terrifying, and its gaze, full of dark power, left its enemies no chance. On the upper floor of the dungeon, in the land of dragons, the players did not know what awaited them. They looked around warily and exchanged glances, because no one knew what lay ahead. Soon the smoke began to clear, and there was hope that their opponent would soon become visible. With hidden fear and tension, they waited for the monster to appear. Finally, a giant foot appeared from the smoke. A moment later, the silhouette became clear, and it was not a dragon. Before them stood the shadow dragon, a huge creature with a demonic gaze, clad in armor, and holding a long sword in its hands. There was no time for deliberation, and although the enemy was quite unexpected, Alice instantly activated her flame. She believed there was nothing to fear. After all, it was not a dragon, and launched a fire attack at the enemy. However, her actions did not cause any damage to the monster, and it repelled the fiery blow with its sword. The enemy turned out to be Excalibur. It analyzed the information, checked Alice's hostility, and then prepared to battle the girl. Alice received a notification, but did not even have time to read it. In the next moment, the huge monster Excalibur fell on her from above, leaving her no chance of survival. Alice only had time to think that her end had come, but at that moment something flew between her and the monster. It was Isaac who used his shield to cover Alice, and Excalibur's sword struck the shield. Seizing the moment, Isaac activated his sword and attacked the monster, sending it flying. Excalibur immediately began to analyze his new opponent. Checking his hostility, the ring on Isaac's hand stopped working. The monster lowered Isaac's stats and was ready to fight him. Memories from his past life flooded Isaac's mind. He remembered that the item now in his opponent's possession was supposed to appear much later. At that moment, the sword Balmung was in the possession of a dragon hunter. He also had a battle with the Dragon Knight and his sword, Excalibur. Francois Shiro cleared the dungeon and the sword passed to him. But for some reason, the dragon hunter was never able to use it. Now Isaac understood the reason. King Arthur's ring was the key that determined the owner of the sword. Therefore, the Dragon Knight no longer posed a serious threat to Isaac. A fierce battle began between the rivals. Isaac counterattacked the Dragon King, throwing him aside. The other players from the guild did not wait for an invitation and also joined in the attack on the villain. He continued to defend himself, repelling all attacks which impressed the players. It was clear that the enemy was formidable. Jeon Hong-yeon received a warning that his hostility was being tested. The player tried to attack the monster, but it was too fast. The Dragon Knight swept across the battlefield, leaving behind the bodies of slain players, and Jeon Hong-yeon found himself unarmed. The Dragon Knight raised his sword above his head to deliver the final decisive blow. Nothing could stop him. But Isaac was faster and more agile. With his sword, he not only covered himself and Hong Yun, but also threw the Dragon Knight aside. He covered the player and ordered him to go on the attack. Of course, Hong Yun didn't like this at all. The fact that Isaac had saved his life and was now giving him orders was annoying, but the situation was clear. Isaac told the other players to join forces and deal with the situation above. Everyone looked up to see what was happening, but there was nothing visible in the sky. But soon a fireball appeared above their heads. Perhaps it was a solar flare. As usual, Carrie was the first to wake up and shouted to all the players to urgently put up a barrier. The players took out their wands and activated their magical powers to create a protective energy dome. Soon, the battlefield was covered by invisible waves. It was done just in time. What they saw in the next moment shocked the players. They imagined what would have happened if there had been no barrier. Explosive waves and flames engulfed everything around them, scattering bodies to the edges. The battlefield was littered with the bodies of dead players and shrouded in thick smoke. Soon the smoke began to dissipate, and from it emerged the outline of another horror awaiting the players. A huge, monstrous dragon appeared before them, more terrifying and powerful than the previous red dragon. It was the master of the dungeon, the Black Dragon. Its poisonous fumes permeated the field, reducing the players' vitality. It turned out that the dungeon had another true master. Now it became clear that there was no point in attacking the Dragon Knight from the very beginning. He was just bait to lure the players out and make them waste their strength. While Hong Yan and Isaac wasted time fighting the Dragon Knight, the main attack fell on the other players. Isaac, who stood calmly in front of Hong Yun, was too tempting a target for a backstab. The player understood that no one was covering Isaac from behind. As soon as the opportunity arose and the conditions allowed, John Hong Yun would definitely stab Isaac in the back. For now, he lunged at the Dragon Knight with his sword, hoping to accomplish both of his tasks. Isaac also joined the attack, fully aware of the nasty thoughts filling Hong Yun's head. The attack on the Black Dragon was unsuccessful so far. It was huge and spewed flames. All the players' blows were immediately burned away by the dragon's fire, without causing it any significant damage. Soon, Chin-Ai brought in an army of skeleton warriors who rushed at the Black Dragon in numerous groups. Shakira and Park Yanwan did not stand aside either. Whatever feelings they had for Isaac, everyone had to survive. In the battle with the Dragon Knight, Isaac continued to withstand the blows and defend himself. Soon the dragon let out a death roar and was defeated. Its huge, powerful body lay lifeless in clouds of smoke and dust. The news of the Dungeon Master's destruction delighted the players. They hadn't expected to succeed. Carrie ordered the players to take care of their wounded comrades before leaving the dungeon. Park Yunwan watched the situation, as always alert and perpetually dissatisfied. About half of the players remained alive. He suggested taking a short break and then deciding how to divide the reward. It was clear that there would be excellent items in this dungeon, and it would be better if there were fewer survivors. Then they wouldn't have to split the winnings among everyone. The distribution of the reward was supposed to start with Isaac, but he was still missing. The battle between Isaac, the Dragon Knight, and Hong Yan was not over yet. Hong Yan was exhausted and could barely stand, while Isaac covered him in every way possible, protecting him with his shield and attacking his opponent. After the death of the dungeon dragon, the Dragon Knight stuck his sword into the ground as a sign of reconciliation. It was a worthy battle, as a result of which the Dragon Knight acknowledged his defeat. He gave the sword Excalibur to Isaac and vanished into thin air. Isaac became the new owner of Excalibur. This sword was perfect for putting an end to the final battle with the main villain of his life. While Isaac was receiving notifications about his new abilities, regaining his strength, and planning his next steps, his rival was not wasting any time. Hunyang crept up behind Isaac and pierced him with his sword. Blood flooded the ground, and Hong Yun was blinded by happiness. Isaac's body fell to the ground at the feet of his former dungeon-clearing companion. Chong Hong Yang continued to rejoice, reasoning that the most dangerous enemy is always behind you. But suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his body, and blood flowed from the player's stomach. He didn't understand what was happening, because there was no one else there but the two of them. But then he heard a voice behind him. Was he really so stupid as to believe he could kill Isaac? With his last ounce of strength, the villain rushed towards Isaac's body, but it turned out to be a double, an illusion. Rog was furious, unable to comprehend how they dared to deceive the Mission Guild, and demanded to know where the real Isaac was. It turned out that the real Isaac was right there. He approached the body of his killer from behind. Such traitors are always overly confident and therefore easy to deal with. Now Isaac had a reason to finish off his enemy. Georg took it upon himself, not wanting anyone to hurt his friend Isaac. Behind the warrior, huge doors rose up straight from the ground. These were the gates of hell, which swung open behind the murderer. Hellish chains bound the player's limbs, preventing him from doing anything. Soon, his entire body was captured by these chains. It was useless to fight the gates of hell or resist them. The chains slowly pulled the traitor into their depths. Isaac thought there was no point in looking at the player's memories. He already understood everything about Shinhai and Sejun's relationship. It was time for all-out war. Isaac and his allies finished clearing the dungeon and left it with satisfaction. The next day, all the world's media outlets wrote about the victory of the Savior Guild. It was time to tackle the 8-story dungeons. This was a new stage in the life of humanity. If everything worked out, there would be only one 9-story dungeon left, the only one of its kind in the world. The entrance to this dungeon was a huge gate with a wrought iron cross, powerful, majestic, and impregnable. It was necessary to destroy the final boss to save the whole world. There was no other option, and only then would the game come to an end. Secretary Lee caught Broker lost in these thoughts as she left the office with a very strange case on her back. No one knew what exactly the girl was carrying in it. The clearing of the 8-story dungeon began literally in the following days. Isaac, along with his army of skeletons and undead, as well as Chin, brought order to the dungeon, destroying monsters. Soon he summoned the Death Knight, whom he had already thoroughly tested during the preliminary cleanup. Having destroyed a huge number of monsters, Isaac was able to once again increase the power of his army. But even he himself had no idea what exactly that would look like. The fog began to gradually dissipate, and the kneeling Death Knight appeared before his master. He was ready to carry out any order of his master and fight any monsters and dangers. Isaac really liked the new characteristics of the Death Knight, acquired after the previous mission. However, he decided that something else could be added. Isaac took the lightning sledgehammer from his inventory and handed it to the Death Knight. The warrior was touched and happy. After that, Isaac sent him back, suggesting that he join the ranks with the others. Gradually, Isaac fully armed his warriors, distributing many valuable items among them. In the news after the 7-story dungeon was cleared, it was reported that one of the members of the Messiah Guild had died in the dungeon. His place on the Messiah Guild Council remained vacant, but the guild leader did not mourn the dead, considering them weak players. After all, it was only their weakness that prevented them from fighting to the end. Lee Se-jun was amazed at how short-sighted his players and members of the Messiah Guild, including CEO Lee, had been. Due to their stupidity, they did not understand that the fate of their world and their salvation depended on Se-jun. If they had realized the real situation, they would hardly have made so many mistakes and unreasonable actions. However, Lee Se-jun finally had a main opponent. An inevitable encounter with Isaac awaited him. Lee Se-jun had been waiting for this moment for quite some time, watching as the new player destroyed his subordinates. The master archer invited from Japan caught him lost in these thoughts. The master archer stated outright that he no longer wished to cooperate with the Messiah Guild, but the matter had to be brought to a conclusion. His honor had been touched. The master archer brought his student Sakura with him, who agreed to help. Lee Se-jun announced that the world power structure would be reorganized for the last time. He thanked the master archer for his help and announced that he would be sent to the 8-story dungeon. Soon after, a press conference was held between representatives of the Messiah, Phoenix, and Thunderbird guilds. They signed a cooperation pact and were going to clear the 8-story dungeon together for the first time in human history. It was also announced that a dragon hunter would participate in the clearing. People eagerly awaited this event and hoped that the heroes would save the world by destroying the most terrifying creatures. As always, all the participants of the future expedition gathered near the gates of the dungeon. Journalists broadcast the events live, and grateful residents of the city stood around the perimeter, wishing the heroes a speedy return and victory. Gradually, the most famous and influential players began to arrive. Savior Guild was represented by Isaac, Chin, and an unknown man in a mask. Dragon hunter Francois Shiro also shone in front of the journalists. The inseparable couple, Shakira and Park Yeon-wan, watched the players with hatred. All the familiar faces had already gathered at the entrance to the dungeon. The players were focused and tense. The only ones missing were the representatives of the Messiah Guild. Soon they appeared, led by their leader, Master Lee Se-jun. In addition, Shinhai and the Master Archer arrived with his apprentice, Sakura. The leaders greeted each other with a firm handshake, and this gesture was taken as a good sign by the people. The world was tired of internal conflicts. The clearing of the dungeon began, and soon all the participants in this grand event entered the game. Various thoughts flooded the players' minds. Jay Jackson was happy to have reached the 8-story dungeon. Once it was cleared, only one would remain. He was also delighted to be here with Master Lee. It was a great honor. Isaac's group behaved completely differently. They calmly and patiently waited for the command to start the battle and turn the monsters to dust. Francois Chiraud was, as always, lighthearted and smiling. He advised everyone to relax and not think that they were going to die. Shin was very surprised that the dragon hunter knew him. The guy had really grown up during this time and gained excellent gaming and combat experience. Shakira tried to provoke Park Yun-won into taking action against Isaac. She believed that he was a real player, and it turned out that Isaac trusted them as allies. He even offered to cooperate with the Messiah Guild. Moreover, he did not kill them and brought them here, to this place that is important to all players. Because it is a great honor to clear an 8-story dungeon. And even if Isaac doesn't fully trust his new allies, he always feels sorry for losing people. Lee Se-jun announced that the Messiah Guild would clear the first floor. But before the leaders dispersed to their players, Lee Se-jun announced that they had overlooked one important detail. He believed that it was not necessary for each guild to take on a single floor. With that, Lee Se-jun turned abruptly and thrust Longinus' spear into Isaac's body. From that moment on, it became impossible to activate any items or skills. Everything had changed from that day forward. It all happened in a matter of seconds, stunning the players with this unimaginable action. Isaac was bleeding to death, and Lee Se-jun stood over him, announcing that the Savior Guild would leave this world forever. Se-jun cut down the skeleton warriors with his sharp sword, as if they were made of butter. Out of rage, Chin-A rushed to defend his friend and comrade. He ran up to Lee Se-jun and punched him with all his might, knocking the scoundrel aside. Lee Se-jun recovered from the unexpected attack, and with a slight movement of his hand, scattered everyone who dared to attack him. Isaac, pierced by Longinus' spear, was practically unable to move. A protective dome had formed around him. Completely immobilized and unable to resist, Isaac was inside the dome like a fish in an aquarium. Nothing could break through this barrier. Neither let anything in nor let anything out. Shini ordered her players to attack Isaac. The players of the Messiah Guild, who possessed fire magic, directed their fiery volleys at the dome. The streams of flame flew in a solid wall, and it seemed that they were about to break through the defense. However, at the last moment, some kind of energy flow absorbed all these blows. The entire area between the rival players was covered in thick fog. It was impossible to see what was happening. When the acrid fog began to dissipate, Shini came to her senses. Not understanding what it was and what force could have repelled such a powerful volley of fire, it turned out that the spear had redirected Isaac's attack in the opposite direction. All the players lay dead, their bodies littering the field, and the spear towered over a huge crater. Soon, someone pulled it out of the ground, saying that, of course, he had foreseen such an outcome. It was the Frenchman. He believed that the Messiah Guild had truly crossed all boundaries. They had attacked their allies without even hiding their intentions from the other participants in the purge. Shinhee was surprised that the dragon hunter had sided with Isaac, but she didn't see it as a big problem. She had a rough idea of what to expect from the dragon hunter and ordered her subordinates to attack him. He won't be able to do anything unusual anyway, Shinhee thought. But the dragon hunter activated his combat power. He then directed all his energy into a spear and brought it down on his attackers. At that moment, several players tried to attack from above, hoping he wouldn't notice them. Before he could do anything, his legs were covered with icy growths, completely immobilizing him. Shinhee herself had done it. Everything coincided, the completely immobilized dragon hunter and several players falling from above. There was a powerful explosion, shrouded in dust and smoke. However, when the smoke cleared, the players' bodies were lying far away, and the dragon hunter himself was standing completely unharmed. He had activated his dragon scales. After that, several more attackers were thrown aside toward other participants in the battle. Many players were shocked by what had happened. They did not understand why everything was going this way. After all, they had come together to clear the 8-story dungeon. Why did the master attack Isaac? At that moment, one of the commanders of the Messiah Guild ran up and announced that they had been attacked by the Savior Guild. He demanded that the players immediately join the battle and declared that from that moment on, anyone who went against the Messiah Guild would be destroyed instantly. Even Park Yun-won himself had to participate in this dirty war. It seemed that all dissenters would simply be killed. It turned out that absolutely everyone was being betrayed, and this was happening all the time. Soon, Park Yun-won himself was lying on the battlefield. Not far away was the body of Shakira, who had also fallen victim to the merciless purge. They held out for a long time, fighting against a huge number of enemies, and proved to be tough guys. But the time came for their execution, and one of the players from the Messiah Guild raised his sword to end their lives. At that moment, something very hard struck him forcefully in the jaw, and the player flew several dozen meters to the side. Shin-Ae was beside himself with rage. No one dared to hurt his people, even if they were weaklings, even if they were dim-witted and not very honest. But Shin-Ae was not going to allow such killings because they were, first and foremost, a guild. Having said that, he knocked out a dozen more opponents. He turned to the doubters, suggesting that they work together to deal with the villains who were interfering with their work. There was catastrophically little time left, because Isaac was losing strength under the dome. Shin-Ae was also barely able to stand, continuing to fight hand-to-hand with the players, because his magical abilities weren't working either. Stunned by the number of opponents, Chin continued to fight. He felt himself getting into the swing of battle. Another attack was repelled, while an arrow pierced Chin's heart. The young man did not even have time to feel the pain or see his opponent. He collapsed dead in the middle of the field. The master archer joined in the killings. He demanded that Shin-Ae get up and continue fighting him. It was a completely uneven fight, and the seriously wounded Shin-Ae, although he tried to attack the master archer, could not cope and in turn received several more arrows in the back. Shin-Ae activated the cunning skill and pretended that the arrows stuck in his body were causing an explosion. He fell and pretended he couldn't get up. The archer aimed another arrow at the unfortunate player. At the very last moment, Shin-Ae managed to dodge, although it was extremely dangerous. The master archer was genuinely surprised by such combat skill. He did not think that anyone could dodge his arrow at such a distance. In any case, the master archer was avenging the death of his friend, the master swordsman, and wanted Chin dead. The group of players attacked the young man once again, but he grabbed one of them and used him as a shield. After all, he had been in much more difficult situations with Kim and the genie. One of his first battles against skeleton warriors came to mind. If the young man had managed to cope then, he would have a chance now. One of the guild commanders approached the leader with a report on the current situation. It seemed that everything would soon be over. Shin-Ae was fighting the dragon hunter, and the master archer was killing Isaac's assistant. The leader himself, Lee Se-jun, had destroyed all the skeleton warriors. Now all that remained was to wait for the barrier to be unlocked and check if Isaac was alive. If that bastard was still alive, he wouldn't be able to do anything anyway. Lee Se-jun listened to his subordinate's report with complete disinterest. He sent his assistant back to help Shin-Ae or the master archer. Left alone, Lee Se-jun almost cried from disappointment in Isaac. He thought Isaac was different from the others, that he would put up a decent fight instead of sitting under the dome like a fly in a jar. Shin-Ae was like a pincushion. Arrows stuck out of his whole body, blood spilled onto the ground, but the guy kept fighting back. Despite this, Shin-Ae still managed to annoy and provoke his opponent, saying that such toothpicks would never kill him. The master archer was genuinely surprised by such willpower. He realized that he had not yet delivered a fatal blow. The master archer prepared himself, drew the bowstring, and shot the arrow at the player with all his might. Completely unprotected, Shin-Ae was ready to face his death head-on. To the surprise of those present, Shin-Ae did not dodge the flying arrow, but instead decided to respond with a strike. A multiple shot was activated, and flames flared up in front of the master archer. It was a pity for this sincere idiot who had laid down his life. But at that moment, a fist appeared out of the fog and dust. This fist was aimed directly at the master archer. It had no effect because Sakura appeared between the archer and Chin with her protective shield. She peered out from behind the shield and prepared to attack Chin. She activated her unique skill, Shadow Strike. The young man would not be able to cope with this. Sakura asked the master archer for permission to deliver the final blow to her opponent. The master archer was amazed by what was happening. Shin-Ae had genuinely surprised him. Sakura, in turn, was also impressed by the player Chin. She was struck by the extraordinary power of his blow. She was already ready to raise her sword above him, but suddenly she heard wheezing coming from the master archer. His throat had been cut, and Georg, completely calm, took off his invisibility helmet. He really enjoyed appearing in front of his enemies like this, and putting an end to their worthless lives. The use of Ada's helmet was entirely predictable, but apparently the master archer had indeed grown old. Georg admired his work as a work of art, examining the body of the slain villain. Sakura rushed to her teacher, leaving her sword and chino behind. She burst into tears and cried out over the death of the master archer. In the next moment, Georg sent Sakura after her teacher so that she would not suffer too much and become upset. Unlike Chin, he felt no pangs of conscience whatsoever. Georg advised the young man to pull himself together, because enemies would not be grateful if you pitied them. On the contrary, they are just waiting for a chance to finish you off, and pity should be put aside. It was really good advice because it's war, and war encourages killing. The dragon hunter was still fighting Shinki. He had experienced her abilities firsthand and understood that they were fully worthy of her title. It was all very foolish, fighting each other over Isaac, who was under a hood anyway. Shinny wanted to end this battle. She sent another group of players against Francois. Once upon a time in France, the dragon hunter met with Secretary Li in China. The girl said that a raid had recently been carried out on the 6th floor. The dragon hunter honestly admitted that he had postponed clearing the 7th floor in order to save his own life, and he found it strange that all the players were following Isaac. It was just that the players had the same goal. They wanted to clear all the dungeons and establish peace. The dragon hunter had to either fight for peace or run away in fear and disgrace. The dragon hunter had always suffered because of his cowardice, and now he had a chance to die like a true hero in battle. He activated his battle cry skill, and the waves emanating from his screams simply swept away his opponents and shattered their attacks. But several players crept up behind him and stabbed the hunter with their swords. Suddenly, some magical waves completely paralyzed Shinhye, and she flew into the air, dropping her staff. This couldn't be, because the barrier should have been working. But her eyes didn't lie. After that, Shinny fell flat on the ground, and a freezing spell was activated. All the players were already exhausted from the battle. The dragon hunter was barely holding on, and Isaac was living out his last moments in the dome. The dragon hunter was happy that he had managed to redirect the blow to Shinhye. One of the players from the Messiah Guild raised his sword to punish Francois Shira for such insolence. But at that moment, his hands were bound by chains. He looked on in surprise, not understanding what was happening. Soon, all the guild players were captured by chains and dragged into the Hellgate, which was controlled by Georg. He chose for himself the image of the Avenger of Justice, a fighter, and he did an excellent job in this role. Removing the locks, Chinoi pulled Longinus' spear out of Isaac and helped his friend to his feet. Staggering, the boys moved away. The battle between the players was still going on at this time. One of the players was about to plunge his sword into the body of his defeated opponent, but a sudden fiery blow knocked him off his feet, preventing him from destroying the guy. The girl rushed to restore the player's health, calling Jordan for help. But distracted by the wounded man, she did not notice that another player was standing behind her, ready to attack. However, punishment befell the villain. His decapitated body flew a long distance. This time, Jay Jackson was in time and protected his friend by striking the attacker. Michelle was scared, but she couldn't relax because if she felt sorry for everyone, she would suffer herself. However, the girl did not want to accept this reality. She did not like pointing swords at each other. Instead, they had to unite. After all, they had a common enemy, and they were wasting their lives destroying their own comrades. Why kill each other, whether it was a simple player, guild leader Park Yeon-wan, or Shakira? Among the victims were the great master archer and his apprentice. But all this negativity came from the ruling elite of the Messiah Guild, and its deputy Shinhye was still between life and death. Soon, Chin-A and the seriously injured Isaac, who had been pulled from the destroyed barrier, appeared before the players. Shortly before the start of this purge, a meeting was held dedicated to Longinus' spear. Kim Woo-jin knew that this spear alone was far more dangerous than Lee Si-jun's strongest skill. It would be suicide to fight him directly, so they had to use this spear. Georg immediately suggested using Ida's helmet and simply cutting off Se-jun's head. Then they could use the deception skill and escape, in which case victory would be assured. But this option was not suitable. He knew that their skill had no effect on Lee Si-jun because he had clairvoyance, the Eye of Anubis. He also possessed the Eye of Isis and could detect any deception and was also immune to hallucination skills. Isaac announced that he would become the bait himself. Lee Si-jun is a terrible perfectionist, and as soon as Isaac shows weakness, he will pull out Longinus' spear. And after confirming Isaac's defenselessness, Se-jun would trap him inside a magical barrier. After that, the Messiah Guild will try to deal with the members of the Savior Guild, who will be left without their leader. The wrath will also fall on the Dragon Hunter, but Isaac believed in his friends. He knew that they would cope even in such a difficult situation. And so exhausted, Isaac, hanging on his friend's shoulder, suddenly asked him for forgiveness. Then he sank his teeth into him and activated his vampire skill, sucking the blood from Chin. In doing so, he restored his health as quickly as possible. His friend's bloodless body fell lifeless to the ground. But in the next moment, Isaac activated the blessing of the river Styx, and Chin, full of strength and energy, was ready to fight again. Isaac thanked his friend, saying that he truly believed in him. After that, he approached the dragon hunter to express his gratitude for his help. Now it was time to start the game. Isaac was ready to face his opponent one-on-one. Lee Sejun was happy about the new meeting because everything turned out exactly as it should have. He had waited a long time for this moment to fight his only worthy opponent and hoped that Isaac would delight him with his abilities. Isaac began by summoning the Book of the Dead. There was no longer any point in hiding his powers, for the first and last time since he had returned to the past. The moment had come for Isaac to reveal everything he had. The young man activated his magical powers and began to assemble his army. Lee Sejun watched the events unfold with complete calm. He was confident that he could easily deal with all these undead creatures. Gradually, skeleton warriors, skeleton dragons, monsters, and goblins began to appear. Soon, a lich mage appeared on a flying dragon with Merlin's staff. The players watched in horror as the army appeared out of nowhere. In addition to the undead creatures, Chin A and a dragon hunter fought alongside Isaac. The sight of this army was truly terrifying. Their mere presence frightened the players, who were ready to flee the battlefield. Lee Sejun did not give the order to attack to his subordinates and struck a lightning-fast blow with his sword himself. The body of the huge goblin was cut to pieces. Seeing this, the players regained their confidence and realized that with such a leader, the Messiah Guild would not lose. At the same time, their leader gave the order to fight with all their might, as best as each of them could. The battle between Isaac's army and the players from other guilds began. The guys fought desperately, not giving way to each other. The dragon also joined the battle, showering the enemies with fire. The master himself, the leader of the Messiah Guild, did not participate directly in the battle, because none of the players were worthy enough to be his opponent. Noticing Isaac, he rushed to attack. However, the Death Knight blocked his path. He declared that he would not allow anyone to approach his master. Lee Sejun rushed to attack the monster with his sword without saying a word. But it wasn't that easy, because the Death Knight's sword was also a powerful artifact. The rivals fought on equal terms, while Isaac watched from the sidelines. Soon, another Death Knight joined the battle, wielding Thor's hammer. He struck with such force that the explosion lit up the entire area, and columns of smoke and dust blocked the view. When the smoke cleared, it became clear that the battle was still going on, and that Sejun was holding his own quite well. Isaac realized that uniting his subordinates to fight Jun was a good move, but not a very effective one. Without the Death Knights, his assistance would not last long. Isaac left the battlefield, leaving George perplexed. The young man realized that this senseless slaughter had to end. Isaac activated the legends of King Arthur, and all the unique items were put to use. After that, not only Isaac himself, but also all the items he had once given to his subordinates became unique and incredibly powerful. Isaac summoned all the Death Knights and directed a single strike at the enemy. He discussed the plan of action with the Death Knights. This scene even amused Lee Sejun. He stuck his sword into the ground, waiting for his enemy to come out for the decisive battle. It was obvious that the Death Knights would not intimidate him. Something more effective was needed. He ordered all the Death Knights to split up and go help their allies in battle, because Chin A and the Dragon Hunter were fighting alone against a multitude of enemies. The Death Knights obeyed their master's orders without question. It was not within their jurisdiction to question the logic of what was happening. On the battlefield, Isaac was left alone with his worst enemy. This surprised and amused Sejun, who was confident in his abilities and did not understand his opponent's foolish actions. It was amusing and looked like suicide, even if Isaac had legendary items. Lee Sejun immediately rushed to attack Isaac, who parried the attack with dignity. The sword in Isaac's hands, Excalibur, halved his opponent's stats, which slightly unsettled the guild leader. Isaac's next blow knocked him off his feet and threw him aside. Lee Sejun activated the Hand of the Savior, and all his stats were immediately restored. He rushed at his opponent with renewed power. However, Isaac's defense and resistance had increased many times over, and the blow had no visible effect. Isaac defended himself with his shield and held his ground for a while, but Sejun was too strong. He rushed into the attack again, hoping to finish off his opponent with a sword strike. At that moment, a whole flock of flying vampire bats appeared in the sky, sent by Isaac to attack Sejun. At first, this situation amused Sejun, as he easily cut through the flock of bats with his sword. But soon something strange happened. He felt Isaac's presence nearby and even managed to strike him. Chin-A watched the events unfold with concern. He remembered Isaac saying he could handle it himself, but so far it seemed otherwise. However, Lee Si-jun's attention was suddenly drawn to the tiny holes in his hand. He felt disgust and realized that it was time to end this fight. At that moment, Isaac was sitting on the ground, trying to recover from a direct hit. But he was pleased that while Se-jun was busy with the flying mice, Isaac had managed to get close and bite his forearm. He realized that to fight Seo-jun, he would have to use all the skills he possessed. Of course, poisoning him with toxic blood couldn't seriously harm Lee Si-jun. He had activated his blood resistance and suppression. His opponent was confident in his invincibility and watched Isaac with a smirk. At that moment, Isaac activated Blood Mist. After that, he released a scarlet mist onto his opponent. Se-jun did not understand why Isaac resorted to such useless actions, since he could easily suppress the poisoned blood. However, his ears suddenly caught a strange noise approaching from afar. In a matter of moments, hundreds of thousands of ant monsters attacked Se-jun. It was Isaac who used Solomon's ring to summon these useless but extremely annoying creatures. Se-jun activated the Blade of Destruction and began to shred everything around him. Soon the field around the players was littered with the carcasses of chopped-up insects. In the end, the powerful blows changed the landscape, and Se-jun found himself on a cut-off island of land. He still didn't understand why Isaac was making these futile attempts, as the outcome of the battle seemed obvious. Se-jun was about to deliver the final blow to his opponent, who had disappointed him with his weakness, when suddenly the bodies of the dead ants lit up. This light began to accumulate and merge, causing a powerful explosion in a single burst. There were too many dead insects, so the explosion was incredibly powerful. Right at the epicenter, where the leader of the Messiah Guild was located. Everything around was enveloped in smoke and smoke. When the flames died down and the heat subsided, visibility began to return. From the thick smoke came a powerful blow to Isaac, knocking him off his feet and nearly costing him his life. The young man realized that his opponent was indeed extremely strong, and that it would be almost impossible to defeat him in a fair fight. A few seconds later, Lee Si-jun himself, alive and unharmed, leaned over Isaac, who was lying on the ground. He grabbed the young man by the head. Isaac had time to think that it was impossible to win if the difference in strength was too great. Another blow threw Isaac to the side. Lee Si-jun knew he was way stronger than his opponent and was even a bit bummed out by his confidence. The young man lay motionless, showing no signs of life and making no attempt to get up. Georg watched what was happening. He could not allow such injustice and opened the gates of hell, releasing hellish chains on Lee Si-jun himself. The chains were cut in an instant by the master, and now Georg stood defenseless before his former master and comrade. In an instant, the young man's body was torn to pieces, and Lee Si-jun headed to finish off Isaac. Approaching his opponent's body, he kicked it with his foot and said that he had expected more. But a surprise awaited him. Instead of Isaac, a skeleton in a mask lay on the ground. And behind him, a skeleton warrior with Longinus' spear in his hands was already rushing at the master. Jun tried to defend himself, repelling the blows with his sword with all his might. And while the master's attention was distracted by the skeleton, Isaac crept up close and struck his blow. Se-jun turned to look at Isaac, who was attacking him, and at that moment the skeleton warrior pierced him with Longinus' spear. The spear penetrated deep into the enemy's body, instantly disabling all the items and skills the master possessed. All his stats began to decline, and bloody poison spread through his body. Longinus' spear proved to be the most effective item, as it completely paralyzed the use of other artifacts and skills, increasing the damage taken. Lee Si-jun could no longer control the blood loss. He understood that he needed to urgently pull the spear out of himself. Then he would be able to suppress the blood infection. The player was sure that nothing could kill him. Despite the fact that his strength, defense, and resistance stats were rapidly falling, Se-jun believed that no weapon in the world could pierce his armor. At that moment, his main opponent approached him and managed to inflict damage on the master. Lee Si-jun continued to boast. He called the blow not bad, but noted that Isaac's strength was still insufficient. He declared that no one could cut off his head. As he said this, the player slowly raised his sword. Isaac replied that he knew this himself, so he had prepared something else. With these words, he climbed into his treasure trove of items. We must give credit to the master's gaming and fighting skills. Despite Longinus' spear sticking out of his body, he tried to attack Isaac again. Isaac managed to dodge, and the spear remained stuck in the ground. The players clashed in a fierce hand-to-hand combat. At one point, a sword flashed before Sejun's eyes, and recognition flashed through his mind. It was Balmung's sword. With Balmung's sword, Isaac delivered the decisive blow. The players of the Mission Guild watched with bated breath. Lee Sejun died. Isaac ordered all players to lower their weapons. He announced that all players, including the Savior Guild and the Mission Guild, would no longer fight each other. There were too many casualties among the players, but the direction in which to move forward had already been decided. Isaac ordered the wounded to be healed and the warriors to be armed as quickly as possible. It was necessary not only to heal the survivors, but also to try to bring the dead back to life. Shin-hee, Park Yang-won, Shakira, and other strong players were given new life. They had to urgently improve their combat skills and go to the 8th floor, where the only enemy they had to raise their swords against awaited them. The players threw their weapons to the ground as a sign that they would no longer fight, for they had not entered the dungeon for the sake of enmity. Now it became clear why they had to fight each other. This realization came into their hearts and peace was made. The 8th floor of the dungeon greeted the players. Shin-A still had doubts about whether he should trust the guys from the Mission Guild, because not long ago they had been sworn enemies. Shin-hee was still alive, and the guys from the guild's security were very loyal to her. But Isaac believed that by laying down their weapons, they had proven their loyalty, and there was no need to worry. And now it didn't matter how they would fight on Isaac's side, because he had comrades and allies who would never betray him. He was referring to his Dark Army. It took about 2 months before the dungeon was completely cleared. Journalists from all over the world greeted the players as they emerged from the dungeon. Immediately after their exit, a press conference began, at which the main question was asked, why was Lee Sejun not among the players? Isaac explained to those present that the great hero and leader of the Mission Guild, Lee Jun, had met his end inside the dungeon. Before dying, he had left a will. The players deeply regretted that he was unable to finish the game. It was especially difficult for his close comrades. The day will come when Isaac and the other guilds reach the boss of the 9th floor and put an end to this game. Broker Oh Si-chan listened to the press conference with satisfaction, happy to have lived to see this day. In this way, he fulfilled the promise he had made to CEO Lee. Isaac noted that Lee Sejun had tremendous willpower, and people would always remember him. He would be remembered as a hero who wanted to save the world. Now everything that had gone wrong had to be corrected. With thoughts of improving people's lives, Isaac left the conference. Shin-hai wanted to slip away quietly to mourn the deceased leader, when suddenly someone called out to her. It was Lee Jisoo, her former friend and current rival, who wanted to know the truth and hoped to hear it. Shin-hee burst into tears, mixed with the bitterness of loss and the relief of finally being able to get rid of a heavy burden. A few days later, news agencies reported that Isaac was going to enter the 9-story underground again. Colleagues met at a Korean restaurant. It was not just a meeting of friends. Kim Woo-jin met his assistant and employer, the broker, face-to-face for the first time. When the surprise had passed, Oh Si-chan asked what the player would do after the game was over. Players around the world had lost their abilities, and the future of the guilds was in serious doubt. The broker founded Pandora and prepared for the chaos that was to ensue after the game ended. Players would be provided with new jobs, and that was how peace would be maintained throughout the world. After that, the broker confirmed that the preparations were complete and that Kim Woo-jin could safely clear the 9th floor and return alive. All this was made possible by a being they didn't even suspect existed. It was in heaven watching them from above. Judging by people's behavior, at this rate, there would be no end in sight, especially with a character like Kim Woo-jin, who rarely listened to advice and had no desire to finish. Kim Woo-jin said he would log back into the game, delete the characters, and start all over again until it was finished. At that moment, someone called the broker, and he left to take an important call. Kim Woo-jin announced that he needed to go to the restroom, but in fact left the establishment. This time, Chin-ae was unable to eat at his friend's expense, and he was very angry when he realized that his companions had left him alone with the bill. Before moving on to the last dungeon, it was necessary to understand the mechanics of the game and learn the whole truth about the Shining Ones. All the dungeons and the monsters that inhabited them appeared almost simultaneously. The inhabitants of the planet were endowed with special abilities, after which players appeared among them. People had only a vague idea of the nature of the Shining Ones. They considered the Shining Ones to be omnipotent deities capable of resisting monsters. Or they thought it was a catastrophe that would destroy the world. People lived side by side with dungeons and monsters and began to study the Shining Ones. They assumed that Earth might just be entertainment for gods or some kind of special beings. There were 6 shining ones in total, located far from Earth, but influencing the lives of humanity. The Radiants that understood animal speech made contracts with various spirits. The Radiants that controlled the source of knowledge could grant the power to control magic with spells. The Fighter for Life bestowed extraordinary strength and energy. The Silent Hunter sharpened the player's senses and increased their agility. Little was known about the other Radiances. One was the Guardian of the Sacred Light, granting power in attack and defense. Another belonged to the Dark World and gave power over curses and black magic. This Radiance was especially powerful. To catch up with Lee Se-jun, Kim Jin chose a representative of the Dark World. He made a deal with him and followed in his footsteps. At the end of a long journey, the young man managed to take revenge. There was only one goal left: to end this game. The news reported that Shin Hai had left her position in the Messiah Guild. After the truth was revealed and voiced, the former friends came together to the cemetery to commemorate their fathers, who had died because of Lee Se-jun. After so many years, the girls were able to ask for forgiveness from the deceased and establish contact with each other. Shin Hai admitted that Director Lee's death was her fault. Kneeling, she begged the daughter of the deceased to forgive her. At her father's grave, Lee Ji-soo said that she had thought long and hard about whether she could forgive Shin Hai. She admitted that she was not ready to do so immediately, but if Shin Hai was truly remorseful, she could prove it with her actions. The girl offered Shin Hee a position at Pandora, where they would work together. Pandora was founded on the initiative of Shin Hai's father. He and Lee's father tried to prevent the unrest that could have started after the game ended. Jisoo suggested joining forces to take care of the player's future. And perhaps someday the rift in their relationship would disappear and they could start over. Lee Jisoo left Shin Hee, who was crying and unable to hold back her tears, touched by such a noble gesture. Finally, the day came to clear the last 9-story dungeon, which was supposed to end the game. Heroes and players from all over the world gathered at the gates of the dungeon. Everyone wished them luck in this difficult task and hoped that they would continue the work bequeathed by Lee Se-jun with honor. On the way to the site, the guys from Isaac's team, as usual, quarreled and joked with each other, claiming that they were not afraid at all. Isaac himself was pensive and gloomy because he was very nervous before entering the last floor of the last dungeon. He had already reached this level once before, but had seen nothing but doors, as he had been unable to proceed any further. The players arrived at the site, elegant and composed as always. Dragon Hunter Francois Charroux was already waiting for them there, beaming with a smile and greeting everyone with a wave of his hand. Michelle was also there, along with her defenders and partners. It was impossible to do without Shakira and Pakevan. Their faces did not express joy, but were focused and determined. Without a word, the players entered the dungeon and were immediately struck by what they saw. Not long before that, Chin'e and Isaac had fought the Red Dragon. After the guys fought their way through the 8-story dungeon, Chin'e asked Isaac if he knew anything about the 9th floor. The guy replied that he didn't have much information. From the 1st to the 8th floor, it was all one continuous cave. This cave covered almost the entire dungeon, deep and bottomless. At the end of the dungeon was a huge door, but Isaac himself did not know what was behind it. So far, everything matched. A huge, dark, deep cave appeared before the players. First of all, Isaac decided to hold a briefing on their joint action plan, but he did not have time to assign responsibilities. At that moment, a terrible sound echoed through the cave, and a system error alert appeared. The notification said that the 1st floor had been cleared under pressure. This was unexpected even for Isaac. Immediately, a series of notifications followed, informing them that all other floors had also been cleared under pressure. The players stood stunned, unable to believe what was happening. They received notifications that they had reached the 9th floor. Even experienced players were stunned by what was happening. No one could understand what had happened to the game. Isaac felt the same bewilderment. Soon, a new notification appeared in front of all the players. Then huge doors appeared in front of them, leading straight to the last floor of the dungeon. It turned out that the players would first be transported to the 9th floor. Isaac was the first to stand in front of the doors he had seen before. They were the same, and at least that matched his past life. There had never been a system error before, and no one knew what was hidden inside. Despite the optimism that Chin'e tried to instill, Isaac was deeply troubled, but he wanted to end this game. The doors swung open, and the final battle began. The players found themselves in a huge dark hall with columns. It was pitch black all around, and nothing could be seen. Suddenly, one of the torches flared up above the players' heads. Gradually, the fire spread to other torches, although it was unclear how this happened. The players saw the bodies of those who had once tried to clear this dungeon. The scene was grim. The entire huge hall was littered with the bodies of the dead, and at the end of it was a throne. This throne was a huge chair placed on the shoulders of a monster, and the master of the dungeon sat on it. He was a surprisingly cute and handsome man with long white hair and a pleasant smile, who informed the players that they had come too late. The players were once again presented with information they did not expect to see. Pak and Van was extremely aggressive. Not understanding who was standing in front of him, he immediately drew his sword. This turned out to be a huge mistake, because in the next moment, a swift blow swept through the hall. Park Yun-wan was finished in that instant. Almost all of the players in the room were also killed. Only the dragon hunter miraculously survived. The dungeon owner said he thought one blow would be enough to deal with everyone. But Isaac stepped forward, demanding to be introduced, and asked who he was. This audacity amused the boss. He smiled kindly and rubbed the air between his fingers, causing it to crackle. Soon, something like ball lightning appeared above Isaac's head. The surviving players watched in horror. Isaac's army of skeleton warriors was also ready and watched the glowing phenomenon intently. Gathering power, the ball crashed down on everyone present, and only the shield saved them from complete destruction. Isaac was shocked by what had happened. Everyone had disappeared or been destroyed, and he was left alone. The dungeon master was bored. One of the bugs had survived and even dared to interfere with his entertainment. Isaac believed that it was not right to end things so quickly, and was amazed when the master of the dungeon called him by name. He did not say who he was or what his name was, only wishing that Isaac would be able to entertain him next time. After these words, a hail of stones fell on Isaac, and the young man died again. The last thing Kim Woo-jin saw was the smiling face of the unknown dungeon master. The notification of Kim Woo-jin's death appeared at the moment when everything around him was plunged into darkness. A few moments later, the lights came on, and the game started again. Kim Jin opened his eyes, not understanding what was happening. He realized that he was alive again, that he could feel himself again, and that he was back in the dungeon on the 9th floor. Everything around him was still empty, only the bodies and bones of the dead players. He was alone. The dungeon master greeted him with a malicious smile and asked how he liked coming back to life again, since Jin was already familiar with the feeling. Isaac realized that the dungeon master had turned back time. He possessed unprecedented power, which instantly killed the entire squad. The system error, which had never occurred before, was also an alarming sign. The hostility and anger directed personally at Isaac confirmed the guess about the identity of the dungeon's master. It seemed incredible, but the master was the Radiance itself. The problems began because Isaac killed Lee Sejun. Now the young man understood that he was facing the guardian of the sacred light. The Radiance did not believe that he could have any problems, because ordinary people were incapable of creating them in principle. Now his mood was ruined by Isaac's appearance. It wanted to take its anger out on the player. With a snap of its fingers, the Radiance knocked Isaac to the ground. Once again, the young man died. The Radiance declared that people enjoyed crushing bugs and he enjoyed playing this game with them. Isaac appeared before his tormentor again. Then followed several more deaths, from a spear, from rubble, from fire. There was also death by sword, accompanied by great blood loss. The Radiance clearly enjoyed playing with Isaac's life, trying out different ways of killing him. Isaac never thought that the Radiance was capable of personally interfering in the game. The villain immediately noted that the young man had too many thoughts in his head and said that he would be better off thinking about something else. It was very foolish of Isaac to rely on his assistants, who scattered as soon as he touched them. It was naive to consider them allies and hope to cope with this dungeon together. The only way for Isaac to get out of this situation was to kneel down and bow his head. When the Radiance uttered these words, Isaac tried to resist, but he was still just a simple player. The battle was obviously lost, and under the influence of magic spells, the young man knelt down and bowed to the guardian. After that, the villain demanded that he beg for mercy. Jin raised his head, gathering all his strength, and in an instant, the figure of Radiance sitting on the throne began to blur. This meant that the guardian's main body was not in the dungeon. Isaac had an idea to provoke the villain. The master of the dungeon watched the player in surprise, thinking that he had finally gone mad. However, Isaac continued to smile and said that he found it funny. Despite all of Radiance's power, it could not make him dance to its tune. He accused the guardian of not being strong enough, but shouting and getting angry like an ordinary person. These words finally enraged Radiance. It stood up, unable to sit still, and threatened Isaac with cruel retribution for his insolence. Enormous powers were activated, and the guardian warned that the boy could beg as much as he wanted. It would not help. He would die again and again, endlessly. And so it happened. Isaac died and came back to life, died and came back to life. falling into an endless cycle of suffering. But suddenly, another error occurred in the system. While the player was in the other world, a cloud appeared before him. It gradually materialized and turned into a representative of the dark world who had descended from the heavens. Kim Woo-jin said that he was late. The young man was already tired of dying. The representative of the dark world noted that the guy looked quite calm. Did he know in advance that their meeting would take place? Yugen replied that there was a psychopath raging outside, and he was sure that the Radiants would not just sit and watch. Then Kim Woo-jin got down to business, asking what the representative of the dark force could offer him right now. The latter shared his magical power, directing it into Kim Woo-jin's body. Although there wasn't much power, Kim Woo-jin was satisfied, deciding that it was enough. The representative of the dark world promised that they would meet again later to talk, but now the young man had more pressing matters to attend to. This completely satisfied Kim Woo-jin, and he thanked the representative of darkness for the gift. In the dungeon, the guardian of the sacred light grew increasingly irritated, realizing that the young man was provoking him. He tried again to ignite his energy with a snap of his fingers, but for some reason, the power did not work. The guardian was surprised to feel that he was beginning to lose his power, not understanding how this was possible. Suddenly, darkness began to gather at the far end of the dungeon, exactly where Kim Woo-jin had been killed once again. A player emerged from the darkness, completely saturated with the energy of darkness, having reassembled his body. The guardian immediately understood whose trace he was sensing. He did not expect a representative of the dark force to intervene. Kim Woo-jin stood safe and sound, enjoying the effect he had created and feeling confident in his powers. The guardian said that Kim Woo-jin's new appearance and the help of the darkness would not save him anyway. However, the young man was not so sure, and he told his opponent so directly. With these words, Isaac began to activate energy in his palm, which gradually turned into a sword. The keeper of the sacred fire did not wait for the player to attack and went on the offensive himself. Now Isaac had enough power and strength to withstand this blow. The young man realized that not everything had been decided yet, and the final battle was not lost. Now he could begin a real fight with his opponent. The battle began, the outcome of which no one could predict. Both opponents were extraordinarily strong. At some point, Isaac noticed that the cycle of blows was getting shorter and shorter. The master of the dungeon repelled Isaac's attack, threatening that the young man's end was now near. Isaac skillfully dodged all attacks, forcing his opponent to act more and more aggressively, when suddenly the keeper of the sacred fire realized that his strength was running out. Isaac's assumption was confirmed. It turned out that the dungeon master could not withstand such an intense fight for long. Sneaking up behind him, Isaac slashed the guardian of the sacred fire's shoulder with his sword. The villain clutched the wound with his hand, realizing that if he spent his strength on recovery, he would have nothing left to fight and resist the player. Power and radiance emanated from the wound, and his reaction and the cloudiness of his body all pointed to one thing. It turned out that his strength was running out. His body was limited in its use of energy and was gradually becoming useless. Even for the Radiants, it was not easy to control space and time, and so far this had played into Isaac's hands. If the enemy's powers were limited, so much the better. The young man activated the gates of hell, which rose from the ground. Never before had the keeper of the sacred fire imagined that the gates of hell would become a trap for him as well. Hellish chains first grabbed and immobilized the Shining One's limbs. He still resisted, but the chains gradually wrapped around his body. Soon he was like a cocoon suspended by chains, but even in this state he continued to exert his power. Isaac decided to keep him there until he was completely weakened. Soon an explosion sounded from inside the cocoon of hellish chains. Whatever the case, the shockwave was extremely powerful and engulfed the young man watching the scene in heat. When the smoke and dust settled, the Radiance appeared in a new form, declaring that it recognized the intelligence and insight of its rival. He said that he had long wanted to meet Kim Woo-jin to kill him because he was interfering with the fun. But now the only thing he could do was to be reborn in a spiritual body. Although he wanted to play with the guy before he died, there was no time left for games, and he promised to kill Kim Jin one last time before he lost his power. Isaac did not have time to react. The spirit power of the new Lord of the Land became even more powerful, and the guy's body was pierced by a spear. The Guardian said that he had long dreamed of piercing his heart, and finally he had succeeded. But before Isaac could die, alerts came pouring in from other Radiances. They shared their abilities with the young man. Thanks to the strength transferred by the fierce warrior, Isaac was able to pull the spear out of his heart. The boy himself was amazed by what was happening, remembering that he now had allies. His strength proved so powerful that, grabbing the spear, he was able to knock down the Guardian and pull him closer to himself. In the next moment, his fist, burning with power, was raised for a decisive blow against his opponent. The Guardian managed to cover himself with his arm, which was left with a deep dent after the blow. The Great Hunter also transferred some of his power to Isaac. The young man did not understand how other Shining Ones could hate one of their own so much, but now it did not matter. Isaac activated the power of his sword strike and leaped toward the Shining One. This time, his sword cut through his opponent's weapon and inflicted damage on his body. The one who heard the sound of all things transferred some of his power, and the young man realized that he would most likely receive good news. Isaac activated a new ability and directed it at his opponent. Non-prickly branches resembling a mixture of cacti and vines wrapped around the Guardian's body, restraining him and preventing further attacks. They dug into his body with huge stone spikes, piercing his skin and causing unbearable pain. The Guardian couldn't understand how his colleagues could do this to him. He broke free from his bonds, activating all his strength, but this completely exhausted him. While the Radiants tried to recover with the help of the Lord of the Source of Wisdom, Isaac created a protective field around himself. The Radiance itself was subjected to a powerful fairy attack. A huge explosion thundered in the dungeon. Everything was plunged into smoke and dust. When the veil cleared, Isaac saw the body of the Guardian of the Sacred Fire sitting exhausted on his knees. He was completely exhausted and could no longer even hold his body upright. Isaac did not want to deal with such a weak opponent, but the cleanup had to be completed. He swung, intending to finish off the Radiance, but took pity on him and only wounded him in the shoulder. It took him a tremendous amount of effort to heal this wound. He had never felt such weakness before. Realizing that he could not defeat the player, the Guardian began to beg for mercy, pleading for mercy just this once. The Guardian promised never to appear here again, and this annoyed Isaac terribly. He wanted to finish the game, but he didn't like killing pathetic opponents either. The young man turned to all the Shining Ones for advice, what to do with their colleague, whether he should be trusted. The Shining Ones gathered and discussed it at length among themselves. Soon a verdict was reached. The Shining Ones wanted to punish the Guardian themselves and promised to take care of it. This news was conveyed to Kim Woo-jin by the fierce fighter for life, who was sincerely happy for the young man, remembering that he had failed in his previous life, but now he had done very well. Kim Woo-jin thanked the fierce fighter for life for his help and handed the Guardian over to him. It turned out that all the Shining Ones had complaints and questions for the Guardian of the Sacred Fire, and they were going to deal with him together. The Shining had done something incredible, so the punishment had to be ruthless. Another keeper, who had long wanted to talk to Kim Woo-jin personally, was supposed to tell him the details. The elegant brunette was striking not only for her beauty, but also for her wisdom. She greeted Kim Woo-jin warmly. The girl invited the player to ask her questions, which she would be happy to answer. The other Radiances went about their business and also decided what to do with the Guardian of the Sacred Fire, who had broken all the rules. The 64th Radiance decided to start the story from the moment when Lee Si-jun killed Kim Woo-jin. All the players knew that the world was in Lee Si-jun's hands. He monopolized the abandoned dungeons and appropriated all the items for himself. Even ordinary people were forced to obey him. He acted as if he considered himself a king or even a deity. This behavior annoyed all the Shining Ones, except for the Guardian of Light. After lengthy discussions, two decisions were made: to start the game over, and to choose a player who could stand up to Lee Si-jun and reach the end. Kim Woo-jin wanted to know why the Shining Ones had chosen him. It turned out that he was a player with a strong desire for revenge, and he also had the skills necessary to complete the game. Kim Woo-jin was the only player in the world who fit this description. At first, it was incredibly difficult, because even the Shining Ones found it difficult to preserve the memories of one person and reverse time and space. The Keeper of the Sacred Fire could not interfere, because he only controlled the last dungeon, and his actions did not affect the outside world. But he descended to Earth and contacted the player, interfering with the flow of time. This caused a small glitch, and the other Guardians were able to help the young man a little. They found a way to support him, and perhaps Kim Woo-jin had foreseen their intervention. The player was also interested in the fate of the Guardian of Light. It turned out that he would lose the remnants of his power and spend the rest of his life in a deep pit. The Guardians would put him there, and he would no longer be able to influence anything. The Shining Ones had not yet decided what to do with the outside world when the game ended there. The keeper believed that everything would go on as usual, just as it had before the game began, when the Shining Ones did not interfere in the affairs of the world. The Shining Ones always caused damage without thinking about cleaning up after themselves. But now Kim Woo-jin didn't need to worry about that. People would find the answers themselves, as they always had. The keeper asked Kim Woo-jin a personal question, asking if he would regret losing all his abilities when the game ended. But the guy replied that he had already achieved his goal, and now that he had loyal companions, he had nothing to regret. This answer made the Guardian very happy. She began to say goodbye, asking if he wanted to say anything to her before parting. The young man thanked the Guardian. Although his actions often amused her, he would not have been able to take revenge if it weren't for her protection. She turned out to be a representative of the force that had protected Kim Woo-jin. And as a farewell, she gave Kim Woo-jin one last gift. When the glow faded, tiny bubbles of light began to descend on Kim Woo-jin. Soon these bubbles settled on the bodies of the players. All the participants who had died in this dungeon were given a second chance at life. Even the perpetually dissatisfied Park Yeon-wang and Shakira woke up and began to figure out what was going on. Soon, all the players froze as they read the same notification that had come to each of them. The game is over. It was incredible. If the game was over, it meant that Isaac had defeated the villain from the 9-story dungeon. In the next minute, all the effects from the items disappeared, and the players began to lose their additional abilities. Isaac turned into Kim Woo-jin. Park Yeon-wang, whom Woo-jin had repeatedly deceived, was the most indignant about this. Gradually, all the players regained their normal human appearance as they had in the outside world. Kim Woo-jin immediately went to Francois Cher. He asked the former dragon hunter for a favor, which he promised to fulfill if Woo-jin really wanted it. The 9th floor of the dungeon had been cleared, and the players were leaving the game. Instead of the expected and beloved savior Isaac, Francois Cher, the dragon hunter, appeared before the journalists. He recounted how their days in the dungeon had gone. After many sacrifices and efforts, they managed to reach the top floor and destroy the boss. However, Savior Isaac, who led the players, and his partner died during the clearing of the dungeon. Just before his death, Isaac uttered his last words addressed to all of humanity. Ordinary people mourned and wept for their hero. He warned that when the game ended, chaos would descend upon the world, for which it was necessary to prepare, and that he had someone who could handle it. The director of Pandora, Oh Se-chan, appeared before the journalists. He said that in order to prepare for the coming disasters that would begin after the game ended, Isaac wanted an organization to be created to help former players. This same idea was once supported by Lee Ji-soo, director of the Hansen Group, who died in a fire. And now Se-chan promised to do everything he could to preserve peace and support people. 6 months had passed since the end of the game. The Pandora office worked with former players, helping them find jobs. The female manager informed the applicant that his application to the Player Employment Support Fund had been reviewed. She happily added that everything was in order and that he would receive financial assistance on his card within a day. The player admitted that after the dungeons disappeared, he lost his abilities and couldn't find a normal job, but he was grateful to Pandora for their support. After Chin-A settled the conflict at the entrance with the rowdy customers, he headed to the director's office. The director's desk was covered with papers, and she gave the impression of being an extremely busy person. She listened to the young man's story about his difficult work with customers and advised him to join someone who was having an even harder time. There was no sleep to be had that night in the abandoned factory hangar. The guys were dealing with gangsters who didn't want to reveal where they were hiding their loot. Georg reported to his boss that everything was over and they could leave the premises. The thieves had quite a lot of items. These players no longer had any abilities. They were simply trading items. The job was done. They called in a team to collect the loot and clean up the place. Oh Se-chan gathered everyone for a meeting, thanked them for their excellent work, and gave them new assignments. It was about another gang that had managed to collect many items of unknown origin. Jisoo noticed that some organizations around the world were buying up artifacts to sell them to Pandora. It turned out that they needed to keep an eye on this too. There were more and more questions, and it was already impossible to cover them all. But for Woo-jin, the main question remained the same: the number. He wanted to know exactly how much money the company needed and promised that he would get it soon. The office of Park Yun-won LLC was quiet and boring. He was going crazy from idleness. At that moment, Kim Woo-jin appeared in the doorway. He was not the kind of person one wanted to talk to, even despite the boredom. Park Yun-won's secretary tried to explain that she had tried to prevent the visit, but to no avail. Woo-jin's closest friends had come with him. Woo Jin stated without preamble that he needed money. Park Yun-won tried to reason with him, saying that breaking into the office and demanding money was insolence. Park Yun-won sold his name as a participant in the legendary clearing of a 9-story underground facility belonging to a Japanese company. Many organizations immediately began to generously support the hero, but it would be a shame if it turned out that the hero had embezzled funds, falsified reports, and was actually dead in the raid. Park Yun-won argued that this was all nonsense and that there was no evidence. Of course, there was evidence, but he wasn't sure if Kim Woo-jin knew about it. Yun-won did not believe that the young man knew about his secret safe. Most likely it was a bluff. The office owner pressed the alarm button, intending to have the guards kick Woo-jin out. He believed that without their abilities, the young men were ordinary people who could be treated however he wanted. There were far more security guards than guests. But as often happened in Park Yun-won's life, he miscalculated. In a few moments, the office was littered with the bodies of defeated security guards, and the guys opened a secret safe hidden under the boss's chair. The safe contained hidden money, gold bars, and accounting documents confirming their origin. The next day, the world's media reported that a representative of the Phoenix Foundation had made a large donation to Pandora in order to promote good. The team received their assignment for the next mission and were to set off the following night. Kim Woo-jin said he had unfinished business and would meet his comrades at the agreed location. At the next press conference, Jinna talked about Pandora's work. He was extremely surprised when Kim Woo-jin stopped by and suggested they have lunch together. The lights were on at the Pandora Corporation office. CEO Lee Ji-soo was sorting through documents. Suddenly, Shin-hai entered without an invitation. She thanked him for the job offer at Pandora, but admitted that she doubted whether people would be able to forget everything she had done. Ji-soo believed that admitting her mistakes and setting out on the path to redemption was already a lot. She promised to help her former friend if she sincerely helped people and repented. Then everyone would believe in Shin-hai again. The next day, Ji-soo introduced the new employee to the director. It was the company's new manager, Park Shin-hai. Oh, Se-chan pretended not to be surprised. At that moment, an unexpected call came from a person with whom the director was always happy to chat. They exchanged pleasantries and discussed current affairs. Francois Cher reported that thanks to the people sent from Pandora to France, things had become much calmer. The information received from Woo-jin was particularly helpful. They managed to uncover all illegal trade in items, and Francois was planning to send everything that had been seized to Korea soon. The director of Pandora noted that Kim Woo-jin really did help everyone, but sometimes he did it too well. Se-chan was alarmed by instances when the information provided to them turned out to be too accurate, as if Woo-jin could see everything with his own eyes. Francois reassured the director, saying that Woo-jin should be trusted and allowed to act as he saw fit. A military helicopter flew over the nighttime forest. Inside were Woo-jin and his team. They were on their way to punish those guilty of illegal trade, kidnapping, torture, and questionable experiments. These were extremely dangerous criminals who had to be dealt with once and for all. Woo-jin rushed forward, leaving Yeo-han to cover him. He didn't have to ask twice. The guy jumped out with his machine gun, firing bursts left and right. Inside the building, the villains were indeed torturing people. The captives were kept in cages like animals in a zoo. Kim Woo-jin took a knife out of his pocket and in a few seconds rushed through the room, leaving behind a trail of dead gangsters. When all the enemies were eliminated, Yeo-han called for backup. Kim Woo-jin approached one of the leaders and activated his magical power. With the help of the Eye of Anubis, he extracted information from the dead man and informed his assistant that he had discovered the location of the remaining criminals. Yeo-han was happy that he had once followed Kim Woo-jin and could now continue to rid the world of evil together with him.